In this world, everyone is hunting gods. Yet I follow behind them, scavenging divine remains. Simply because this is an era where gods walk the earth. Once they were immortal to mere mortals. Until one day, mortals awakened sequence abilities. Some people awakened the assassin sequence, capable of concealing their presence. Some people awakened the deceiver sequence, capable of mimicking others. But I awakened the unprecedented Godslayer sequence. I can grow stronger just by devouring gods. To prevent being dissected and turned into potions by others, I have no choice but to hide my identity and scavenge divine corpses for food. The entire safe zone is covered by a dome that isolates the gods. Fortunately, at the safe zone exits, god-hunting squads clear out peripheral gods every day. Going there might allow me to pick up some divine wreckage.
Taking advantage of Saturday,
I headed to the largest nearby safe zone exit. At this moment, exit no 114-514 was already packed to the brim. Standing before the protective gates were over a dozen people in helmets, wearing anti-freeze suits. Just then, two sequence users who had finished a hunting mission took off their helmets and prepared to head back. The hundreds of ordinary people surrounding them immediately swarmed forward. Sirs, would you like to take a break? We have high-quality foot massages. Sirs, I have excellent dishes here. Sir, my daughter isn't married yet. The moment she saw your heroic figure, she decided she would marry no one else. Without a doubt, these were all ordinary people from the edges of the safe zone. They hoped to cling to a sequence user, to escape their miserable reality, and live in a more comfortable place. I wanted to push through the crowd, to see if there were any discarded divine remains, but I was immediately shoved aside. With no other choice, I could only wait at the very edge. It wasn't until nightfall that I finally reached a position near the front. Unfortunately, those remains were taken away by the nearby United Government inspectors. I didn't manage to scavenge a single piece. Just when I thought I would go home empty-handed today, I saw a wriggling ear fall out of a sequence awakener's backpack. I looked at that wriggling ear, my eyes lighting up, and swallowed hard. I prepared to snatch it up when no one was looking. However, a janitor swept the ear into a dustpan and turned to leave. Seeing this, I immediately followed the janitor away from the safe zone exit. Eventually, I saw him dump the ear into a trash can at a street corner. Watching the janitor leave, I immediately ran over excitedly and opened the trash can. However, when I saw the scene inside the trash can, I froze. It was actually full of divine remains. This was nothing short of a gluttonous feast. Scanning the trash can full of divine wreckage, I licked my lips. I truly am the chosen one. After confirming once more that no one was around, I directly picked up the wriggling piece from the top of the bin. This disgusting appearance mixed with the bloody stench in the air. Even a starving person would probably have to stew it before eating. But for the sake of becoming stronger, I suppressed my nausea and stuffed it into my mouth. After a bout of chewing, I swallowed the mouthful of meat pulp. Though it looked disgusting, the taste was actually not bad. It was even better than the food in the school cafeteria. If all divine remains taste like this, then I won't hold back. I grinned greedily, and immediately dove into the trash can to start gorging. Feasting away, the strange thing was, no matter how much I ate, I didn't feel full. Perhaps this is related to my training ability. Over an hour later, I finally finished the entire trash can of divine remains. I ate them all. Feeling the sense of power flooding my entire body, I cleaned the blood off myself and went home satisfied. The next morning, I inspected the muscles all over my body. I had indeed become stronger. What should I do today? Go back to that trash can for more divine remains? No. Yesterday at exit 114,514, the divine remains disappeared. The incident might have already attracted attention. I can't risk going there again. Hit and run move to a different location? If I can't go to the trash can at that exit, I'll just go to another one. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of exits in the entire safe zone. With a backpack full of food, I started walking along the bus route, since I usually can't even afford to eat, let alone take the bus. Coincidentally, many bus stops are named after safe zone exits. I walked like this for over 2 hours, and finally reached exit No. 54,321. Because the sequence number was lower, the scale of this exit was larger than 114,514. And there were more people. There were at least 10 trash cans here. It was a literal grand banquet. Just a glance from afar was enough to whet my appetite. While I was thinking about which bin to start with, I suddenly noticed 2 blood-stained janitors standing by the trash cans. Something's wrong. I didn't stop, pretending to be a passing student, and walked past the 2 of them casually. At that moment, I realized they were definitely not ordinary janitors, because the stains on them were too deliberate. It was clearly smeared on purpose. It seems the disappearance of the remains in the trash can yesterday has caught someone's attention. I have to give up on this place and go to another exit. I continued along the bus route. 3 hours later, I finally reached the next exit. Luckily, my body was strengthened yesterday. I didn't feel tired even after walking for over 6 hours. I went straight to the trash cans here. No one was guarding them. It seems the news of the missing remains hasn't reached this far yet. After confirming no one was watching, I immediately ran to 3 trash cans and started eating. Perhaps it's because I've done it once, and practice makes perfect, or because my physical stats have improved, but I ate several times faster this time than yesterday. In less than half an hour, the 3 trash cans were nearly empty. Just then, a notification sound echoed in my mind. Sequence: Godslayer. Promoted to level 2. Skill: Greed Gulp, Gods of Blood and Shadow. Can also be digested. Skill: Violence. For 10 minutes, personal strength, agility, and physical toughness increase 3-fold. No pain will be felt during this period. I finally leveled up. The new skill, Violence, can greatly enhance my combat capabilities. This means I'm capable of joining a god-hunting squad to hunt gods. After all, scavenging trash cans isn't a long-term solution. But the biggest problem is, I can't let others know I have the Godslayer sequence. I must find a sequence to blend in with, and use it as a disguise. Just then, hectic footsteps came from behind. A drunkard was stumbling this way. If this drunkard discovers the anomaly of the trash cans, the area will likely be sealed off soon. I have to go now. I don't have time to wipe off the blood on me. I quickly stuffed the more than 10 got remains in the trash can into my backpack and ran away at full speed with it on my back. Fortunately, it was just a drunk guy. If I get caught with this backpack full of god remains, I really wouldn't be able to explain myself. Clutching my backpack that's seeping with blood, I weaved through the dark alleys, planning to just run all the way home. However, just as I turned into a dark alley, an unexpected change occurred. A small knife flew out from a corner, aiming straight for my right eye. Luckily, my reflexes are now far beyond ordinary people. I instantly dodged to the side. 3 figures stepped out from the corner, with mocking looks on their faces. Never thought just taking a nap here. A fat sheep would walk right up to us. Guess luck is on our side tonight, huh boys? I asked coldly. What do you guys want? Isn't it obvious what we want? Of course it's a robbery. I don't have any money. My heart was racing with anxiety. The disappearance of the god remains could be exposed at any moment. I have to get out of this town as quickly as possible. At that moment, one of them brushed aside his greasy bangs, revealing a sly grin. No money? That's easy. Just leave your backpack, and that's enough. These 3 guys have their eyes on my backpack. I glanced at the backpack in my arms, and used my hand to cover the spot where blood was seeping out, thinking to myself, things aren't looking good. There may not be anything valuable inside this backpack, but I can't give it to you. Nothing valuable, huh? Then open it and let us see. You were running so fast in this alley, like you were running for your life. Must be because you have some dirty treasure in that bag. Leave the stuff, and we'll pretend we saw nothing. Otherwise, you'll be in for a beating. Even if you escape, the 3 of us can go to the police station and rat you out. When you just came in, the streetlight showed us your face. We've remembered you now.
Hearing this,
My feet, which were ready to run, stopped in place. These three have seen my face, which means there's a risk they'll expose me. If they really do go report me, wouldn't all my efforts go to waste? Suddenly, a murderous intent rose up in my heart. The killing intent in my eyes was instantly noticed by these thugs with years of experience in the gray zone, who instantly picked up on it. Boss, this kid looks like he wants to kill us. He thinks he can kill just because he's a broke kid. Since he's got killing intent, it means the treasure in his backpack is worth a fortune. So let's just take him out, boys, and keep all the fortune in this bag for ourselves. As they spoke, all three pulled out knives and came at me one after another. At first, I only had the thought in my head, but now fate has decided you guys must die. Don't blame me. I threw a straight punch, quickly smashing toward the nearest guy's face. When my fist connected with his nose, I could clearly feel the crisp snap of bones. He was sent flying 7 or 8 meters before hitting the ground. His feet lifted off the ground by the punch, rolling a few more steps on the stone slab before finally stopping. The other two, seeing this scene, trembled all over in shock. They immediately realized they'd messed with someone who's been trained. But fear aside, neither of them backed down. At this point, it's either him or us. Begging won't work. The only way to survive is to kill him. The two of them charged at me even more crazily, slashing wildly with their knives. I stepped my left leg back and swept my right leg out, smashing it right into one guy's waist. There was an even louder snap of bones. The vibration ran up through my leg. I watched as that guy's body bent in two at an abnormal angle, and swept by my kick, flew through the air, crashing into the last attacker. Without hesitation, I leapt forward, standing in front of the thug who'd been slammed out of his senses, raising my fist again. Spare me. I'll give you all my money. Still, at this point, the thug's survival instinct made him beg for his life. I didn't give him a chance to say anything else. My punch landed squarely on the side of his face, crushing his skull. Doesn't matter now that you're dead. Your money is mine too. After killing 3 in a row, the murderous intent in my heart gradually faded, quickly replaced by a strange emptiness. I sighed with some regret. Never thought I'd actually kill someone, but it was for self-defense. Nothing much to say about it. Staring at the 3 bodies on the ground, I suddenly remembered something I read online. It seemed like there was a certain sequence that could read a dead person's last memories. In order not to be exposed, I wrapped my fist in one of their shirts and smashed all 3 of their heads to bits. After checking the scene, I carefully cleaned up all the blood and then took all the cash from their clothes. I stuffed the 3 bodies into a dark, abandoned warehouse and set them on fire and burned my blood-stained coat at the same time. I did all this to prevent any sequence user from tracking me by the scent on the corpses. After making sure the flames engulfed the bodies, I fled the scene at full speed and finally made it home safely. In a deserted spot, I ate up all the god remains in my backpack and burned the bag and my coat as well. After that, I started counting the money I looted from the 3 thugs. After finishing the count, I was instantly stunned. In a pile of copper coins, there was actually a shiny silver coin. You know, it takes 10,000 copper coins to exchange for a single silver coin. These thugs were loaded. For 3 guys to carry that much money, how could they even dare go to the cops and report me? That'd be taking themselves down with me. And now, great. On top of stealing god remains, I added a murder case. But I don't dare spend that silver coin either. After all, what kind of orphan who doesn't even work has this much money? So I have to find someone who can show up in public. A sequence user. No matter what, I can't let anyone know my identity.
I'm a ninja.
Thinking of this, I picked out 20 copper coins and headed to the internet cafe, logged into the forum, and started looking for useful information. If sequence users want to level up, they have to follow the forms given by the sequence administration. But all I need to do is eat gods to advance. Doesn't that mean I'm basically playing with a cheat code? If I want to register with the Sequence Users Bureau, I have to find a sequence to use as a disguise. Finally, my eyes locked onto a sequence. Shadow Assassin? Sequence Level 1. Assassin Apprentice Skill. On the edge of life and death. Can double your agility within 5 minutes. But 5 minutes later, my whole body will be weak. I'll be unable to move for half an hour. My violence skill just happens to completely cover the assassin's skill. Right at that moment, the sound of a noisy crowd came from outside the internet cafe. Officer, mine is just a small business. I can't afford such an inspection. Could it be that as soon as I thought I might be exposed, the police station came knocking on the door? Regardless of whether they are here for me or not, I must deal with it. In a moment of desperation, I hurriedly deleted the browser history and then found a way to disguise myself. The moment I finished, 7 or 8 police officers entered the internet cafe. Everyone, leave your computers immediately. Squat to the side with your hands behind your heads. Quick, what are you doing? Get away from the computer. Put your hands up. An officer pointed a gun at me and roared. I immediately raised my hands in panic. Officer, I'm... The officer rushed up to me immediately, looked at the content on my computer, and then said with disgust, "Watch less of this kind of stuff. You're too indulgent at a young age. There'll be trouble later." After saying that, the officer left. Then these 7 or 8 officers went to every computer and checked their browser history and content. The officers searched for a while and found 2 young men conducting black market transactions in the cafe and took them away. But the officers' expressions were somewhat solemn, indicating that the real target wasn't these 2. The thrill of surviving the ordeal made me incredibly comfortable. I breathed a long sigh of relief and decided to open the forum to continue reading. At that moment, a dialog box appeared on the computer screen. My eyes widened, and I felt a chill down my back, with my hair standing on end. Internet cafe admin reminder. The person the police were looking for just now was you, right? Go ahead and keep reading. Don't leave when you're finished. Wait for me in the alley behind the cafe. A few hours later, that middle-aged admin with a greasy face appeared in the narrow alley. Little officer, they're looking for you because you killed someone, right? Even if you don't say anything, I still know. Last time you came to check the sequence user forum, and this time was the same. Then, the police arrived. You quickly deleted your browsing history, so I immediately guessed you must have killed someone. I called you out for a simple reason. I won't tell anyone about your business, but you have to give me 1 silver coin as hush money. The fat on the admin's face trembled with excitement, seemingly because of his keen observation and the great discovery he made. Celebrating, I chuckled, and gave the admin a sharp, piercing look. Since you know I killed someone, why aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? The admin wiped the cold sweat from his face with his hand, and then said, I've already written an email, reporting you, and attached a close-up photo of you from the surveillance footage. This email will be sent to the police station's inbox at 3 a.m. tomorrow. I reset the time every day, delaying it by 1 day. If I die, you'll be exposed too. If you don't believe me, you can try. Kill me right now. Before next week, you must give me 1,000 copper coins first. Otherwise, I'll tell the police station everything. The admin smiled triumphantly, revealing 2 rows of somewhat decayed yellow teeth. I didn't respond after hearing that, and simply turned to leave the alley. Suddenly, the admin remembered he didn't seem to know his name yet. By the way, my name is Liu Dasi. What's your name? I continued to walk back in silence, still without replying. A dead man doesn't need to know my name. After Xing Xiang left the alley of the internet cafe, he didn't go home. Leaving was just a cover. He hid on the other side of the internet cafe, listening carefully to the sparse footsteps in the alley. Liu Dazi was leaving? He concealed himself and quietly followed Liu Dazi, although Liu Dazi vigilantly watched for any followers. But Qin Xiang never appeared in his line of sight. He used his keen hearing to detect Liu Dazi's position, cautiously following while maintaining a distance from Liu Dazi, keeping himself out of sight. Once Liu Dazi opened his front door, Qin Xiang firmly memorized the location of his home, and only then did he quietly leave. Qin Xiang returned home, his mind filled with Liu Dazi's threats against him. The scheduled email. This was indeed a bit difficult to handle. He didn't know Liu Daxi well, so he wasn't clear on how he had set it up. The scheduled email. Which email address was used? How many email addresses were used? And when exactly did he adjust the delayed sending time? Qin Xiang didn't know the answers to any of these questions. Killing Liu Daxi would be easy, but after killing him, he also had to ensure his secret wouldn't be leaked. It was very tricky. With the slightest mistake, all of Qin Xiang's previous efforts would be in vain. One cannot allow this brilliant start. After my rebirth to be ruined by Liu Daxi, he needed to formulate a plan as soon as possible to eliminate the threat of Liu Daxi. At night, after washing the lunch boxes accumulated over the weekend, he took a cold shower and went to bed. The next morning, Qin Xiang put on his clothes and ate breakfast, then glanced at the calendar on the table. Record, January 4th, 2010. Western calendar Monday, lunar year of the ox, 20th day of the 11th month. Auspicious for planting, sacrifices, and weddings. He went out ready to go to school. However, his school bag had already been burned by him, and he didn't have a spare one. So he just put a few lunch boxes in a cloth bag and left. As for the textbooks for class, he had no idea where they had been tossed. He didn't need that kind of stuff anyway. After going out, Xing Xiang detoured to the internet cafe, passing by the entrance, and deliberately avoided the security cameras at the door. Through the main door of the cafe, he saw Liu Daxi still sitting at the front desk. Liu Daxi was staring intently at the computer screen, with a nervous yet excited expression, his hands nimbly tapping on the keyboard. He seemed to be completely absorbed, playing some kind of game. Liu Daxi, who was addicted to the game, didn't notice Qin Xiang passing by. Qin Xiang glanced at Liu Daxi, then turned and left, heading straight for the school. Today didn't seem like a good day to kill Liu Daxi. The almanac didn't say today was suitable for burial, which indeed made sense. On school days, this main road on the edge of the safe zone was slightly more crowded. It wasn't empty like on the weekends. Many students were walking together. Qin Xiang was walking alone. He didn't greet anyone. When he got to the school gate, he noticed several figures dressed like adults, standing right at the entrance. Inspecting the school's situation, Xing Xiang recognized the principal of Zhuan School, as well as several administrative teachers walking beside him. He couldn't figure out why the principal suddenly decided to do a spot check at the school gate today. Maybe it's just his personality, occasionally wanting to remind people he exists. Hello, principal! Hello, principal! The students all greeted the principal proactively. The principal smiled and responded. Qin Xiang didn't want to attract attention. Even though he didn't think much of the principal, he still kept a smile and greeted the principal. The principal smiled back at Qin Xiang. But sometimes it's easier to deal with the boss than to handle petty underlings. A teacher frowned and immediately called out to Qin Xiang. Stop! All the students turned their heads at once and realized the teacher was pointing at Qin Xiang. Then, figuring it had nothing to do with them, each headed off to their classrooms. Being stopped by a teacher at the entrance was about as common as it gets. No one found it worth making a scene over. The worse the school, the stricter the rules. The teacher stepped forward and said, "When you see the principal, why didn't you greet him loudly enough? You don't even understand the importance of respecting teachers? Just because you didn't greet loudly enough, you get questioned about it." Qin Xiang's fingers twitched uncontrollably, as if wanting to clench into a fist. His hand felt strong, and a violent urge arose. Ever since he killed someone, his mindset had changed too. He really wanted to just punch this teacher, show him what respecting teachers means to him. He gets free meals and schooling at the school, so he owes the United Government. But he owes these teachers nothing. But then in Qin Xiang's mind, Liu Daxi's disgusting smile popped up again. Forget it, just hold on a bit longer. If he hit the teacher now, he'd have to reveal he has sequence abilities. Liu Daxi might even go straight to the police, and then spill everything from before. What a hassle. Everything has to wait until after he kills Liu Daxi. Luckily, in his previous life, Qin Xiang had plenty of experience with swallowing his anger, so pretending to be meek came easily to him. He instantly put on an apologetic smile. Sorry, teacher, I didn't sleep well last night. I don't have much energy this morning. Let me try again. Hello, principal. Hello, teacher. The principal smiled generously, not at all bothered by how loud Chen Xiang greeted him. Then said, make sure you get plenty of rest in the future. It's fine now, go to class. Thank you, principal. Wait, the same teacher stopped Chen Xiang again. Why aren't you carrying a backpack? What's in that bag you're holding? Let me see. This teacher seemed eager to show off his sharp insight in front of the principal. He snatched the bag from Chen Xiang's hands and opened it to look inside. How come there's only a lunchbox in here? Where are your books? Didn't you do homework over the weekend? What's the point of books? No matter how much you study, it's a waste of time. How many people each year can actually get into the colleges run by the United Government? You have no idea, do you? Only the top students in the class have a shot. Don't all the school leaders know each other? Just focus on training your star students. Why bother making things difficult for an ordinary student like me? But when faced with the teacher's harsh questioning, Chen Xiang once again suppressed his urge to knock some sense into him. Every time he held back, his hatred for Lu Dazi deepened. Chen Xiang was about to speak when suddenly a girl's voice sounded behind him. Teacher, Chen Xiang, studied at a classmate's house with me over the weekend. His textbook got left at my classmate's place. I talked to my classmate and agreed to bring the book back today. Chen Xiang turned around to look. He found that the person speaking up for him was actually Li Jingwen. Is that so? Chen Xiang didn't know why Li Jingwen would help him out, but he went along and nodded. That's right. The teacher glanced at the two of them suspiciously, but couldn't see any hint of romance in Chen Xiang's eyes. Realizing there were no signs of a relationship starting, he let them off. Thank you, teacher. Thank you, teacher. The teacher's scrutinizing gaze was also caught by Chen Xiang, which made him secretly amused. This lousy school still tries to crack down on dating. But for whose benefit? Anyway, most people just start working after graduating high school. Why not date now, get married after graduation, and then focus completely on work? He didn't understand why schools with such low college acceptance rates have so many pointless rules. Li Jingwen hurried over, walking up next to Chen Xiang, and started walking shoulder to shoulder with him. Chen Xiang, shouldn't you say something to me? Looking at the clear, bright smile of Li Jingwen, Chen Xiang replied indifferently. You think I should thank you? I helped you, so isn't it right for you to say thank you? I used to bring you breakfast and help you with your homework, but you never thanked me. I just said it was a test for our feelings. Just consider what happened just now as my test for you. Of course, I'm not testing whether you're suitable to date me. I'm testing if you still have any decency left. Li Jingwen's smile froze for a moment. Then she started speaking in a more playful tone. I didn't handle things well before. You've helped me, and I've helped you. So let's just call it even, okay? You talk so coldly. It really hurts my feelings. Call it even? Chen Xiang found it funny. He remembered staying up late to help Li Jingwen do homework, often going without sleep, and when he brought her breakfast, he'd go hungry himself. Now all his effort was supposedly balanced out by one minor rescue. From Li Jingwen's perspective, his efforts really meant nothing. Luckily, the new him had stopped caring in time. Calling it even actually felt good. Once everything was cleared up, he could finally cut off all contact with Li Jingwen. No more having to feel disgusted every day just seeing her. Fine, we're even. If that's the case, let's start over. Chen Xiang, I'll be even more proactive with you from now on. So can you keep bringing me breakfast and doing my homework? Hearing Chen Xiang jump in, Li Jingwen didn't pick up on his questioning tone at all, and thought he agreed. She smiled and nodded. Is that okay? I really like seeing how much you care about me. All my motivation every day comes from you, and I realize now I can't live without you. Li Jingwen then put on what she thought was an irresistible smile for Chen Xiang. This cheesy confession was actually planned by Li Jingwen and her besties over the weekend. Based on what they knew about Chen Xiang, They were sure they could win him over. But Chen Xiang only said calmly, Li Jingwen, I've always had a question for you. Go ahead if I know the answer. I'll definitely tell you. Why do you insist on tricking only me? Aren't there any other male classmates willing to be your lapdog? Li Jingwen didn't expect Chen Xiang to say that, and was left speechless for a moment. What do you mean? If you want to pursue Zhou Yang, do it yourself. Don't keep trying to use me for help, okay? You bring him breakfast, but make me do it. You want to check answers with him? And have me do your homework. Basically make me do everything. Why don't I just marry him for you? Qin Xiang's ruthless words completely exposed Li Jingwen's intentions, making her a bit panicked for a moment, her face showing shock. Li Jingwen, stop pestering me. Go find some other lapdog to do your homework. If you bother me again, Qin Xiang gave a scornful smile. You wouldn't want Zhou Yang to find out about this, would you? Qin Xiang, who wanted nothing more to do with Li Jingwen, had completely lost patience. Even one more sentence with her made him feel like he was degrading himself. Since ordinary words couldn't make this slow-witted zombie Li Jingwen realize his attitude, he might as well use heavy artillery. Now she should clearly know. Qin Xiang is no longer the pushover who'd do anything for her. Seeing Li Jingwen's face constantly change expression, looking worse and worse, Qin Xiang felt incredibly relieved. This time his words finally worked. He strode back to the classroom, and sure enough, Li Jingwen stopped clinging to him. She was left walking slowly behind by herself. Qin Xiang looked back at her, and she didn't even dare to meet his eyes, just kept to herself, staring at the tiled walkway in front of her. Who knows what she was thinking? Qin Xiang happily entered the classroom, found his own usual spot, sat down heavily, and began another day of zoning out. His mess with Li Jingwen was finally over. He started wondering if lying about his sequence ability would get found out. If those in charge of sequence registration from the administration could detect sequence powers or not. He really needed a solid plan. Li Jingwen entered the classroom, her face as dark as an eggplant smothered in sauce, looking absolutely awful. Another look at the laid-back Chen Xiang made her even more frustrated. Her best friend saw this and quickly crowded around her, asking her what happened. Jingwen, what's wrong? Yeah, you really don't look so good. Did you not sleep well last night? Li Jingwen is pretty and quite capable. She's always been the leader of their little group. Now that she's close to Zhou Yang, and Zhou Yang's uncle just awakened a sequence ability, she's become the only queen in the group. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth, speaking with some resentment. How did Qin Xiang find out about me and Zhou Yang? Her friends were all stunned too. How did that blockhead Qin Xiang suddenly figure things out? Li Jingwen's eyes were filled with hatred. He couldn't possibly know about this. His attitude toward me suddenly changed 180 degrees. Someone definitely told him. Could it be one of you can't stand to see me doing well? Secretly told Qin Xiang about it. Li Jingwen scanned through her group of best friends. Her gaze was extremely venomous. But her friends, you look at me, I look at you, all had innocent expressions. Jingwen, you know this. I've never said a single word to Qin Xiang. Jingwen, you know this. I'm so ugly, can't even compete with you, and have to rely on your help in the future. How could I sabotage you? Yeah, Jingwen, are you maybe overthinking it? Everyone is supporting you. Telling Qin Xiang about your business. What good does it do for us? We can't even finish our homework right now. Haven't we suffered enough already? Listening to her friend's explanations, Li Jingwen nodded. She really didn't think her friend group had any motive to disclose this to Qin Xiang. They were also beneficiaries of her taming Qin Xiang. No need to do something that harms others without benefiting themselves. Homework is my bridge to communicate with Zhou Yang. Breakfast is how I show my attitude toward him. Now Qin Xiang has ruined it all. Li Jingwen's friends were worried. Jingwen, you know how good we are at homework. We all depend on you. You can't really help. Yeah, besides, the breakfast you sent to Zhou Yang is gone now. You know our family situations. Can't help with providing breakfast for Zhou Yang. Sometimes, we can't even have breakfast ourselves. Definitely can't squeeze out one more breakfast for you. Maybe you should figure something out yourself. Li Jingwen hadn't even asked them yet. Her friends quickly distanced themselves, telling her it's impossible to offer any real help. As for her friends, they only wanted to take advantage, not planning to give anything in return. She long ago stopped caring about these friends. Once she marries Zhou Yang, she definitely cut them off. Now she's only keeping them around to scheme, and hasn't fallen out yet. Alright, I'll think of some other reason to approach Zhou Yang. That's great. Jingwen, Zhou Yang is such a promising guy. You absolutely can't let him go. Yeah, Jingwen, you're in such a good position. You'll definitely end up with Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen was the best looking among them, and also the most resourceful. If she can land Zhou Yang, they'd get some benefits too. Being with Zhou Yang, maybe, you could finally leave the edge of this safe zone and soar to the top. Right after this girl finished speaking, she was tugged by another girl next to her, her eyes full of disgust. Seemed to be scolding her for not thinking before she spoke. They're going to live on the edge of the safe zone for life. If Li Jingwen leaves, moves somewhere else, how will they seek her help anymore? Li Jingwen saw through her friend's little schemes, pretended not to notice. Everyone has their own agenda. No one is a fool. If there's a chance to leave the edge of the safe zone, Li Jingwen absolutely won't pass it up. That's how she was raised. She won't change just for a few words from these so-called friends. But the issues they mentioned were worth thinking about. Breakfast and homework. Without these two things, what excuse can she use to get close to Zhou Yang? Zhou Yang isn't like Chen Xiang, an orphan who's never seen the world. His family is one of the wealthiest at school. Even the principal warmly greets him. Li Jingwen, who's knowledgeable about guys' psychology, knows guys like Zhou Yang can't be chased directly. Doing so would only make Zhou Yang dislike her. But for now, she really can't think of any good solution to solve this problem. Li Jingwen gritted her teeth. It's all Qin Xiang's fault. If I catch the snitch, I'll tear their mouth to shreds. Qin Xiang sat in the last row of the classroom, and naturally didn't care about Li Jingwen's business anymore. Now he was feeling light and relaxed. That feeling didn't last long, because he once again thought of Liu Dazi. Suddenly, Qin Xiang remembered. He should go to the library to organize the books. Anyway, he had nothing to study, so he went to the library. He arrived at the library. Miss Zhu, I'd like to keep organizing the books in the library. Is that okay? The person in charge of the library was a kindly retired female teacher, rehired by the school to manage the library. They call it a library, but actually there are only 3 shelves and a few small tables. It was really just set up for education department inspections. There aren't any useful books inside. Not many students come to borrow books. Miss Zhu, out of sympathy for Qin Xiang's ordeal, gave him this low-paying job, hoping it could improve his life a bit. In Qin Xiang's memories from his past and present, Miss Zhu was one of the few bright spots in his lonely campus life. Alright, as long as you want the job, the book organizing position will always be yours. I'll always leave it for you. Thank you, Miss Zhu. Go ahead and do your work. Come back after lunch at noon. Just tidy up a bit. Qin Xiang saw there were only 1 or 2 students in the library. Nothing much left to organize. So he nodded and decided to leave. Alright, got it. See you at noon, Miss Zhu. Study well. Don't slack off. Maybe you'll get into the academy. I'll do my best. After saying goodbye to Miss Zhu, Qin Xiang went back to the classroom, planning to spend another day zoning out in class. But after hearing what the teacher said, he realized this class was different from usual. Today's lesson was a bit novel, not about outdated knowledge anymore, but about college application choices. Qin Xiang was already in senior year, with only half a year left before the college entrance exam. So the teacher set aside a whole day to talk about filling out college applications. But in Qin Xiang's class, nobody had any chance of getting into a top school. So in his opinion, these lessons were just pointless, pure waste of time. Classmates, in half a year you'll take the college entrance exam. Then fill out your applications. Choose the academy set up by the United Government. The United Government has set up academies in our safe zone. There aren't many, only 8 in total, just 8 schools overall. The competition for the college entrance exam is extremely fierce. It's basically like thousands of troops crossing a single log bridge. Although among you, most of you probably won't get into these 8 colleges. After graduating from high school, you'll go to different places in the safe zone and start your own lives. But I still think it's necessary to take this opportunity to tell you about the colleges. First of all, these 8 colleges are all for ordinary people like us. Those with training abilities can't apply to these 8 colleges. Hearing this, Qin Xiang was a bit confused. He actually didn't know much about the college entrance exams. He just found out that colleges are only open to ordinary people. So after ability users graduate from high school, can't they go to school anymore? What is he supposed to do in the future then? He really needed to get clarity on this question. So he immediately raised his hand. Qin Xiang, do you have a question? Teacher, if someone is an ability user, do they have to go hunt gods after high school graduation? The teacher looked at Qin Xiang with some annoyance. I'm talking about college entrance exam applications relevant to you all. You're asking about things that don't concern you ability users. What are you sitting down for? Qin Xiang was asking about something closely related to himself. Of course he wasn't going to give up that easily, and continued to ask, well, what if someone in our class awakens their abilities before the exam? Maybe someone here will get that lucky. If what you say never happens, then at this school to this day, there has not been even one student who has awakened their sequence abilities. The teacher felt that explaining ability users was an even bigger waste of time than talking about college applications. Maybe the top student in class could still try to go the regular college route. But when it comes to the ability user track, there's no hope for anyone in this class to take that path, because some things are just destined. For 5 years, among the school's thousands of ordinary students and their ordinary families, not a single person has awakened training abilities. How could there possibly be an exception in his class? But the teacher's experiences don't represent the students' minds. To the students, they still have some dreams about the future. And since students haven't experienced society's harshness as much, they tend to be ambitious and proud. So Qin Xiang's words got the others thinking too. Just because it never happened before, doesn't mean they don't have a shot at being the lucky one. So they all echoed Qin Xiang and said, Teacher, why don't you tell us? Yeah, teacher, maybe we really could awaken some abilities.
Exactly.
Zhou Yang's uncle suddenly awakened abilities, didn't he? You think you can compare to Director Zhou? The teacher looked at these fanciful students, furious. Zhou Yang's uncle is the education director for the area nearby. He's not exactly ordinary. It's only natural he awakened abilities too. After all, everyone knows that government officials in the United Government have a much higher chance of awakening abilities. But the students just wouldn't give up. They insisted on having him explain where ability users go after the college entrance exam. So he had no choice but to say, the United Government, in addition to setting up 8 colleges for ordinary people, has also established hundreds of universities for ability users. At these universities, only students who awaken their abilities before the college entrance exam can apply. And you only get one chance. As soon as he finished those 2 sentences, the classroom exploded into noise again. Hundreds of schools. Did I hear that right? There are hundreds of schools for ability users, but only 8 for us ordinary people? That's just not fair. Quiet. If you don't quiet down, I won't say another word. The teacher strictly brought the class back to order and gave Qin Xiang another disdainful look, the troublemaker. But Qin Xiang completely ignored the warning and listened even more excitedly. This was his first time learning about higher education for ability users. He had always thought the only fate for ability users after awakening was to go outside the safe zones and hunt gods. He never expected you could actually continue your studies. Just as expected, this world already has an education system for ability users. It's just that in the Godslayer camps, he never saw any posts about ability users going to school. Why was that? Xing Xiang temporarily put aside his confusion and continued listening to the teacher's explanation. Ability users will also go through an assessment similar to the entrance exam, organized by the Ability User Management Bureau. It tests their sequence and skills, and you'll get a score at the end. Once you have the score, you can apply to whichever university you want. If the university is willing to accept you, you can continue studying at university. Alright, there's no point in telling you too much more. If any of you are curious, you can go check out the Sequence Education Forum. There's a ton of related posts. After hearing this, Chen Xiang suddenly realized he'd been checking the wrong forum. No wonder there was only information about hunting gods there. If there's a chance in the future, he's got to check out that forum. Sequence Education Forum. The next time he goes to the internet cafe, he could try looking it up. No, he can't go to the internet cafe anymore. Liu Dazi's spiteful face once again flashed through his mind. Chen Xiang couldn't stop thinking about Liu Dazi. He'd imagined countless ways for Liu Dazi to die, and couldn't wait to put them into action. But going to the internet cafe was no longer realistic. He needed to find a safer option, so he could browse information freely. This was also a very urgent matter. After the teacher finished explaining the issues Chen Xiang brought up, he brought the topic back to introducing the 8 colleges and how to apply to them. But Chen Xiang wasn't listening at all. He was no longer just an ordinary student. His mind was completely filled with thoughts about higher education for ability users. The examination for ability users is held alongside the regular college entrance exam. That means it's in half a year. Universities for ability users only allow students who awaken their abilities before the entrance exam to apply, and you only get one chance. In other words, he has to publicly reveal his abilities within half a year and register at the Ability User Management Bureau. Time is running out. He also wondered, if he doesn't go to an ability user university and just graduates into society after high school and then reveals his sequence abilities, what would happen? He definitely couldn't join any teams. Otherwise, he'd have to try to hide the fact he was a god. That would be too much trouble. But if he went outside the safe zone to hunt gods alone, could he even win? Most importantly, the coalition government is able to establish a university for sequence abilities users. This suggests there must already be a well-developed educational system in place, and the content should be geared toward training ability users. It's important to thoroughly understand matters related to training ability users, while also exploring combat with deities outside the safe zones, to improve oneself. As the saying goes, sharpening your axe won't delay your work. It's best to prepare for both sides. That way, you can't go wrong. After Chen Xiang finished envisioning the future, his mind returned to the present. 3 words resurfaced in his mind once again. The name Liu Dazi. Since he opened his eyes this morning, that name has popped up repeatedly in his mind. He could hardly wait to take care of Liu Dazi. Then, he could start carrying out his plan to reveal his identity as a sequence abilities user. It's about time for Liu Dazi to die, isn't it? After school, Chen Xiang took the food he'd gotten from the cafeteria and once again went to the library. Hello, Miss Zhu. Miss Zhu was tidying up the bookshelves. When she saw Chen Xiang coming, she was a bit surprised. Zhao Chen, why are you here again after school? Didn't you say before that you only needed to come at lunchtime? Don't let this take up your study time. Before, Chen Xiang always had to rush home right after school, because he needed to do homework for Li Jingwen. And it was only because he always completed that homework seriously that he had to fully understand what was taught in class, which actually benefited him unexpectedly. His grades are around 100th in his year. But being around 100th place, apart from self-consolation, has no real significance. He knows that Miss Zhu stays after school to organize the books alone. Chen Xiang was unwilling to let kind-hearted Miss Zhu do all the work herself, so he came to the library after school again. It's okay, missing this one time of studying won't matter. I've been in class all day and I'm tired too. So I'll help you organize the books and relax a bit. Besides, this is actually my work-study job at the library. That's what a student should do. Miss Ju smiled. You're such a good kid. All right, you can help me organize too. Qin Xiang put down his bag with his lunchbox in it and got busy in the library. Meanwhile, Li Jingwen and the others were watching from a distance, seeing Qin Xiang busy in the library. Li Jingwen, are you really going to follow him? To see if he's up to something or if you can catch some dirt on him. I can't just let him keep threatening me. He used to leave school directly after class, but today he came to the library. There must be something fishy about it. Maybe he's meeting with the informant. If we find the snitch, I definitely need to teach that person how to talk properly. All right, we'll help you. Her friends stayed with Li Jingwen, staking out the library from a distance together. While Qin Xiang was organizing the books, he noticed another girl sitting on the floor by the shelves, carefully going through a workbook. This is also a feature of the school library. Besides regular books inside, there are also some test booklets related to the college entrance exam. They're available for students to borrow. But it's precisely because of these test booklets that you won't find in class that every day some students from poorer families, but with excellent grades, come to the library. Otherwise, the school library would surely be deserted. Qin Xiang reminded the girl who was studying diligently. Hey, the library is about to close. Could you please leave now? The girl looked up at Qin Xiang. She obediently put the workbook back where it belonged. When they made eye contact, Qin Xiang's gaze lingered for a moment. He had clear and handsome features, making him stand out at school. Sorry to bother you after hours. The girl bowed to Qin Xiang and Teacher Ju. Then she quickly left with her backpack. Qin Xiang didn't have a strong impression of the girl and couldn't remember who she was for a moment. Teacher Ju, however, sighed about Wen Shu. That kid is really easy to manage. Not only is she a good student, she's also well-behaved. If only my granddaughter could be so obedient someday. What Teacher Ju just said. Also let him know the girl's identity. Qin Xiang nodded. Turns out she's Wen Shu. That name is literally famous. She's always the top scorer in their grade on exams, way ahead of the second place. This year, she's actually the undisputed top seed of the academy. Good students naturally enjoy some privileges. The principal, dean, and teachers all take special care of her. For example, classroom assignments. Other students would get scolded if they didn't do them, but she wouldn't be punished at all if she skipped them. She not only doesn't have to do homework, she can go study in the library during class, and no teacher would stop her. Students like her, in terms of college entrance exam skills, have already surpassed all subject teachers. Not only is she good-looking, she's also a top student, and is unanimously recognized as the school beauty. Lots of guys pursue her, but she politely rejects them all. Wen Shu in this life is just like Qin Xiang. Her family situation is tough, and she lives with her grandmother. In his previous life, Qin Xiang remembered Wen Shu's family seemed okay, and heard she got accepted to Tsingyue or Peking University. After that, they lost touch. After all, after the college entrance exam, they were no longer from the same world. Besides, he had no interest in finding out more. But at later class reunions, he did hear some female classmates say that she passed away young. When he snapped out of it, he saw Teacher Ju carrying a stack of heavy books, passing by him.
He quickly said, Teacher Ju.
Please put them down. That stack is clearly heavy. Let me tidy them up. It's fine, no need. I can handle it myself. Seeing this, Qin Xiang put down his own books, ran over and took the books from Teacher Ju's hands. Let me do it. I'm young and full of energy. You're older, so rest whenever you can. Teacher Ju smiled. Okay, good kid, thank you. You've always saved a spot for me here, so I should thank you. This is the first time since Qin Xiang was reborn that he's been so warm to someone. But he genuinely feels Teacher Ju deserves it. After everything was tidied up, Teacher Ju locked the door. See you tomorrow, teacher. Okay. After Qin Xiang left the library and said goodbye to Teacher Ju, he felt the urge to pee, so he didn't leave school. Instead, he went to the restroom behind the library. The restroom next to the library hardly ever gets visitors, so it's not cleaned often. It probably hadn't been cleaned for days. Qin Xiang entered the restroom and immediately smelled a pungent odor. He just wanted to finish quickly and leave. While he was relieving himself, suddenly he heard the sound of slaps from the next stall. Is it you, you bitch, who told Qin Xiang about me and Zhou Yang? Who are you? Do I even know you? Stop pretending, Qin Xiang. I only talked with you and Julie at school today. If you didn't say it, then was it that old hag Julie? Jingwen, don't believe her. Girls like Wen Shu, who are smart and pretty, have hearts like vipers. Yeah, they think they're special and mess around with everyone. Who knows how many beds she's been in? Wen Shu just calmly said, you people are really strange. You bitch. Don't think you're hot stuff. Or that just because you're pretty you can seduce Zhou Yang. I'm telling you, it's never gonna happen. Hearing all this drama, Qin Xiang almost peed all over his hand. He can't believe he's running into this kind of scene after being reborn. Unreal. He could easily tell. The crazy yelling shrew was none other than the usually cute and lively Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen is like a stubborn band-aid, stuck to his butt. Wen Shu got innocent collateral damage because of him too. So he definitely had to step in. Qin Xiang washed his hands, walked over to the girls' restroom. Li Jingwen was making such a fuss. I can't even pee in peace. Do you really need me to tell Zhou Yang everything for you to be happy? When Qin Xiang showed up, Li Jingwen, who'd just been overbearing, and all her sidekicks were stunned. Meanwhile, Wen Shu's delicate face already had 2 red slap marks. Qin Xiang wondered for a moment. Wen Shu got slapped, yet just calmly said those people are strange. A thought suddenly popped into his head. This girl's definitely got something special. Li Jingwen was stunned for a bit, then calmed down. She said to Qin Xiang, I didn't even pick a fight with you. So why do you care so much? Are you for real? Qin Xiang looked at Li Jingwen like she was an idiot. I used to do your homework every day, even brought you breakfast, kissed up to you like a dog, and you have the nerve to pick a fight with me? Li Jingwen got angry too. Forget that. But don't you think you did something wrong? Wrong, my ass. You ugly girls love making drama. Stop blaming your problems on others. One of them, who looked even heavier than Qin Xiang, sighed. Qin Xiang, don't go too far. Qin Xiang couldn't be bothered, walked up and pulled Wen Shu out. Going too far? If I were really going too far, I'd have already told Zhou Yang about Li Jingwen. Zhou Yang's uncle is already awakened. He has sequence abilities and his family is about to rise up. If you piss me off, your dream of marrying him will be completely shattered. Qin Xiang's words hit Li Jingwen right where it hurts. Her face instantly turned dark. What do you want? Leave Wen Shu alone, and also stop bothering me. Those are my only requests. After graduation, you'll be your rich wife, and I'll be my homeless drifter. Li Jingwen hesitated and gritted her teeth. Qin Xiang, you really are heartless. Qin Xiang shakes his head. Heartless? I honestly don't know. How did you come up with those words? From that shitty brain of yours to describe me? If insulting me makes you happy, say whatever you want. After all, you're just a pathetic dog. I have nothing to say to you. Let's go. Wait. Li Jingwen and her friends are blocked at the entrance of the girls' restroom by Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, what are you up to now? Qin Xiang looks at Wen Shu's swollen, red face next to him. Did they hit you? Wen Shu looks at Qin Xiang. There's no sign of gratitude. It's Wen Shu. No sooner had he finished speaking, Qin Xiang suddenly slapped Li Jingwen twice. Everyone was stunned. Wen Shu stared at Qin Xiang in surprise. She seemed unable to understand this unfamiliar male student's actions. Qin Xiang and Li Jingwen held their faces, glaring angrily at Qin Xiang. Stop barking like a dog. You and I owe each other nothing. As for you and Wen Shu, this settles it. Got it? Li Jingwen's eyes flashed viciously. Qin Xiang, you'll regret this. Qin Xiang thought for a moment. In his memory, Li Jingwen's uncle seemed to be a thug. He wasn't afraid of those street punks. But Wen Shu probably would be hurt. He couldn't always keep an eye on Wen Shu and Li Jingwen. I'm a Tianhu training ability user. I don't have time for this. Suddenly, he came up with a brilliant solution to the problem. Li Jingwen, I remember you once wrote Zhou Yang's name in the corner of your homework notebook, along with a string of numbers. That must be Zhou Yang's QQ number, right? Even though your family doesn't have a computer, when you go to the internet cafe, you chat with Zhou Yang on QQ, right? QQ is a piece of software. Most students from better-off families all have an account to keep in touch with classmates. Of course, those fancy accounts. Qin Xiang doesn't have one. Li Jingwen was stunned. What are you trying to do? I'll go to the internet cafe and write everything about you and me in an email. Set it to send next Monday to Zhou Yang's QQ mailbox. If anything happens to me or Wen Shu, just wait for your fallout with Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen originally did plan to have her uncle teach Qin Xiang and Wen Shu a lesson, and she was furious. Qin Xiang, I've never met someone as vicious as you. Well, now you have. Qin Xiang sneered, grabbed Wen Shu, and turned to leave. He was quite pleased. He didn't know how many times he'd thought of Liu Dazi today, but this was the first time. Liu Dazi had brought him something positive. Qin Xiang and Wen Shu left the campus together. At an intersection, they were headed in different directions. Qin Xiang kept watching behind them, making sure Li Jingwen and her friends weren't following.
He said, relax.
They didn't follow us. Sorry, you got dragged into today's mess. I really am sorry. When Shu looked at Qin Xiang, her expression was complicated. But in the end, she softly said, thank you. Her cheeks were still red and swollen from being slapped, making her speech unclear. That made Qin Xiang feel even more guilty. Qin Xiang waved his hand. Stop thanking me. You got hit because of me in the first place. Technically, it is my fault. Seeing you like this, I don't feel good either. No, I was beaten because of Li Jingwen and her people. It's not really your fault. You came to save me and helped me deal with the trouble afterwards. I should be grateful. Qin Xiang looked at Wen Shu's not-so-docile gaze, shrugged. But what your eyes say isn't the same as what you say. I see your dislike for me in your eyes. You're right. Rationally, I know you didn't do anything wrong. But emotionally, I still feel a little distant from you. I hope you understand. Qin Xiang thought quietly for a moment. Even though I helped you slap Li Jingwen twice, and dealt with all the trouble she might cause later, Wen Shu nodded lightly. Even though you helped me slap Li Jingwen twice, and dealt with all the trouble she might cause later, after saying that, Wen Shu turned to leave. Qin Xiang was left annoyed. Li Jingwen's stupidity and viciousness was beyond his imagination. Even though he'd been fooled in his previous life, he'd only thought Li Jingwen was just a two-timing gold digger. Now it seems Li Jingwen's problems run deeper, and there's no cure for her. But dragging Wen Shu into this mess made Qin Xiang feel a bit guilty. It was really undeserved. If it happened to him, he'd probably have killed someone by now. Qin Xiang sighed, took his lunchbox full of food and went home. Today's meal was still centipede mushrooms, one of Qin Xiang's favorite cafeteria dishes. Aunt Zhang, who served food in the cafeteria, seemed to know what he liked, so she gave him 2 extra scoops. He thanked Aunt Zhang. He pulled a chair up to the window and ate, while admiring the various forms of life outside. He enjoyed his meal like a cat eating kibble, while watching the tasty fish in the aquarium. After eating, he washed his lunchbox, took a cold shower, and went straight to bed. Qin Xiang had really gotten over it. There's no point staying home all night. Nothing to do after coming home anyway. Might as well sleep early and get up early. Take care of his health. After a good night's sleep, Qin Xiang's worries faded a bit. Before going out, he glanced at today's calendar. Blue Star calendar, January 5th, 2010. Western calendar, Tuesday. Chinese lunar calendar. Year of the Ox, November 22nd, a day for worship. When he woke up the next day, Qin Xiang grabbed his bag and lunchbox as usual. But, considering that he'd been hassled by that nosy teacher yesterday, he stuffed 2 more books in the bag. Though the textbooks for this semester were lost, he used last year's textbooks. He was just bluffing anyway, so it didn't matter. After leaving home, he took a detour and stopped in front of the internet cafe again. This time, he saw that the person at the counter wasn't Liu Dazi, but a burly middle-aged man with a beard. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. Opportunities here. He put on his hoodie, avoided the internet cafe cameras, and beckoned the bearded man at the counter, gesturing for him to come out. The man pointed curiously. "You looking for me?" Qin Xiang nodded. "That's right." The man was confused, but still came out, since Qin Xiang looked pretty young. Looks like a student, doesn't seem like a troublemaker. After that person came out, Qin Xiang took him to a small alley behind the internet cafe. The trash in the alley was still there. The smell of spoiled water was even stronger. Even someone like Qin Xiang, who hates the canteen, had to admit that the canteen is heaven compared to this place. The internet cafe owner also came over pinching his nose, looking at the surroundings with disgust. He didn't seem to know that someone dumped the trash behind the internet cafe.
He muttered about Liu Dazi being such a slacker.
He told him to dump the trash at the dump site, yet he left it here. "I'm definitely going to teach him a lesson." Qin Xiang listened, but didn't respond. When they got to the place where he had met Liu Dazi that night, Qin Xiang finally asked, "Are you the owner of the internet cafe?" "That's me. The 2 people the police took away from your internet cafe that day. One of them is my friend." The owner frowned upon hearing this. "Your friend got taken away. Why are you looking for me?" "You know what those 2 the police took away were doing, right?" The owner wasn't easy to deal with either. Hearing Qin Xiang's words, and seeing his youthful face, he instantly became wary. "What are you trying to say?" "Trying to get information out of me?" "Get information from you?" Qin Xiang chuckled lightly. "No need. Before the police took my friend away, he sent me a message and said he left something here. I want to check the surveillance footage from that day." The internet cafe owner snorted. "You little brat. Trying to mess with me here? You think you can just check the surveillance if you want to? What he left me is worth 20 silver coins. If I find it, I'll give you one." "Give me a silver coin? Look at what you're wearing. Altogether, it isn't even worth a few copper coins. And you're bragging to me here." Before the owner could finish, Qin Xiang took out a silver coin. This silver coin, glimmering dully under the starlight, immediately caught the owner's attention. Qin Xiang flicked the silver coin in his hand, letting out a crisp metal ring unique to silver coins, and caught it again. "My proposal. Is it a deal or not?" This silver coin was taken off those 3 thugs. Qin Xiang had always kept it on him. With too many copper coins, they would make noise if he carried them and attract attention. But he only had this 1 silver coin, so carrying it in his pocket wouldn't be noticed. Plus, a silver coin is worth quite a lot. Just 1 can handle a lot of things, but due to his status, he can't actually spend the silver coin. He can't go register with the Sequenceability User Bureau right now, or get access to deeper transactions. As for the black market and such, he knows nothing about them. So this silver coin became pretty much useless. But Qin Xiang clearly realized that as he got stronger, once he became a registered sequence ability user, the value of this silver coin would keep dropping, because he wouldn't be lacking money anymore. With the Eater God's fortune in hand, he could lose it all and get it back again. So to maximize the benefit of the silver coin, he decided to use it as early as possible, like buying Liu Dazi's coffin with it. The owner gulped. "What exactly are you guys doing?" Qin Xiang smiled. "You don't know? The best is that you don't. It will save you a lot of trouble. Now let's get back to the question. This silver coin, can you handle it?" The owner's eyes shifted twice.
He gritted his teeth. "Follow me."
As he spoke, he took him into a dark little storage room next to the cafe. Qin Xiang frowned. He didn't know that this little room next to the cafe that's always closed also belonged to the owner. The room was full of junk. Many scrapped machines covered in dust, with only a table in the middle, and the area around it was very clean. There were 3 monitors on the table. Each had 4 surveillance screens. All the cameras are here. Find what you need, but let's be clear first. If I let you check the footage, whether you find what you want or not, you have to give me a silver coin. The owner seemed afraid that Qin Xiang would go back on his word. He said that as soon as they entered. Wait a minute, Qin Xiang interrupted. Now what? Do I have to check the footage here? Can I use a computer out front? I think it's brighter out there, and it's easier to see. The owner replied. The computers out front are just for customers to log in and out, and don't connect to the surveillance system. Qin Xiang hesitated for a moment, then nodded and went over to check the footage. When he found the footage from January 3rd,
He realized only the evening was recorded.
no recordings for the morning or afternoon. He immediately frowned. Why is there no surveillance for the morning of January 3rd? The owner shrugged. Electricity is expensive. The cameras can't run all the time. I only turn them on every few days. If I know the United Government's people are coming to check, I turn them on ahead of time and record for 24 hours. Qin Xiang clenched his fist and gave the owner a cold look. You're just messing with me. Without the footage from that morning when the police came, how am I supposed to check anything? The owner smirked.
He picked up a hammer from the side.
We had a deal before, you know. Even if you can't find anything, you still owe me a silver coin. Otherwise, Qin Xiang lifted his foot and stepped on a busted monitor beside him, with the owner's eyes on him. He slowly crushed the old metal monitor, flattening it into a metal disc. He kicked the metal disc aside, which immediately smashed into 3 or 4 other monitors. Otherwise what? What are you going to do? The owner panicked immediately. You're a trained ability user. Qin Xiang gave the owner a look of contempt. What kind of person can make a 20 silver coin deal in a rundown cafe, on the edge of a safe zone like this? You really didn't guess what my identity might be? Or do you think I'd have nothing to do with a 20 silver coin deal? The owner was totally dumbfounded, his whole body shaking with fear, even dropping the hammer to the ground. Qin Xiang always spoke ambiguously, never making anything clear, which left the owner's imagination running wild. In an instant, the owner imagined an underground sequence ability user group running black market deals, with Qin Xiang as one of the guys collecting debts. Mercy, have mercy. I don't know anything. I never tried to mess with your business. Qin Xiang picked up on this. The internet cafe owner thought he was some kind of outlaw specializing in underground business. So he went along with it and directly started acting out the role he imagined for himself in his own mind. Of course, I know you don't know anything. If you did know something and dared to hide it, I'd already be a corpse right now. Yes, as long as you understand. The internet cafe owner listened as Qin Xiang gave him excuses and hurried to play along. But you're lucky today. I'm pretty easygoing. After speaking, Qin Xiang tossed a silver coin to the cafe owner. The owner looked at the coin in his hand and felt it burn in his palm. He quickly refused. No, I can't accept this. Did you find the video footage? I can't take it for nothing. I might have to help you find things here again in the future. I don't want things to get messy. That silver coin is your hush money. Is that really appropriate? If I give it to you, just take it. Qin Xiang walked up to the cafe owner again and gently tapped him twice on the shoulder. There's only one thing I'm worried about. You won't tell the police about what happened between us, right? If you blow my cover, next time my people come here, what you get won't be a silver coin. Understand? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You can trust me. You should know. If I can run an internet cafe in this dump, I must have some connections. As long as there's no evidence, the police station won't do anything to me. Then the cafe owner grinned, showing a fawning expression. Besides, if I betrayed you, I'd have to hand over this coin too, right? That's a lot of money. Why would I ask for trouble? You can come anytime you want. If I find anything, I'll wait for you to come pick it up. All right. But I might come here to use the computer in the future. I hope you can keep it secret for me. The owner said, you can just come to the warehouse and use the warehouse computer directly. This is the newest computer for viewing surveillance footage. And the login port for the computer is encrypted. Even the police can't locate it. After saying that, he took a key off the key ring at his waist and handed it to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang took the key and nodded in satisfaction. Then suddenly thought of something. This computer doesn't have any monitoring software, right? No, only I can access the warehouse. The computer's just for my own use. Why would I monitor myself for no reason? Alright, got it. Thank you. Don't mention it. If you need anything, just let me know. My name is Wang Defa. You can call me Alpha. Okay, Alpha, I've got your situation noted. I'll report this up the chain. You can rest assured. As long as I'm fine, you won't have any trouble. This should put your mind at ease. But it's also a serious warning. So Wang Defa won't dare to scheme behind his back. Don't worry, I'll definitely keep my mouth shut. Alright, I remember the last time I came to your internet cafe. It didn't seem like you were sitting at the bar. You mean Udasi, right? He has Tuesdays and Wednesdays off at home. Qin Xiang nodded. Then I'll come see you on Tuesdays and Wednesdays from now on. I've got something else to do. I'm leaving now, alright? You go ahead after sending off Qin Xiang. Wang Defa looked at the silver coin in his hand, then glanced at the monitor he had smashed under his foot, and let out a long sigh of relief. Then he spotted a hammer lying to the side, and kicked it away in annoyance. Just an ordinary guy, daring to mess with an ability user right to his face. He must really be getting tired of living. Good thing this ability user has a decent temper. Otherwise, he might already be meeting his ancestors by now. Barely survived a disaster. The empty warehouse now only had him left in it. Wang Defa thought it over carefully. Qin Xiang coming and leaving didn't actually impact him much. He even ended up getting a silver coin out of nowhere. Wang Defa stared at the silver coin in his hand. He put it in his mouth and bit it. It really is silver. But whether this silver coin will bring luck or disaster was bothering him for quite a while. After some consideration, Wang Defa slowly figured it out. His expression grew determined. No risk, no reward. If I was scared of everything, I wouldn't have lived this long. This sudden fortune is meant for me. As Qin Xiang left the internet cafe, he smiled slightly and headed towards Lu Dasi's house. He was in a great mood. No wonder today's calendar said Ruin 4. Only Wang Defa has the key to the warehouse. Only Wang Defa can access the surveillance computer. When the police came that day, the cameras weren't running. When Qin Xiang couldn't find the surveillance footage from the morning of January 3rd, he was already 99% sure he could solve the Liu Dazi problem. But he still double-checked with Wang Defa, making sure there were no loose ends. Just in case there was any loophole, that would let him misjudge what Liu Dazi was really holding, and accidentally give himself away, bringing unnecessary trouble. At the end, all the evidence pointed to one thing for Qin Xiang. Liu Dazi was bluffing. The so-called surveillance screenshot didn't exist at all. Liu Dazi probably never expected that Qin Xiang would be able to find his weak spot by talking to Wang Defa. After all, in Liu Dazi's eyes, Qin Xiang was just a desperate little runt. Qin Xiang looked up at the star-filled sky and the gods above, walking along the dimly lit streets. He felt relaxed and cheerful. He could finally sentence Liu Dazi to death without worry. Though being threatened by Liu Dazi had only lasted 2 days, to Qin Xiang it felt like forever. He'd already been waiting too long. He sprinted at full speed, determined to reach Liu Dazi's home as fast as possible. He quietly walked up to the door of Liu Dazi's place. It was a very run-down 2-story wooden building, with 4 or 5 families living on each floor. Liu Dazi's place was the 4th door on the left on the 2nd floor. Qin Xiang arrived there and saw a lot of trash piled up outside Liu Dazi's door. The nasty trash had attracted lots of flies, but all these flies oddly had 3 or 4 eyes each, as if they had mutated after the apocalypse. The sight at the door instantly made Qin Xiang think of how sloppy Liu Dazi looked. Qin Xiang walked up to the door and knocked on it using his sleeve. "Who's there? It's so early. Knocking on my door this early in the morning." Qin Xiang lowered his voice, pretending to be a man in his 30s. "Hey neighbor, the trash at your door stinks. Hurry up and move it." From inside came Liu Dazi's annoyed voice. "Are you crazy? What's it to you? It's just trash sitting there. Not like it's blocking anyone. Just keep walking." Seeing Liu Dazi refusing to open the door, Qin Xiang shouted directly, "Damn it. Open the door now. If you don't take out that trash, I'll burn your place down. We live on the same floor. If I burn you, my own place will go up too. If your apartment burns, it'll drag mine down with it. I doubt your place can grow legs and run off." Liu Dazi's careless attitude made Qin Xiang feel a bit troubled. Of course he could rely on his ability user powers and just break in by force. But that would leave evidence behind, telling the police it was an ability user. If that happened, all local ability users would definitely come under suspicion. That situation would make it hard to reveal his identity as an ability user later on. He'd likely attract attention from the police department, so he needed it to look like a home invasion. "If you don't open the door, I'll just block your doorway and wait you out. Let's see how long you can hide in there. I don't believe you don't need to go to work. When you do go to work, I'll complain to your boss." In a poor place like this, finding a job is really tough. Even just being an internet cafe assistant is decent income. Maybe Liu Dazi doesn't care about most things, but this job definitely matters to him. It's not just the pay. More importantly, if he can't keep his job at the internet cafe, where else can he find Qin Xiang for money? The only place they could meet, from start to finish, has been the internet cafe. Exactly that. Sure enough, Qin Xiang had hit Liu Dazi's weak spot. Inside, Liu Dazi's attitude instantly softened. Okay, fine, you win. I'll throw out the trash in a bit. I'm doing you a favor here." "No waiting. Throw it out now. Do it right now." "Wait a second, let me put my clothes on. I'll be right out to throw it away." The sound of someone getting dressed. Liu Dazi came to the door, unlocked it. Before he could finish, he suddenly lost consciousness and fainted. Qin Xiang controlled his strength, and just as the door opened, delivered an uppercut to Liu Dazi's chin, knocking him out cold. He quickly slipped inside, caught Liu Dazi, so the thud of his heavy body hitting the ground wouldn't alert any neighbors. After locking the door, he dragged Liu Dazi into the inner room. Once he finished tying him up, he also stuffed his stinky sock in his mouth. Then he started searching the place. There wasn't much money in Liu Dazi's home, just a couple hundred copper coins. Qin Xiang took the money, making it look like a robbery. After working for a while, he heard a noise behind him. He turned to look. Liu Dazi had woken up and was staring at him in terror. Qin Xiang noticed that Liu Dazi's jaw seemed a bit twisted. He shook his head. Looks like he still couldn't control his strength. He broke Liu Dazi's jaw in one blow. That's not good. He saw a baseball bat in Liu Dazi's room, so he picked it up, then walked up to Liu Dazi, aimed at his jaw. Liu Dazi desperately shook his head, trying to beg for mercy. Then his gaze turned fierce again, apparently threatening Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang acted indifferent.
"He said I chatted with Wang Defa today."
Guess what? Liu Dazi was stunned. The corners of his eyes kept twitching, looking at Qin Xiang's smile, as if he saw the Grim Reaper. Liu Dazi frantically shook his head. His face was panicked. Even with a stinky sock stuffed in his mouth, Qin Xiang could still guess what he wanted to say. "It's nothing but, I'm sorry. I won't dare again. Please spare me useless words like that." Qin Xiang glanced at Liu Dazi's room again. It was filled with all kinds of comic books and novels. He shook his head and sighed. "Look at you. You don't even have a computer at home, and you still brag like that to me." After saying that, Qin Xiang ignored Liu Dazi, held back his strength, and swung the bat. Once again struck Liu Dazi's jaw with full force. This time, Liu Dazi's jaw was even more twisted. The jawbone was shattered into several pieces. That should make it unnoticeable. Liu Daci was in so much pain he nearly passed out. Tears filled his triangle-shaped eyes. Qin Xiang went to the kitchen, took out a bucket of cooking oil and a knife. You need to be ready to pay the price in your heart. I'm here to collect that price. To avoid blood splattering on himself, Qin Xiang used a method he'd thought up for a long time. He picked up a few books, placed the knife upright and wedged it with the books on the floor, then measured the distance, pulled Liu Daci up. Liu Daci was still begging for mercy. Qin Xiang pressed Liu Daci's foot, then shoved his back. The huge force sent Liu Daci crashing to the ground. His heart was pierced by the upright knife on the floor. Qin Xiang propped Liu Daci up again, poured cooking oil all over his body, set the house on fire, watching Liu Daci's corpse get swallowed by the flames. Then he piled the blood-stained books that had held the knife, and all other books in the room on top of him. Only after burning them did he breathe a sigh of relief. When the whole house was burning, Qin Xiang finally left the house, then went downstairs, shouted loudly, "Fire! Run for your lives." Hearing his shout, people immediately came out to check. They found Liu Daci's house wrapped in flames. "It's on fire! It's really on fire! Put the fire out! Put out the damn fire! How do you save a wooden house? Grab your valuables and run." He hid in the shadows, waited until everyone in each room had run out. Then he left reassured. He silently chanted in his heart, "Evade mosquito coil, man. I must set the fire. There's nothing I can do if innocent people get involved. Doing my best not to let you die here. That's all I can do, to avoid leaving too much of his scent here." He took the bag full of food, used his violence skill to escape at full speed. As fast as possible, rushed toward the school. He deliberately took the alleys, to avoid attracting the attention of passers-by. While running, he found a stinky ditch, threw all the copper coins he'd found at Liu Daci's house, all into the ditch, watching the coins get buried in the dirty water. He finally felt at ease to leave. When he was near the school, Atsai returned to the main road again. Pretending nothing happened, he walked into the campus. Thanks to his excellent physical fitness, plus the triple agility boost from violence, it took just 5 or 6 minutes to escape from Liu Daci's house to the school area. Only about 5 or 6 minutes. Qin Xiang's face didn't change. His forehead wasn't even sweating. From leaving home to arriving at the school, it had only been 20 minutes total. Pretty good timing. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. 20 minutes was slower than his usual commute, but it's still acceptable. An almost perfect alibi. He hopes the police will quickly classify this case as a home invasion and robbery. In a few days, once things settle down, he'll go to the Bureau of Abilities for training and register. Getting strangled feels worse than suffocation. It's even more painful. He must be cautious from now on. Can't let anyone catch something on him again. Arriving at the school, he kept a calm expression. No one could imagine. Just over 10 minutes ago, he had just killed someone. Qin Xiang didn't go straight to class. He went to the library. Mr. Zhu was already sitting in the library drinking hot water. "Student Zhao Qing, why are you here so early again? I came to see you. Just sit down. There may be other students borrowing practice books this morning. I can help with registration." "That's not necessary. The most important thing for you now is to study. You don't need to help here. Hurry to morning self-study." Qin Xiang grinned. "Mr. Zhu, you know my grades. What's the difference if I study or not?"
Instead of wasting time in class.
"I'd rather help you clean up the library. What do you think? Aren't you such a kid?" Qin Xiang had solved all his problems. Now he just needed to wait for things to settle. In the classroom, he had asked about ability sequence and admissions yesterday, but there was no new useful info. Sitting in class zoning out wouldn't bring any breakthroughs. Better help Mr. Zhu lighten his workload. Qin Xiang put down the bag with his lunchbox, stood at the book checkout desk, waiting for students to borrow practice books. "Hello, classmate. I'd like to borrow." Qin Xiang heard a muffled female voice. He looked up. Turned out it was Wen Shu. But his face looked even more swollen than yesterday. Qin Xiang frowned that Li Jingwen dared to hit her again. Guess they really don't want to make up with Zhou Yang. But he looked closer again, found Wen Shu's face was swollen from bruising. It wasn't a new injury. Wen Shu was a bit surprised to see Qin Xiang. She lowered her head, avoiding eye contact. Chen Xiang registered the practice booklet she borrowed, then casually asked, "Your grandma must be worried, right?" When Shu heard that, looked up at Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang couldn't tell what her look meant. Like she was seeing a weirdo. When Shu shook her head, she didn't know. Didn't know when Shu didn't answer his question anymore. She just grabbed the workbook and left. After he left, Teacher Ju said his grandmother was very old. "I heard she became blind 2 years ago. She can't see anything. He takes care of her entirely. So she probably doesn't know about his swollen face. And doesn't know who hit him so hard. Even a good, well-behaved student like when she was beaten. This school gets worse every year." Teacher Ju complained to Chen Xiang for a while. The school's academic environment is declining. He felt quite emotional. He has been teaching at this school since before the apocalypse. Most of his life was dedicated to Juan School. He has extremely deep feelings for the school. Watching the students become more and more self-destructive, it pains his heart. Lin Xiang comforted Teacher Ju for a bit, thinking about what he just said regarding Wenshu's family situation. He sighed. His own life is pretty miserable, but he still doesn't want others to suffer. He thought about the house he just burned down, and the people made homeless because of it. Suddenly, guilt filled his heart. He couldn't help it. People have to live for themselves. Because the wooden apartment was already decayed. Chen Xiang left, and right afterwards, the whole building caught fire. The raging fire couldn't be extinguished at all. When the fire brigade arrived, they could only helplessly watch the flames burn everything down. Half an hour. This wooden building with a history of 30 or 40 years, a witness to the time before and after the apocalypse, turned into ashes. The fire brigade searched through the ashes and finally found a corpse that had been charred by the fire. On the body, there was a knife, blackened by the flames, still stuck in it. So they immediately contacted the police station. After receiving the emergency call, the police station immediately sent officers here. Inspector Olaf was still leading the team. Olaf kicked a standing black wooden beam. The wood cracked in response and broke into pieces. He looked at the area and shook his head. "Fires like this have been pretty common lately," Roylina said. "It's because more people have learned about my smeller sequence. They all know. Only by using fire can they completely eliminate any scent they've left behind. So criminals especially like using fire when committing crimes. This fire wasn't an accident. You've already had people investigate the scene?" "Yes, Inspector Olaf. There's a burned corpse in the ashes. A knife in its chest. The hands are tied behind the back. It was probably killed by someone. Take me to see it." Both of them have sequence abilities. Their physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. They kicked aside some burnt planks and arrived at Liu. In front of Dazi's unrecognizable corpse, Olaf squatted down, took out a cigar, cut a notch with small scissors, then lit it on burning wood next to him. He took a puff of his cigar, then carefully examined the body. On the surface, the corpse does seem to be bound, then stabbed directly in the chest. "Give me some gloves." A nearby officer handed Olaf a pair of white gloves.
He held the cigar in his mouth.
Put on the gloves and started inspecting Liu Daci's corpse. "This person's jaw is broken. Looks like it was hit by something heavy. Any clues?" The officer shook his head. "No, the fire destroyed a lot of evidence." Looking at the deformation in his bones, it seems like the result of being struck with a baseball bat. This area is pretty poor. Baseball bats are rare here. And even if there were any, they'd probably be wooden. So we just can't find the murder weapon at all. Olaf nodded. He thought the officer's analysis made a lot of sense. "Does any neighbor know anything?" The deceased was named Liu Daci. He worked as an admin at a nearby internet cafe. The crime happened around 7:20 to 7:25. His neighbors all heard someone knock on his door before the fire, telling him to take out the trash at his door. There was apparently some argument. Looking at the timeline, someone broke in, killed Liu Daci, and robbed his place. It must have been that person. Does anyone know what they looked like? The officer shook his head. Nobody saw. It was too early in the morning. Most people weren't awake yet. Those who heard Liu Daci arguing with someone. Are the early risers heading to work? Olaf didn't answer after hearing that. He lowered his head and thought, then asked, was Liu Daci's home the best in the building? Number. There are 2 female workers in the cosmetics factory in this building. They both make more than Liu Dasi. Both of them have cell phones. They were the ones who called the fire department. That's how the fire truck arrived. Are they married? One is married. One lives alone. After hearing this, Olaf shook his head. Let's not jump to calling this a home invasion robbery yet. Why? Olaf didn't answer right away. He squinted and took another puff of his cigar. If it was a home invasion robbery, why not rob that single female cosmetics factory worker? But instead rob Liu Dazi, just an ordinary internet cafe admin. Maybe it was a spur-of-the-moment crime. A spur-of-the-moment crime. That person doesn't seem like it. First, there was an argument to get Liu Dazi to open the door. Then they entered and killed and robbed him. The arson was practiced, very targeted. If it was spur of the moment, they would have waited here. Whoever left alone would be the one they'd tie up, then get their keys, and rob the place. Roylina asked, Inspector Olaf, are you saying someone wanted to kill Liu Dasi? I'm only saying it's possible. We'll need to investigate further to be sure. Oh right, you said he's an internet cafe admin? That's right. Olaf looked around. Anyone who can run an internet cafe on the edge of a safe zone probably isn't just an ordinary resident with a simple background. Go talk to him. Maybe there's something we can learn. Wang Difa was sitting idly in the internet cafe. He welcomed Olaf and the others. Hey officers, why are you visiting my small internet cafe? Is there anything I need to help with? Wang Difa looked respectfully, but was thinking inside which one of his dirty deeds had been reported. To bring these police officers here. He runs the internet cafe here, has done quite a few shady things. Any one of them being exposed would be enough to make him spend a few tough years in the police station. We're not here because of you. We just want to ask you about someone. Who do the officers want to ask about? Liu Dazi. You know him, right? He's our internet cafe admin. He's resting at home today. Are the officers looking for him? He doesn't have a cell phone or a computer. I can't get in touch with him. The officers might not come until tomorrow. Olav shook his head. We're not looking for Liu Dazi. We're looking for you. Because just this morning, Liu Dazi was murdered. He was killed. Wang Difa's eyes widened. He's just a fat nerd. Why would anyone want to kill him? Olav noticed Wang Difa's surprise, which didn't seem faked. He asked again, do you know if he recently offended anyone? Wang Difa looked completely confused. He's just a net cafe manager. He only collects fees and turns on the computers. Who could he possibly offend? Even if he did offend someone, who would kill him? He actually talked to Qin Xiang about Wang Difa this morning. But he instinctively ruled out the possibility of a sequence ability user going through the trouble to kill a fat net cafe manager. Olav mentioned the crime scene investigation again. It seems he was killed during a home robbery. Do you have any clues about this? Inspector, things like home robbery are just about money and murder. If you ask me, how would I have any clues? Olav felt Wang Difa was probably not a suspect, but still asked, so you were in the internet cafe all day today? Yes, I was here all day. You can ask anyone here. Anyone who was online can vouch for that. That's right, Boss Wang was here the whole time. I can confirm that too. If Liu Dazi is dead, it definitely has nothing to do with Boss Wang. Boss Wang, I remember someone came to see you this morning. And you left for a bit? A young man with a face full of acne said with a smile. Wang Difa frowned. He realized that this young man was probably the one he yelled at before for owing internet fees.
The same guy.
He didn't expect that today the guy would mess with him in front of the cops. Wang Difa narrowed his eyes at him, thinking about how to teach him a lesson. After hearing the pockmarked guy's words, Olav asked Wang Difa, is what he said true? It's true, Wang Difa didn't really care. Because as he saw it, Liu Dazi's death definitely had nothing to do with Qin Xiang. Who was looking for you? When did they come? How long were you gone? My memory is a bit hazy. I don't know why, but I have a really bad headache. I just can't remember. You should ask that pockmarked guy. He probably remembers better than I do. This time, facing Olav's questions, Wang Difa wasn't as cooperative. He pretended to have a headache and avoided the topic. Liu Dazi's death has nothing to do with him. That's a fact set in stone. A little cooperation is enough. But this white-haired detective actually asked him about his private affairs. Doesn't he know that running an internet cafe in the middle of a slum means something? Private matters. Just casually bring one up. Even his inspectors couldn't handle it. Is that something you can just talk about? Olaf glanced at Wang Defa's face, showing a look of displeasure. Wang Defa also pretended to clutch his head, peeking out with one eye through his hands, fixing Olaf with a cold stare, full of warning. Olaf knew about Wang Defa's background, so he couldn't push him too hard without evidence. More importantly, no matter how you look at it, Wang Defa couldn't have anything to do with Liu Dazi's death. So he walked over to the horse-faced young man. Excuse me, do you remember when the boss left? How long was he gone? The horse-faced young man's eyes darted. He said the boss left around 7 o'clock. He was gone for about an hour. I heard you just say Liu Dazi died. Maybe it was him. Bullshit, said someone beside the horse-faced guy. Boss Wang started up a computer for me a little after 7. He was here the whole time I was here. How could he have left for an hour? The horse-faced guy pursed his lips. Then I must have remembered wrong. Wang Defa meanwhile clenched his fist on the counter. This horse-faced guy seems way too jumpy. They all thought he was just an ordinary internet cafe owner. Hearing the person nearby clear things up, Olaf asked again, So, what time did you log on? Can I take a look? The guy checked the login info and said 7:13. Right, thanks. The fire started around 7:20. Wang Defa didn't have time to commit the crime. Olaf glanced over at Wang Defa, who clearly wasn't planning to cooperate any further. He said, Boss Wang, if you have any leads, you're welcome to reach out to us. We'll be going now. Wang Defa didn't bother to talk to Olaf and the others anymore. Olaf left with the officers. Detective Olaf, there's something off about this internet cafe owner. Roylina suggested beside Olaf. Of course, there's something off about him, Olaf replied as he lit another cigar. But his issue isn't something you can investigate, and I can't look into it before heading back to Sigma either. But that's not important. But Roylina, don't be curious about everything. Just focus on the case that's already happened. That's my advice to you, and I hope you'll remember it. Roylina glanced at Olaf's deep gaze, nodded, and after Olaf and the others left, Wang Defa took out his phone and walked into the warehouse to make a call. Hey, old snake, are you free now? I need you to take care of someone for me. The pay is the same as before. Don't worry, the people who come to my internet cafe, none of them are really decent folks. Even if you took them all out, the cops wouldn't trace it back to you. After killing Liu Dazi, Qin Xiang enjoyed a peaceful week. This week was all about the routine, classes, cafeteria, library. On weekends, he just lazed around at home. He'd made so many big moves in the first days after his rebirth. It was time to take a break. This slow-paced week helped Qin Xiang finally relax his nerves. At school, he would chat more with Miss Ju in the library, which was quite fun. The old lady had some deep insights about life and was a real help to Qin Xiang. Of course, she saw Wenshu studying in the library every day. With less than half a year to the college entrance exam, Wenshu barely went to class anymore, spending every day in the library working through past exam books, reviewing for any gaps. Another early morning came. Qin Xiang got up from bed, checked the calendar. Blue Star calendar, January 14th, 2010. Western calendar, Thursday. Chinese lunar Zhengian year, 11th month, 28th day, burial. Qin Xiang took a look, thinking that today's almanac probably had nothing to do with him. A boring day passed quickly. After school, he headed again to the library. Miss Ju, I came to help you tidy up. Qin Xiang put down his bag and lunchbox and saw that by the library tables, only Wenshu was left. When Wenshu saw Qin Xiang cleaning up, she knew it was closing time, so she got up to leave. Keep studying if you want. Qin Xiang and I still need about 10 more minutes to clean up. Miss Ju casually said to Wenshu. Wenshu glanced at Miss Ju, nodded in thanks, and sat back down to continue studying. Miss Ju came over to Qin Xiang, looked at him kindly and whispered, Zhao Qin, do you have a crush on him? Qin Xiang was startled. No, I don't. No? Miss Ju gave him a look of disbelief. Qin Xiang waved dismissively, a bit annoyed. Love and dating. Aren't that interesting? Miss Ju scoffed. Not interesting? Dating isn't fun? Not interesting? I remember. You used to follow that girl everywhere, always grinning like you won the lottery. Now that Miss Jinju brought it up, Qin Xiang felt guilty. Before he was reborn, he was just like a puppy chasing after Li Jingwen. A total simp. All he could say was, that's exactly why. Having dated made him realize it wasn't worth it. Miss Ju patted Qin Xiang on the shoulder. Zhao Qin. As someone older, let me tell you this. Go ahead, Qin Xiang smiled, tidying up the bookshelf as he listened, while hearing what Miss Ju had to say. Miss Ju was older, and loved chatting with younger folks, which Qin Xiang knew. He actually liked Miss Ju, and these friendly chats, and especially appreciated how caring she was toward him. The old lady liked to talk, so he'd accompany her. That girl you used to follow around seemed pretty impulsive and flighty. Didn't seem like the type for a stable relationship. So maybe after dating her, your feelings got hurt a bit, and you lost interest. As soon as Miss Ju started talking, Qin Xiang was stunned. He was shocked at her interest in gossip, and awed by her keen powers of observation. In his previous life, even being so close to Li Jingwen, he never saw her clearly. Miss Ju, a library supervisor, hadn't even spoken a word to Li Jingwen in 3 years, but could sum it up in one sentence. Honestly, older people really do have better judgment. Miss Ju, have you been watching me all this time? In this whole library, it's just you and Wenshu who talk to me much. Of course I notice you too. Besides, you are always hanging out with that girl. I've nearly worn out my eyes watching you. Of course I recognize her. Miss Ju added with a touch of annoyance. When you two were together, if I said anything bad about her, you young guys just wouldn't listen. Now that you say you two aren't dating anymore, I can finally say what's been on my mind. I saw her get close to several guys, especially Director Zhou's nephew. What was his name? Jojo something. You mean Zhou Yang? Right, that's the guy. It was so peaceful when he left. But every time those two are together, you're never around. And when you're with her, he's not there either. So I just think that girl isn't very good. Qin Xiang nodded. You're right. I only found out about this later. That's why I stopped hanging out with her. As they say, better to have none than settle for less. Someone like her. The farther you stay away, the better. But Zhao Qin, Wenshu is really a wonderful girl. If you seize the chance, you could be happy your whole life. Are you sure we're on the same topic? Qin Xiang frowned. He was a bit caught off guard by Mr. Ju's sudden matchmaking. A bit unprepared. Hey, what's there that can't be said? After you graduate, most likely you'll have to go out into the world on your own. Finding a girlfriend now isn't too early. I just think Wenshu is great. And you're great too. Two kind people like you should be together. I never thought, Mr. Ju, that even at your age, your thinking is pretty open-minded. Our great head is still cracking down on early relationships. Yet, here you are busy trying to play matchmaker. Isn't the great head just the principal's lackey? You guys just weren't born at the right time. The apocalypse is here. Colleges are all being reshuffled. There are very few academies left. Most can't continue school after high school graduation. Since high school is the end of student life, can you still call dating in high school early love? I really don't think it's a problem. But seriously, that kid Wenshu is really great. I know his grandmother too. Met her a few times when he was little. Very gentle and easy to talk to. Maybe it's because his grandmother has a good personality, that Wenshu turned out to have a good personality too. Zhao Qin, you also have a good character, and you're considerate of me. This old lady always tries to do all the work herself, so I let her be. I've only just started helping you out these past couple of days. Before that, I'd run off as soon as school was out. You can't really call me a good person. I know. You went to do homework for that girl before. Not your fault, see? As soon as you broke up, you came to help me, right? It shows you're a kind person. Qin Xiang was dumbfounded. You knew about that too. Mr. Zhu smiled proudly. You're Mr. Zhu. I strategize from the library and win my battles outside the classroom. I give up, you win. Don't think I'm just joking around. Xiao Qin, a great match like Wen Shu doesn't come along often. It makes me happy too to see two good kids together. It really makes me happy. Qin Xiang shook his head helplessly. Didn't agree nor disagree. Wen Shu is a good kid, that's for sure. As for myself, how could I be considered a good kid? These hands are stained with so many lives. Just last week, I killed someone and set a fire. This week, a teacher at the library praises me as a good kid. Qin Xiang always felt something strange about the situation, but couldn't put his finger on it. What, you think I'm being naggy? No. I just feel like Wen Shu can get into college. Being with someone like me who's just going to drift through life would just hold him back. You look pretty handsome, so why do you talk so soft like a girl? He goes to college. Can't you work near campus? You want to be stuck on the edge of this safe zone your whole life? What's the future in that? Mr. Zhu looked at him in disappointment, with an if only you would get it gaze. Qin Xiang knew this old lady was truly looking out for him. But he didn't want to keep sucking up. I got it. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Fine, I guess you really didn't listen. The choice is yours. I'm just voicing my thoughts. Hurry up and finish cleaning up. I'm about to lock the door. Seeing Qin Xiang's perfunctory response, Mr. Zhu didn't feel like continuing the conversation. It was getting a bit emotional. Qin Xiang was helpless too. This old lady can change her face as fast as flipping a page. When he finished tidying the shelves, Wen Shu also packed his bag and got ready to leave. Mr. Zhu locked the door and said, I'm going to the restroom. You two go ahead. After saying that, Mr. Zhu left Qin Xiang and Wen Shu at the library entrance. Qin Xiang glanced at Mr. Zhu's back, feeling quite sentimental inside. The old lady really cares. But it's like casting pearls before swine. There's really nothing romantic between the two of them right now. Let's go. The two left school side by side. They walked to a fork in the road again. It was time to part ways. When Shu said, see you, he was just about to turn and leave, when Qin Xiang suddenly yanked his backpack strap. Qin Xiang smiled faintly, but his eyes were icy cold. Today I'm walking you home. When Shu didn't understand why Qin Xiang seemed like a different person all of a sudden, and started taking the initiative. No need, Qin Xiang. But without giving him a chance to refuse, he took his hand and led him toward his house. When Shu frowned, trying to pull away, but then heard Qin Xiang's voice, low and deep. I warned Li Jingwen last week. Didn't expect she'd dare follow again today. When Shu looked back, but didn't notice anything, he looked at Qin Xiang confused. Qin Xiang held his hand tightly and strode forward. My house isn't that way. Qin Xiang made a series of turns in the alley, then glanced back at him. Smiling, he said, What, you want me to kill someone at your doorstep? When Shu's eyes widened in shock, thinking Qin Xiang was just joking. But Qin Xiang's cold stare just now made him realize maybe he was serious. No, Qin. Shouldn't we talk to Li Jingwen and her group and work things out? Qin Xiang replied, If it's Li Jingwen following us, I'll just slap her twice and chase her away. It's not Li Jingwen. He looked over his shoulder again and kept pulling Wen Shu forward. Wen Shu glanced back too. Then suddenly, in the alley they just passed through, 7 or 8 shadowy figures darted out. They were holding weapons, looked like iron rods and short knives. Qin Xiang picked up the pace, pulling Wen Shu along as they started running. Wen Shu looked up in a panic at Qin Xiang beside him. They are probably Li Jingwen's uncle. Her uncle is a well-known thug around here. He's killed people before.
So why is her uncle following us?
Qin Xiang thought about it for a moment. To kill us both. They probably want to beat me up, then kill me. As for what they'll do to you. He didn't finish the sentence, just gave Wen Shu a symbolic once-over. Wen Shu immediately covered her neckline.
But why?
Why do you want to kill us? What I said to him last time. Didn't you hear it too? Because he and Zhou Yang. Because Zhou Yang's situation is all about who Zhou Yang really is. Just an ordinary guy. But his uncle awakened a sequence ability. So lately their family's been on the rise. Li Jingwen just wants to cling to Zhou Yang and live the life of a rich wife. But didn't you say you set up a scheduled email to stop him from acting rashly? Qin Xiang gave Wen Shu a slight smile. I lied to him. Internet cafe fees are so expensive. Where am I supposed to get the money? He probably realized that too. So he got his uncle to handle us. But how did his uncle know if I went to the internet cafe or not? He was following you the whole time. He wasn't following me. It's too tiring, I think. His uncle probably had people stake out the internet cafe for a week. I said I would go to the internet cafe to send a scheduled email. Set to send after a week. I had to go every week to keep delaying it. If I went a whole week without going to the internet cafe, that would mean I never sent the email at all. Wen Shu was shocked again. They're so fixated on Zhou Yang. I overlooked that. Looking at it now, Li Jingwen's whole family. See what happened between Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. As their chance to turn things around. That's why his uncle went to so much trouble. After Qin Xiang's confirmation, Wen Shu was totally confused.
He glanced at the people getting closer behind him.
And said in despair, Aren't we just going to die here? It's my fault for getting you caught up in this. So I'll handle this. Qin Xiang's smile turned a bit threatening. You can keep a secret, right? Wen Shu didn't get what Qin Xiang meant, but still nodded. Qin Xiang nodded and stopped walking. He turned around and pushed Wen Shu aside. A few seconds later, 5 or 6 burly men carrying knives and clubs followed over. The leader had a small braid. He looked at Qin Xiang and laughed. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Weren't you good at running before? Qin Xiang said with disdain. We're here already. Why would I still run? Here? What here? The tough guys looked around, realized it was an old, deserted courtyard. The wooden shack and pigsty had collapsed. All that was left was ruined walls. Other than an abandoned stone mill, there was a well that might not even have water. It was obvious no one's lived here for at least 5 or 6 years. Looking closer at the dust on the ground and the spider webs at the gate, it was clear not only has no one lived here, but no one's even visited. Maybe it was an abandoned rural house even before the apocalypse. Or maybe after the apocalypse. The owner fled somewhere else. The whole yard was pitch black. You could barely make out your surroundings by the starlight through the bomb-proof glass. And see what was around. Qin Xiang was running and keeping a careful eye on the place. He picked this spot on purpose. The braid guy asked, What's wrong with this place? Before I answer you, let me ask first. You're Li Jingwen's uncle, right? The braid guy sneered. That's right. It's me. The whole thing with Jingwen and Zhou Yang means everything to our family. No way. Am I letting some punk ruin it? And you lied to Jingwen about sending a scheduled email. But me and the guys staked out the nearby internet cafes for a week, taking shifts out front. Didn't see a trace of you. I think internet cafes are too expensive. So when I went, I changed my mind. Set the email to send in a month instead. If you stop me now, in a month's time, Zhou Yang will find out about me and Li Jingwen. And your family will still be out of luck. What month? Are you messing with me? Qin Xiang gave a slight smile, believe it or not. The guys who followed were dumbfounded. They didn't think Qin Xiang would change his mind after going to the internet cafe and delay the scheduled email. When Shu looked at Qin Xiang puzzled, not knowing what he was up to, the braid guy said, Cancel the email, and we'll pretend none of this happened. You think I'm stupid. If I cancel it, you'll still come after the two of us. So what do you want then? Just then, a guy beside the braid man said, Long J, tie him up. Force him to give us his email and password. Then we can just cancel his scheduled email ourselves. The braid man rolled his eyes. A little worried, he pressed. You sure you can get it out of him? I used to do debt collecting. Been at it plenty. Don't try to fool me. This is about our family. If you mess it up, I'm not letting you get away with it. Come on, Longje. I can't promise anything. Nothing in this world is 100% certain. If you don't trust me, forget it. Figure it out yourself. Seeing them argue, Qin Xiang didn't want to wait any longer. Alright, I'll stop messing with you. Actually, you're right. I didn't set up any scheduled email. You just have to kill me. And the thing between Li Jingguan and Zhou Yang is safe. What? The guys look shocked. No idea why Qin Xiang would throw himself into the fire. Longje, this kid really wants to die. Then let's help him out. Take him out first. And as for the chick with him, let's have our fun then kill her. The braid man still seemed worried. Is this some trick to screw us over? What if he really did schedule an email, but knows he can't get away, and just wants to die quickly?
It's possible.
Longje, you could be right, but it's your family affair. What you want to do is up to you. They hesitated again. Qin Xiang was exasperated. When I lied, people believed me. When I tell the truth, nobody does. It's ridiculous. I'm not lying to you. I really didn't send an email. Like I'd believe that. Tie him up. Force the email and password from him. Whoever can do it, I'll give 1,000 copper coins. The braid man gritted his teeth, decided to go all in. He had to get Qin Xiang's email account for the scheduled message. Whatever it takes. You're generous, Longje. Longje, it's a deal. I really didn't set a scheduled email. And the reason is actually pretty simple. If I had set a scheduled email, you guys wouldn't have been lured here. The guy with the braid frowned. You were just talking about how this place is. But you still haven't made it clear. I think you're just being mysterious. Are you trying to scare me? Qin Xiang asked. I actually picked a pretty good spot. The group looked around cautiously again, but didn't find anything suspicious. The guy with the braid pressed. What's so good about it? It's perfect for killing someone. At first everyone froze. Then mocking smiles appeared on their faces. You must be an idiot. It's the first time I've seen a victim of murder who picks a good spot for his own grave. You really have something wrong with your head. No wonder you dared to mess with our Jingwen. But just as they were about to make a move, Qin Xiang suddenly turned into a blur. What? Qin Xiang kicked up and sent a kick right into one guy's chest. No one saw clearly what happened. All they saw was Qin Xiang appear next to them, and that brother standing beside them was suddenly sent flying. The group turned around in a panic. The guy kicked by Qin Xiang had his chest caved in like a deflated ball. It was completely sunken in. His eyes bulged, his mouth hung open, moved slightly twice, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end only spit out a mouthful of blood. His head then tilted to the side. Right before he died, his face was still filled with shock and terror. The darkness blurred his features, making everyone feel even more inexplicably afraid. Seeing their friend like that, they immediately realized Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user. No way. At a garbage place like Jua School, how could there be a student who awakened sequence powers? Before they could react, Qin Xiang threw another punch, hitting someone in the throat like a cannonball. That person fell backward with the force, but his head swayed back and forth like a puppet with its strings cut. Just as someone wanted to beg for mercy, Qin Xiang punched again, sending him flying several meters by the back. He finally landed right in front of Uncle Wen, startling him into a scream. He quickly jumped back a few steps. But Qin Xiang felt that when Wen Shu screamed, he didn't really seem that scared. And most people just flinch when startled. Who jumps several steps back like that? Qin Xiang didn't bother about the weirdness anymore, and looked at that corpse. The one who had just been punched in the back was lying motionless on the ground. That person's back was left with a bowl-sized dent. Qin Xiang shook his head, still couldn't control his strength. I did hold back my strength, but they were still sent flying so far. The guy with the brace pupils trembled. Cold sweat kept running down his forehead. He was frozen in place, as if his soul had left his body. All the survivors except the guy with the braid. After seeing Qin Xiang's skills, they realized they couldn't win even if they tried to fight, and couldn't escape either, so they immediately knelt down. Please spare us, boss. Spare us, we didn't know any better. Please, give me a chance. Kun Chenglong made us do this. We have nothing to do with this. Qin Xiang ignored them completely. And again, he kicked both men right in the chin. The two of them flew backward. Ultimately, their heads hit the ground first. Two dull thuds. They went off to the afterlife together. As for whether it's the underworld or Satan's hell, Qin Xiang had no way of knowing. In the end, only one remained, trembling all over. Unable to speak, the man who wet himself. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder and said with interest, "You probably know about me and Li Jingwen. I almost got to call you uncle." But Kun Chenglong quickly realized what was happening and forced a twisted yet flattering smile. There's still a chance. It's not too late. We can become one family. Jingwen is young and foolish. I'll go home and teach him. I'll definitely make him listen to you. Qin Xiang pretended to sigh helplessly. Once water is spilled, you can't take it back. I'm a sequence ability user. Why would I shamelessly put up with humiliation? Didn't you say Li Jingwen was the hope of your family? Kun Chenglong nodded blankly, not understanding what Qin Xiang meant. As long as I'm around, your family has no hope. I can show you the right way. Go ahead, tell us. We'll definitely follow your instructions. Go rebuild your family in another world. Yes, yes, yes. Qin Xiang slapped Kun Chenglong across the face. His head spun a full 360 degrees, before collapsing to the side. Don't worry, you won't be alone on your journey. Soon, when I get the chance, I'll send your whole family down to join you. After dealing with everyone, Qin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief. Killed again. Which number is this? He couldn't remember, but it doesn't matter anymore. He looked at Wen Shu standing at the edge of the courtyard, and walked over. Wen Shu was trembling all over, and nervously asked, "You're actually a trained ability user?" Qin Xiang smiled.
Yes.
Well, have you thought about how to deal with the bodies here? Qin Xiang didn't expect Wen Shu to ask that. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you too? Wen Shu seemed surprised that Qin Xiang would ask such a question. She looked up at him, confused. Why would you kill me? Because you saw me kill those people. But Wen Shu just looked innocent at Qin Xiang. If you really want to kill me, just let me go home on my own. Someone else would take care of it. No need to go through all this trouble. Qin Xiang nodded. You really are pretty smart. It's the first time I've seen someone so calm after witnessing murder. Wen Shu lowered her head and didn't answer. Qin Xiang threw several bodies down the well. He heard the muffled sound of bodies hitting the ground. To avoid exposing himself, Qin Xiang didn't even bother taking the cash from their pockets. It was an old dried-up well. He brought over a stone and covered the well. That's about done. Nobody comes here anyway. Let's go. But Wen Shu said, "You'll leave our scent here like this. If the police investigate, they're likely to find us. What do you suggest? Burn this place down. Technically, nobody comes here anyway, so it shouldn't attract much attention. But if you start a fire, it'll only bring people here. Getting rid of scent doesn't have to involve burning." Qin Xiang was surprised. Then what else can we do? The cafeteria food smells really strong. You could scatter some cafeteria food around here and toss some down the well. In no time, our scent will be covered up naturally. Qin Xiang nodded, then looked at her curiously again. How do you know all this stuff? I just like reading. Picked it up from books. Books cover even this? What kind of books do you read? 100 Ways to Commit Crimes Without Sequence Users Finding Out. Why read that? I just like reading. I read all kinds of books. Turns out it came in handy today. Qin Xiang took another look at the person in front of him. This fragile girl who barely reached his chin. Amazing, never judge by appearances. He went along with Wen Shu's suggestion. And after he finished handling the scene, he left with Wen Shu. The two walked side by side through the dark alleys. You're really impressive, Qin Xiang sincerely exclaimed. Thank you, but I think you're even more impressive. It's nothing. What's it feel like walking side by side with a killer? Honestly, it's not too bad. Wenshu smiled at Qin Xiang, her bright eyes reflecting the starlight. After all, now we share a secret. All right, Wenshu asked again. When are you planning to reveal your sequence ability user? If you don't do it before the college entrance exam, you won't be able to take the sequence ability user exam. I thought you'd ask me first, when I awaken my sequence ability. Why bother asking so much? Qin Xiang couldn't help but look at Wenshu again. She's a bit different. Probably very soon. I need to check, before I go to the sequence ability user administration, what I need to prepare. My background is pretty complicated. You saw that today, so I have to make sure nothing goes wrong when I register. Makes sense. I also need to familiarize myself with the sequence ability user exam. Since I'm going to take it, I need to be prepared for everything. So when I reveal my identity, some random trouble doesn't come looking for me, and I'll have to deal with it, making my life a mess. Good point. Don't you have any advice? Wenshu shrugged. Everything you said is right. I don't have any advice. No problem. All right, so what do you plan to do about Li Jingwen? His uncle disappeared. He'll probably figure out it's because of you soon. Qin Xiang replied calmly. Give him some hope. Just string him along. You mean not messing up his thing with Zhou Yang? So he has something to look forward to? Yeah, let him keep that hope. Once I get everything settled, I'll personally shatter his hope, then kill him. And then kill him and his whole family. Makes sense. Two youthful faces, casually talking about murder. If anyone overheard them, they'd just think it was kids exaggerating. After a while, Qin Xiang asked again, which college are you planning to apply to? I haven't decided yet, but I'm definitely going to pick one, with independent dorms. I want to bring my grandma with me. Are colleges with independent dorms rare? When Shu smiled, clearly you weren't paying attention. That unified college application class for the whole school last week. I'm a sequence abilities holder. Why would I listen to that? Isn't it just a waste of time? All right, you're impressive. It's my problem. Among the 8 colleges, only 2 have private dorms. Just 2. What about the others? The others all have shared dorms. Either 4-person or 6-person rooms. Colleges with private dorms sound like they should have better conditions. I guess they're the top 2 colleges. So strong, you should be able to get in. Wenshu was about to say something, but glanced at Qin Xiang instead. He saw Qin Xiang was smiling brightly. He was genuinely wishing him well. The words reached his lips, but he swallowed them back down. Thank you. Qin Xiang nodded. Let's not say anything more. They walked on together for a while. Wenshu asked, Do you know the way? Nope, you don't know the way either. You're the one who dragged me along. How am I supposed to remember the way? So where have we been walking all this time? Forget it, let's just keep moving forward. I'll know where we are once we see the main road. They walked for another half hour. Finally, they saw the dim streetlights. We've reached the main road. Let's check out the signs. The 2 of them got onto the main road. They checked to make sure, only to find out they were headed home, in the completely opposite direction. It would still take over 40 minutes to get home now. There were fewer people on the road now. I'll walk you home. Okay, thank you. The 2 of them walked side by side. The conversation grew less and less. They both knew their boundaries well. Neither asked too many questions of the other, especially when it came to unspeakable secrets. Those were never brought up at all. For example, Wenshu didn't ask Qin Xiang what sequence he was. And Qin Xiang didn't ask Wenshu why. He could immediately recall how to get rid of a corpse's smell. The 2 of them had done something huge and terrible together. Now, their relationship was very close. But still, there was a certain distance in their intimacy. This sort of balance made them both comfortable. After a while, Wenshu spoke. Qin Xiang, you're so amazing and so smart. Why do you like Li Jingwen? Although this question wasn't really personal, it made Qin Xiang feel very embarrassed. He lowered his head to look at Wenshu. He saw Wenshu was just looking ahead, seemingly not hinting at anything. But Qin Xiang still felt like she might be mocking him. Maybe it's just that even the smartest people have moments where they act foolish. Besides, I'm not that smart anyway. Especially when I'm with you. I often feel a bit dull. Wanshu shook her head slightly. Anyone can act silly for a moment, but not for that long. Qin Xiang was a little surprised. Those words touched on his deepest secret. It sounded like Wenshu was saying he'd become a different person. But how could he possibly explain that? After all, he only changed after being reborn. For the first time, Qin Xiang was faced with a question he couldn't answer. He thought that no matter what lie he told, it would probably be seen through by those big bright eyes of that girl with the flowing long hair. After a long time thinking, Qin Xiang still couldn't come up with a good explanation. In the end, all he could say was, "A lot of things are beyond our control." Wenshu nodded. Yeah, a lot of things are beyond our control. It seemed she understood. She couldn't press the issue any further. Wenshu stopped talking. Qin Xiang no longer felt like chatting either. For the rest of the way, neither of them said another word, letting the cold wind blow through their thin jackets, again and again. After passing one streetlight after another, they finally reached the intersection, where they had parted after school. Then, Qin Xiang followed Wenshu and made sure he got home. All right, I'm home. Thank you. I should have invited you in, but it's a bit late. And my place isn't convenient for guests to stay over. It's all right. I understand. No need to be so polite with each other. Okay, be careful heading home too. Qin Xiang looked at Wenshu's clear face and smiled. You know, I'm not the one who needs to be careful. Bye-bye. After watching Qin Xiang leave, Wenshu let out a gentle sigh. The way things went tonight was really beyond what he'd expected. He never thought that just studying hard at school could get him tangled up in matters of life and death. And all of this was brought by Qin Xiang. Just a few days ago, they were complete strangers. And now today, they'd killed and hid a body together. He couldn't help but marvel at how unpredictable life is. Wenshu stopped thinking about Qin Xiang. He took a few deep breaths, trying to steady his mood. Then he turned and opened the door. Grandma, I'm home. His cheerful voice sounded at the doorway. As soon as he finished his words, the candle in the house was lit. Grandma was always busy, but every day before he got home from school, she would always sit by the candle and light it for him when he got home.
Tonight?
Grandma had probably sat by the candle for 3 or 4 hours. Just thinking of that made Wenshu's heart ache a little. Little Shu, you're back. Why are you home so late today? I'm back. Something happened, so I came back late. Wenshu took off his shoes at the door and walked into the house barefoot. Even though the floor was cold, he didn't put on his slippers. His family's conditions weren't much different than Qin Xiang's. Actually, with one more elderly person who couldn't work, it was even tougher than Qin Xiang's, where he only had to take care of himself, with less of a burden. The reason he went barefoot was because the low-quality laminate floor at home, although not smooth, was kept very clean. Because someone always carefully cleaned every bit of it. Wenshu couldn't bear to dirty it with his shoes. If he came in with shoes on, his grandma would wipe down the floor again the next day. It was hard to imagine how tough it was for a blind person to clean the place. You can only imagine how exhausting that must be. Little Shu, why aren't you wearing shoes? It's so cold. Put your shoes on. It's fine, Grandma. I like going barefoot. I used to run around barefoot at home a lot when I was little. Do you remember? Of course I do. Back then, you were just like that little wild girl. Impossible to stop. Back then, the sky still had the sun. In a flash, the apocalypse has already lasted 10 years. Wenshu stepped onto the carpet, sat down by his grandma, and took her hand, hoping to ease her sadness a little. After Grandma lost her sight, to keep her from bumping into things at home, Wenshu took out all the chairs from the house, laid down some carpets scavenged from the junkyard, even moved out the original wooden beds from the house. Now he and his grandma both sleep on 3 layers of blankets directly on the floor, so Wenshu's house feels completely empty. Calling it bare walls isn't an exaggeration. The whole place has only a small dining table. On the table sits a single bamboo candle. The flame of the little lantern flickered, casting shadows of the old and the young relying on each other. Both of their faces were full of smiles. They both seemed pretty content with things. After a while, when Shu said, "Grandma, have you eaten? I'll make something for you." "I already ate. Didn't you bring home some leftovers from the cafeteria yesterday?" "I've already eaten them." "That's good. I was worried you might have waited for me and gone hungry." "I haven't eaten yet. I'll fix myself something in a bit." Just as Wen Shu was about to get up, his grandma's wrinkled hand grabbed his wrist. "Little Shu, Grandma has a question for you." "Go ahead, Grandma." "As soon as you came home, I smelled something on you." Wen Shu was stunned for a moment, immediately feeling nervous, then forced a smile and asked what kind of smell. "Someone else's scent." "Little Shu, are you in a relationship now?" Wen Shu was secretly relieved. He thought Grandma had smelled blood. He'd checked himself thoroughly before coming home. There wasn't a spot of blood on his clothes, only dust on his shoes, because he was afraid Grandma would pick up on the scent, and he'd have no way to explain. Ever since Grandma's eyesight started failing, her sense of smell has become extremely sharp. She can always tell what Wen Shu ate at the school cafeteria. He was worried about coming home today too, scared she might find out about his secret with Qin Xiang. "I studied with another classmate today, so maybe I just picked up a bit of his smell." "You usually study by yourself, Little Shu. No one else in the whole grade can really help you. So why would you study with someone else?" Faced with Grandma's caring questions, Wen Shu could only answer in silence. The more he tried to explain, the more suspicious it sounded. Might as well just say nothing. "Not to scold you, but this is an important time with the college entrance exam coming up. You really can't afford to get distracted. As for falling in love, wait till you go to college. Grandma won't stop you then. But don't start anything now. You're the only one in your school who's basically guaranteed to get into college. Don't waste your time on anyone else. You'll only delay yourself." "Okay, Grandma. Don't worry. I won't let myself slip behind." As for the romance thing, I've got it under control. She couldn't explain away the scent on her clothes, so she just answered vaguely, admitting to the relationship. If she didn't admit to dating, what was she supposed to say, that she killed someone with some guy? That would be best. Grandma has always trusted you. "Grandma, I'm going to cook now. After I'm done, I want to review a few more things. You should rest early. Isn't this candle too dim? Studying like this isn't good for your eyes. Don't end up like me at your age, becoming blind." When Shu smiled, "Grandma, don't worry, I can handle it. I haven't caused you any trouble over the years, right? It's my fault I can't give you a better study environment. If we could afford an electric light, I'm sure your grades would be even better." When Shu just hugged Grandma tightly. "Being with you, Grandma, is what makes me happiest, whether or not we have lights. I won't let you down. I'm going to warm up the food." "Go ahead." When Shu walked to the kitchen, poured the food he got from the cafeteria into the pot, and sounds began to come from the kitchen, just like Qin Xiang. He also has the privilege of getting extra food in the cafeteria. But Qin Xiang's privilege comes from Aunt Zhang in the cafeteria feeling sorry for him. His own is a real privilege. The principal specifically told Aunt Zhang, "Give Wen Shu as much food as he wants." As the school's top candidate for this year's college entrance exam, the principal refuses to let him lack any resources at school. When Shu watched as the 3-foot-long flying fish flipped in the pot, his mind drifted again to everything that had happened today. Hearing Wen Shu busy in the kitchen, his grandma's smile slowly faded, her face growing extremely bitter. By candlelight, her deeply wrinkled face, hiding a grandparent's love and worry for the next generation. He has someone else's scent on him, and the faint smell of blood. Did he kill someone with someone else again? Early the next morning, Qin Xiang set off for school in a relaxed mood. Like usual, Qin Xiang was often one of the first to arrive in class, because after dinner, he'd usually take a shower and go to bed. No nightlife at all. Used to going to bed early and getting up early. By contrast, Li Jingwen usually arrives just in time. But today, when he got to the classroom, Li Jingwen was already there. And as soon as she saw Qin Xiang, Li Jingwen clearly looked panicked. Qin Xiang gave a faint smile, knowing perfectly well that Li Jingwen was acting guilty. Li Jingwen stood up, wanting to ask Qin Xiang something, but seemed unsure how to bring it up, hesitated for a moment and sat back down. Qin Xiang paced past her several times as if nothing happened, keeping up his cold attitude from the last couple of days, never starting any conversation with her. Last night, his uncle Kun Chenglong didn't come home, and the whole family was worried. Thinking about it, Qin Xiang and Wen Shu were just two ordinary students, so there couldn't be any danger. So they figured Kun Chenglong was probably just dealing with other issues, and that's why he didn't come home. But today, Li Jingwen saw Qin Xiang at school, which meant her uncle had failed. Or rather, her uncle never even went to kill Qin Xiang, and must have gotten caught up in something else. Looking at Qin Xiang's calm face, with no trace of anger toward her, Li Jingwen leaned toward the latter option. Her uncle, who knows what he's been busy with since last night, didn't even try to kill Qin Xiang and Wen Shu as planned. Li Jingwen clenched her fists. Kun Chenglong, that idiot, always claims to be so tough and so reliable, but can't even get his priorities straight. Who knows what the hell he's up to? Qin Xiang sat at his desk and accidentally glanced at Li Jingwen, noticing that she seemed angry, so he stopped looking her way. Before he publicly revealed himself as a sequence user, he wouldn't mention meeting Kun Chenglong to anyone. Let Li Jingwen's family spend their days in total confusion. They might be feeling irritable right now, feeling anxious, eager to know the result. When they actually know the outcome, they'll miss this current state of agitation and impatience. But these are days without any fear. Qin Xiang's lips turned downward. He felt he had been too kind to Li Jingwen. He should have given her a bit more mental torment. However, right now he's focused on publicly revealing his awakened sequence. So he's thinking about what information to check beforehand. He can't be bothered to waste even a second on Li Jingwen. At noon and in the afternoon, he continued organizing books in the library. Wen Shu was already at the library early, working through the tough problems in her workbook. Xing Xiang walked by Wen Shu, holding some books. Keep your eyes a bit further from your book. If you keep your head down like that, if you become nearsighted, you can't afford glasses. Thank you. Wen Shu raised her head a little, letting her eyes in the book maintain a relatively healthy distance. In everyday school life, Wen Shu has always been a gentle and polite classmate. Qin Xiang could also sense the politeness from her actions and her courtesy. Qin Xiang continued organizing the books. Everything was very quiet. Miss Ju watched their interaction with a motherly smile. Looks like Xiao Qin is willing to listen after all. It's really a shame these two good kids aren't together. Miss Ju sat proudly at her desk, drinking hot water from her cup. She felt as if she'd done something worth bragging about. After school, Wen Shu once again went to the library. When it closed, the two of them left together, then parted ways again at that intersection. Bye-bye. Lingxingji, January 20th, 2010. Sharp Wednesday, Shali Ji, Year of the Ox, 6th day of the 12th lunar month. Seeing family and friends soon. See family and friends? I don't really have any. Qin Xiang looked at the calendar as he got up, shaking his head, then grabbed the bag with his lunchbox and left. In the classroom, he wanted to sit there and daydream like before, and after a while head to the library to work. At that moment, a boy walked up to him. Are you Qin Xiang? Qin Xiang turned to look, noticing it was a very refined male student. His clothes weren't exactly expensive, but they were very proper. You could tell his family background was much better than Qin Xiang's. But Qin Xiang had no impression of him at all. Even though Qin Xiang didn't know him, the girls in the class looked at him with a certain interest. Even Li Jingwen, who's been in a bad mood lately because her uncle disappeared, shot him a lively glance. No doubt about it, he must be some big shot at school. But no matter how popular he is, Qin Xiang doesn't know him. Previously, he didn't even remember what the school belle Wen Shu looked like. Why bother with the guys? Who cares about some so-called big shot? Qin Xiang frowned and asked, And you are? I'm Zhao Liwen from class 2. Zhao Liwen, Qin Xiang frowned. That name did sound a little familiar, but not much. Sorry, I don't think I know you. A girl immediately whispered, He doesn't even know Zhao Liwen, who's ranked second in our grade. Makes you wonder what Qin Xiang spends his time doing. Normally, he just zones out and kills time in the classroom. How could he possibly know those top students? Zhao Liwen. His brain is not working right. What do you want with him? We can help pass the message along. Qin Xiang glanced at the girls who were making fun of him. They were posing flirtatiously right in front of Zhao Liwen, trying to outshine each other. He found it pretty funny.
He said to them, I zone out and kill time every day.
But it looks like my grades are still better than yours, aren't they? My brain doesn't work well. So what are you guys supposed to be? Qin Xiang, how can you talk like that? I just like telling the truth. Oh, so you're the infamous second place, always behind Wenshu. No wonder he seemed a little familiar. You need something from me? Looking at Zhao Liwen's delicate scholarly appearance, Qin Xiang thought they really weren't the same type of people at all. He couldn't figure out how he had offended him. Zhao Liwen said seriously, Qin Xiang, this is an important time to prepare for the college entrance exam. I hope you can focus on your studies. This only confused Qin Xiang even more. What do you mean? Literally. I hope you'll study hard. Don't regret it in the future. Qin Xiang burst out laughing. Seriously, that's hilarious. What does whether I study or not have to do with you? Then he turned his head away again. Stopped looking at Zhao Liang. Instead, he stared out the window at the stars and the gods. When Qin Xiang ignored Zhao Liang, the girls started defending him again. Qin Xiang, even if your grades are better than mine, Zhao is just looking out for you. What's with the attitude? Seriously, you're hopeless. Zhao, I'm willing to study hard, but no one helps me. Can you study with me? I'm willing to study too. Qin Xiang looked back at those girls. You girls work so hard to please him here. Ever since he walked in until now, has he even glanced at you? If you ask me, Zhao Luan doesn't even see you as worth his time. Save yourself the trouble. What did you say? Trying to cling to Zhao after he gets into the academy, and hoping you'll rise overnight? Give it a rest. People like that should just give up. Zhao has high standards. He's not interested in your average girls. Not like some guys here who will chase after anyone. After saying that, Qin Xiang gave Li Jingwen a meaningful look. Li Jingwen knew Qin Xiang was actually insulting Zhou Yang. Chasing anyone means no standards. It's basically calling him low class to his face. It made her grit her teeth in anger. She snorted coldly and turned away. Even Zhao Liang found it kind of noisy. She didn't seem to want to stay a moment longer, so she explained her reason for coming. Qin Xiang, if you don't want to study, please don't disturb others who do. Get ready for the college entrance exam. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you ruin it for others, they'll regret it forever. Qin Xiang squinted his eyes. I mean, is Zhao Liang crazy or something? I sit in this corner of the classroom every day during class. I'm either sleeping or zoning out. Who have I disturbed? So every time you think about me zoning out, you can't eat or sleep, and can't even do your homework. If I've really disturbed you, I apologize. But the thing is, I don't even know you. Zhao Liang gritted her teeth, then said, that's not what I meant. Not you, Qin Xiang raised an eyebrow. If not you, then why are you here talking to me? I'm here on behalf of Wenshu. You keep bothering him while he's studying in the library lately. I hope you'll stay away from him. When they heard Wenshu's name, those girls who were showing off in front of Zhao Liwen went silent in an instant. Inside, they were all complaining about Wenshu, that student who's not only a top student, but also good-looking, and has a great personality too. Maybe Wenshu is just too perfect, so they can't even badmouth her. All they can say is she's manipulative, that everything is just an act. Qin Xiang looked at Zhao Liwen. So the reason you look down on these girls is because you like Wenshu? Nice taste. He then laughed and said, so you're her boyfriend? No wonder. She never mentioned to me that she had a boyfriend. So Zhao bro, let me apologize to you. I never meant to steal your girl. Don't get the wrong idea. Wenshu and I are just regular friends. Totally innocent. Zhao Liwen paused. I'm not her boyfriend. We're not in a relationship either. But after the college entrance exam, we'll go to the same academy. We'll be together then. Qin Xiang was stunned. What do you mean? You're a sim too? Why too? Doesn't matter. Going to the same academy as him. Qin Xiang curled his lips. Dude, it's not that I don't believe you, but you're always scores behind Wenshu on every exam. How are you getting into the same academy as him? I know I'm not as good as him, but if I apply to the lowest ranked 2 academies, I should have a very good shot. Coincidentally, Wenshu's preferred Tiantong Academy and Rangxin Academy are the 2 lowest ranked out of all 8 academies. Qin Xiang hesitated for a moment. The academy Wenshu mentioned that offers private dorms wasn't the best one, but actually the worst. With grades as good as Wenshu's, isn't that a huge waste? As Wenshu's only friend at Huan's school, Qin Xiang immediately felt sorry for him. He also instantly understood. The reason Wenshu has to compromise is still because of money. Without money, even if he studies hard, he can't survive in the safe zone, let alone having to care for a blind grandmother. So, I hope you'll stop disturbing Wenshu while he prepares for exams. Qin Xiang, some things are just not meant to be part of your life. I hope you can accept that reality. Qin Xiang looked at Zhao lying like she was an idiot again. How about we go ask Wenshu later, if she wants to be with you after graduation? Zhao lying seemed surprised Qin Xiang would suggest that. She hesitated for a moment, then said, even if he doesn't want to now, I'll win him over in the future. He'll definitely accept me. Win him over to accept you? Qin Xiang pointed to Li Jingwen sitting in front. Ask that girl there what I did for her before. Did I win her over? Zhao Liwan didn't look back. That's your problem. I'm confident. You did say something right. What? Some things are just not meant to be part of your life. Hope you can accept it. This reality is just absurd. Zhao Lying realized she couldn't persuade him. Qin Xiang had no choice. She angrily turned and left the classroom. Qin Xiang disdainfully glanced at Zhao Lying's back, then looked back out the window, lost in thought. Although Qin Xiang wasn't sure what kind of guy Wenshu would like, it was clear from their conversation that Wenshu had the best qualities in every way. It shouldn't be hard for her to find an excellent guy. Plus, they even committed murder and buried a body together. Wenshu's performance far exceeded Qin Xiang's expectations. She truly handles both the righteous and the devious paths with ease. This sheltered young Master Zhao is the kind of simp who wouldn't even qualify for a dog tag. Qin Xiang could tell without even thinking that Zhao Liwen would surely end up just like he did when chasing Li Jingwen. However, Wenshu isn't as toxic as Li Jingwen, so his ending should be slightly better. At most, he'll end up a stray dog, rather than being sent to a dog meat restaurant. Qin Xiang seriously considered Zhao Liwen's words again. What he said actually made some sense. With the way he's simping, it really could affect Wenshu's studies. Zhao Liwen was right. At this critical moment of exam preparation, Wenshu cannot afford to be easily distracted. Anyway, I have to take the ability assessment after the college entrance exam, so I need to prepare to go public with my awakening sequence as soon as possible. I might as well do her a favor and help Wenshu out along the way. After announcing the sequence awakening, I'll be able to escape this poor orphan life I'm living. At the thought of the scene after announcing his awakening sequence, he couldn't wait to take off. He had originally planned to spend the 5 days of school resting well and wait until the weekend to look up information on sequences. Forget it, I'll just sleep a bit less today. I'll go to Wang Difa's place after school to check the forums. Qin Xiang sighed. I really am a kind person. After school, Qin Xiang tidied up the library and walked out with Wenshu once again. But as Qin Xiang was leaving the school gate, he saw the angry gaze of Zhao Liwen. Don't mind him. Before Qin Xiang could speak, he heard Wenshu's voice. I said you don't need to mind Zhao Liwen. As Qin Xiang and Wenshu walked away, Zhao Liwan remained standing there, watching Qin Xiang under the streetlight at the school gate. Qin Xiang, with his extraordinary perception, naturally felt that hostile gaze. Wenshu, what's wrong? Zhao Liwan keeps staring at us. He must annoy you often, right? Shu shook her head. No, she replied curtly. You don't need to trouble yourself for me. It's fine, I haven't really spoken to him. She added another sentence, seemingly afraid that Qin Xiang would do something more and escalate the trouble. He warned me that he wants to go to the same school as you in the future and told me to stay away from you. Shu froze for a moment and looked at Qin Xiang. You went to see Zhao Leiwen? He came to see me. Qin Xiang rolled his eyes at Shu. I don't even know him. Why would I go looking for him? After hearing this, Shu pouted and didn't respond further. Whatever he said, you don't need to care. Just treat it like a gust of wind blowing by. It's not like he's affected my studies anyway. Why explain so much? Are you afraid I'll kill him? Qin Xiang sighed helplessly again. I'm not some bloodthirsty demon. Unless it's absolutely necessary. I don't want to do that kind of thing either. Don't worry, I have a way. Shu asked curiously, what way? Nothing worth mentioning. At the crossroads where they parted, Qin Xiang waved to Shu, and then left straight away. Shu looked at Qin Xiang's back, the corners of her mouth curling up slightly. Thank you, Qin Xi. After going home to drop off the bag with his lunchbox, Qin Xiang headed to the internet cafe near his house. He bypassed the camera at the entrance and took a look, finding Wang Defa sitting at the counter. Wang Defa looked miserable, staring blankly at the monitor in front of him. Normally, Li Dazi should have been sitting here, while he stayed at home, enjoying the company of his wife and child. But some godforsaken person, for a few hundred copper coins from that poor shut-in Lu Dazi, actually killed him. With the manager killed, he, the owner of the internet cafe, couldn't immediately find another manager who knew how to operate the management system, so he had to take over himself. Damn it. If I ever find out which bastard killed Liu Dazi, I'll make him pay it back with interest. Not having any free time wasn't even the hardest part. He didn't know what had gotten into the police station lately. They sent people to inspect his internet cafe every day. This was a heavy blow to his business. Wang Defa's internet cafe in this slum area was primarily intended not for providing internet service, but for offering a gray area for illegal transactions. The machines in his cafe could modify back-end data to hide the login address, allowing for anonymous transactions online. Because the login addresses were randomly generated, the United Government's network administrators had no way to trace them. When someone requested Wang Defa's hidden login address service, the internet fee would increase 20-fold. Internet fees were already high, and 20 times that was an exorbitant price. But even so, Wang Defa's internet cafe still had a steady stream of customers, because the profits from illegal transactions were far higher than 20 times the internet fee. The main source of income was the gray sector. It was incredibly bold to be able to stay open here. Wang Defa was naturally not some peasant without a background. He had someone within the United Government organization who specifically ensured his cafe could operate safely. Of course, the vast majority of Wang Defa's gray income was also handed over to his backer. With plenty of room to maneuver, and a powerful enough owner, Wang Defa's internet cafe quickly made a name for itself in the surrounding area. It had been open for 5 or 6 years, without any major incidents. Until a few days ago, when the people from the police station suddenly seemed to go crazy, coming to his place every day for patrols and inspections. After all that checking, besides taking away a few of his special customers, there hadn't been any other punishment. Wang Defa was even less sure what exactly the police station was trying to find. He called his backer to ask what the reason was. However, to his shock, his backer seemed quite helpless about it too. If the police want to check, let them check. Just don't worry about it. Then what about the business? The person on the other end of the phone sighed. Let the business slow down for a while. There's nothing I can do. Sir, can't you give me a hint? I'm really worried the cops will take me away one day, or that I'll suddenly disappear like the previous owner. 3 years ago. That man's disappearance was an accident. You don't need to worry. As for the police, this matter is very troublesome. Someone reported it to the higher-ups. Wang Defa was stunned, his heart jumping into his throat. Our business only makes a little pocket change. How could it reach the higher-ups? They aren't coming for our small time, peanuts and dates business at all. So don't worry. The police won't do anything to you. Alright, by the way, you haven't met anyone strange lately, have you? Strange people? Wang Defa immediately thought of Qin Xiang. But for the sake of that hush money silver coin, he decided to keep it a secret. No, just business people. Alright, that'll be all for now. I have another meeting to attend. Goodbye, sir. Knowing the police have ulterior motives, Wang Defa also finally relaxed a little. But because of the frequent visits, Wang Defa's extra income plummeted. It made his life miserable. He could only try to save money these days. He was worrying about it when he saw Qin Xiang at the entrance. In his eyes, Qin Xiang was both a god of wealth and a god of death. So when he saw Qin Xiang, he felt both anxious and pleased. Wang Defa glanced at the few customers sitting in the internet cafe. They were all focused on their computers. He grabbed a roll of paper and shouted, "I'm going to the restroom. If anyone comes, tell them to wait a bit." Thanks, got it. Go ahead, Boss Wang. Wang Defa went out the door, avoided the surveillance cameras, and walked over to Qin Xiang. Hello, Boss Wang. Please don't say that. You're my boss. Wang Defa offered Qin Xiang a cigarette as he spoke. Qin Xiang waved his hand. We don't allow smoking here. Hearing Qin Xiang naturally say we, Wang Defa became even more convinced that Qin Xiang had a powerful organization behind him. An ability user group. When you're on a mission for your group, having the smell of smoke could cause trouble. I get it. Qin Xiang pointed to the location of the storage room. Wang Defa understood instantly. The two of them headed toward the storage room together. How's business lately, Boss Wang? Wang Defa sighed. Don't even mention it. The police and those paperwork hounds, they're like sharks after blood, coming to check up every day. So, you want to use the computers in the storage room today? Qin Xiang had a bad feeling about this. He asked cautiously. They come to check every day? So maybe I shouldn't come around for a while? It's fine. The police already made 3 surprise checks today. They're not coming again. 3 times? That's a lot. Normally it's just once every day or 2. No idea what got into them today. They came 3 times back to back. So you can relax? It's absolutely safe today. Qin Xiang nodded. He never imagined stealing a divine relic would stir up this much trouble. Still, you'd better not come here too often recently. I've already had quite a few customers taken away. The police are watching closely. Don't get yourself mixed up in this. Wang Defa warned Qin Xiang carefully. On the surface, it's concern for Qin Xiang, but actually he's worried that if Qin Xiang gets caught, his organization would blame him for it. Alright, don't worry. I probably won't be back again for a little while after tonight. That's great. Once things blow over, you're welcome anytime. Qin Xiang smiled, but didn't say anything. After all, this whole mess was caused by him. When things calm down, unless he gets caught, the two of them checked that no one was around and sneaked into the storage room one after the other. Boss Wang, there are some things I don't quite get, and I'd like to ask you about them. Go ahead, since the higher-ups requested. I'm planning to register at the Bureau of Sequence Ability Users. Wang Defa was stunned. You haven't registered yet? I have to do so many things. If that info gets out, wouldn't it be easy to get exposed? Now Wang Defa understood. Right, you're totally correct. But the higher-ups just told me what to do, and made me figure out how to register my sequence here myself. You're in this line of work, so you should know more than me. What do you want to ask? If you have something to say, just say it. Qin Xiang leaned closer to Wang Defa, staring right into his eyes. I'm going to report a fake training. Are there any hidden dangers I should look out for in area 14,121? As soon as Wang Defa heard that, he quickly avoided eye contact. What or why are you asking me?
How would I know? I'm just an ordinary person. The eyes don't lie. Your eyes are telling me, you know.
Wang Defa's face twisted like a shoe sole. Come on, boss. Don't make things hard for me. I'm just a nobody. How could I possibly get involved with you and the bureau? Qin Xiang sat down in a chair and crossed his legs. You think that silver coin was easy money? You're showing your face here every day, living in fear constantly. And in the end, how much protection did your backers give you? I paid you a bunch all at once. Did it never occur to you that I might need your help with other things? Wang Defa swallowed hard. He knew money was hard to earn, and some things are barely edible for survival. So it's not shameful, but he didn't know just how much trouble could be behind a single coin. When an ability user tries to trick the sequence ability user bureau, isn't that just asking for it? If he succeeds, Qin Xiang might silence him to keep the secret. If he fails, Qin Xiang could turn him in, and the bureau would destroy him. He really didn't want to risk his life. Honestly, boss, please don't drag me into this mess. Okay? Qin Xiang smiled. Then just give back the money. Wang Defa thought for a moment. A silver coin is a fortune, sure, but nothing's worth more than his own life.
He gritted his teeth. Fine.
I'll give you the silver coin in a couple of days. Who said it was just one silver coin? Qin Xiang said coldly. You have to return my silver coin, and also compensate me for the 20 coins. Our people lost here at your place, so you owe me 21 silver coins in total. Total of 21 silver coins. What? Are you kidding me? 21 silver coins. Wang Defa couldn't come up with that much even if he died. So when Qin Xiang made such an outrageous demand, Wang Defa completely lost it. Qin Xiang slammed the table. Kidding? Why do you think I was arranged to register with the bureau? The crimes I'm carrying would get me shot 800 times over. Registering with the bureau? Do you know how much risk that is? It's all because I was responsible for that 20 silver coin deal, and they slipped away here at your place. Now my superiors are punishing me. If you just turned on the surveillance that morning, do you think I'd have to risk everything with the bureau? Listening to Qin Xiang's angry accusations, Wang Defa's bravado immediately faded. I searched the whole cafe and didn't find anything. Besides, you don't even know what that thing is. Why are you staring at Qin Xiang like that? If I knew what it was, why the hell would I bother checking your surveillance footage? Couldn't you just find it yourself? Wang Defa, let me tell you something. If I can't disguise my identity and register with the Bureau of Sequence Users, the first thing I'll do is kill your entire family. Wang Defa was about to get on his knees. Boss, you're taking full responsibility for your own actions. You're going to kill my whole family? Isn't that a bit unreasonable? You're talking about reason with me. Qin Xiang sneered coldly. Are you even worthy? Wang Defa's face instantly went pale. Even though he's a big shot on the edge of the safe zone, in front of someone with deep connections, and a killer like Qin Xiang, he's not even as significant as an ant. There really isn't anything reasonable to say. Do you have any way to disguise a sequence? Spit it out right now. My patience is limited too. Wang Defa pulled his worried eyebrows together, gave Qin Xiang a glance, then lowered his head and thought for a moment. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Fine. I can't argue with you. But please don't tell anyone else. Cut the crap. Who do you think I'd even tell? The cops? The Bureau of Sequence Users? Wang Defa thought about it. Qin Xiang had a point. As a sequence user who has to stay in the shadows, he wouldn't dare let this out. I only know the basics about this, not any specific details. As far as I know, if you go to the Bureau of Sequence Users to register without revealing your real sequence, it's very easy for them to find out. But as for exactly how they catch you, I have no idea. That's a Bureau of Sequence Users secret. What kind of Bureau of Sequence Users actually has a way to verify sequences? Qin Xiang felt a chill in his heart upon hearing this. Good thing he went to Wang Defa first, instead of just charging ahead and planning his sequence disguise on his own. Otherwise, the day he stepped into the bureau, he might as well have bought his own coffin. All these waves inside Qin Xiang's heart didn't show on his face at all.
He stood with his back to the computer staring at Wang Defa.
His whole face hidden in the shadows, making Wang Defa's heart hang in suspense. Wang Defa swallowed hard. His beard, which extended to his Adam's apple, twitched twice. Then a drop of sweat ran down his chin. So if you want to use a fake sequence to register at the Bureau of Sequence Users, you can't just go by yourself. You'll need someone to help you. Xing Xiang was shocked again. This kind of thing even happens inside the Bureau of Sequence Users? There are people willing to help with forgeries? Are there really so many people like him who don't want their secrets exposed? But Qin Xiang didn't ask any of this out loud, because as an internet cafe owner, Wang Defa couldn't possibly know the answers. He only asked Wang Defa about things he might actually know. Who should I look for here? Boss, as for who to look for, I really don't know. It's already quite impressive that a trainee awakened knows all this. Qin Xiang sneered. If you don't know who to ask for help, everything you said is useless. Wang Defa hesitated for a moment longer, glancing at Qin Xiang in the shadows, and said, I don't know exactly who to ask, but I have a general idea of who can find out the inside secrets of the administration. The blonde policewoman from the police station? Loiliana. Qin Xiang was not familiar with people at the police station, as he had never dealt with officers before, or rather he had dealt with them in the shadows, mostly anonymously, matching wits with them. It's Loliana. The reason I know this is because one day about 3 years ago, she came to my place and asked me to set her up with a hidden address to use the computer. I thought she was quite pretty, with her blonde hair and blue eyes, so I wanted to know what she was doing here. So you monitored her computer, right? It seemed Liu Dazi's habit of peeping at customers was learned from his boss, Wang Defa. However, Wang Defa had a sense of restraint. He knew what to do and what not to do after peeping. Liu Dazi, on the other hand, only learned Wang Defa's bad habits without learning his shrewdness. She was talking to someone anonymously on the interface about this very matter. She hoped that person could help fix her identity. She's a sequence awakened. What identity would she need to fix? I guessed it could only be a forged sequence. Later, I heard Loiliana joined the police station with the Sense Seeker sequence, which the police love most. That made me even more certain something was wrong. If she really were a Sense Seeker, why would she worry about her identity? Qin Xiang nodded slightly, agreeing that Wang Defa's deduction was sound. There was an 80% chance Loiliana's sequence was problematic. Did that person leave any clues? Wang Defa recalled for a moment and shook his head.
No.
That person was also anonymous. I only remember that person's coding name in the chat room was Dreammaker. But the coding names in that chat room seemed to be randomly assigned. They changed every day. That day he was Dreammaker. No one knows what he'd be called the next time. So I don't think that counts as a clue. Qin Xiang thought for a moment and then asked, so, what were the terms of their deal? 1 silver coin. Loiliana placed 1 silver coin under a floor tile near one of the safe zone exits. After getting the money, the person helped her forge the registration info. You didn't try to go to that floor tile early and steal Loiliana's silver coin. Wang Defa forced a smile and said, Boss, I wouldn't have the guts. If I stole her silver coin, she would definitely guess I was monitoring her. Then the reputation of my internet cafe would be ruined. You also know about this cafe. I'm just a front man. The bulk of the profit has to be handed up. If the person behind me knew I ruined his future just because of greed, he would definitely skin me alive. Smart move. Wang Defa didn't seem happy with Qin Xiang's compliment. Instead, his tone was a bit resentful. I'm just an ordinary person, dealing with trainee awakened every day. If I weren't clever, I'd have died hundreds of times already. However, later on, out of curiosity, I took some time to check out that floor tile's location. Any findings? If you're not a trainee awakened, there's no way to even get close to that floor tile.
Why? Because
that floor tile is near the main gate of the safe zone exit. It's an area where a trainee awakened rest. There are many people coming and going every day. Since there are people coming and going every day, how did Loeliana put the silver coin under it? I don't know. Maybe she specifically picked a time when no one was around to put it down. Boss, that's all I know. Chen Xiang was silent for a long time, thinking about what to do next. From Wang Defa's account, it wasn't hard for him to guess that the insider dream maker at the administration could obtain all of Loeliana's information. Otherwise, he couldn't have created a tailor-made forged identity for her. But this anonymous transaction method made Chen Xiang believe that Loeliana didn't seem to know who this dream maker was. This meant Chen Xiang would have to trade with an unknown person, giving away all his information, while the other party remained hidden in the dark. It was equivalent to giving that person leverage over him, which could be used for blackmail at any time. Chen Xiang could absolutely not accept being so passive. All right, I see. Thank you, but there's one more thing I need your help with. Go ahead, I'm a bit short on cash right now. Please lend me 1 silver coin to complete the registration for the forged sequence identity. Wang Defa was dumbfounded. He had been working like a dog. Wasn't it all for this 1 silver coin? Now Chen Xiang actually wanted it back. Then what was he working for? Chen Xiang also knew that doing this wasn't very honorable. But for the fee of 1 silver coin, he really had no other choice. He couldn't go and kill someone else just for 1 silver coin, could he? Boss, this is a bit too much, isn't it? Aren't you just making a fool of me? I said this is a loan from you. Once I join the sequence awakened, the administration will pay you back double. You should know that if I wanted to take it by force, I wouldn't need to explain all this to you. Wang Defa was dismissive of the empty promises Chen Xiang was making. Boss, this kind of thing like buying on credit, it's not like I haven't seen it before. But you're asking for a whole silver coin on credit. I don't have time to chit-chat with you. I either borrow 1 silver coin, or I take 1 silver coin. Make your choice. If you want to report me to the police, I can try that too. After saying that, Chen Xiang didn't wait for Wang Defa's reply. You're a smart man. You know how to choose? Please step out. I need to use the computer. I'll be at the entrance of your internet cafe tomorrow night. At that time, you lend me 1 silver coin. Wang Defa clenched his fists, standing there staring at Chen Xiang's back, not answering. Don't do anything stupid. Think about your family. Chen Xiang gave a casual reminder. Images of his happy family immediately flashed through Wang Defa's mind. His loving wife and 2 obedient children. Nothing was more important than family. Just give him the silver coin. Consider it a loss. Fine, I understand. Wang Defa silently left the warehouse, closing the door behind him for Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang then opened the God-Slaying Camp Forum and the Sequence Education Forum, looking up the knowledge he wanted to learn. Because this would likely be his last time coming here to check things in the near future, he reviewed everything in great detail. For some complex matters, he even used the pen and paper in the warehouse to take notes, to prevent any errors caused by a lapse in memory. By the time Chen Xiang left the warehouse, it was already midnight. The internet cafe had long since closed. Wang Defa had already gone home. After locking up the warehouse door, making sure no one was around, he quickly ran back home. It really was a fruitful day. He took a cold shower and laid on the bed. Looking at the notes he recorded, he spoke from the bottom of his heart. There will be plenty to keep busy with in the next few days. Around 6 a.m. the next morning,
He got up and packed his things.
used his collar to cover his face, and wore a broad hat. After making sure no one could recognize him, he went out. He didn't go straight to school. He went to the general store first and bought 2 envelopes with a copper coin, a sheet of letter paper, and a worn-out pencil. Then he asked the shopkeeper to place 1 envelope and the letter paper inside the other envelope. The shopkeeper didn't know why Chen Xiang wanted it done this way, but followed his instructions. Chen Xiang took the envelope, and following the map route he looked up last night, walked to the police station, 30 minutes from the school. It was still early. Only 2 police officers were standing guard outside. The main entrance was half open all the time. Not many people coming or going. He sized up the place. After confirming there was a public mailbox in front of the police station, he smiled slightly. Then he went into the alley beside the police station. There were quite a few homeless people here. Most of them entered society after graduating high school, unable to find a stable job in the outskirts of the safe zone, this poor area, for survival. They sold the house allocated by the United Government, and thus became homeless on the streets, where there are vagrants. There are also their homeless children wandering with them. People with fewer burdens so they don't get dragged down by their kids, simply abandon their children, and go elsewhere for opportunities. So here Chen Xiang also saw a few orphaned wanderers. It made him feel that his newly reborn background wasn't the worst after all. At least he could still go to school, had food to eat, unlike these alley kids, who lost hope from the moment they were born. Although he felt pity, all he could do was sigh helplessly, lacking the power to change anything. Chen Xiang walked along the dim alley, approached the orphan who looked the youngest. Do you know how to read? The kid's face was covered in dust, gnawing on dirty fingernails, and staring wide-eyed at Chen Xiang curiously. But Chen Xiang's whole face was hidden in the shadows. He couldn't see a thing. Chen Xiang asked again, Do you know how to read? The kid shook his head. Chen Xiang handed him the envelope. Open this envelope. He didn't understand, but still did as he was told. Took out the other envelope along with the paper and pencil. Seeing the kid pull out the paper and pencil, he picked up a wooden stick and found a patch of soft, muddy ground. Follow me. Write on the letter paper what I draw on the ground with the stick. Chen Xiang wrote 2 characters. The kid stared for a while but didn't really understand their meaning. Just copy what I wrote. The kid grabbed the pencil in a fist and started scribbling Chen Xiang's characters onto the paper. When he finished writing, he looked up again. His big, innocent eyes turned to Chen Xiang. Good, now take that letter paper. Put it into the envelope you just took out. Hearing Chen Xiang's praise, the kid shyly smiled. Now write the characters I drew on the envelope. Write the characters I just wrote on it. After the kid obediently followed directions, Chen Xiang nodded. Very impressive. Can you help me put this envelope in the big box at the police station entrance? The kid didn't really get it. Chen Xiang erased the marks he'd just made on the ground and threw the stick deeper into the alley, then said, Follow me. Chen Xiang took him out the alley and saw the brightly lit police station. That big blue box. Do you see it? The kid nodded. Help me put this letter in there, okay? You're so talented. I'm sure you can do it. Looking at the police station, the kid oddly felt scared. No, I don't want to. His eyes showed strong resistance. He seemed to have suffered at the hands of police before. If you help me put it in, I'll give you some good food. Chen Xiang opened his lunchbox as he said this, revealing the centipede mushroom rice. When the kid saw the food, his eyes instantly brightened. Deal. I won't back out. I'll wait for you here. The kid bit his lip. It looked like he made a big decision. Looking at the police station mailbox, he clenched his teeth and dashed over with all his might. Chen Xiang watched the kid put the letter in the mailbox, then come running back. The kid was out of breath and spoke unclearly. Food's awesome. Chen Xiang smiled and handed him the lunchbox. The kid immediately devoured the meal. Chen Xiang watched him finish eating, then put away the lunchbox. Was it tasty? The kid smiled and nodded. If you like it, I'll bring more next time. You did it right. If anyone asks you questions, you need to say you don't know how to read first. Remember that. Chen Xiang left the alley, turned and headed toward the school. He could have given the kid tastier food, but only the cafeteria meals had a strong smell, able to mask his own scent, so no one could trace him. Hope tomorrow is a happy meeting. Roylina. About an hour later, more officers arrived at the police station one after another. Roylina was among them. Good morning, Roylina. Morning, Levi. Roylina greeted her co-workers warmly. Roylina, looks like there's a letter for you here. The mailroom staff frowned, carefully examining the writing on the envelope. Not really sure. It might not be yours, but I think these letters probably spell. Roylina, recipient. What do you think? Roylina took the envelope, looking at the twisted handwriting. She was a bit puzzled. When did it arrive? Not sure, maybe last night. Or this morning. In any case, I just found it while sorting the mailbox. Maybe it's just a prank by some kid. The envelope wasn't even sealed. Can I open it to take a look? If it's not for me, I'll leave it here for whoever it belongs to. I think that's a good idea. Roylina smiled, opened the envelope and gave it a glance. The smile on his face instantly froze. Then he forced a smile again. This is my letter. Thank you. It's nothing, it's my job. You know that? Good morning, Roylina. Morning, Peter. Roylina still enthusiastically greeted people. She seemed no different than before. But when she arrived at the office and closed the door behind her, she immediately and anxiously opened the envelope. She once again read the contents on the letter. Tonight at 9 p.m., the woods beside Chunlu Alley. Let's talk about your sequence. I'm very merciful. And also friendly. I hope you won't do anything to let me
Down.
Roylina clenched her fists. Her waterfall-like blonde hair was shaking from fear and anger. Damn it. How could anyone know that I forged my sequence? She looked at the letter again, then thought about it. Maybe this person doesn't actually know about it, just simply wants to learn about the Nosier. But immediately denied that thought. No, impossible. If they wanted information on the Nosier, they could just check at the Slaying God camp. No need to ask for a meeting. She took out a medal from the pocket on her chest, then placed it on top of the letter. A red light suddenly flashed at a certain spot on the medal. Roylina's face showed sudden excitement. The person who wrote the letter is nearby. She immediately loaded her pistol, put on the police uniform, and acted as if she was going out on duty. Left the police station. Following the red dot on the medal, Roylina arrived at the alley where Qin Xiang had been that morning. She looked at the street urchin sleeping deeply ahead, and then checked her medal again. She showed a look of contempt. It's an orphan. How could that be possible? But the medal's guidance can't be wrong. She nudged the sleeping child with the tip of her leather shoe. Wake up, the child rubbed his eyes, and looking up, saw Roylina in full police uniform, and immediately sat up out of fright. Did you write this letter? The child nodded first, then, as if realizing something, shook his head desperately. Roylina immediately pressed, Who told you to write it? What did that person look like? The child suddenly remembered what Qin Xiang said before leaving, and choked with sobs. I can't read. I can't read. Don't know who it was. Roylina frowned. She didn't know why the child was answering off topic, but since this child was the one who wrote her the letter, then he has to die. She absolutely cannot let all her efforts be ruined by this letter. Just as she drew her pistol from her waist to shoot this crying and sobbing child, she suddenly recalled the words on the letter. I'm very merciful and also friendly. I hope you won't do anything to let me down. What does this sentence mean? Is it warning me not to kill him? The child kept crying and shouting, I can't read. I can't read. So that's what he meant by saying he couldn't read. Everything was arranged by the one who asked to meet me. Looks like I can't kill this kid yet. At least not until I've dealt with Jishen's mastermind tonight. I'll come back and kill him after that. Roylina lowered the gun in her hand. She gave the tearful child a cold look, then left with big strides. Qin Xiang sat in the classroom, gazing at the starry sky and the gods outside the window. He was thinking about how to talk with Roylina tonight, but he kept feeling like someone was watching him. Qin Xiang glanced over and saw it was Li Jingwen. Li Jingwen's uncle has been missing for 2 days, but Qin Xiang and Wen Shu are both still alive and well. As the one who benefits most from Qin Xiang and Wen Shu's deaths, he's also likely the mastermind behind it. Li Jingwen naturally felt extremely uneasy. Today, he even forgot to talk to Zhou Yang. He sat in the classroom, totally out of it. He kept looking back at Qin Xiang, hoping to see something from his behavior. Just like ants can't understand how high mountains are. Li Jingwen, who had never experienced the world in school, how could he possibly match wits with Qin Xiang, who had blood on his hands and lived twice? He secretly stared at Qin Xiang many times, but still couldn't read anything. from the calm expression on Qin Xiang's face. Whether it's a guilty conscience or just his imagination, Li Jingwen felt like he was less and less able to understand Qin Xiang. Ever since the day Qin Xiang stopped centering his world around him, Qin Xiang seemed to be moving towards a realm he knew nothing about. He looked over at Qin Xiang again and felt like Qin Xiang was spacing out. His pupils, gazing at the scenery outside the window, were filled with stories he couldn't understand. Strangely, he suddenly felt afraid. He even had an absurd thought come to mind. What if Qin Xiang was actually a hidden sequence user and turned the tables on his uncle? I'm really losing it. How could there be a sequence user here? Li Jingwen shook his head, thinking it must have been his lack of sleep the past 2 days that led to such a ridiculous idea. During the break, Zhou Yang came over to Li Jingwen on his own initiative. Li Jingwen didn't seem to be paying much attention to him lately, which felt a little weird for him. So he wanted to check if Li Jingwen was okay. Li Jingwen? Li Jingwen glanced at Zhou Yang at the classroom door and suddenly felt nervous.
He quickly glanced at Qin Xiang out of the corner of his eye.
But Qin Xiang was still daydreaming with his cheek in his hand and didn't react at all. Since Qin Xiang didn't break up him and Zhou Yang, then he probably doesn't know about Kun Chenglong. Seems Kun Chenglong didn't know who he messed with and got dumped in some stinky ditch somewhere. Li Jingwen thought this over and immediately felt much better. Then she smiled her iconic sweet smile again and ran toward the classroom door. Zhou Yang, what brings you here? You haven't seemed yourself these past 2 days. I wanted to check in with you, make sure everything is okay. I'm fine. It's just some family trouble lately, so I've been a bit out of it. A flash of sadness appeared in Li Jingwen's eyes. What's wrong? Can I help? Li Jingwen shook her head. I don't know, but right now I just really wish there was someone I could lean on. Zhou Yang, I know we're just friends, but after school, can I use your shoulder for a while? Zhou Yang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, thank you. You're so kind. See you after school. Li Jingwen said goodbye to Zhou Yang, then returned to the classroom. From the door she spotted far away Qin Xiang sitting by the window, already asleep with his head on his desk. Qin Xiang being this relaxed made Li Jingwen even more convinced.
He has no idea that Kun Chenglong wants to kill him.
All the old gloom was swept away. Li Jingwen's mood returned to how it was before. He couldn't wait for Qin Xiang to just hurry up and die. No one even knows if Kun Chenglong is dead or not. If he's not dead, just hurry up and kill this loser. Just seeing him annoys me. After school, Qin Xiang came to the library to organize books again. But this time, he found there was someone else in the library besides Teacher Zhu and Wen Shu. That person was Zhao Liwen. Zhao Liwen was also studying at a desk in the library. Even though she wasn't sharing a small table with Wen Shu, she was sitting right across from him. Wen Shu had no expression on his face. His big eyes stared only at the test papers in front of him. He seemed to be studying seriously. But Qin Xiang knew he wasn't in a good mood. Because when he used to come to the library after school, while tidying up the books, Wen Shu would greet him with a smile. He always looked relaxed. Unlike now, where he's like a studying machine. At that moment, Zhao Liwan walked over to Wen Shu to ask him a question. Wen Shu replied with a blank expression. Just a brief and concise answer. He didn't want to say another word. Qin Xiang shrugged. He was about to chat with Zhao Lauer again. But Teacher Zhu coughed from the side. Teacher Zhu pointed at a note on the table. It's for you. Qin Xiang picked up the note. He found out it was from Wen Shu. Zhao Liwan goes to Zhuan School because her father is an intern at the construction bureau here. It's convenient for her to go to school. Her father is about to get a permanent position. They have some background and influence. Don't mess with her right now. Qin Xiang showed a helpless expression. Wen Shu had already predicted what he was going to do. What else is there to say? Then Teacher Zhu said, hurry up, finish cleaning and lock up, okay? Qin Xiang knew that it's hard for Wen Shu to be in the library right now. So he cleaned up fast. Before long, he said to Zhao Liwen and Wen Shu, The library is closing soon. Classmates, please leave. Wenshu didn't say a word. He put the exercise book back on the shelf. Then he put on his backpack and left. But Zhao Liwan dragged her feet. She only came out when Teacher Ju was about to lock up. Chen Xiang. Zhao Liwan called out to Chen Xiang just as he was about to leave. What do you want now? I hope you'll think about what I said yesterday. I mean no harm. I was being sincere. Chen Xiang totally couldn't be bothered with her anymore. He kept walking toward the school gate. Zhao Liwen chased after him. She added, hope you realize. Being together with Wenshu will only distract him. Are you crazy? I haven't even said a word to him. You're the one distracting him from studying. Zhao Liwen pursed her lips. Even if he gets distracted, he can still easily get into one of the lower-ranked colleges. So I'm not really affecting him. But for a failure like you who can't even get into the academy, involving him in your affairs is a pure waste of his time. These words from Zhao Liang caused a surge of anger in Qin Xiang's heart. What did she mean by him holding Wenshu back? To say something so shameless without hesitation. He didn't know how Zhao Liang could even say it. He originally thought she was just a bookworm, but now he realized that she was actually a sophisticated egoist. If it weren't for the fact that he had to meet Luo Yiliana tonight, Qin Xiang would have definitely waited on Zhao Liang's way home to give her a good thrashing. The things you say are actually worse than farts. Qin Xiang dropped that sentence and strode away. Zhao Liwan watched Qin Xiang coldly from behind, then gave a disdainful snort, and walked toward her home as well. Qin Xiang went home and put down his backpack, preparing to meet Luo Yiliana. He recalled the information he had looked up in the Godslayer camp. Yiliana was not a sequence user of the scent tracer path, yet she had experience in investigating cases and hunting criminals. She likely possessed a low-level scent tracking tool. The time was 7 p.m. Pedestrians were passing through Chunlu Alley one after another. This alleyway was a path leading from the edge of the safe zone to the central area. Generally, people who couldn't afford the bus would cut through here to save time. Chunlu Alley was also a place Qin Xiang learned about while browsing the forums. Those heading to the exit of Safe Zone 14514, who were sequence users, often weren't strong enough, didn't hunt many gods, and didn't have a very generous income. Sometimes to save money they would walk home, and Changlu Alley was a road they frequently took. Qin Xiang found a moment when no one was on the road, and slipped into the agreed-upon woods, crouching in wait nearby. Then he opened his lunchbox, took the triple-winged flying fish he brought back from the cafeteria, and smeared it onto his clothes. Low-level scent-tracking tools were far inferior to the scent-seeking skill of a scent tracer sequence user. If a heavy odor was used to mask the scent, the tool would be unable to track it. The smell of cafeteria food should be sufficient. This was also information provided by exchange posts on the Godslayer camp forums. After he finished smearing it on his clothes, he closed the lunchbox again and waited quietly for Luo Yiliana to appear. At about 8:30 p.m., a figure wearing a trench coat appeared in the woods. Qin Xiang could hear the muffled sound of leather shoes stepping on stones and knew that it should be Luo Yiliana. Luo Yiliana had arrived half an hour early. What was she planning to do? Qin Xiang didn't know. He remained hidden in the woods, quietly observing Luo Yiliana. He saw Luo Yiliana take out a bottle of perfume, spray it on herself, and then stand there motionless. After a while, the fragrance drifted into Qin Xiang's nostrils. This fresh scent made him feel refreshed, and his anxiety lessened a bit. Was this ordinary perfume, or a prerequisite for activating some sequence skill? Qin Xiang frowned in thought. He still didn't know what Luo Yiliana's true sequence ability was, so he was extremely vigilant. Luo Yiliana seemed to be getting impatient with waiting, constantly checking her phone. After confirming that Luo Yiliana hadn't set any traps, Qin Xiang finally masked his face and stepped out from the nearby bush. However, the clothes used to cover his face were tainted with the smell of cafeteria food, which didn't feel very pleasant for him.
Luo Yiliana saw Qin Xiang step out from the side, was stunned for a moment, and then asked coldly, "You've been here for a while. Why didn't you show yourself?" "I didn't want to come out so soon." Qin Xiang truthfully stated his thoughts. Luo Yiliana flipped her golden bangs. "What do you want from me?" "I'd like to ask you for a favor." "Speak." "Introduce me to the person who forged your sequence." Luo Yiliana's pupils suddenly dilated, but then she heard the masked man across from her speak again. "I advise you to take your right hand off the pistol, under your trench coat. Once a shot is fired, you won't be able to kill me, and there will be no room for reconciliation." Luo Yiliana was stunned. She didn't expect that this person would actually see through her movements. What powerful perception and predictive ability. Luo Yiliana's hand remained on the gun. She had already chambered a round before coming, ready to draw and fire at any time. "You're very confident, but I don't think your movements are faster than a bullet." Qin Xiang smiled. "Of course I can't be faster than a bullet, but the bullet needs you to draw the gun and pull the trigger to fire, right? I just need to be faster than you." Luo Yiliana looked at Qin Xiang with a look of vigilance, seemingly not believing what he said. Qin Xiang shrugged. "If I weren't absolutely certain, I wouldn't have come to meet you. So I hope you can have a little patience and continue talking with me." "What do you want?" "Didn't I say it? I hope you will introduce me to the person who forged your sequence." Luo Yiliana asked again. "Then what?" "Then? It seems you really haven't listened to a word I said. First, take your hand off the holster." Qin Xiang saw the killing intent in Luo Yiliana's eyes, knowing that no matter what, she was going to try to shoot and kill him. He said helplessly, "Don't waste your effort. Before I came, I set up a scheduled mass email to the officers at the police station. Tomorrow morning, everyone at the police station will know that your sequence is forged. If I am unable to return tonight to adjust the delay time of the email, you will be exposed tomorrow. So even if you kill me, it won't be of any use." "What?" Luo Yiliana was stunned. She didn't expect that the masked man in front of her actually had a backup plan. This time she was truly panicked. Things were moving in the most unfavorable direction for her. "Besides, you can't kill me at all." While Luo Yiliana was dazed, Qin Xiang activated his violence skill, kicked off the ground, and launched himself forward. Luo Yiliana was a sequence user, and not of the lowest level. Her perception and agility were much higher than an ordinary person's. Even so, she could only see Qin Xiang rushing toward her at an incredible speed, but she had no time to react at all. Qin Xiang snatched the gun from Luo Yiliana's hand, then jumped back 2 steps, maintaining a certain distance between them. "What are you doing?" Qin Xiang spun the gun in his hand, teasing. "I talked for so long and you didn't believe me, so I had to prove it with facts." As he spoke, he turned the gun and pointed it at Luo Yiliana. Luo Yiliana's eyes immediately became terrified. "What exactly do you want?" "I said I just want to talk to you. Now I think you can calm down." After saying that, Qin Xiang lowered the gun.
Tell me.
"How do I contact that person?" Luo Yiliana glanced at Qin Xiang. "I realized he truly had no intention of killing me. I had no choice but to answer his questions. I honestly didn't know who that person was. It was other friends who told me he could help me complete the registration sequence. All I know is that person is a regular in the Axiom virtual chat room. If you want to find him, just hang out in the chat room frequently. But how do you figure out which one is him? Observe carefully in the chat room, and you'll find him." Qin Xiang could tell Roylina wasn't being completely clear. He smiled and said, "Observe carefully. I don't have that much time. So if I ask, who can help me out like they helped Roylina, will that work?" Hearing that, Roylina gritted her teeth angrily. "If you enter the chat room 8 times, that person will come looking for you." "Okay, and then?" "Then you give him your name and personal information. Tell him which sequence you want to disguise as. He'll assist you in passing the registration assessment by the Sequence Ability Administration. So I don't need to handle the sequence myself? The ability administration will have you follow his instructions. And go there once to get proof that you're a registered sequence ability user. That's all you need to do. So you can skip the assessment directly? Yes, you can skip the assessment. Qin Xiang mentally reviewed Roylina's words and felt there wasn't much of a problem. I've told you everything you wanted to know. Can you give my gun back now? Qin Xiang looked up at Roylina, shook his head. No. So what do you want from me? Before you'll return my gun. Every police officer has their own service weapon, and each gun has a unique serial number. They're also frequently collected for unified inspections to check for any signs of aging. Anyone whose gun wasn't turned in would immediately get caught. If the gun is lost, that's an extremely serious incident. At the very least, you'll be suspended from investigations. If that gun causes a major incident, the officer who lost it will definitely be fired. Roylina forged her sequence identity and also needs to enter the police station. It's clear how much she needs this job. She can't let her efforts be completely ruined in Qin Xiang's hands. The reason you just answered my questions is because I know your secret. To prevent me from exposing your secret, you have to answer my questions about forging the sequence. And this gun, I took it from you when you tried to kill me. It can't be considered as payment for answering my questions. Qin Xiang laughed. Getting your gun back will cost extra. So, what do you want me to do? Roylina was already getting overwhelmed by Qin Xiang. She hadn't expected Qin Xiang to be so tricky. Throughout this conversation, she was always at a disadvantage, unable to control the situation. Tell me your real sequence. Dream on! Roylina was so furious her whole body trembled. Under the faint starlight, she looked like a golden lion, radiating a chilling murderous intent. I'm someone who's very trustworthy. Since you just answered my questions, I can promise I won't tell anyone else about your forged sequence. But you're never getting this gun back. With this gun, it'll be much easier for me to kill people in the future. But I'll probably need you to take the blame. This villain. I haven't even done anything to you. Why can't you just leave me alone? Give me your real sequence, then I'll give you back your gun. It wasn't easy for me to become a police officer. Do you have any idea how much hardship I've endured? I even sacrificed my own purity for it. Your real sequence. You're a heartless demon able to get it. You won't be satisfied until you've completely destroyed me. No matter how much Roylina ranted and complained about her sequence, Qin Xiang just coldly repeated his question. He was saying fewer and fewer words, which meant his patience was about to run out. Roylina, if your next sentence isn't your sequence, I'm leaving right now. I can guarantee your basic scent tracking device will never be able to find my trail. Roylina's tightly shut eyes were bloodshot from frustration and madness, looking especially terrifying in the dark forest, while Qin Xiao, whose face was hidden, stood like an observer, across from her, showing no emotional reaction. If it weren't for his chest rising and falling with his breath, others might think he was some kind of strange human statue. Roylina looked at Qin Xiang. A single tear rolled down her cheek. Pleasure seeker. I said my sequence is pleasure seeker. After saying that, Roylina gave a desperate smile. Qin Xiang watched as her spirit seemed to drain away. He also understood why Roylina chose to hide her sequence. As a pleasure seeker, the most notorious sequence is the level 1 skill, Ultimate Pleasure. When activated, it lets you target someone for a period of time, making them experience intense pleasure.
It gives the target
An overwhelming urge to seek pleasure with the skill user, a powerful desire. Ultimate pleasure works not just on people, but on gods as well. When the pleasure seeker uses ultimate pleasure, gods gather around them. For pleasure seeker sequence users, their fate can only be one of two things: a plaything for the upper-class elite within the safe zone, or bait for hunting gods outside the safe zone. No matter which option, they'll endure endless suffering. So those who awaken as pleasure seekers usually have no choice but to hide their identity and live an ordinary life. If they're discovered, That's the beginning of a nightmare with no escape. That's why Rolina hides her sequence. Qin Xiang's face was emotionless, but he somehow felt a bit of sympathy for her. Still, he kept that sympathy tightly controlled and didn't let it grow. Sympathy will cloud his judgment. He had to stay ruthlessly cold to keep himself absolutely safe. Roylina revealed her training, but Qin Xiang didn't back off. Looking at the hopeless Roylina,
He said, there's no one on the street right now.
so please use the ultimate pleasure skill on me. What are you trying to do? I have to confirm you really are a pleasure seeker. Qin Xiang felt he might need Roylina's help again in the future. So, he had to get hold of Roylina's deepest secret. There's no way I'll just believe you're a pleasure seeker, just because you shed a couple of tears. Qin Xiang would buy it. You're determined to drive me into a dead end. I've already told you. What more do you want from me? Roylina sobbed and begged Qin Xiang. But Qin Xiang still showed no emotion. Activate the ultimate pleasure skill, or I'll leave with a gun. Rolyana saw that Qin Xiang's voice didn't waver at all, and knew her crying was useless. Fine, you win. Rolyana wiped away her tears and tidied her messy blonde hair. I'm not a pleasure seeker. How did you find out? Was my crying not realistic enough just now? Don't ask too many questions, because you're not qualified to tell me about your training. Qin Xiang hadn't actually seen through Rolyana's acting. His heart had indeed softened for a moment. However, after suffering a loss at Lu Dazi's hands, he had become much more cautious in his actions. He had to ensure everything was foolproof. He didn't expect Rolyana to still be playing mind games. This blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty officer really was a dark horse. Rolyana looked helpless. Titan, my sequence is Titan. As she spoke, she revealed her hand. It's unclear what she did, but her palm began to expand, instantly becoming as large as the sofa in Qin Xiang's home. Then her palm deflated like a popped balloon and returned to its original size. The Titan sequence allows one to enlarge a specific part of their body, or their entire body, while also increasing the strength of the enlarged part. They usually serve in hunting squads, as meat shields to confront the gods head-on. However, the mortality rate for the Titan sequence is extremely high, because human strength ultimately cannot compete with the gods. I didn't want to go outside the safe zone, to live a life of fear and anxiety. So I hid my sequence identity and joined the police department. What I just released is a level 1 skill of the Titan sequence, partial enlargement. Only those in the Titan sequence can do this, so I'm not lying. Rolyana smiled at Qin Xiang. Can I have my gun back now? Qin Xiang searched his mind, recalling the characteristics of various sequence ability users. Although he couldn't remember the skills of every sequence ability user, those capable of enlarging their bodies seemed indeed to be only the Titan sequence. Wait, there's one more. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang was no longer in a hurry to leave. Instead, he fell into silence once more. Rolyana frowned. What now? Why won't you give me the gun? I'm waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for 10 minutes. For you to release the Titan sequence again. The level 1 skill, partial enlargement. A flash of shock crossed Rolyana's eyes. What do you mean? I want to confirm if you are truly of the Titan sequence, or if you just happen to mimic the partial enlargement skill. Deceiver, if I remember correctly, the Deceiver sequence can mimic skills they have seen, but only the outward appearance, nothing else. And they cannot mimic the same skill consecutively. Rolyana's smile, which had begun to relax, vanished instantly. You really are troublesome. So? Rolyana leaned dejectedly against a nearby tree. You're right. I am of the Deceiver sequence. To prove she wasn't lying this time, on her face, a multicolored mask suddenly appeared. This was the ability of the Shaman sequence. Qin Xiang nodded. Rolyana was indeed of the Deceiver sequence. He had finally tested it out, but the process had been far too convoluted. Several times he had almost been fooled. Your Chinese is very good. Even your emotions are full. You almost tricked me. Of course I have to study my tools of the trade. It's nothing to brag about. You are very impressive. More impressive than the colleagues and criminals I've dealt with before. Roliana complimented Qin Xiang sincerely. In front of you, I feel as powerless as a baby. Every lie I tell is ruthlessly exposed by you. The last time I felt like this was when I first met Inspector Orlov. Qin Xiang had gotten the answer he wanted. He didn't plan to stay in the woods any longer and waste time with this lying female officer. I'm leaving. I'll leave your handgun on the path in the woods. 3 minutes after I leave, follow the path I took and you'll see the gun. Fine, I got it. Now disappear. I really don't want to see you for another second. You insidious, cunning devil. Qin Xiang shrugged. At least I haven't lied to you from start to finish. Right, kind and honest Roliana. Roliana snorted and didn't answer. Qin Xiang turned and left in a good mood, taking his lunchbox hidden in the bush along the way. Even though you're smart, you'd better be careful. Roliana warned from behind him. Don't you dare fall into Orlov's hands, or I'll be dragged down with you. Orlov. I'll remember that. Thanks. Qin Xiang didn't go home immediately. He first found a corner to take off his clothes and burn them. He was still worried that the scent on these clothes could be tracked, even if they were soaked in the strong-smelling broth of the cafeteria food. Watching the jacket slowly burn to ashes, Qin Xiang sighed. How long has it been? I've already burned 3 or 4 jackets. If this keeps up, I'll have to wear short sleeves in this cold world. These jackets were mostly items I scavenged from the junkyard. Not a single one was bought with money. But the penniless days might continue for a while. I should find some time to go scavenging at the junkyard again. Then he dumped the food from the lunchbox into a sewer and cleaned the box before returning home. He hurriedly ate some leftovers from yesterday and headed out again. After confirming no one was following him, he went to the internet cafe once more. Wang Defa saw Qin Xiang appear at the door and walked out with a reluctant face. Boss, here's your silver coin. Yesterday, Qin Xiang and Wang Defa had agreed that he would come back for the silver coin today as payment for finding someone to forge sequence information. Wang Defa pulled a silver coin from his pocket and placed it in Qin Xiang's hand, but his fingers didn't let go, and there was a hint of reluctance on his face. Thanks, I'll pay you back. Qin Xiang pulled the silver coin from Wang Defa's hand and put it in his pocket. Though it was a bit shameless, Qin Xiang had no other choice. A silver coin was indeed hard for him to come by. Wang Defa's eyelids drooped. Boss, if there's nothing in the future, let's not associate with each other anymore. Just consider it a lesson you've taught me. Wang Defa hadn't gained a single benefit from Qin Xiang, and might even face trouble from the Sequence Ability Management Bureau. It feels like I'm suffering as if I ate shit. But Qin Xiang can't worry about all that. He still has many things he can only do online. And Wang Defa's internet cafe is his only safe way to access the internet. How could he not come here? Qin Xiang said. I still need to use your warehouse computer tonight. You're coming again? The police haven't even come to inspect today. It's already 10 o'clock. Isn't your internet cafe about to close soon? Why are you still worried about an inspection? Wang Defa pursed his lips and said nothing. Don't worry, I won't short you on your cut. But you need to wait till I get through this first. Qin Xiang patted Wang Defa on the shoulder, then headed to the warehouse. After Qin Xiang entered the warehouse, Wang Defa was so angry he pounded his chest and stomped his feet. Damn it, someone please kill that bastard. Qin Xiang sat down in front of the computer and immediately opened the ICQ virtual chat room. ICQ virtual chat room is a place for online socializing. Unlike other chat rooms, the reason ICQ virtual chat room stayed popular for so long is because this chat room uses network address hiding technology. Everyone here logs in anonymously, and the addresses are completely hidden. No one knows who anyone is in this chat room. Even the ICQ backend staff can't look up a visitor's identity in the chat room, ensuring absolute privacy.
This has made it a natural gray market for all sorts of transactions. Naturally, this chat room is also watched by the police. There are undercover officers inside. To avoid accidentally mistaking the police for a trading partner during a deal, people doing business here all use various forms of encryption. For example, the person faking the serial number enters and exits the chat room 8 times in a row to confirm who wants to trade. As for how this trade method got around, or how Rolina found out about it, Qin Xiang has no idea. As Rolina told him, he enters and exits the chat room 8 times in a row, then stays still, waiting quietly for that mysterious person to contact him. The chat room's interface is very simple. On the left is the visitor list. In the center are various game and gambling ads. On the right is your current chat partner. At the bottom is the public chat area. Lin Xiang can see all sorts of ads for loans and fake identities constantly, scrolling across the chat room interface. It reminds him of the old days. Of course, he was very poor in his past life, just like this one. He couldn't afford a computer. So, he could only go to a nearby internet cafe occasionally to contact Li Jingwen when he needed to. He would use his dinner money to chat with her online. Usually, Li Jingwen and others would open a private channel in the chat room to play games together. And he would help Li Jingwen with her homework while quietly listening in. Thinking back now, it's really like he was a dog. But this life shouldn't be so pathetic. Qin Xiang's thoughts flashed quickly, and he returned to reality. The right side of his chat room interface was now completely blank. After a few minutes, the empty chat box finally blinked. Qin Xiang clicked it open. Someone called Exile reached out to chat first. Are you looking for someone? No, I'm waiting for someone. Qin Xiang replied. He saw that he was currently in Isako, with the codename Future in the chat room. Who are you waiting for? Waiting for someone who won't waste time asking questions like this. Exile was silent for about 2 minutes before replying. If you want someone to do you a favor, your attitude should be better. Tell me your rules. Qin Xiang got straight to the point. No, I want to know first. How did you learn how to contact me? Qin Xiang didn't hesitate at all and typed out his prepared excuse. A friend who didn't want to be named told me. You're just saying useless nonsense. We can't cooperate with you like this. Business is business. Things unrelated to business shouldn't even be discussed. If you don't want to do business, then I'll find someone else. Looks like you're afraid of your friend. Is it that if you tell me, your friend will cause you trouble, maybe even kill you? Qin Xiang didn't respond to his guess. He left the other party room for imagination. It was an important way to keep the initiative. Talk about your rules. Exile. I really want to make this deal happen. Give me your personal information. Then try to put a silver coin under the 10th tile in the 10th row from the exit of safe zone 38,324, counting left to right. And then you can wait for someone from the bureau to find you. What kind of personal info do you need? Thumbprints from both hands. A recent 1-inch photo. Name, current job, and home address. And of course, what identity you need. This is the internet. Even anonymous chat rooms might be monitored. So I can't be too direct. You should get what I mean, right? Qin Xiang understood right away. The so-called identity was the fake sequence he needed. That's a lot of stuff. I can't give it to you today. No problem. For safety's sake, these were supposed to be handled offline anyway. You can give me the money first. I'm online in the chat room a lot. You can contact me anytime when you come back to the chat room. Still, friends like you who haven't paid yet, come to the chat room. Just say, I'm new in the public area first. Then enter and exit the chat room 5 times in a row. After chatting with Exile, Qin Xiang left the warehouse, went home, washed up, and went to bed. Hopefully, everything goes smoothly tomorrow. Qin Xiang told himself before falling asleep. Blue Star Journal, January 22, 2010. Western Calendar Friday. Lunar Calendar, Year of Jishu, 8th day of the 12th lunar month. Laba Festival, a good day to travel.
Today is Friday, but Chen Xiang didn't go to school because time was too tight. The exit of safe zone 38324 was 21 bus stops from his home. Even if he advanced in sequence now, and his physical abilities improved further, it would still take 5 or 6 hours on foot to get there. Round trip would be over 10 hours, not counting the time he'd need to hide the silver coin. If you add that in, he probably wouldn't get home until early Saturday morning. As for taking the bus, there's no way to get off before the stop arrives. This would limit his route. Walking will never steer you wrong. Of course, as long as you have enough stamina to avoid getting delayed by trouble on the road and wasting more time, Chen Xiang decided to leave early. By the time he got to 38324, near the safe zone exit, it was already 1 p.m. There weren't many people at the safe exit at this hour. Trained ability users were having lunch or resting up. Ordinary people who hoped to get leftovers from the ability users would naturally disperse. Only a few people were left all alone, wandering around the safe exit. Xing Xiang hid his face in his hoodie, and, after counting the tiles, walked by as if nothing happened. When no one was watching, he quickly pried up one of the tiles a little and flicked the silver coin inside. After putting the tile down, he stepped on it to make sure that it was the same height as the others, nothing out of the ordinary. After the muffled sound of 2 thumps, Chen Xiang made sure the tile was back in place, then turned and left. Next, Chen Xiang found a corner where ordinary people gathered to rest. Many ordinary people were sitting or lying there, resting as much as they could, because when the sequence holders started leaving the safe zone to hunt down deities, they would have to get busy too. It was very crowded here. A tiny place that held over 1,000 people, just because it was very close to the safe exit. If a sequence ability user came, they'd be able to spot them as soon as they looked up. Though being close to the exit meant it was colder, huddling together kept some out of the wind. They could help block the cold for each other. Compared to the chance to change their fate, a bit of cold was nothing. Chen Xiang, carefully avoiding the napping crowd on the ground, found a spot where he could barely stand, squeezed in between others, and under their disdainful looks, sat down on the ground, just like them.
He took a lunchbox out of his bag
And wolfed the food down. As soon as he opened the box, everyone nearby looked disgusted. Even though they were all ordinary people, they could still afford groceries and could cook at home. Nobody's cooking should ever smell as bad as what was in Chen Xiang's lunchbox. Even with just a bit of oil and salt stir-fried, it shouldn't give off such a nauseating smell. Finally, a middle-aged woman nearby couldn't take it anymore and said to Chen Xiang, "Young man, you look so young. Your mom must have cooked this, right? Your mom's cooking smells just awful. It's a waste to let those ingredients go to her." Xing Xiang swallowed a piece of 9-tailed black rat meat and said expressionlessly, "My mom's been dead a long time." The middle-aged woman froze for a second, then asked, "Did your dad cook it?" "My dad's dead too." After hearing that, the woman kept her mouth open for a while like she wanted to say something, but in the end just went silent and didn't say anything more. Next to Xing Xiang, an elderly lady muttered quietly to herself, "Poor kid. Looks like he just graduated from high school. But his life already has no future." Chen Xiang continued eating the cafeteria food from his lunchbox, ignoring the words of others. After finishing his meal, he packed up the lunchbox and put it in a bag. He planned to use the bag as a pillow and lie down to rest. This time he didn't try to squeeze in proactively. People around him naturally shifted, giving him a spot to lie down and rest. "Thank you." Chen Xiang didn't look at anyone in particular. He showed a faint kindness to those around him. He casually expressed his gratitude. When lying down, he didn't close his eyes and sleep. Instead, he kept staring in one direction, lost in thought. Others might think he's feeling sad or reminiscing, but actually his gaze was fixed on the floor tile hiding the silver coin. Even though Exile told him to let go of the silver coin before tonight, he doesn't believe. Exile will definitely retrieve it after tomorrow. If I were Exile, I'd try to take back the silver coin tonight. This is an unfair deal from the start. Exile knows every detail about the forger. The forger doesn't even know if Exile is male or female. No forger would willingly let themselves be manipulated like this. The agreed deadline is tonight. So tomorrow, the other party would likely focus on keeping watch here to find out exactly who took the silver coin. That would raise his risk of exposure a lot. Qin Xiang believes his reasoning is solid. He silently observed from the side. When the lunch break ended, teams of ability users set out from here. Crowds started gathering again, completely blocking the exit of safe zone 38,324. Qin Xiang followed the crowd to the exit and stayed near that floor tile, ensuring the tile never left his sight. Whenever a sequence ability user entered or left through here, everyone swarmed forward, promoting the trades they wanted to make with the sequence ability users. Some were selling houses. Others offered services. Some tried to promote their daughters. Qin Xiang was swept back and forth by the crowd. He didn't make a move. His numb expression was hidden under his hoodie, so no one around could tell what this silent kid was actually here for. But nobody asked what his purpose at the safe zone exit was. To ordinary people, having one more silent fool around just means one less competitor. Maybe it's because he's so introverted, too shy to speak up, or maybe he wants to be a pet for some female ability user. Unable to find his target, Qin Xiang's thoughts went unnoticed, and no one cared. Everyone here had strong goals and determination, hoping to turn their luck around today. Who has time to worry about a loafer? Just like a puppet, Qin Xiang, lacking initiative, flowed with the rise and fall of the crowd and ended up right by the floor tile. He deliberately kept some distance from the tile, only making sure he could see it, just to avoid raising suspicion. But with the flow of people, he actually ended up next to the tile. Whatever, he was just pushed there by accident. If he immediately dodged away, it would actually look suspicious. Qin Xiang still acted as if he was doing nothing, letting himself be swept along by the crowd until he was pushed right on top of the floor tile. He stepped onto it. His foot landed on the stone slab. A soft sound could be heard. Qin Xiang's eyes widened instantly. Earlier, when he hid the silver coin beneath this tile, stepping on it didn't make this sound. Back then, it was a dull thud. Now it's a crisp sound. Qin Xiang's heart suddenly tightened. It seems like there's empty space beneath the tile. Could this mean someone already took his silver coin? No, he must check right away. Qin Xiang stopped drifting with the crowd and stood firmly on top of the tile, letting people push and shove nearby, but refusing to step aside at all. Why isn't this guy moving? Is he sick or something? When people nearby were about to complain about him for blocking the way, a few more ability users passed by wearing antifreeze suits. The crowd's attention was immediately drawn to them. Everyone rushed over to pitch their deals. Qin Xiang seized the moment, using the distraction to keep attention off himself, immediately crouched down, pretending some sand got in his shoe. He adjusted his posture, using his body to block the floor tile from view, so no one could see any changes to the tile. Then, as he took off his shoe, Qin Xiang used one finger to pry open the gap between the tiles, lifting the tile gently, and under the bright light over the safe zone exit, using his excellent vision, checked beneath the tile, and found a shallow pit about 1/2 centimeter deep, about the size of a fist. But the silver coin was already gone. Qin Xiang nonchalantly put the tile back. He was completely stunned. Even though he watched closely the whole time, the silver coin still got taken. How is that possible? Qin Xiang had just placed the coin not long ago, just 2 or 3 hours ago, and now it's gone. Maybe the person who took the coin was secretly watching him, saw him hide the coin, and immediately took it. Qin Xiang clenched his fists, so angry his whole body trembled. From beginning to end, the tile was never visibly lifted, taken remotely. So it seems a sequence ability user took the coin when no one was paying attention. He scanned the fanatical crowds around him, trying to spot
the sequence ability user hidden among them. But that's like finding a needle in a haystack. There's no way to locate them. Qin Xiang quickly calmed down, thinking of solutions. If he just gives up, then he'll have to let exile control him. No way! After what happened with Liu Dazi, Qin Xiang absolutely refuses to ever hand over leverage to someone else again. He paid for this deal, not to let someone have something over him. Damn it, Qin Xiang cursed silently. If the person who took the coin is a sequence ability user disguised as an ordinary person, then he has no way to turn things around. But if it was taken by a sequence ability user from a God Hunter's team, maybe there's still hope. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang stopped waiting and started forcing his way forward like everyone else, trying hard to squeeze in near where the sequence users are. Qin Xiang is strong. He can easily push his way to the front row. But that's way too obvious
It's easy.
for the sequence users in the Hunter squad to notice, which is definitely not a good idea. Qin Xiang had just put down the silver coin. It was quickly taken by a sequence user. So the person who took the silver coin was most likely watching him place it down, and also knew what he was wearing. If Qin Xiang made too obvious a move, he'd be recognized instantly. To avoid drawing attention from sequence users, he could only squeeze forward slowly. When he was about to reach the very front, he took off his jacket again, showing his youthful student face. He believed the person who took the silver coin should have no clue who he was now. Qin Xiang kept quietly praying in his mind, hoping that the one who took the silver coin was a member of the Hunter squad, and not just some random bystander. He recalled in his mind the sequence info he had checked at the Godslayer camp that day. The one who took the coin should be a thief sequence user, using their skill to steal, able to take nearby items within a certain spatial range. The stealing skill is top tier inside the safe zone, possibly one of the best abilities. The ability to grab items from a distance effortlessly. Getting rich overnight isn't just a fantasy. So the United Government strictly forbids thief sequence users from using their skills in the safe zone. If caught, they will be executed. However, this sequence user doesn't play a big role in the Hunter squad. Their stealing range is too limited, and the thief sequence doesn't have many survival skills. If they tried to use their skills against a god, they'd be killed before even getting close. So within the Hunter squad, they only play a minor supporting role. Qin Xiang carefully reviewed the intel on the thief sequence in his mind. Then his gaze gradually became more determined. In a Hunter squad, the one on the farthest edge, the most humble person, is likely 8 out of 10 times a thief sequence user. After confirming the sequence of the coin taker, a side profile matching the character emerged in his mind. Whenever a Hunter squad walked past him, Qin Xiang observed every team member closely. If the members were chatting casually, he'd pay less attention. If, in a team, someone stood off to the side, quiet and withdrawn, or was always smiling and playing up to others, Qin Xiang would focus much more intently. He listened closely to their conversations. The discussion shifted. Several Hunter squads were talking about the recent battle outside the safe zone. Qin Xiang listened to their talk, but couldn't find the thief sequence member. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just then, another Hunter squad passed through the crowd. The members of this squad, unlike the previous ones, didn't seem to care about fighting the gods. They were eagerly planning which bar to visit later to drink and relax. A skinny guy in his early 20s said, "Guys, I'm not joining you for drinks later." "Why?" The skinny guy hesitated. "Hey, isn't it obvious?" He barely contributed anything. How is he supposed to party with us? He's just another thief sequence member. All he can do outside is help with menial tasks. If it weren't for the director at the bureau placing him here, who would want him? The team members mocked him mercilessly. The skinny guy gritted his teeth, but didn't respond. Others glanced at him disdainfully, and then left, arm in arm. The skinny guy trailed behind the group, walking by himself in silence. But these disputes are just internal strife in the Hunter squad, and don't affect the mania of the surrounding crowd. Even a sequence user who's ridiculed, they're still a sequence user, and worlds apart from ordinary people. Seeing the skinny guy alone, the crowd grew even more enthusiastic, swarming around him. People eagerly recommended to the skinny guy foods they'd probably mentioned countless times. Hey kid, don't let it get you down. Come eat at our place. You'll feel way better. I won't even charge you a penny. Just let me take a picture with you. Food can't fix your troubles. In life, you need to find the right other half. My daughter just graduated high school. Young and beautiful, kind-hearted and obedient. She immediately took a liking to you. Said you're the only one she'd marry. Kid, go meet her. Don't listen to him, kid. Being with just one woman forever, that's boring as hell. Come over here to Auntie's place. Women in their teens, 20s, 30s, take your pick. I guarantee you'll be happy tonight. If you like mature women, Auntie can keep you company too. These people clustered and clung around him, their faces excited and twisted. Everyone tried hard to push others away, so they could monopolize the spot. These ordinary folks were shouting around the skinny guy in his cold weather suit, trying to be noticed. They all hoped to stand out. Everyone is dreaming of a lucky break, thinking, maybe it could happen thanks to this sequence user. Spit was flying everywhere in the crowd. Some hit Chen Xiang's face, leaving the stench of saliva. That foul smell, mixed with the lingering sweat stench all around, made him feel miserable. But everyone's attempts were doomed to fail this time. The skinny guy cast a cold glance at the crowd, just once, then walked away without hesitation. Even though people were still shouting, madly selling their ideas, they still cleared a path for him out of habit. Only when the skinny guy had gone further away did they fall silent in disappointment, then all together gazed at the entrance of the safe zone, waiting for the next opportunity. Not long after the skinny guy left the safe zone, a teenage boy in the crowd, like a wild bull, easily shoved through the thick throng of people and quietly followed him under the crowd's surprised gaze. After Qin Xiang confirmed the skinny guy took the main road, he first found a corner to change his clothes, to avoid being exposed. The thief sequence user is still the director's contact. If you didn't take the silver coin, all I can do is accept my fate. Soon after, he once again followed the skinny guy's path. Qin Xiang's current outfit looked a bit ridiculous. To avoid getting recognized while trailing the skinny guy, by his attire, he wore his jacket and pants inside out, drawing a lot of attention along the way. Mom, that big brother looks mentally unstable. Keep your voice down. Stay far away from people with unstable minds like that. Did you remember? Qin Xiang didn't care about the whispers and stares from the passers-by, because he had only one goal. That was the thin young man not far away. It seemed like the thin young man heard the crowd. He also stopped in his tracks. He turned around and glanced at Qin Xiang. But he didn't seem to recognize Qin Xiang. He just looked at him with a mocking gaze, then continued walking forward. The two walked down the main road one after the other. Dim streetlights took turns illuminating the two silent figures walking along, as if telling a story that no one cared about. As the number of pedestrians on the road gradually decreased, they reached a secluded alley entrance. Only the two of them were left. Qin Xiang kept following behind the thin young man. Even if the thin young man was slow on the uptake, he could tell something was off. He slowed his pace, hoping Qin Xiang would pass him from behind. But Qin Xiang didn't seem to be following him, and kept moving at the same speed. The thin young man glanced over, and saw Qin Xiang, looked 17 or 18 at most, either a high schooler, or just graduated not even 2 years ago. No matter how you looked at him, he seemed inexperienced with the world. He didn't pose any threat at all. The thin young man figured he was just overthinking. Guess he was too nervous about hunting gods lately. A bit jumpy. He should relax. So the thin young man stood under a streetlight, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out and put it in his mouth, then skillfully took out a match from another pocket, using the cigarette pack to shield from the wind, and struck the match. He was just about to light the cigarette. when suddenly the streetlight in front of him went out. The thin young man looked up and saw that same student-like kid, the boy who had been following him all along, smiling at him brightly. "Hope it's you." The thin young man immediately realized something was wrong. But before he could react, a shadow suddenly flashed by, and he felt like he'd been hit in the chest by a truck. His whole body lost control, and he flew backward into the dark alley behind him. He crashed into some trash in the alley. A bucket was overturned, spilling garbage everywhere. Qin Xiang pulled his legs back and stood upright. He looked to both sides of the road and saw no one around. Then he quickly walked up to the thin young man. The thin young man was covered with dirty, smelly trash. His orange and white antifreeze suit was stained with wastewater. But he couldn't worry about any of that. He clutched his chest with both hands, wincing in pain. He looked at Qin Xiang in terror. "Who are you?" Qin Xiang didn't answer.
He punched him again, landing a blow on his jawbone.
The thin young man felt like his brain had violently slammed against his skull. After a shudder ran through his body, he lost consciousness. Qin Xiang pulled the unconscious thin young man out of the pile of garbage. He then searched through his belongings. He found nothing of note. So, his gaze landed on the distinctive black backpack unique to the Hunter Squad members. He opened the backpack. Inside, the black bag had more than 10 small compartments. Each compartment was sealed with a zipper. Qin Xiang felt around. He found there were a few compartments with items inside. One compartment had a glass bottle. The bottle contained a pale blue liquid. Qin Xiang picked up the bottle to examine it. He saw it labeled as Sequence Ability User, Special Potion for Sequence Management Bureau. So this is what a sequence potion looks like. He opened and sniffed it. A sweet aroma filled the air, but the stench of garbage nearby mixed with the sweetness and made it even more nauseating. He closed the cap. He put the sequence potion in his own pocket. Sequence potions are extremely valuable to sequence ability users. He'd already learned from the Godslayer camp that taking this bottle of sequence potion could probably be used to coerce the thin young man into doing many things. No, not coercion. Better to invite him to help with a small favor. He opened other compartments in the backpack. He found a cell phone, some copper coins, and a single silver coin. Qin Xiang turned off the cell phone. Then he put it into his pocket. Thousands of copper coins are an extravagant luxury, but Qin Xiang really needs them. They'll surely come in handy later. He picked up the silver coin to inspect it. He found this silver coin wasn't the one he'd hidden under the tiles. The silver coin I left behind came from the Li Mint. But this silver coin is from the Henry Mint. Did I find the wrong person? He searched the backpack and the thin young man's body, but still didn't see that silver coin. Just as he was confused, he noticed the bottom of the backpack felt uneven. It was a bit sharp to the touch. He studied it for a while. Eventually, he found a hidden compartment in the backpack. This compartment was concealed under the other pockets. It was very inconspicuous. If Qin Xiang didn't have plenty of time, he probably wouldn't have discovered it. He opened the hidden compartment. Inside were some clumps of dirt and a silver coin. Qin Xiang took out the silver coin. He saw the name of the mint engraved on its edge. He glanced at the unconscious thin young man and cracked a strange smile. A boy who likes to smile always has luck on his side. Qin Xiang wasn't skilled in interrogation. Compared to interrogating, he was much better at killing. Unfortunately, killing couldn't solve every problem. He sat on a tree stump, staring at the thin young man hanging by a hemp rope in front of him, feeling mentally exhausted. He used to think killing was troublesome. Now he realized not being able to kill was even more troublesome. To find an absolutely secluded location, Qin Xiang carried the thin young man like a corpse, running back and forth through various alleys. He finally found an abandoned and deserted courtyard. For a thief sequence ability user to activate a skill, he needs to take items with his own hands. So before the thin young man woke up, Qin Xiang carefully tied all his fingers together on both hands. Then he bound both palms tightly. Finally, he secured his arms. Once that was done, he hung him from an ancient tree, dead but not broken. It's been 10 years since the apocalypse began. The tree is dead but still standing. That's pretty remarkable. Qin Xiang gazed at the thin young man hanging from the tree. He was very satisfied. He also rummaged through the abandoned warehouse nearby, preparing some tools like hammers and nails to assist with the interrogation. Looks like the interrogation should be foolproof now. Just need the thin young man to wake up. Yet half an hour went by. An hour went by. 2 hours went by. The thin young man still hung his head to the side, like a corpse, showing no signs of waking up. Qin Xiang got more and more uneasy. Did he kill him with one punch? He placed his hand under the thin young man's nose. There was still breath. Should be fine. Qin Xiang let out a sigh of relief. Then he curled his lip. What a weakling. I didn't even use my full strength. And he ended up sleeping for 2 hours straight. Maybe he heard Qin Xiang's contempt. The thin young man's head shook twice. He finally woke up. Qin Xiang patted his face, making sure he opened his eyes, then sat back on the tree stump. The thin young man woke up, still feeling a bit dizzy. He blinked hard, finally snapped back to reality. He jolted twice, realized he was bound and hanging. And in front of him sat the 17 or 18-year-old teen who attacked him. He immediately widened his eyes. Who dares to attack a sequence ability user? The thin young man spoke, and Qin Xiang's heart relaxed a bit. Thankfully, he sounds like he's not too bright. Getting useful info from him shouldn't be hard. If someone could attack a sequence ability user, who else could it be? But another sequence ability user. Qin Xiang still didn't answer. Instead, he took out his silver coin. This silver coin is mine. You dared to follow me. Do you even know who my uncle is? Your uncle is a training ability user, head of the information section in the management bureau, right? Qin Xiang was stunned when he heard that. That answer came so easily. Wasn't the thin young man supposed to resist, refusing to reveal the mastermind, forcing Qin Xiang to threaten and entice him, ultimately getting a fake answer, then torturing him further to get the truth? The moment the young man opened his mouth, Qin Xiang realized he wasn't too bright, but didn't expect him to be this clueless. Qin Xiang sighed. Your uncle is truly blessed to have a nephew like you. Really must be fortune he accumulated across 8 generations. The thin young man heard that Qin Xiang didn't sound like he was giving a compliment. He frowned and asked, What do you mean? Just what I said. Qin Xiang thought for a moment. Something felt off. How could this thin young man be so brainless? When the silver coin was retrieved, didn't anyone notice? Even Roy Liana, that sly woman who always lied, couldn't track him down. It was strange. At that moment, the thin young man spoke again. Before, it was always my uncle who came to get the money himself. Today, he had something to do. I just happened to help him out. If you know what's good for you, you'd let me go. If my uncle finds out you can't handle me, he'll have to deal with you. Qin Xiang nodded. This explains everything perfectly. It used to be Qian Wendao, who personally came to get the coins. This section chief who created loopholes in the bureau is definitely not an easy character. He must be extremely cautious in everything he does. That's why he never slipped up. Today he sent a rookie instead. And Qin Xiang happened to catch him. Even left some clues behind. Qin Xiang muttered to himself, I must really be blessed by the gods. Wait, nowadays the gods are all strange entities. Guess I'm just extra lucky. Let me go now. Otherwise I'll tell my uncle for sure. You talk so well, but why didn't you stand up for yourself when your teammates bullied you? Why didn't you dare to act tough then? I don't bother arguing with them. Xing Xiang shook his head. You're just afraid to offend them, so they don't kick you out of a team. They only have the power to kick you off the team. You don't even dare to speak harshly to them. I'm someone who could actually kill you. And you still dare to threaten me? Xing Xiang sneered and glanced at him. I genuinely wonder how you've managed to stay alive this long. Maybe it's just because you have a good uncle. You're going to kill me? The skinny young man's eyes flickered, clearly looking nervous. He stared into this 18-year-old's eyes and actually saw murderous intent. That cold, fierce stare made his whole body break out in goosebumps inside his thermal suit. He realized this teenager in front of him may have actually killed someone before. My uncle is Qian Wendao. If you kill me, my uncle will definitely avenge me. Hearing the skinny young man's words, Qin Xiang couldn't hold back anymore and let out a laugh. Why are you laughing? Did your uncle never tell you what kind of coin this is? The skinny young man swallowed. No, but I know you must have some business to ask my uncle to handle, so you gave him a silver coin for it. Qin Xiang nodded. He's an idiot, but not completely stupid. You insulted me. Qin Xiang looked at this guy in his early 20s, his eyes full of confusion. His family background is clearly good. He's obviously a trained ability user, and he's even a few years older than me, so how could he be so foolish? Even someone as viciously stupid as Li Jingwen is many times smarter than him. Qin Xiang stood up, patted his shoulder, and said, even if I kill you, your uncle wouldn't dare say a single word. Get it? Never mind. Just rest for now. I'm going to check if what you said is true. Rest? I don't want to rest. Let me go. The skinny young man didn't finish his sentence, because Qin Xiang punched him in the chin again and knocked him out. Even though this idiot is probably telling the truth 90% of the time, just to be safe, I'm going to the AIXI virtual chat room first, to check if he's really Qian Wendao. Then I'll let this
Idiot go.
Qin Xiang took him down from the tree, then carried him to an abandoned warehouse he'd picked out in advance, to keep him locked up, then went back to the tree, and packed up the interrogation tools he had prepared: saws, hammers, nails, scissors, and so on, putting them aside. He had prepared all that, but ended up not needing any of it. Qin Xiang let out a sigh. Guess being dumb really is its own blessing. Qin Xiang locked up the skinny young man, then lit a wet log at the entrance of the warehouse, smoked the area for quite a while, to make sure there was no lingering odor, and then hurried back at full speed. It was getting late, so he had to return quickly. He went back to the internet cafe once again. Wang Defa saw Qin Xiang and felt nothing but dread. He told the customers in the cafe that he had something to deal with and stepped out again. Boss, what do you need? I want to use your warehouse computer. Wang Defa sighed. The key's with you. Use it whenever you want. The network is yours. The warehouse is yours. I'm just letting you know when I'm using it, so it doesn't cause you any trouble. Wang Defa replied with a forced smile. You're really polite. Qin Xiang pulled out 2 more silver coins from his pocket and placed them in Wang Defa's hand. Here's your money plus interest. One is Qin Xiang's own. The other was taken from the skinny young man's backpack. He handed both coins to Wang Defa, fulfilling the promise he made before. Wang Defa stared at the coins in disbelief, not knowing how to respond for a moment. Qin Xiang patted his shoulder, then headed toward the warehouse. Wang Defa watched Qin Xiang's figure disappear at the warehouse door, before finally snapping out of it. He bit the coins with his teeth and realized they were real. Qin Xiang hadn't lied. His whole worldview was overturned. Not a single sequence ability user ever kept a promise to a regular guy like me. Running this internet cafe and being an official's proxy for so many years, with all the hard work, I only managed to get a few silver coins. Some of them were spent greasing the palms of random inspectors from different groups. Come to think of it, the ones I actually got might not even be as many as Qin Xiang gave me. One really did misjudge Qin Xiang before. But who would have thought? He wasn't joking with me after all. Wang Defa held the coins tightly in his hand, as if waking from a dream, wearing a lost expression. Feels like I've met a living saint. Qin Xiang logged into AIXI virtual chat room again, and typed, I'm a newbie, then entered and left 5 times in a row, waiting for someone to contact him. Today's chatroom ad was virtual gambling, with a slogan, "Take a chance. Maybe today you'll be lucky." That slogan actually fits today's vibe. Qin Xiang smiled. He wasn't planning to gamble, but he did feel pretty lucky today.
Today,
The chat room randomly assigned him the codename Counterattack, which made him feel like everything was fate. A while later, a chat box flashed on the right side of the room. Qin Xiang clicked on it. It was someone with the codename Corner. "Did you already put the money over there?" Qin Xiang replied, "Okay, you can send me your personal info now. But I think you might not be able to get that silver coin." Corner replied with a smiley emoji. "You think there are too many people coming and going over there, so I can't lift the floor tile and retrieve it. Don't worry about that. I'll figure something out." "No, what I'm saying is, the person who withdrew money for you might not be coming back." The chat box remained frozen for a good while. It took a long time before Wall Corner sent another message. "What do you mean?" Qin Xiang thought for a moment. He smiled as he typed a line of text. He said his uncle is in town. "I wouldn't dare kill him. So let's arrange a place to meet. Let's talk about his life and death. I'm very curious. Such a clever nephew. Will you actually help him?" This time, Wall Corner seemed to have crashed. There was no reply for half an hour. Qin Xiang looked at Wall Corner's name. It was still blue. It hadn't turned gray, proving that he was still online. Maybe he just needed some time to digest the words of the counterattack. Qin Xiang rested his arms behind his head, idly watching the screen, wondering what the former section chief was doing. Was he staring indifferently at the screen? Or was he smashing things in his room? After another 10 minutes or so, Wall Corner finally sent another message. "Tomorrow at 9 a.m., meet at the abandoned building next to the exit of Safe Zone 38,324. You seem to have misunderstood the situation. I should be the one to decide the time and place of the meeting." Wall Corner responded immediately. "What are you thinking? You're asking me for a favor, yet you're being picky. If you hadn't reached out to me first, I wouldn't have said a single word to you. Where I say we meet is where we meet. Remember to bring my nephew when the time comes. And that silver coin you want me to help with. Don't be missing either one." Qin Xiang smiled. His dear uncle. The one who types the most isn't necessarily the one who is right. At the very least, do you even know who I am? It seemed that because his bluff was ruthlessly called out by Qin Xiang, Wall Corner quickly sent another reply. "You decide the time and place. But you must bring my nephew and the silver coin. Tomorrow at noon. By the exit of Safe Zone 54,320. Meet on the second floor of the collapsed department store." "Fine. Remember to bring my nephew and the silver coin." Watching Wall Corner emphasize this sentence twice, Qin Xiang felt obliged to give him a kind reply. "Sorry, I won't be bringing either of those two things. What exactly do you want? If I don't see my nephew and the silver coin, I won't help you." "Dear uncle, you should know who holds the initiative right now. You're being completely unreasonable." "I'm being unreasonable. In order to keep your information from leaking and to prevent Ashco's back-end staff from monitoring our chat logs, I didn't even say your name. Do you still think I'm being unreasonable?" In the chat room, Qin Xiang deliberately avoided using the title Section Chief, exactly because he was worried the chat room messages were being monitored. According to what Qian Wendao said during their last talk, virtual networks could also be monitored. Even though the Ashco virtual chat room claimed that everything was confidential, it still couldn't be fully trusted. An offline transaction with only two people, where both hold leverage over each other, is the only foolproof guarantee. That's why Qian Wendao back then only told Qin Xiang to put the silver coin in a certain spot, without mentioning what the specific transaction was. And he said it was best to trade offline. This time, Qian Wendao still only stated the time and place of the transaction, without mentioning the content of the trade. This way, even if someone was monitoring, they wouldn't know what they were talking about. Ashco's chat room has tens of thousands of visitors every day. In comparison, transactions involving many participants and large sums of money are more likely to be noticed by monitors. Between Qin Xiang and Qian Wendao, there are countless such vague transactions. No one would pay attention to them. The cautious Qin Xiang, ever since he suffered at the hands of Liu Dazi, has tried his best to leave no loose ends. Wall Corner replied again, "Fine. I take back what I just said. Then how can I see my nephew and complete the transaction? I will naturally send him back. If you want to have the scent seeker sequence users at the police station, try to help find him. I don't care, but I hope you can afford the consequences of doing so." Are you threatening me? It's just a suggestion, not a threat. By the way, I've already sent a scheduled email regarding your matter. If my business isn't finished this weekend, or if I die on the way to trade with you, then many of your colleagues will know about your affairs. It's easy to find your colleagues' email information. You know that. All sequence ability users and management bureau personnel information are public on the network. On one hand, it's convenient for public supervision. On the other hand, it's convenient for public inquiries. You're truly despicable. It's nothing. Just self-preservation. Unless you were planning to kill me tomorrow anyway. The things in your head are truly sickening. Anything else to say? One last request. You must guarantee that my nephew won't be hurt. Otherwise, I won't let you off. Fine. I also have a question. With such a stupid nephew, what are you keeping him around for? If it weren't for him, you would never have exposed Wall Corner. There was no answer to this question. The name turned gray. Qin Xiang shrugged. What an indifferent section chief. However, he also breathed a sigh of relief. His plan to forge a sequence was finally showing progress. Meet tomorrow. Talk things through with Qian Wendao, and everything will be mostly resolved. Life will also usher in a new chapter. Suddenly, his heart felt much lighter. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard Wang Defa's shout. "Officers, it's so late. My internet cafe is about to close." "What are you doing here again?" "The police are here for a surprise inspection," Wang Defa was loudly warning him. Qin Xiang immediately understood his meaning. He quickly cleared the browser history, then tried to open the surveillance video interface. At that moment, he froze. The surveillance video interface was pitch black. The surveillance switch had been turned off by Wang Defa. Damn this miser. He even wants to save a bit of electricity. I have no idea where the surveillance switch is. If the police suddenly find the warehouse door unlocked now and come in to inspect, seeing Qin Xiang staring blankly at a black screen, they will definitely think something is fishy. While Qin Xiang was panicking, the thing he feared most happened. The warehouse door was pushed open, and the person who walked in wasn't Wang Defa, a man in plain clothes, wearing a scarf. A silver-haired elder biting a cigar entered. When this silver-haired elder saw Qin Xiang, he gave a scrutinizing look. Qin Xiang looked at him with a panicked expression. But deep down, he wasn't really flustered. However, he believed that he appeared to be just a 17 or 18-year-old boy. If someone suddenly barged in, he was supposed to look startled. So he put on that kind of expression. The warehouse suddenly fell silent for a moment. Only the footsteps outside could be heard, along with the crackling sound of the elder's cigar burning. A few more people walked in shortly after. They were all dressed in police uniforms. "Detective Olaf, what brings you here?" "This warehouse has always been locked up before, but it was open today. So I came in to take a look, to see if I might come across something unexpected." "Isn't Olaf exactly the officer Roylina warned me about? The detective that woman warned me to be careful with. If she could comment on how skilled he is, then Olaf must be just as capable as me, if not more. A real expert can tell each other's skill level instantly." In just that brief moment of eye contact with Olaf, Qin Xiang already realized the old guy in front of him would be hard to handle. He didn't expect that it would actually be Detective Olaf leading a late-night raid on the internet cafe. Was it for the 3 corpses found in the alley? Or for the missing divine remains? Or maybe both at the same time? Qin Xiang's heart instantly sank. Then he forced himself to focus completely, ready to handle what's coming next. At this point, Wang Defa squeezed in from behind, smiling awkwardly at Olaf. "Detective, what are you here to check this time?" "Don't move." Olaf didn't answer him. Instead, he ordered Qin Xiang directly. Qin Xiang obediently took his hands off the mouse and keyboard, leaving a computer desktop with nothing running on it. He walked up to Qin Xiang to take a look, glanced at the desktop, and then opened up the browser. Noticed the history had been cleared. His gaze towards Qin Xiang suddenly turned sharp. "What are you doing sitting here?" Qin Xiang stammered, but didn't say anything else. Olaf sized Qin Xiang up, noticing that his belt was actually undone. "Were you watching porn?" Qin Xiang pretended he was too embarrassed to meet Olaf's eyes, immediately lowering his head. After all, unbuckling his belt was the only move he could make quickly. He wanted to create exactly that kind of impression, making Olaf think he was browsing adult sites. So he deleted the history. "Is this warehouse and computer yours?" Olaf didn't keep pursuing the porn topic. He switched right to a different question. Qin Xiang thought, this isn't good. This old man really is tough to deal with. He hadn't been thrown off by the act at all. His thinking remained absolutely objective and calm. Qin Xiang timidly replied, "No, this warehouse belongs to Wang Defa." Wang Defa heard Qin Xiang mention his name. He was slightly stunned. He originally thought Qin Xiang would say, this warehouse belonged to himself, so the police would leave. But after thinking about it carefully, there would be too many holes in that story. It would only make people suspicious. When there's no need to lie, it's better just to tell the truth. So Wang Defa stepped forward and said, "This warehouse is mine." "My warehouse? What is it used for?" Wang Defa smiled. "It's for monitoring. Surveillance." Olaf saw the surveillance icon on the desktop. Then he clicked it open. But all he saw was darkness. "Why is it black?" "You know how it is? We're just a small business. If nothing's happening, we turn off the surveillance to save electricity and cut costs. We turn the system off. I know this is against the rules, and I'll definitely reflect on it. It won't happen again." Olaf still didn't follow Wang Defa's words. He didn't seem to care that Wang Defa broke the rules. That was for real. Wang Defa runs an internet cafe here. He breaks the rules all the time. Turning off the surveillance is nothing. There's only one thing he cares about, the young man sitting in front of him. Whether he's connected to the stolen divine remains case. Olaf picked up the cup on the table, tapped his cigar ashes into it, and then took 2 more puffs. Throughout the whole process, his eyes never left Qin Xiang. That look reminded Qin Xiang of the time at home, when he felt the gods outside the window watching him, as if they wanted to devour him. Olaf said nothing, but the silence in the dark warehouse made Qin Xiang feel overwhelming suffocation. Sweat began to bead on Qin Xiang's forehead, showing a sense of fear and guilt. This time he wasn't pretending. "What is your relationship with Wang Defa?" "We're friends." "How did you meet?" "We met online." Qin Xiang answered hesitantly, as if very nervous. Olaf took another puff from his cigar. He braced his other hand in front of Qin Xiang, looking down at him sitting on the chair, and blew out a breath of smoke. "What kind of friends are you?" Qin Xiang looked nervously at Wang Defa, then quickly looked away. Olaf saw his reaction and thought maybe Qin Xiang was afraid of Wang Defa. He was about to ask Wang Defa to leave the warehouse, when suddenly, Qin Xiang whispered as softly as a mosquito, "He gives me money every time we meet." "Gives you money after every meeting?" After hearing what Qin Xiang said, everyone was stunned. Even Olaf's gaze froze for a moment.
They...
All immediately looked at Wang Defa with utter disgust and contempt. They stared at him. Wang Defa was totally shocked, like he had been struck by lightning, turned into an empty shell with no soul. "What do you mean making friends? Giving you money every time? Some shady deal. What kind of person do you think I am?" Wang Defa dumbly looked all around him, realizing that Olaf and the rest of the police were all glaring at him coldly.
He instantly felt full of anger and injustice. Wang Defa stared with wide eyes, glaring fiercely at Qin Xiang. He had no idea how this teenager could come up with such a disgusting story on the spot. Maybe in the organization behind Qin Xiang, stuff like this must be common, for him to lie so easily without changing his expression. But Wang Defa had a wife and children. If this got out, it would tear his family apart. From now on, he had to keep his distance from Qin Xiang. Though he was furious, reason told Wang Defa that he had to go along with Qin Xiang's story right now and keep playing his part. If Qin Xiang's secret got exposed, he'd definitely be dragged down with him. Olaf wouldn't let him off, nor would the people behind Qin Xiang. Even his own backers wouldn't let him go. If he didn't help Qin Xiang, he'd lose everything. He'd have no way out. Damn it, Wang Defa cursed in his mind. These 2 silver coins are burning hot. Not just burning his hand, but burning his crotch too. He never imagined he'd have to risk his reputation built over half his life. Wang Defa's face turned red. Don't believe him. He's just a broke kid. What could I possibly want from him? That's slander. This is sheer nonsense. Qin Xiang finally felt a bit relieved. Wang Defa was really a slick old hand. He immediately understood Qin Xiang's intent. The more loudly Wang Defa protested, the more everyone believed Qin Xiang. Even after he said, "Every time we meet, he gives me money," he never opened his mouth again. He just kept his head down, looking at his own toes. With that kind of story about their relationship, Qin Xiang being here late at night made sense now. He was waiting for Wang Defa, waiting for Wang Defa to pay him. Olaf sized Qin Xiang up again, seeing that his clothes were truly shabby. Absolutely the look of a poor civilian. In the outer edge of the safe zone, people would do anything for money. Olaf saw people like this all the time. No job opportunities, unemployed right after high school. Even daily living is a challenge. He had nothing to blame them for. After all, he never had to worry about food or clothes, and couldn't understand how hard life was for people at the bottom. Olaf asked, "Do your parents or family know about this?" "My parents are both dead. I live alone." When he heard these words, Olaf believed even more what Qin Xiang hinted at. No parents, number other sources of income. For him, just surviving is a huge challenge. All the officers felt sorry for Qin Xiang's story and condemned Wang Defa's actions. But none of them took any money out to help Qin Xiang with his problems. They had conscience, but not enough to actually give him money. Olaf pressed his cigarette out in his cup and took his hand off the table. "Let's go, head home and get some rest." Just then, a police officer asked, "Chief, are we just going to leave this kid here?" Olaf glanced at that officer and asked, "What? You want to give him money for food? I can do that. It's just a few copper coins. It's not like I can't afford it." At that moment, a heavy-browed officer finally spoke up.
His conscience
Finally triumphed over obsession with money. Olaf said, "If you give him money this time, what about next time? Are you going to support him forever? You should help him find a job instead. People like him on the edge of the safe zone. If not 10,000, then at least 5,000. Can you find jobs for all of them?" Listening to Olaf's words, the officer with thick eyebrows lowered his head. "If you help him find a job, you'll be facing endless trouble in the future. Remember, you're a police officer. Your main job is to investigate cases and keep the peace. Don't get too involved in other things. Otherwise, you'll find yourself failing at everything." With that, Olaf left the warehouse. The other officers also walked out. That thick-browed officer looked at Qin Xiang, gritted his teeth, and hurriedly followed the others. In the warehouse, only Qin Xiang and Wang Defa were left. Qin Xiang looked relaxed, while Wang Defa was filled with resentment. Their eyes met. Each had their own thoughts. Wang Defa turned and walked to the warehouse door. He saw the officers had already left far away, so he shut the warehouse door. In the dark warehouse, only the monitor glowed with a faint blue light, illuminating Qin Xiang's face. Boss, you really went a bit too far this time. Qin Xiang sighed. It was a bit too much. Wang Defa thought Qin Xiang was feeling guilty, feeling sorry for himself. But then Qin Xiang continued. This time I managed to escape Olaf's investigation. If he finds out I registered as a sequences user at the bureau, he'll definitely start doubting the information about the powered individual. It's obvious. I'll be in trouble going forward. Qin Xiang shook his head. Tonight I really had no other choice, thanks to Olaf. So I had to come up with that lame story on the spot, just to get rid of the police. My poor orphan persona is already imprinted in Olaf's mind. But tomorrow I'm meeting Qiang Wendao, and this weekend I'll be registering as a sequence user. If Olaf sees my information at the Sequence User Management Bureau, how could he not realize something is off? But if I don't use this excuse, Olaf will probably take me back to the station, which would completely ruin all my plans. I might even get detained at the police station for 10 days, maybe half a month, and Qian Wendao's foolish nephew could starve to death in an abandoned warehouse. From the way Qian Wendao talked, his nephew means a lot to him. If anything happened to him, I'm afraid Qian Wendao would come after me relentlessly. And that's not even mentioning getting help with the fake sequence. Qin Xiang couldn't accept an outcome like that. So he could only choose the lesser of two evils. Seeing Qin Xiang only cared about himself, Wang Defa said dejectedly, Boss, you're in trouble. But what about me? What happens to my reputation? Qin Xiang didn't even spare him a glance. How much is your reputation worth? After going home, Qin Xiang took a cold shower and went straight to bed. Early the next morning, he ate some leftovers and hurried out the door. On Friday, he didn't go to school because he went to the exit of safe zone 38,324 to find someone. So he didn't get any food from the cafeteria for home either. Friday, he didn't go to school, which meant meal planning for the weekend was another headache. But honestly, he wasn't too worried about food. After all, he still had some copper coins on him. The copper coins from those 3 muggers in the alley. He still had plenty left. Enough to get by with 1 or 2 meals, no problem. Of course, he couldn't just spend freely. As a poor orphan student, if he had 2 meals of street food in one weekend, both outside, that would be way out of character. On Saturday morning, there were hardly any people on the streets. Most of the jobs on the edge of the safe zone run Monday through Friday, with weekends off. Since people here are so poor, once it's the weekend, everyone just sleeps in, saving energy. If they can skip a meal, they will, just to save a copper coin or 2, and get a little satisfaction from seeing their tiny savings go up. In this kind of environment, everyone believes that only fools would waste energy walking around town on weekends, just wandering the streets. Clearly, Qin Xiang is that kind of fool. Every day he leaves home looking up at basically the same stars, walking along bumpy streets, under barely working streetlights. He's already tired of this kind of life. If it weren't for meeting that interesting person, Wen Shu, everything at the edge of the safe zone would have been filth to him, disgusting to the touch. And even with Wen Shu, he still couldn't stand the idea of staying in this crappy place for the long haul. Long-term patience, waiting for the right moment. That's what he did in his previous life. In the end, he still got laid off by the company, and the boss even hired some thugs who beat him to death. This time around, those words, long-term patience, are already wiped from his dictionary and thrown in the trash. He can handle tolerating things for a while, but long-term endurance, forget it. He simply doesn't have that much patience. Today, he's going to meet Qian Wendao and get things done. Next week, he'll return to school as a sequence trainee. As for Olaf, we'll see. If nothing else works, I could just kill him, which also seems like a decent solution. Qin Xiang braved the cold morning wind, walked for over an hour, arrived at 54,320, at the edge of the safe zone, where the West Station bus route is. Originally, it was supposed to be more than a 2-hour walk. But after his sequence advancement, he could easily keep a brisk pace and walked much faster. He walked to the edge of the safe zone, beside the mostly collapsed department store building.
The building broke somewhere between the fourth and fifth floors, the upper half leaning to one side, like a man with a broken neck. Just like that day when Shah Kun turned into a dragon, this was the same pose. The head was still attached to the shoulders, but the neck was broken. Qin Xiang smiled and stepped inside the department store. The walls inside had almost all their paint peeled off. Even rebar was sticking and twisting out of the walls, looking like tree roots. The stair rails were rusted and the paint was flaking off, making Qin Xiang not even want to touch them. The floor was covered with dusty rubble, never swept up. Every step Qin Xiang took, some debris would fall from above. But there were hardly any cobwebs in this building. Maybe because it was too cold near the safe zone's exit. Not even spiders wanted to live here. He carefully stepped over chunks of wall and stone on the stairs, and quickly hopped up a dozen steps or so. He reached the department store's second floor, and found someone was already waiting there. That person was sitting on a three-legged chair, staring coldly at Qin Xiang as he entered. When he saw Qin Xiang arrive, he stood up from the chair as well. When he stood up, the chair lost its balance and automatically fell to the side. Qin Xiang sized him up. He was of average height, wearing a gray wool coat and a pair of black pants, ordinary cloth shoes on his feet. His features were hidden under a wide-brimmed hat. Even though Qin Xiang had extremely sharp vision, he still couldn't see clearly. But it didn't matter, because Qin Xiang's own face was also hidden under a hoodie. He figured the other man couldn't see him clearly either. However, in the man's mannerisms, he exuded the air and arrogance of someone in high position. That's not something you can fake. You sure got here early. Qin Xiang's tone was relaxed. We agreed on 12 o'clock, and it's barely past 8 now. And yet, here you are too. The two of them stayed silent for a moment. They didn't continue the topic. At that moment, the man in front of him introduced himself. Chief of Information, Bureau of Sequence Users. Qian Wenda, I know. As a polite response, you should introduce yourself too. No rush. I need your help, so I'll definitely give you my personal info. Qin Xiang didn't rush to reveal his own details. He wanted to make sure he kept control of the conversation at all times. Fine, I'll help you forge an identity. Just let my nephew go. I don't want the silver coins anymore either. There's no problem with that deal, right? After the deal, we'll go our separate ways and have nothing to do with each other. That was the plan. What do you mean that was? Changed your mind? I think I might work with you on a deeper level, Chief Qian. No need after this deal. Our relationship can end. Qian Wendao had no interest at all in Qin Xiang's proposal. Right now, he just wanted to get this troublemaker out of his hair and get his nephew back. But the more resistant he was, the more Qin Xiang was convinced Qian Wendao would make a good partner. Cautious and careful, in a high position, absolutely able, at the right moment, to provide a lot of help. Letting your nephew go is my leverage for forging the sequence. But what about you, Chief Qian? I still have those scheduled emails to your Bureau of Sequence Users. Colleagues. Qian Wendao snorted coldly. So even after this trade, you could still report me? If I'm exposed, you'd go down with me. In that case, let me introduce myself. Qin Xiang gave a slight smile. Qin Xiang, senior at Juan School. When Qin Xiang said student, Qian Wendao nodded slowly, seeming a bit angry. Do you think it's funny to mess with me like this? Qian Wendao immediately decided that Qin Xiang was lying. Juan School, up until now, has never produced a sequence user. Everyone knows this. Besides, a high school senior, maybe 17 or 18, how could he be so calculating and ruthless? Qian Wendao sneered in his heart, not believing a word of it. Qin Xiang simply pulled off his hoodie, showing his still youthful face. If you don't believe me, you can wait at the Juan School gate Monday morning and see if I'm a student. Looking at Qin Xiang's face, Qian Wendao said sinisterly, this face of yours might not be real. So your training lets you change your appearance. A shapeshifter or some kind of illusionist? Qin Xiang sneered. Suddenly, he sprang into action, pushing off the ground with one foot, coming around behind Qian Wendao in a flash.
He quickly snatched off his hat.
Qian Wendao was left standing there, stunned, unable to react at all. Qin Xiang leaned in and whispered in Qian Wendao's ear, "Sorry, you guessed wrong. My sequence is offensive type, not any of that weird stuff. And this face is really mine." After speaking, Qin Xiang chuckled twice and put the wide-brimmed hat on his own head. In Qian Wendao's drooping eyes, the streetlight's glimmer was reflected in the distance, filled with shock. He really is a senior student at Juan School. Of course, the identity I need you to forge is exactly this one. How is that possible? If you're a senior student, then how could it be? Qian Wendao looked at Qin Xiang with growing amazement. What force is backing you? Qin Xiang silently breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Qian Wendao began to fill in the blanks himself, under my guidance. Starting to imagine things. It's none of your business. I just want to have further collaboration with Chief Qian. Qian Wendao realized that Qin Xiang's background was much more complicated than he thought. He thought Qin Xiang was just a lone drifter here, all by himself. Only now did he realize he might actually be a front man for a powerful group. Things seemed to be getting tricky. Damn, I never should have let my foolish nephew go after those silver coins. No, I shouldn't have taken on this shady business from the start. The first time they talked on the Ake Chat app, when Qin Xiang contacted him, Qin Xiang was always ambiguous. In the end, he still didn't know exactly who referred Qin Xiang to him for sequence forgery. He found it suspicious, but figured it was best not to get too curious and let it go. But looking back now, all the previous behavior seemed odd in hindsight. Truly foolish. Utterly ignorant. Qian Wendao kept cursing his own greed in his heart. Now it seemed like he was caught up in something serious. He was furious, but didn't dare do anything to Qin Xiang. He asked, "So future cooperation? With you, or with whoever's behind you?" "Just me." Qin Xiang looked thoughtful. "I'm just taking back what's mine." After hearing this, Qian Wendao instantly realized Qin Xiang might not just be the front man of a big group, but a key figure himself. "How do you want to work together?" "We'll talk about the future when it comes. For now, just help me handle this." Qin Xiang didn't say much more. Qian Wendao wasn't stupid, not so easy to fool. The more you say, the more likely you mess up. Before next Monday, I want the sequence user's identity. I'll send you the info from your nephew's phone. Once it's done, I'll let him go. From now on, contact me on your nephew's phone. Qin Xiang thought for a second. By the way, is his phone number real name registered? Qian Wendao frowned. A hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. You've never used a cell phone? You're a key figure in a major organization. How could you not know about phone numbers? Cell phones are just gadgets for poor people. I've truly never used one. Qin Xiang replied coldly. He didn't seem to care at all. Qian Wendao immediately understood. The young man in front of him used to be a spoiled rich kid. All the calls for him were made by his servants. So he never used a cell phone himself. Just how high is Qin Xiang's status? Even Qian Wendao, who held sway at the edge of the safe zone, was now uncertain. The numbers aren't registered to real names. Anyone can use them. Qin Xiang took out his phone directly. He took a selfie. Then he sent his info along with the photo to the number he addressed as Uncle. He then deleted the message. Let me know when it's done. I'll go to your admin bureau to collect the credentials. After saying that, Qin Xiang didn't wait for Qian Wendao's reply and left the department store. Qian Wendao looked at Qin Xiang's message, his frown deepening. That address seems to be at the far edge of the safe zone. And he's an orphan. With that kind of background, awakening a sequence ability, even an idiot could tell there's something suspicious. If it had been one of his old clients, Qian Wendao probably wouldn't care this much. But Qin Xiang was clearly a powerful figure. He couldn't afford to cross him. So he immediately dialed the number. Hey, nephew. It's me. You haven't gone far, have you? Come back, let's talk some more.
Qin Xiang hung up. He knew Qian Wendao wouldn't risk discussing things over the phone, probably afraid of being monitored. So he walked back. Qin Xiang, your address just won't work. Awakening sequence abilities in a place like that will definitely attract a lot of attention. It's just too conspicuous. I'm afraid plenty of people will become interested in your true identity. Qin Xiang was also a bit worried after hearing that. What Qian Wendao mentioned was something he really hadn't noticed. Chief Qian truly is meticulous. In your opinion, what should I do? Right now, my identity is that of a poor orphan. If the address is somewhere in good condition, that would also raise suspicions? You're right about that. That really is a problem. Qian Wendao paced with a frown, his drooping eyes shifting back and forth. He said, if we really can't think of anything else, just put down wandering. Wandering, right. You're a wandering orphan, but not necessarily tied to any place. You wander around the developed areas of the safe zone, sometimes staying in the homes of kind people. It's possible you don't have to worry about food and clothing. Staying in the homes of kind people? Would that still count as a vagrant? Close enough. At least it's more believable than your original address. There have been cases where vagrants awaken sequence abilities, even in some well-off areas. Of course, most were bankrupt tycoons, or heirs thrown out by their rich families. Qin Xiang thought it over again. But everyone around me knows that I live on the edge of the safe zone. If they see that my information shows I'm homeless, won't they find it suspicious? The people around you are just that group of ants at school. They can't awaken a sequence anyway. How could they possibly know your registration details? Still, just in case, it's best to be absolutely safe. Qian Wendao thought for a bit, then said, since you're worried, just sell or burn your house. Become a real homeless drifter. Qin Xiang crossed his arms and thought for a while. He felt what Qian Wendao said made sense. This homeless title can actually cover up a lot of issues and save him plenty of trouble. Alright, let's do it that way. Buying or selling a house takes too much time and would leave a transaction record. That's not a good option for Qin Xiang. So Qian Wendao actually offered him a single choice. Qin Xiang returned home, carefully packed up those ill-gotten hundreds of copper coins, and put them in a cloth bag. Then he grabbed a lunchbox and his resident ID, and with that, he set fire to the house. Qin Xiang's residence was at the very edge of the safe zone, where hardly anyone lived. No developers would come here after the apocalypse to build big projects in this remote place. So all the houses here were just single-story flats, and there was a good distance between each house. Qin Xiang's house burned down, but it didn't put anyone else in danger. He didn't even wake his neighbors from their deep sleep. That should about do it. Qin Xiang's house burned down accidentally, making him a true drifter. But even if you're homeless, you still need a place to sleep. He wandered around for a long time, but ultimately had nowhere to go. So he ended up at Wang Defa's internet cafe. When Wang Defa saw Qin Xiang, he no longer had that initial fear, nor the later happiness, just a face full of helplessness and complaints. He muttered under his breath, "What kind of boss is this? Clearly, he's here to make my life difficult. Why did I bother talking to him in the first place?" Even though he wasn't happy inside, when he stepped out of the cafe to talk to Qin Xiang, he put on a straight face and acted polite again. "Boss, what can I do for you now? I need to stay in your storage room for a while. Probably just a few days. Once my sequence registration is settled, finding a place won't be hard." "What?" Wang Defa shuddered all over, staring wide-eyed as he asked. "I said I want to stay here for a while." "Boss, you can't just do this. What if the police come for a surprise inspection again?" "What am I supposed to say?" "Say what you said last time. Just handle it the same way." Wang Defa waved his hands repeatedly. "No way, boss. This really can't go on. Last time was an emergency. I had my reasons, so I could understand. But you can't keep doing this forever. I have a wife and kid. If they find out about us, how am I supposed to be their husband?" Their dad. Qin Xiang glanced at him. You think I want this? Don't tell me you think being associated with me means I'm getting the better deal, and you're suffering. Wang Defa's face twisted up, like a rag that's been wrung out for 10 years. I'm not saying you're getting the better deal. We both lose here. Right? It's a lose-lose situation. Enough talk. If you won't let me sleep here, I'll just crash at your place. Boss, that's just unreasonable. Save the reasoning for someone else. Qin Xiang didn't bother arguing anymore. He just opened the storage room door. Then he shook the dust off the carpet and lay down, getting ready to sleep. Wang Defa wanted to complain but couldn't say anything, and could only sigh in silence. He shut the door for Qin Xiang. What the hell kind of mess is this? Wang Defa cursed as he walked away. Qin Xiang lay on the warehouse floor, feeling kind of helpless himself. Right now he missed his own bed so much. Hopefully Qian Wendao can take care of things quickly. This dump really gets to you, even after a single night. He somehow made it through the night. The next day, a little after 6, Qin Xiang was woken up by the cold floor, his body aching from the hard ground. Even though he was in great shape, he still wasn't used to sleeping on the floor. Killing people wasn't even this uncomfortable. With a face full of morning grump, Qin Xiang rubbed his face, unlocked his phone, and saw a new unread message. Bantong Sunday 8 a.m. Bring your resident ID. And meet at Sequence Special Ability Bureau No 14,121. Checking the sender. Uncle Bullfrog, my former section chief. Qin Xiang was so happy he almost jumped in the air. Qian Wendao really gets things done. He took care of it that very day. Qin Xiang immediately couldn't wait to turn on the nearby computer for surveillance and searched for the way to the Sequence Bureau. It looked to be about 6 bus stops away. Guess I'd better leave now. Lin Xiang memorized the route, cleared the browser history, and put his bag in the drawer next to the computer desk.
He just carried his resident ID as he left the storage room.
He walked 4 blocks along the main avenue, then turned down a side street, and walked for 10 minutes. Then he turned onto another main road, and walked another half hour. Sequence Special Ability Bureau No. 14121. This should be the place. The bureau was a square 3-story building, painted gray on the outside. The streetlights glowed on the building, casting a faint, almost blackish light. Xing Xiang had no idea how that dark color glowed, but it definitely added to the already solemn building, an atmosphere that made people hesitate to go near. Xing Xiang just thought it was interesting. He hadn't expected that this place he once didn't even dare look at would be the setting for their very first encounter, and in such a mocking way. He gazed at the empty street, and at the bureau's big square gray building, and was filled with mixed emotions. There weren't any guards outside the Sequence Bureau, because every staff member inside had already awakened their sequence ability. Thieves or criminals would never want trouble here, let alone get in. Just getting close to the bureau takes guts for an ordinary person. It takes an incredible amount of courage. Otherwise, if one of the trained abilities accidentally kills you, you'd have nowhere to appeal. According to the unified government's decree, if a sequence ability user kills an ordinary person, regular police, prosecutors, and courts have no authority to judge the case. All cases must be handed over to the Sequence Bureau to be decided. And the verdict is usually to add more hunting missions against the gods for that sequence user, supposedly as a contribution to the safe zone, making up for their crime. But honestly, everyone knows, even if they don't get punished, sequence ability user, they're also headed to the safe zone to hunt gods. Doing this is essentially protecting sequence ability users. But even though sequence ability users have privileges, no one dares to complain. Awakening as a sequence ability user is completely random. No one is born as a sequence ability user. You could say, the path for this privileged class to rise is very transparent. Second sequence ability users can kill. Gods are humanity's hope. If you dare to take away the privileges of sequence ability users, you're denying humanity a chance to leave the safe zone. If blame falls on you, no one could handle it. So in places like the edge of the safe zone,
Training ability users is seen as something miraculous. Everyone keeps their distance. Of course, the United Government didn't give training ability users unlimited benefits. If they kill regular people, they make a big deal of it, but let it go lightly. However, training ability users are forbidden from killing students and government employees. Students are the future cultivated by the United Government, and government employees are its foundation. If you kill either of these groups, even sequence ability, users will be prosecuted by law. With these restrictions, people's resentment towards sequence ability users' privileges is greatly reduced. Thus, in this apocalypse, a relatively stable, twisted social structure has formed. Qin Xiang walked up the steps and pushed open the black wooden door to the administration bureau. As soon as Qin Xiang opened the door, he was immediately stunned by what he saw inside. He thought the inside of the Sequence Administration Bureau would be as dull and boring, with a hint of mystery, but he didn't expect his assumption to be totally wrong. Inside the bureau building, it was lavishly decorated. Right at the entrance is a gilded foyer, with antique decorations neatly displayed, each with corresponding descriptions underneath. Qin Xiang couldn't help but stop and examine them, finding ancient coins from China, stones from the Egyptian pyramids, and manuscripts from millennia-old artists. These items, full of historical and cultural atmosphere, shine invitingly under the incandescent lamps. They radiate an irresistible charm. He moved past the foyer and entered the inner area of the bureau. Yes, the bureau building doesn't even have hallways or a reception desk. He walked through the foyer and could immediately see the interior. On the first floor, over 1,000 square meters, there were only a dozen or so office desks. Each desk had 3 computers, 1 standard desktop, and 2 laptops. It was the first time since he was reborn that he'd seen a laptop, and he saw dozens of them all at once. There was a coffee bar nearby, with a variety of free drinks. There was also a staff member grinding coffee beans by hand. Beside the coffee tables, some people were chatting while drinking coffee. Others were browsing aimlessly, supporting their chin with one hand, and some were wandering around the spacious office building. Even though the building had 3 floors, Qin Xiang was on the first floor, but it seemed like there was no ceiling, because the whole ceiling was a lamp emitting a soft white glow. Maybe it was incandescent. Maybe energy-saving? Qin Xiang didn't know. But all those bulbs were covered by matte lampshades, making the bureau's first floor feel as bright as daylight. Not the kind of brightness you see in schools, but actual daylight, with sunlight. Qin Xiang stood there stunned, not knowing how to react. The entire sequence ability, Administration Bureau's decor, was telling Qin Xiang one thing. Everyone here has privileges. While he was aimlessly looking around the building, a familiar figure descended the stairs from the 2nd floor. Qin Xiang, you're here. Qian Wendao greeted Qin Xiang enthusiastically.
Today,
He wasn't wearing his usual low-key wool coat, but had changed into a neat navy blue suit. Clothes make the man, and in this outfit, Qian Wendao radiated the energy of a successful person. Even those dull, downcast eyes seemed to convey the cold indifference of someone in charge. Qian Wendao personally came down to welcome him, so all the bureau staff on the first floor suddenly focused their attention on Qin Xiang, trying to figure out who he really was. But no one could understand. Qin Xiang's shabby clothes, worn-out pants, shoes with exposed toes, all screamed poverty. Normally, Qian Wendao wouldn't bother with people who just got lucky. And awakened as sequence ability users, Chief Qian Qin Xiang bowed to Qian Wendao, showing his respect in front of his subordinates. Let's go chat upstairs. Qin Xiang took a few steps forward, climbing the stairs made of dark gray stone slabs, and under Qian Wendao's warm invitation, went up to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was similar to the first, just as spacious, the ceiling lit with soft white lights. But there were no office desks here, just a few scattered leather sofas and tea tables, a box of snacks, and 4 offices built in the corners. Qian Wendao led Qin Xiang into the northwest corner office, carefully closing the door and pulling down the blinds. My office is
The only safe place in the whole building. So feel free to say whatever you want. Qian Wendao got straight to the point, and Qin Xiang nodded. He didn't ask Qian Wendao why this place was safe, because he completely trusted Qian Wendao's caution. Qin Xiang firmly believed in him. Qian Wendao would never be careless. Maybe because he's in familiar territory, he felt more confident. Today, as Qian Wendao spoke, he was clearly more relaxed than yesterday. Honestly, I've always been careful, and have never made mistakes in this matter. Only last time, I just didn't have time, so I sent my nephew to fetch the money. And it just happened that you caught him. Even the wise can slip up and make mistakes. Chief Qian, there's no one who doesn't make mistakes, and no secret that's totally airtight. You're right about that. Qian Wendao took out a blue booklet from the drawer and handed it to Qin Xiang. Confirm if the info is correct. The blue booklet had Sequence Ability User Registration Certificate written on the cover, and a smaller line below, issued by Sequence Ability User Administration Bureau. Qin Xiang opened it and glanced at it. It was his information. Sequence Ability User No. 9527. Sequence. Phantom Assassin Residence. Nomadic. Why is my number so early? As far as he knew, there were over 1 million members at the Godslayer camp, so he shouldn't be only around number 9,000. Turns out the person for that number died, and their number was recycled and given to you. That's fine. Your housing is settled. Qian Wendao didn't ask Qin Xiang how he handled it. Both were extremely meticulous. They trusted each other completely. This booklet is your identification. I didn't have your fingerprints before. Now that you're here, I can enter your fingerprints into the system. Don't doubt me, I am following the official procedures. Understanding, Qin Xiang placed both thumbs onto the fingerprint scanner in front of Qian Wendao. Qian Wendao tapped the keyboard a few times. Done. You're now an official Sequence Ability user. You can log into the God-slaying camps. Sequence Ability User Info section. View information on all legally registered Sequence Ability users. I'll send you your username and password on your phone. You can change your password yourself. If you forget your password, you'll need to bring your Sequence Ability User Registration Certificate to the Administration Bureau. Verify your fingerprint and change it. It's a hassle, so don't forget. Also, you can rest assured about your sequence. The United Government mandates Sequence Ability users won't undergo a second test unless they're convicted. So now your identity is registered in the system. As long as you don't cause trouble, you won't face any doubts. All right, thank you, nephew. I'll release him as soon as I leave. Thank you, Chief Qian. Let me say this first. I will release him, but I know what items he was carrying. That's his lesson. You just keep them. Do you have any other business? Qin Xiang stared at Qian Wendao and gave him a subtle hint to leave. Qin Xiang thought for a moment, nodded and said, I have another question. Curious why Chief Qian, working in such a place, would care about a single silver coin. Qian Wendao was taken aback at first. Then he chuckled. Looks like you really have no concept of money. Apparently, Qian Wendao regarded Qin Xiang as a fallen noble. Qin Xiang neither confirmed nor denied. A single silver coin equals 10,000 copper coins. But no one actually exchanges it like that. The market rate is usually 12,000 copper coins. As the bureau chief, my monthly salary is only 1,550 copper coins. A single side gig is worth almost half a year's salary. Regarding the office environment you mentioned, this belongs to the United Government. It's not mine. After leaving the Administration Bureau, Qin Xiang made his way to the detention area at Qian Wendao's warehouse in another province. He opened the door and saw the skinny young man tied up completely and behaving himself.
He breathed a sigh of relief.
He was worried the guy would die in the warehouse, and he wouldn't be able to explain to Qian Wendao. The skinny young man had his eyes covered, so he didn't know the visitor was Qin Xiang. He had a rag stuffed in his mouth, so he couldn't make a sound. Qin Xiang walked up to him, removed the blindfold, and took the rag from his mouth. Your uncle's phone. He put the phone to the skinny young man's ear. Uncle! Uncle! It's me. The skinny young man had been starving for 2 days, but hearing Qian Wendao's voice, still managed a strong cry for help. Qin Xiang quietly sighed. The physique of ability user trainees is definitely much tougher than average. Uncle, what did you say? Hand him the phone. Give him everything in my backpack. There's my training potion in there. Uncle, you... I got it. The skinny young man, who was emotional, suddenly became dispirited. He wilted, lost his fighting spirit. And on the other end of the call, Qian Wendao's angry scolding rang out. After listening to Qian Wendao's rant for a few minutes, he told Qin Xiang, Uncle wants you on the phone. Hello, Chief Qian. All right, he's fine. Just let him go. No problem, Chief Qian. See you. Qin Xiang hung up and cut the ropes binding the skinny young man. He saw the young man's fingers move slightly. Qin Xiang gave a friendly warning. You'd better not use your stealing skills to grab anything in my pocket. Your uncle should have told you. Don't make things complicated. If you cause more trouble, you'll have to pay extra to settle it. Understand? Hearing Qin Xiang's words, the skinny young man gritted his teeth and stayed silent with his head down. After confirming the young man could move freely, Qin Xiang turned and left. Qin Xiang didn't bother saying goodbye. He found guys like this foolish. Even looking at them was bad luck. Better to keep them out of sight, out of mind. Qin Xiang walked toward home.
He only remembered at his door
That his house had burned down. He's a wanderer now. Helpless, he headed to the warehouse next to Wang Defa's internet cafe again. This time, Wang Defa sat at the bar, not even coming out. He just helplessly nodded at Qin Xiang and watched him enter his own warehouse. Wang Defa pouted, mumbling, That's my brother's warehouse. After entering the warehouse, Qin Xiang immediately opened God-Slaying Camp, logged into his account, and changed his password. Then he entered the Sequence Ability User Info section, browsing the information inside. Director Zhou Xing, Education Department, Area 14,121. That should be Zhou Yang's uncle. He awakened the sequence soft body. Qin Xiang felt confused. What kind of sequence is this? Why haven't I heard of it? He checked again. Skill, softening. Can turn the body soft for 5 minutes. What kind of worthless sequence is this? No wonder, even though he awakened a sequence, his nephew Zhou Yang didn't get much favoritism from the Education Bureau. Turns out he's just a useless sequence, ability user. Those who awaken sequences on the safety zone's edge are often like Zhou Xing, with useless sequences. Still, with sequences enhancing physical fitness, Zhou Xing's strength surpasses most people. So he gets some benefits regardless. Qin Xiang also checked other people he knew. Police Officer Lillian Roy, rank 2. Sequence, Fragrant Scribe. That was indeed a sequence he falsified. Chief Qian Wendao, Admin Bureau, Area 14,121. Sequence, Mita. Skill, Liquefy. Can dissolve the body into water for 10 minutes. This water source sequence sounds interesting. But unfortunately, the info panel here only shows level 1 sequence skills. Searching the forums, he couldn't find any other meta sequence skills. Quite mysterious. Qian Wendao's sequence is pretty rare. Qin Xiang couldn't find many related posts. This sequence is probably what helps him become chief. Even if bureau officials don't need to hunt gods outside the safety zone, still having a Mite chief sounds impressive. It's definitely more presentable than a soft sequence section chief. Qin Xiang started looking into Olaf's sequence again. Detective First Class at District Police Station 14,121. Transferred to the Olaf sequence half a year ago. Libra Skill Confidentiality. This Libra sequence is classified. This was also Qin Xiang's first time seeing it. He spent quite a while searching in the Godslayer camp. He couldn't find any information at all. He could only see a few Libra sequence ability users. The exclusive QQs they left behind. In the chat group, Qin Xiang immediately registered a QQ account. He planned to infiltrate this Libra group.
to gather some inside information. At the very least, he wanted to find out what Olaf's abilities really were. However, when he tried searching for the group number, he was immediately discouraged by the group members. Changdong Security Zone Management Bureau. Group for discussion among police and court personnel. Qin Xiang thought for a second. The computer network he was using had a completely hidden login address, so there was nothing to worry about. He figured he could join and check out the group's relevant materials, then just leave. No one could know who he was. He clicked the button to join the group, and then a verification dialog box popped up. Please enter your bureau ID, police station ID, or court ID. Qin Xiang shook his head. He could only give up. Apparently, this LIBRA sequence is exclusively for public employees. The whole Olaf situation felt like a dark cloud, constantly hanging over Qin Xiang's head, making him feel suffocated. But feeling down is one thing. If I want to go to university and receive the exclusive education for sequencers, I have to register my sequence identity at the bureau within half a year. I'm afraid it's only a matter of time before I run into Olaf. That's enough for now. Today isn't over yet, so I shouldn't worry too much about tomorrow. He cleared his browser, history, and then opened a few adult sites. After skipping through for a while and leaving dozens of search records, he finally laid back down on the floor, ready to sleep. He hadn't showered in 2 days. Tomorrow at school, when it's empty,
He'd wash up in the restroom.
but if a school inspector caught him, he'd probably get chewed out again. Say, I don't study hard, and actually sneak off to shower during class. Qin Xiang lay on the floor, staring at the dusty ceiling of the warehouse, and kept thinking about tomorrow's plans. It seemed like in the Godslayer camp, if a student awakened sequence abilities, in order not to delay their participation, post-college entrance exam sequence ability assessment, the administration will notify their respective schools. So, my dear principal, by now, he should already know about my awakening of a sequence ability. If that's the case, then it looks like I can finally do whatever I want tomorrow. Waking up early in the morning, it's still pitch dark outside the warehouse. No sun, but Qin Xiang's heart was full of sunshine. Today is the best day since he was reborn. Even better than the day he awakened his sequence. Qin Xiang didn't even bring a bag. He just held a lunchbox in one hand and left the warehouse directly. The road to school, familiar yet unfamiliar. Walking between the streetlights, he was illuminated. Again and again, finally arrived at the school gate. Today, the principal was once again at the school gate, but not to inspect. Looking at the hastily made handwritten banner, Qin Xiang instantly understood. The principal was standing at the entrance early today, just to welcome him. The principal at the school gate today was especially humble. He greeted every student proactively. Qin Xiang was puzzled at first as to why the principal changed his attitude, but when he got closer, he immediately understood in his heart. The principal was holding a photo in his hand, seemingly trying to recognize each student entering the campus. Which one is Qin Xiang? He didn't know Qin Xiang. So, in order not to offend this newly awakened sequence ability user, he greeted every student, unlike usual. Trying to make a good impression, he had already forgotten. Last time he was checking at the school gate, a student who didn't greet him got scolded by the teacher next to him. Sadly, all this acting by the principal was destined to be a show for the blind, because Qin Xiang wouldn't buy it. Setting aside training ability, he wasn't just an ordinary senior high school student. Qin Xiang walked forward, looking at the red banner at the school gate, warmly congratulating our senior student Qin Xiang for becoming a Ning ability user. The characters were all crooked, barely recognizable. Qin Xiang recognized the red banner fabric. It was from several months ago, before the college entrance exam, used at the school's motivational assembly. Because there was still a big blot of nightbird droppings on it. That mark was left when the principal was giving a speech. A nightbird pooped on it. This school is really poor. Well, they probably never thought the red banner would be used for anything else. There were students standing under the banner, all curious. Who exactly was this historic Qin Xiang? Qin Xiang walked up to the principal and quietly stared at him. Principal Li Tianming carefully checked the photo provided by the administration, then looked at Qin Xiang. instantly recognized the student in front of him. Was the pride of Juan School. Student Qin Xiang. You're here, congratulations, for successfully awakening a sequence ability. The surrounding students gasped in amazement. So that's Qin Xiang. Doesn't look like he's from a wealthy family. Keep it down. He's a sequence ability user. If he awakened, does that mean I could awaken too? Li Tianming reached out both hands to shake with Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang leaned slightly away. He had thought to give the principal some face, but then decided to just keep holding his lunchbox in one hand and keep his other hand in his pocket. He didn't react. Li Tianming froze for a moment, his eyebrows furrowed slightly, looking at Qin Xiang with a hint of scrutiny. Student Qin, would you like to come chat for a bit in the principal's office? You are the pride of Juan School. The school values you very much. A teacher next to him nodded and bowed, saying, That's right, Student Qin. We've prepared some gifts to celebrate your sequence awakening. All the teachers are proud of your achievement. She went up and grabbed Qin Xiang by the sleeve, flattering him with a fawning smile. Qin Xiang tilted his head and looked over. Noticed it was the same grade director who gave him trouble before. Even someone that irrelevant would come fawn over him. There'd probably be a never-ending crowd around him from now on. Qin Xiang's eyes flashed, and he asked with a bit of contempt, Proud, huh? Then do you remember what you said to me before? He froze for a moment, thought for a long while, but couldn't remember any connection with Qin Xiang. Finally asked, You were my student? Qin Xiang shook his head. It's really just a minor thing. How would someone above it all remember? But I'm still annoyed. Awakening a sequence. If I don't vent my annoyance, what's the point of awakening? With that, Qin Xiang casually swung his lunchbox and lightly tapped the grade director's face. There was a muffled thud. The teacher fell straight to the ground. As everyone watched in shock, he held his face, staggered to his feet, totally confused. After having experienced killing before, Qin Xiang could pretty much control his own strength. That hit to the face was totally without force, but it was enough to intimidate everyone. Seeing him make a sudden move, Principal Li Tianming's eyes flickered. Even more puzzled, a nearby student whispered, Are training ability users also violent? Violent? Qin Xiang smiled a bit. If I were really violent, just now, the grade director's head would have flown to the top of the teaching building. Qin Xiang tossed his deformed lunchbox into the trash can and swept his gaze over the suddenly quiet crowd. I'm actually more used to this kind of peaceful campus life. With that, he strode away. When Qin Xiang entered the classroom, a lot of people were watching from outside. He sat in the corner seat, looked out at the starry sky for a bit, and sighed at how wonderful life was. Then his gaze returned to the classroom. Li Jingwen was looking at him on and off. Her eyes held both deep fear and something like flirtation. When Li Jingwen saw him looking back, she got up from her seat and walked over to Qin Xiang. Using as shy a tone as she could, she asked Qin Xiang, It was my fault before. Can we start over? Maybe afraid of being rejected, Li Jingwen kept going. I know I did wrong, but we were together before. From now on, I'll definitely listen to everything you say. I won't talk to Zhou Yang anymore. In my eyes, he was just your substitute. But I still liked it when you protected me. Qin Xiang wondered how Li Jingwen could say all this. In his eyes, their relationship couldn't be any clearer. Li Jingwen wasn't some outright fool either. What was she really thinking? Qin Xiang just couldn't figure it out. Maybe humans are just absurd creatures. Even when they know there's no chance or hope, they still try out of luck. What if it just works? Qin Xiang is thinking. Suddenly, Li Jingwen grabs his hand, shyly admitting her mistake. But her so-called act of being cute to Qin Xiang. In Qin Xiang's eyes, it just feels like she's feeding him. A female classmate who wanted to kill him now comes over to please him. She must think he's an idiot. Qin Xiang can't take it anymore. When Li Jingwen graduates from high school, loses the protection of student status, he will definitely go to Li Jingwen's home and personally pay respect to her whole family. Qin Xiang smiles and takes Li Jingwen's hand. Li Jingwen panics for a moment, then gives him a soft, alluring look, thinking Qin Xiang forgave her. But Qin Xiang leans close to her ear, says softly, I don't really have a problem with it.
It's just your uncle in the underworld might object. Li Jingwen stands there stunned. Her body shakes uncontrollably. Kun Chenglong is dead. He actually died at the hands of Qin Si.
Yang.
She doesn't dare look back at Qin Xiang. But her brain is working like crazy from fear. When did he kill Kun Chenglong? Kun Chenglong brought a bunch of thugs. Qin Xiang was alone. No way he could win. If he hadn't awakened his sequence ability, Qin Xiang would have been killed by Kun Chenglong. So he must have killed Kun Chenglong after awakening. He killed Kun Chenglong only after awakening his sequence ability. But didn't he just awaken his sequence ability this weekend? But Kun Chenglong disappeared a long time ago. The timing doesn't match at all. Had Qin Xiang awakened his ability earlier? All this time he's been pretending to be normal. Why would he fake being an ordinary person? To kill me. No, I'm a student. Even trained ability users can't just kill randomly. So why? To get revenge on me. Li Jingwen's thoughts reached unknown territory, beyond the safe zone of her brain. And soon fear devoured everything. Suddenly she feels that body nearly parted from her soul, moved uncontrollably. She looks down. Turns out Qin Xiang pinched her hand. She doesn't dare meet Qin Xiang's eyes. But from his gentle tone, it's not hard to tell he's smiling. What's wrong? Don't want to be with me anymore. Li Jingwen shivers, quickly pulls her hand back. Her face is ghostly pale, frozen in place, afraid to move. Qin Xiang stops bothering her, stands up and leaves his seat. Before leaving the classroom, he turns his head and tells Li Jingwen, I thought you'd say that all this was to test my feelings for you. In Li Jingwen's best friend's eyes, this seems like encouragement for her to go after Qin Xiang. But in Li Jingwen's eyes, it's hell, like facing a demon. As soon as Qin Xiang leaves, her friends swarm around her, surrounding Li Jingwen. Jingwen, Qin Xiang is encouraging you. Why don't you go after him? Yeah. Didn't you used to encourage Qin Xiang like this? Try a little harder. You'll become the girl of a sequence ability user. Qin Xiang has awakened. His sequence ability is way stronger than Zhou Yang's. Her friend's persuasion gave a heavy blow to Li Jingwen's almost shattered mind. Just when she thought she couldn't take it. No, Li Jingwen shouts. Then she runs out, leaving her friends shocked. Jingwen, where are you going? Don't worry. She must be chasing Qin Xiang. Makes sense. If Li Jingwen marries Qin Xiang, will we get benefits too? I think it's possible. After all, we know so many secrets about Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang being together. If she dares treat us badly, we'll tell Qin Xiang. Makes sense. Good days are coming for us. Qin Xiang checks the time. It's already 8 a.m. The cafeteria is open. So after leaving the classroom, he doesn't head straight to the library. Instead, he goes to the cafeteria to fill his stomach. The cafeteria always offers breakfast. But Qin Xiang has never tried it before. Because the school rules. Students only get free lunch and dinner at school. As for breakfast, it's a little fancy. Only teachers and faculty members get access at special windows. But today he gets to try it. Qin Xiang walks into the cafeteria. There are already plenty of teachers and school leaders sitting inside. Sitting in groups of 3 or 5. Their topic of discussion is naturally him for breaking records. Seeing Qin Xiang enter, the teachers immediately stop talking, staring quietly at him. News of Qin Xiang knocking out the grade director at the school gate has spread everywhere. So the teachers' eyes are no longer full of disdain and annoyance at this orphan, but filled with fear. A bespectacled teacher stands up, smiling as he approaches Qin Xiang. Qin, you're the pride of our class. Anything you want to eat? Let me order for you. This gentle-looking teacher is Qin Xiang's homeroom teacher. Because Qin Xiang is a poor orphan, can't afford gifts for teachers, has no family backing him. The homeroom teacher, to avoid hassle, moved him to the far back by the window. So,
watching his homeroom teacher scramble to flatter him. Qin Xiang finds it funny. He doesn't have the patience to make small talk with a teacher he hardly knows. Get lost, Qin Xiang says coldly, then goes to the food window. The homeroom teacher doesn't want to miss the chance to curry favor with a student who's awakened abilities. Ignoring his colleague's contempt, he steps closer. Qin, the teacher wasn't very good before. Before he can finish, Qin Xiang grabs a tray and smacks his face with a crisp clang of head-hitting metal. The homeroom teacher collapses beside him. He could have just talked patiently. You refused, had to make trouble. Other teachers gulp, all deeply afraid of Qin Xiang's violence. Qin Xiang said he could have talked patiently. What did he say? Just told him to get lost. Does that count as being patient? Actually, it's just how Qin Xiang deals with trouble. He violently took down 2 teachers trying to get close. Both were beaten. Anyone else who wants to get near him probably won't dare anymore. His secrets can't stand scrutiny. For those who want to approach him because of his awakening abilities, but those who got close to him, he harbored deep vigilance and hostility to drive away this crowd of flies. Nothing works faster than physical force, especially in today's world. A sequence user is basically a god. He could even cover it up by claiming success went to his head. In the teacher's eyes, after Lin Xiang rose to success overnight, it's understandable if he has a bad attitude. It's understandable. After all, he's only 18. Still a young man with no real experience of the world. He doesn't bother with subtle schemes. He just slaps you right in the face. An obvious villain. That's still better than giving you hope and then playing you to death like a hypocrite. Qin Xiang stood in front of the cafeteria window. The plump auntie who always gave him extra food every day was so scared her serving spoon fell to the ground. Auntie, I'll have 3 breakfasts. To go, please. Only school leadership is allowed to use disposable take-out boxes in the cafeteria. Now Qin Xiang also has this special privilege, even though no one ever approved it. Okay, I'll get it for you right away. The auntie hurried to pick up the spoon from the floor, scooped up a serving of rice, then realized she had forgotten to wash it, quickly apologized, and grabbed a new spoon. When the auntie finished serving the food, she forced a smile as she handed it to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang gave a slight smile. Auntie, you don't need to be nervous. I remember your kindness to me. Then Qin Xiang turned around and said to the teachers in the cafeteria, I have something. I hope you all can pass on to the principal. Qin Xiang originally wanted to talk to the principal personally, but the principal should be at the school gate right now, next to the grade director knocked out by Qin Xiang, watching the doctor tend to his wounds. Probably too busy at the moment. So in the cafeteria, it's fine to ask the other teachers to pass on the message. I believe our Zhuan school, as the only school on the edge of the safe zone, providing all 12 years of education in one place. The most important thing isn't cultivating talent, but developing character. Qin Xiang's official-sounding opening shocked all the other teachers, wasn't he? The same student who used to just tell people to get lost without a word. How did he suddenly sound so mature? Could he be schizophrenic? But no teacher dared say anything in public. His homeroom teacher was still lying on the ground. Who would dare provoke the new powerhouse of the safe zone without good character? When our students leave campus and enter society, they're bound to receive a harsh lesson from reality, maybe even embarrass their alma mater. That's not what our students want to see. And it's not what you teachers want either. The teachers couldn't help but think, Qin Xiang sure knows how to speak officially. He sounds just like an administrator. If you didn't know, you'd think it was the principal holding a staff meeting. But what was Qin Xiang getting at with all this? Qin Xiang paused and asked, where's the director of moral education? Everyone together turned to a middle-aged, balding man with a rough face. That man stood up with a smile. Qin, that's me. He almost tripped getting up. His smile couldn't hide the panic on his face. You're the moral education director. Do you think you're fit for the job? When he met Qin Xiang's cold stare, he immediately understood Qin Xiang's dissatisfaction with him. Hurried to self-reflect. I'm not fit for the job. Over the years, I've made many mistakes as the director of moral education. I will definitely improve from now on. No need from now on. I've been at this school for 12 years,
And I don't even know what you look like. I'm so irritable right now because the school's moral education work hasn't been good enough. At the end of the day, you're to blame too. This director position. You should step down and let someone more worthy take over. You agree with me, right? Chen Xiang sounded like he was asking for approval, but he left no room for argument. He even deliberately kicked twice while speaking at the homeroom teacher lying nearby, as if sending him a message. The director's face twisted up with wrinkles, but his attachment to the position couldn't overcome the fear of death. He nodded. Yes, I haven't done well. I should step down from the director of moral education position. Qin Xiang nodded. It's good to admit your mistakes and change. As for the director of moral education position, I think An Zhang at the cafeteria is perfect for the job. She always encourages students while serving them food and goes out of her way to look after students like me from poor families. She leads by example. Isn't that the best moral education role model? So I'd like to nominate An Zhang to the school. As the new director of moral education, Qin Xiang stood alone, glancing over all the teachers, everywhere his eyes landed. The teachers looked away. I hope you all can let the principal know. Otherwise, I'm afraid my bad temper might cause me to do something I shouldn't. When the teachers heard that, they immediately nodded, wanting to get rid of him as soon as possible. We'll definitely let him know. We'll definitely tell him. Not only will we pass it on, we also support Qin's opinion. At this point, the teachers finally understood. Qin Xiang's whole speech was to help An Zhang from the cafeteria rise to a new position. Now that Qin Xiang is a sequence user, he's basically above the law. His only restriction is that he can't kill students or government employees. But not all school teachers are government employees. At Zhuan's school, only the principal is a public servant. All the other teachers are on contract, which means Qin Xiang can pretty much kill any teacher he wants and would only be punished by the divine enforcer. Of course, he can't go too far and wipe out all the teachers. If he did that, the sequence user administration would consider him a threat to the safe zone and execute him. With privilege comes protection. Naturally, no teacher would dare oppose him. So now that Chen Xiang asked for the director nomination, the principal has no reason to refuse, because Qin Xiang seems totally crazy. The principal has seen plenty of teenagers who committed unbelievable crimes out of ignorance and fearlessness.
He doesn't dare gamble whether Qin Xiang is normal.
Or bet whether Chen Xiang even cares about the laws of the safe zone. As long as he keeps Qin Xiang happy, the principal will spare no effort. Qin Xiang was very pleased with how the teachers responded. He turned back to the serving window, looking at a baffled Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang, I've recommended you to the principal for moral education director. Barring any surprises, the principal should agree. I hope you can keep being kind to me. An Zhang hesitantly replied. It's just that my family's in a tough spot. I dropped out of middle school and started working. How can someone with no education or knowledge become a big leader? It's not that complicated, Aunt Zhang. At our rundown school on the edge of the safe zone, there are 2 iron rules for being a leader. Either you have no conscience, or you have connections. Well, you happen to be someone with a conscience. After speaking, Qin Xiang grabbed 3 lunch boxes and left. Only An Zhang remained, holding her serving ladle. She still didn't really understand what had just happened. Qin Xiang took the lunch boxes to the library. He saw Teacher Zhu arranging bookshelves, and Wen Shu, who was studying at the desk. Wen Shu's face was lit up with a gentle smile. He seemed to be in a pretty good mood. When Teacher Zhu saw Qin Xiang, there was some complexity in his gaze. Qin Xiang put the lunch boxes on the table. I went to the cafeteria and got breakfast. Wen Shu, Teacher Zhu, let's eat together. He even brought an extra breakfast just for Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu is a rehired teacher. He doesn't get the same benefits as regular teachers, so he can't eat breakfast in the cafeteria. Even for lunch or dinner, he can only use the student window. But his pay and benefits are the same as other teachers. I've already eaten. Me too, I've already eaten. Qin Xiang originally wanted to have breakfast with the 2 of them and chat a bit. He didn't expect both of them to have already eaten. All right, I'll eat by myself then. He took the remaining 2 portions with him. Teacher Zhu, take a break. I'll clean up once I finish eating. You're getting up there in age. There's no need to be so hardworking. Listening to Qin Xiang's familiar way of talking, Teacher Zhu felt like Qin Xiang's awakening of his sequence ability hadn't really changed him. He was a bit puzzled. Little Qin, why does it seem like you're still the same as before? Because I am still the same as before. Then why did you hit Liu Xiangzhong at the school gate? Honestly, I just don't like him. And there was a bit of conflict before. When I saw him today, I just gave him a hit. But you're a good student. How can you hit a teacher? Qin Xiang hadn't had a chance to respond when Wen Shu put down the CT book and said slowly, I actually think hitting Liu Xiangzhong is more like something a good student would do. Wen Shu then said to Teacher Zhu, besides you, how many teachers here even deserve to be called teachers? You really shouldn't worry about them. So Wen Shu, that's how you feel. It seemed like this was the first time Teacher Zhu had seen a Wen Shu who wasn't so well behaved, who had a bit of attitude about the things at this school. For people, being a teacher is just an ordinary job. Who really feels they're shaping minds and lives? But the teachers have treated you pretty well, haven't they? Back in elementary school, my grades were average. I got bullied a lot. No teachers ever stood up for me. Later, when my grades improved, and I had a shot at getting into an academy, they were finally willing to help me. When Shu looked at Teacher Zhu with her bright, clear eyes,
Tell me.
should I thank these teachers who only care about their own interests, or thank the better version of myself? Teacher Zhu was left speechless by Wen Shu's question. He lowered his head to think. It actually made a lot of sense. Being a teacher is just a job to support themselves and their family. Teaching is their duty. Caring goes above and beyond that. Doing their duty as teachers is enough. Why waste extra energy on students who can't make it into college, just for the sake of caring? Qin Xiang gave a thumbs up. No wonder you're number 1 in our grade. You sure know how to put things into words. If you ask me, Teacher Zhu, you should take a break when you need one. Spend more time with your granddaughter. No need to watch over the library all day. Give me the key. With me here, nothing will go wrong in the library. Qin Xiang opened his lunchbox and stuffed a huge marinated duck wing into his mouth. He crunched away noisily. As soon as he took a bite, a burst of rich, meaty flavor flooded his mouth. His eyes instantly lit up. Damn, the breakfast the cafeteria makes for the teachers and school leaders tastes way better than lunch or dinner. No wonder. The teachers love eating in the cafeteria so much. Turns out, the food for staff and the food for students taste worlds apart. It's not that the cafeteria chefs can't cook. They just don't want to make good food for the students. Really makes me want to punch the cafeteria chef. Forget it, I'm eating for free myself. No point in complaining so much. A beggar shouldn't complain about the food he gets. Teacher Zhu used to work at Wan School, so she knows what the breakfast tastes like. But Wen Shu probably hasn't tasted it before. Qin Xiang's mouth was stuffed with food, so he couldn't speak for a moment. He grunted twice at Wen Shu. Wen Shu looked up in confusion and saw Qin Xiang excitedly pointing at the lunchbox, then giving a wild thumbs up. He was obviously praising the taste. Qin Xiang swallowed hard. Try it. It's really good. Way better than cafeteria lunch or dinner. The cafeteria breakfast is reserved for the staff window. It's honestly delicious. Teacher Zhu agreed, with both of them recommending it. When Shu put down her pen, sat over and opened a lunchbox. She picked up a slice of black and white rabbit fish and put it in her mouth. When Shu's eyes immediately shone with delight. It's really delicious. Told you I wasn't lying. This is from the teacher's special window. I can just eat as much as I want. I brought a portion for both you and Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, you shouldn't eat at home anymore. That's just wasting money. I'll pack more every day, so you can take it home for your granddaughter. Stop making her eat that slop they serve at the student window. Teacher Zhu smiled and said, okay. Qin Xiang asked again, by the way, why didn't Zhao Liwen come to the library to study today? He doesn't need to study anymore. When Shu chuckled, you scared him off? He actually came to the library before you arrived and apologized to me very seriously. admitting he was out of line, and that he delayed things between me and you. He wanted me to pass on his apologies, and hope you don't take it to heart. Qin Xiang pouted. This Zhao young master sure retreated fast. I didn't even get a chance to look for him, and he came to admit fault first. At least he knows how things work. Teacher Zhu was both organizing bookshelves and said at the same time, you even beat up a teacher at the school gate. Why would he dare mess with you, the living hellraiser? Please stop tidying up. Someone your age shouldn't be working this hard. I'll be done eating in a minute. Let me handle it. Teacher Zhu couldn't tell if she felt sad or just sentimental. You're actually easy to persuade. She put down the book in her hand and sat on a chair nearby, sighed, and said okay. You two have really grown up. Even your words sound more like an adult's thoughts. Seeing good kids like you both grow and mature really makes me happy. Don't say it like that, like you're about to leave us or something. Qin Xiang joked, but realized Teacher Zhu wasn't responding. Both he and Wenshu thought it was strange. They looked up and saw Teacher Zhu's face was very bitter. Unless it's Teacher Zhu, I don't think so. Teacher Zhu waved her hand. Old problems can't be cured. You don't need to worry about me. Everyone has their own fate. My life is just about set at this point. You kids still have a long road ahead. Come on, what's really wrong with you? Tell us, it's untreatable stomach cancer, advanced gastric cancer. Teacher Zhu shook her head. Not quite late stage, but right at the edge of the safe zone. There aren't any hospitals here that can do stomach cancer surgery. I can't afford the hospitals that can do it. I'll probably manage for a few more years and that'll be it. I already outlived my husband. I've seen a lot in my life, and I really don't have any regrets. She said it like she was at peace, but her voice still trembled a bit. Only then did Qin Xiang realize the always gentle, smiling Teacher Zhu had actually been suffering from cancer all this time. After knowing Teacher Zhu for so long, he had never once seen any sign of worry about illness on her face. Teacher Zhu took another deep breath. All right, let's stop talking about this. It's making everyone feel down. Life and death. You just have to learn to let go. Don't say that. I was just planning to chat with the education officials. Pull some strings and get you a position. You can't leave just like that. Teacher Zhu was surprised at first, then gave a warm smile. I really appreciate your kind intentions, but I'm just not cut out for that. Aunt Zhang from the cafeteria. I even managed to get her promoted to moral education director. So you taking a public service job in education isn't a big deal? You see. Isn't this all about knowing the right people? Although Zhao Zhang is a good person, Zhao Qing, what you're doing here isn't right. This isn't nepotism. It's appointing the capable. Teacher Zhu, it's the apocalypse now. There aren't that many moral rules left. We're right on the edge of the safe zone. People in office here are like wild beasts. All of them only got their positions by family ties or their own special abilities, climbing up the hierarchy, while no one is actually doing their job. When Shu agreed, I think so too. With your character, working in education would be a blessing for the students. Think about it. It's been 10 years since the apocalypse started. There are now hundreds of universities for ability users. But in all this time, the school still doesn't teach about understanding the apocalypse and the sequence cognition course. Isn't this a failure of the education department? You went to work in the education department? Just need to do your job normally. You're already stronger than 99% of public servants. With Qin Xiang and Wenshu constantly praising him, Teacher Zhu started to feel a bit embarrassed. He showed a kind smile. Having you two good kids' approval. That's enough for me. This illness truly can't be helped. You don't need to worry either. Wenshu glanced at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang just kept his head down eating. He didn't say anything. If the lonely Qin Xiang experienced a touch of warmth in this world, it had to come from Teacher Zhu, as long as he wanted. This work-study job, Teacher Zhu would always reserve for him. Other students' parents have also given gifts to Teacher Zhu, hoping he'd reserve the job for their kids. But Teacher Zhu was pretty tough about it. If your kid is an orphan, then they can share the position with Qin Xiang. Anything else is off the table. Even in the apocalypse,
In these shabby edge areas of the safe zone, there are still people like Teacher Ju. So, Qin Xiang truly hopes good people like Teacher Ju can have a good outcome. But as for how to treat cancer and how much it costs, he really doesn't know. Looks like tonight he'll have to search the Shishan camp online again. Qin Xiang didn't brag because he's not sure of his abilities now. Whether he can help Teacher Ju overcome this hurdle. After finishing his meal, he started tidying up library books. But as soon as he left his chair, he never sat back down. There were a lot of students at the library today. To be more detailed, actually, there were a lot of female students today. Qin, can I borrow this book? Qin, my foundation is a bit weak. Do you have any recommended guidebooks? Qin, my family has lots of glow-in-the-dark books. Want to read together tonight? Lin Xiang's peaceful working life in the library was completely disrupted by a bunch of proactive, pretty decent-looking female classmates, since it was way too noisy. After Wenshu borrowed a CT machine, she went to study elsewhere. Wenshu is the girl everyone wants to be, and also the one targeted behind the scenes. Originally, while Wenshu sat here, her top student vibe made them feel a bit inferior and rein in themselves. Once Wenshu left the library, they let loose even more, going all out in pursuit of Qin Xiang. And seeing Qin Xiang never acted out of line, they realized he probably wouldn't act like Wheel Yun, the grade director, take action against them. So they got even bolder, showing off their shoulders, lifting their skirts, just harmless teasing. One girl even ran into Qin Xiang. While unbuttoning her shirt, he felt nothing despite the brief physical contact. Qin Xiang reflected. So this is the treatment ability users get among regular people. If previously knocking down grade directors and homeroom teachers was proving his own status, then today's experience in the library was others acknowledging his status, compared to establishing status with force. Being admired and recognized really feels much better. It's more enjoyable, having lived 2 lifetimes. Xing Xiang had never seen so many girls chasing after him so crazily, actively pursuing him. It almost felt like being a star idol in his previous life. If he were just an average 18-year-old student, suddenly rich out of the blue, never seen much of the world, he might get lost in all these ordinary girls. Teacher Lu beside him kept sighing, afraid Qin Xiang would lose himself, fall into temptation. But they didn't know. Qin Xiang has killed before, and not just once. His heart, after witnessing blood more than a few times, had become extremely calm. These girls are just too ordinary. Getting too involved would be a burden. They could never be his life partner, nor mess with him physically. They aren't even equivalent to pink skeletons. In Qin Xiang's eyes, they're just a void. Qin Xiang believes more and more that a good life is coming. So he wears a smile, and to all the girls hanging around him, casually says, "Leave." The girls were stunned for a moment, subconsciously looked at Qin Xiang's face, saw he was expressionless, completely different from just a moment ago. Suddenly they felt like the grade director did this morning, terrified, and instantly backed away from Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang smiled approvingly. They're peers after all. Much easier to talk to than my homeroom teacher. But from Qin Xiang's smile, the girls felt a chilling cold. Qin Xiang walked out of the library, through the space they cleared. At the entrance, he said to Teacher Ju, "Teacher, I'll be back after school this afternoon. You can eat the breakfast whenever you're hungry." Teacher Ju saw Qin Xiang was completely unfazed, nodded with a smile. Qin Xiang wanted to take away the leftover meal boxes, but saw the table was already empty. Seems Wenshu threw it out when she left. Qin Xiang muttered, "Wen is really well-mannered." That was Teacher Ju. Upon hearing Qin Xiang praise, Wenshu immediately joined in. Wen studies well, has good character, is kind, and has her own ideas, unlike others, and rolled his eyes at the girls who had been making noise in the library. Qin Xiang nodded. She's quite assertive. Qin Xiang doesn't know about other aspects. But Wen is a girl who has her own ideas. Qin Xiang strongly agrees. He still remembers being chased by Li Jingwen's uncle and a gang of thugs that night. On disposing evidence, Wen really taught him a lesson. "All right, I'll get going. Don't tire yourself out." After Qin Xiang left the library, he didn't go back to class. Instead, he found a quiet spot, pulled out his phone and asked Qian,
Made a phone call. Hello, Chief Qian. Sorry to bother you, are you free? Wanted to chat for a bit. Zhao Chen, what's up? Here's the thing. A good friend of mine has cancer. I wanted to ask if there are any treatment options. Chief Qian paused. Is your friend an ability user and not a regular person? You still have regular people as friends? Of course, regular people can be friends. Who isn't born as a regular person? That's actually pretty true. If you have money, you can send them to the hospital for treatment. If I had money, I wouldn't be calling to ask you. You mean, you want to know the special channels for sequence ability users? Of course, generally speaking. If we sequence ability users want to treat a disease, there are two methods. You said the first is to go outside the safe zone to hunt gods, then exchange them for money at the administration bureau, and spend money to get treatment at a hospital. The second is to find a healer sequence ability user to treat it for you. However, the cost is usually higher. I've actually looked into the healer sequence, but they seem to be very rare. Hard to find. You hit the nail on the head. Basically, all healer sequence ability users work in the hospitals in the most luxurious districts of the safe zone, exclusively serving the upper class. Ordinary people can't even get to see them. In that case, my only option is to go outside the safe zone and hunt gods. But I've just awakened my sequence and joined the god hunting squad. I'm afraid I'm not fully prepared. What kind of friend is this, that you value them so much, and are willing to hunt gods to help them get treated? A good person who took quite good care of me. A good person, Student Chen? Are you joking with me? How is a good person worth you sacrificing so much? The most useless thing in this world is a good person. Chief Qian, this matter is a matter of opinion. We just cooperate on certain things, which doesn't mean all our views must align. Right? All right. My bad. But you going to hunt gods now is also a good thing for yourself.
How so?
You haven't taken the sequence ability user assessment after the college entrance exam, right? That's right. Then you can use the points from hunting gods to gain favor from more universities during the assessment and get more admission opportunities. Even after entering a university, having many points from hunting gods gives students a lot of perks. These are all strict regulations of the United Government. You can check them on the Sequence Education Forum. It works like that? Okay, I understand. I'll look into it. Thank you for the help, Chief Qian. It's nothing. Qian Wendao threw his phone on the desk, muttering Qin Xiang's words. Save a good person, huh? I really haven't heard the term good person in many years. It's even a bit sad. Who is born wanting to be a bad person? At this time, Qian Wendao's phone rang again. Hello, Xiao Tang? What's up? The ones making a scene in front of the director that day were just a few ordinary people? Then what are you hesitating for? Just kill them all. That's it for now. Hanging up the phone, Qian Wendao gave a self-deprecating smile. I'm afraid I can't be a good person. Qin Xiang hung up the phone and made up his mind that after school, he would go to an internet cafe to check the forum. Wait, there seems to be a computer in the principal's office. Right, there should be. After all, the principal is a public official. If he doesn't have a computer, how can he receive documents from the United Government? As for Wang Defa, the advantage of the warehouse computer being able to hide his IP address, after he publicly revealed his sequence ability and registered as a sequence ability user, has also greatly decreased. He has already revealed his identity, so there's no need to hide anymore. To browse the God-slaying camp and sequence education forums. That being the case, why not make a trip to the principal's office? Coincidentally, in the morning, didn't the principal invite him over? Qin Xiang took relaxed steps and walked towards the principal's office. The principal had just returned to his office from the infirmary, wiping the sweat from his shiny bald head with a towel. What a busy day. I don't know how Liu Qianzhong provoked him to get beaten up for nothing. That kid Qin Xiang just awakened his sequence ability and has a bit of a short temper. I absolutely must not provoke him. Just to give Zhao Zhang the position of moral education director, he even beat up the homeroom teacher again. I really yield to him.
I'd better arrange for Zhao Zhang to become the moral education director next week. After today's events, I don't expect to build any ties with Qin Xiang to help me clear myself of blame. I just hope to send him off to graduation peacefully. I absolutely must not have any entanglements with him. Principal Li, I'm here. Qin Xiang greeted him and pushed open the office door directly. The principal's eyes first showed a hint of despair, then immediately put on his signature smile. Oh, student Zhao Qin, what brings you here? By the way, I've already started working on Auntie Zhang's matter. Tomorrow, no. Today I can get it done today. Then thank you, principal. By the way, I came today because I have something else I need your help with. Tell me, I will definitely help if I can. Aren't I going to take the post-college entrance exam sequence, ability user assessment? But I still know nothing about it. You also know my family isn't well off, and I don't have money for an internet cafe, so I want to borrow the desktop computer in your office. What do you think? Principal Li froze for a moment, temporarily not knowing how to answer. But Qin Xiang, without acting like an outsider, sat directly beside Principal Li. Student Qin. Principal Li, the moral education work at our school for many years has always been inadequate, causing me to have a rather short temper. You wouldn't want me to cause any more trouble before graduation, would you? Qin Xiang is a sequence ability user. Even if he killed a teacher, he wouldn't face any criminal charges. However, Li Tianming, as the principal, would be held accountable for campus safety issues by the United Government. A sequence ability user unprecedentedly emerged in the school. Li Tianming had thought it was the start of a change in luck, but he didn't expect him to be a living Yama in this ruthless apocalypse. Li Tianming wanted to say something, but looking at Qin Xiang, who seemed somewhat lawless, he swallowed his words. Use it, but you can only browse the internet. You can't do anything else. Okay. Qin Xiang skillfully opened the Sequence Education Forum to search for the Sequence Ability User Assessment related to the college entrance exam. Li Tianming sighed, not wanting to look at Qin Xiang for even another second, and turned to walk out of the principal's office, looking for a quiet place to rest. Qin Xiang clicked on a featured post. Sequence Ability User College Entrance Assessment Guide. Sequence Ability users don't need to take the college entrance exam. They have a separate assessment method. The assessment evaluates based on the sequence ability user's sequence ability, on-site performance, and future potential for a comprehensive evaluation, and then gives a score. After getting this score, students log into the Sequence University application interface, submit their scores and resumes, and apply to schools. The admitting schools will send an admission letter to the student. Generally speaking, the sequence scores from lowest to highest are useless sequence, such as soft body, common sequence, such as sleepless, police and law sequence, such as sense seekers never die, combat sequence, like warrior, phantom, assassin, special sequence, sequences that are extremely rare and possess unique abilities, like you, Tai. Qin Xiang carefully examined the 5 sequence levels and discovered that Qian Wendao's mimetic form was actually the highest level special sequence. As for Qian Wendao, the division chief couldn't help but think more highly of him. The more you learn about Chief Qian, the more amazing he becomes. Qin Xiang sincerely sighed. As expected, in past and present lives, those who rose in major departments were never ordinary people. He kept reading the post. There's a special case for exemption, which is having a record of slaying a deity. You can use your god-slaying points as your exam score and submit them together with your resume. The University Education Department has files on all students' awakened sequence abilities. Every time a student earns god-slaying points, it is updated in the database. All university recruiters have access to this database. Generally, when a student's god-slaying points reach a certain value, universities will reach out proactively and offer you admission opportunities. I didn't know this was possible. Qin Xiang thought about his own God-Eater sequence, the extraordinary combat abilities granted by his sequence, and was instantly fired up. Doesn't this mean he has a chance to get into the best universities? In his previous life, Qin Xiang's academic performance was average, and after the college entrance exam could only attend a regular university. This time, he feels he might have a shot at getting into the top school in the safe zone. The post even explained the differences between universities. The quality of a sequence university is a key factor in differentiating sequence users and represents a watershed in one's career. A top-tier sequence university offers the best learning environment, the richest educational resources, high-level training, and mentors with both combat and research experience are everywhere. Both living and dining conditions are first class, and a large amount of scholarships are available. So outstanding students don't have to worry about tuition. Excellent alumni and promising classmates will provide strong support for your future growth, whether you choose to fight deities, work for the united government, or conduct sequence-related research. These are all invaluable resources. So if possible, be sure to apply to higher-ranked sequence universities. Otherwise, you'll regret it for life. Just by looking at the introduction, Qin Xiang was already filled with yearning for an elite sequence university. Universities in this life are quite different from the previous one. In his previous life, entering society after graduation mainly depended on personal ability and background. The influence of alumni resources wasn't that significant. But this life is a world of fighting against gods and establishing a new order. It's only been 10 years since the apocalypse arrived. The various classes in the safe zone have also only existed for 10 years. It's still a time when order is being re-established. The circles of power are probably not yet set in stone. To seize the initiative at this time, one must try their best to get a VIP seat, which means entering an elite sequence university. According to the post's introduction, even if Qin Xiang is an orphan and poor, it doesn't matter much, because sequence abilities are the hard currency in the apocalypse. As long as your sequence ability is strong enough, exclusive circles will naturally take the initiative to accept you. He then opened the God-slaying forum again to check the reward instructions for hunting gods. Hunting gods can earn you monetary rewards, sequence potion rewards, and god-slaying points. These resources are all provided by the united government. The specific exchange rate is, for every god-slaying point obtained by hunting gods, you get 1,000 copper coins and 1/10 of a sequence potion resource. When a team hunts together, it will be based on the results of internal team discussions and distributed proportionally. Hunting a god alone can earn you double god-slaying points. However, the Sequence Ability Management Bureau does not encourage solo combat. Hunting gods still emphasizes teamwork. The establishment of this rule is just to facilitate the selection of the strongest human god hunters to lead the future human counterattack. The way to earn points is, after hunting a god, to cut off a part that contains the god's symbol. The post explains this in detail. During the process of hunting gods, if one unfortunately dies, according to their sequence rank, compensation will be issued to the sequence user's family. If they don't have family members and they die during a team hunt, the death compensation can also be distributed to other team members. Distributed to other team members? Qin Xiang didn't know what the purpose of adding this rule was. He just felt something was not quite right. As a sequence user, killing ordinary people won't affect me much. Then what if my team member's whole family has only him as a sequence user? Could I just kill his entire family and then murder him to embezzle his death compensation? Adding this rule, isn't it encouraging mutual slaughter? Is this one of the rules of survival in the apocalyptic safe zone? There were still many things that Qin Xiang didn't understand at all. Qin Xiang had not yet joined a god-hunting team, but just through the introduction post, he already smelled a hint of blood. At this time, he also noticed that on his sequence user forum account avatar, there was a red number 157. He clicked on it out of curiosity and found that he had received 157 private messages. Hello there, little brother. Your Phantom Assassin sequence is exactly what my team needs most. Moreover, our team is all women. lacking a man with masculine energy. You couldn't be a better fit. Join us and hunt gods together. We'll take good care of you. Hello, little Chen. Your sequence is exactly what we desperately need. Come join our god hunting team. Our team has been established for 2 years, and the members have basically never changed. The safety factor is guaranteed. Hello, Chen Xiang. The Phantom Assassin sequence can perfectly make up for our team's offensive shortcomings. Our team has restoration and armor sequence users who can guarantee your safety when hunting gods. Please be sure to join us. Chen Xiang took a brief look and saw they were invitations to join from 157 god hunting teams. It completely dazzled him. Just as he was browsing the invitation letters, he received 2 more invitations to join god hunting teams. They all say Phantom Assassins are in high demand, and it seems to be true. My god, so many teams want me. But how should I choose a god hunting team? Chen Xiang's first reaction was to go ask Qian Wendao. But after thinking about it again, Qian Wendao was too smart. He didn't want to get too close to Qian Wendao, nor did he want to let Qian Wendao see his ignorant side. When dealing with smart people, you must hide your flaws. And when dealing with fools, you must show weakness. This was also the experience Chen Xiang had summed up from living 2 lives. If I bother Qian Wendao with everything, it will only make him think I'm stupid, and he will gradually distance himself from me. He searched the forum and found no posts teaching people how to choose a god hunting team. Maybe there were some before, but they were deleted by the administrators. This also showed that the experience of choosing a god hunting team was information that could not be made public. Why couldn't it be made public? Chen Xiang knew he couldn't delve any deeper into it, and could only spend time and energy figuring it out himself. At this moment, a sudden sound came out. When Li Tianming left, he forgot to close Kiyuki. Curiosity drove Chen Xiang to click open this dialog box. It was a message from a user named Ting Ting. Brother Tianming, I miss you so much. Can you keep me company tonight, please? Saying this, she also sent an indecent video. Chen Xiang, with eyes full of judgment, watched the entire video, then clicked the close button and downloaded the video. But when he opened the downloaded video folder, he was stunned again. There were actually so many of them. Although there were many, they were not messy, because Li Tianming thoughtfully gave every video a detailed tag and categorization. Among them, there were quite a few where Li Tianming appeared in person. Chen Xiang was stunned. Isn't this Li Tianming just an ordinary principal? How could he have so many videos of this kind? It seems the female leads are constantly changing. Chen Xiang thought of something, and immediately opened the sequence user information section. He entered Li Tianming, and immediately over 20 people with the same first and last name popped up. Chen Xiang carefully filtered through them, and found an avatar with a facial appearance extremely similar to Li Tianming's, but obviously much younger with flowing long hair. Sure enough, in this world, there's only one reason to be sought after by the opposite sex, and that is being a sequence user. Li Tianming is also a sequence user, but he's been a principal for so many years, and it seems no students know about this. Li Tianming was quite handsome when he was young. Now he has a big belly and a receding hairline. Time is truly merciless. When he clicked on Li Tianming's personal information, his eyes were immediately drawn to the first 2 lines. Li Tianming sequence, shaman. Due to negligent behavior in Area 14,121, which caused the deaths of dozens of people, he was transferred out of the Education Bureau, and currently serves as the principal of Huan School. Chen Xiang looked at Li Tianming's intelligence file, so shocked that he couldn't speak for a moment. Principal Li killed dozens of people? He killed dozens of people and could still be arranged to become a principal. How powerful of a background is this? How solid of a backing must he have? Chen Xiang suddenly felt that when he spoke to the principal just now, his voice might have been too loud, and he didn't show the proper respect for his superior. Forget it. I won't come here again in the future. It's better to go mess with the easy targets over at Wang Defa's place.
The principal is definitely not someone to mess with. He closed the video, marked Ting Ting's message as unread, and deleted the downloaded video. Planning to leave the office while Li Tianming was out? From now on, better to see Li Tianming less often too. Just as he was about to get up, the office door swung open. Li Tianming came back in with his stomach sticking out, holding a thermos as he walked in from outside. He saw Chen Xiang seemed about to stand up from his seat. He smiled. So you finished your research? Leaving now? Yes, thanks to the principal for letting me use the computer. I've already found the information I wanted to know. The principal walked over to Chen Xiang, looked at the clean desk, and the bouncing Kyuki avatar in the bottom right corner. He moved the mouse over. It showed one unread message from Ting Ting. The principal frowned and glanced somewhat guiltily at Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang smiled and said, "You're going to chat with someone, right? Then I'll get going. It's not good to invade someone's privacy. I'll go now. Goodbye, principal." Chen Xiang left his seat. He had barely reached the door when he heard Li Tianming's voice. "Since you already saw it, don't go yet. Sit down and let's talk." Xing Xiang was stunned for a moment. "I didn't read your chat history, really." "Principal, what are you talking about?" Li Tianming pulled out a chair next to him, patted the back of the chair. "Ting Ting sent me 4 or 5 new messages." The avatar kept bouncing, but it only showed one unread message. "That must be because you read them, and then mark them as unread, right?" Chen Xiang was secretly shocked. He didn't expect to make a single mistake, and it was actually discovered by Li Tianming. "Sit down, let's have a chat." He was nothing like the helpless principal from before. Li Tianming's expression was now cold and calm. He exuded an undeniable aura of authority. If you didn't know he was the principal, Chen Xiang might even think he had a position as high as previously mentioned. But knowing full well that Li Tianming was dangerous, why would Chen Xiang still go near him? Even if he got found out, so what? This was Li Tianming's own scandal. It had nothing to do with Chen Xiang. Even if Li Tianming wouldn't let him leave, he still opened the office door, ready to leave. But at this moment, he suddenly realized he had lost control of his body. His feet felt glued to the ground. He couldn't move at all. He looked down. He saw the freshly washed ragged pants and worn shoes were now covered with dirt. The dirt was like hands, firmly binding his legs and feet, which caused him to panic. "Come back and have a seat, Chen." Chen Xiang looked back. On Li Tianming's face, a brilliantly colored mask suddenly appeared, exactly like the one that flashed across Rolina's face in the woods that night. Identical. Li Tianming dared to use sequence skills on him. You have to understand, Shaman is a very powerful support sequence skill. And Earthbind is the kind of control ability desperately needed by countless god-hunting squads. Against the divine, using sequence abilities inside a safe zone is a very dangerous act of provocation. If the authorities found out, they would definitely question Li Tianming. Chen Xiang was about to warn him, but Li Tianming said again, "You want to say, go to the bureau and report me for using powers within the safe zone. Go ahead and report me if you want. My position can't get any lower anyway. I've already hit rock bottom. I don't really have any requests. Since you saw my chat, you must have watched my video too. And you probably uncovered my sequence identity. So I believe I have no more masks to hide behind in front of you. We can talk openly now." "And why would I talk with you?" Just then 2 loud bangs. 2 ravens, each about the size of a hand, appeared out of nowhere, flew to the door, and closed the office door. Chen Xiang narrowed his eyes.
Taking up a defensive stance.
2 skills. Your sequence level is 2. That beast spirit summoned just now is a level 3 skill. Right at that moment, the floor of the office suddenly sprouted, an ancient wooden totem pole covered in symbols. In an instant, Chen Xiang felt empowered. So this primal totem is a 2nd level skill. Chen Xiang's eyes widened. You're a level 3 sequence user. At the Fade God camp, Chen Xiang had seen the classifications for sequence users. Most sequence users are level 1. Reaching level 2 usually means they have plenty of combat experience or public service experience. If they come from a god-hunting squad, a level 2 can serve as team leader of most god-hunting teams, leading the group to hunt gods. If they're public servants, A level 2 can escape the lowest rank, get a bit of a promotion, half a foot into the United Government's power ranks. But level 3 sequence users aren't even mentioned at the Fade God camp because there are so few. Upgrading from sequence level 1 to level 2 only requires 5 bottles of sequence potion, but level 2 to level 3 takes 30 bottles. Each bottle costs 10 demon hunting points, or the corresponding United Government merit points. Qin Xiang didn't know how to earn merit points, but he did know about demon hunting points, which means even hunting solo, doubling points each time, you'd have to kill 5 gods. If you're sharing points with a team, it's even less. May have to kill 50 for 1 bottle. So 30 bottles is basically astronomical. Of course, if you keep at it year after year hunting gods, as long as you don't die, there's still hope to reach level 3. But since the very first sequence user woke up till now, it's only been 5 years. In just 5 years, to gather 30 bottles of potion is simply too difficult. Plus, he remembered, Li Tianming became principal of Zhuan School during his sophomore year. So that's nearly 2 years ago, which means he spent only 3 years to awaken his sequence and reach level 3. Now this principal smiling at Qin Xiang isn't the same as him. He's one of those chosen with a special sequence, who possess an extraordinary sequence, destined for greatness. He can only follow procedure and receive his sequence from the administration. Looks. You could say his promotion speed is like riding a rocket. Qin Xiang was stunned. This Li Tianming, with his big belly and receding hairline, who exactly is he? In the end, Qin Xiang sat back down, because Li Tianming had no reason to kill him, nor the ability to do so. If it came down to violence, he was confident that, even if Li Tianming was a level 3 shaman in the sequence, he could still be taken out instantly. Might as well see what Li Tianming wants to say. Li Tianming took off his glasses. Without the glasses as a shield, his previously somewhat leering eyes instantly became sharp and intense, full of stories. Qin Xiang, I've already told you everything about myself, because I want you to trust me. Don't think I'm approaching you for some ulterior motive. I'm not. What ulterior motive could I have against you? Why do you want to talk to me? You have a point. What I mean is, I have no intention to harm you. On the contrary, I can help you. Help me? How? I can help you hunt deities, and also assist you with college admissions. You're in the Phantom Assassin sequence, right? That sequence is very good for combat. You can hunt deities outside the safe zone, and earn deity hunting points. Those points will help you get into college, and they'll have a lasting impact on your future. What's even more important, you can make money by hunting deities to pay for your college tuition. You should know, college tuition isn't cheap. A lot of students have no choice but to give up their admission, because they can't afford the tuition. Give up their admission. But on the Sequence Education Forum it says, colleges offer scholarships for outstanding students or those in need. They provide scholarships. Li Tianming smiled. Qin. There's a saying, there's such thing as a free lunch. Have you heard it? Why would they give you a scholarship? Just because you're a better student, or your family is a bit poorer. Safe zone. It's not like they're lacking another sequence ability user like you. Schools aren't charities. Colleges built after the apocalypse all involve a lot of interests. They're really complicated inside. If you want a scholarship, you have to pay a price. As for what that price is, it's hard to say. Alright, I get it. Qin Xiang assumed that colleges in this world were similar to those in his previous life, offering aid for students from poor families. Looking at the scholarships in those top colleges on the forums, a lot of them could even cover personal expenses and tuition. So he didn't take it to heart. But after hearing Li Tianming's explanation, he immediately realized things weren't as simple as he'd thought. Principal, why do you know so much about sequence universities? At your age, you shouldn't even have had a chance to attend one. Li Tianming leaned back, resting against the back of his chair. I was once a vice dean at a certain university. Vice dean? Later, after being framed, I was transferred to this shabby place as principal. So, as I said,
My sequence ability can help you hunt deities, and my past experience can help you get into college.
You need my help, just as I need yours. Qin Xiang shook his head.
Principal, I really appreciate you sharing all this, but it seems I don't really need your help.
You don't need it?
Li Tianming gave a meaningful smile. Let's not talk about the distant future. Right now, you should be thinking about how to earn deity hunting points, right? The Phantom Assassin sequence is in high demand. Once you register, plenty of people will want you on their team. Do you know which team to pick? Qin Xiang lowered his head slightly, examining the smiling Li Tianming. Even though he hadn't seen his browsing history, he somehow knew exactly the dilemma he was facing. Truly a crafty old fox. Compared to his past life, the world is now more complicated and chaotic. But the one thing that hasn't changed is that the ones at the top are never fools. A love was like that. Qiang Wenda was like that. Li Tianming is like that too. Each of them left a deep impression in Qin Xiang's memory, making it impossible for him to be arrogant just because he was reborn. After 2 lifetimes, he still hadn't mastered the skill of getting away unscathed when dealing with these scheming experts. Qin, you don't have to be afraid. I just know a bit more than you do. That's why I can make good guesses. As your mentor, it's only right for me to give you guidance. We can pick the most suitable deity hunting team for you together. And when necessary, I can even step in myself and go with you outside the safe zone to hunt deities. Hold on, Qin Xiang, interrupted Li Tianming. Principal Li, there's something you said that I really agree with. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I already know how you can help me. Now I'd like to know what you want from me. Li Tianming nodded, no longer promoting his own advantages. Chan Chun glanced at Qin Xiang. I want you to help clear my name. Because of this baseless accusation, I lost my position, lost my authority. My wife left me, and I want you to help me make a comeback. Help you make a comeback? Qin Xiang pointed at himself in disbelief, wondering how Li Tianming even thought of saying that. Li Tianming, a level 3 sequence ability user, was already completely tamed, obediently serving as principal at Juan Academy. Yet he expects a high school senior like me to help clear his name. Does he really think I'm a fool? Principal Li, if that's what you want, I'm afraid I can't help. I'm just a student who only recently awakened a sequence ability. And though I have some pride, I at least know how small I am compared to the world. If you can't even do anything about it, it's absolutely impossible for me. Goodbye. There's no need for me and Li Tianming to keep talking. Qin Xiang stood up to leave, but his legs were suddenly bound again, preventing him from getting away. Principal Li, using tricks like this to keep me here is pointless. Once your skill wears off, I'm still going to leave. Li Tianming sighed. You really are a smart one. Smarter than I expected. There was something that puzzled me before, and I kept wondering if I was overthinking it. How could a 17-year-old high school senior have so many secrets? But now, it looks like it wasn't just my imagination. Qin Xiang's heart clenched, unsure what Li Tianming was about to say. Principal Li, what do you mean? My ex-wife was also a sequence abilities user. Coincidentally, she was just like you. Both of you were in the Phantom Assassin sequence. But there's one thing that makes her different from you. When she was bound by my abdominal transfer skill, she completely lost control of her body. She couldn't say a single word. Speaking of which, Li Tianming looked up and made eye contact with Qin Xiang. Unlike you, you can not only talk freely, even your upper body movement isn't affected at all. Qin Xiang kept a straight face, but inside he was already starting to panic. Damn, I made a mistake. He only paid attention to how the Phantom Assassin sequence skills were similar to his own, which made it easier to hide his identity. But he never even considered what would happen if another sequence abilities user used a skill on him, how he would react. The key thing is, there's no post about this on the forums. These skills are all meant for hunting gods. No one's going to test them on others. But it's exactly because of this lack of experience that Qin Xiang has once again landed himself in danger. But now he can't show any weakness. He must hold his ground.
Claiming to be a phantom assassin,
Qin Xiang said Principal Li. I don't understand what you mean. My training was approved by the Bureau. I have the official documentation too. Maybe it's because your ex-wife and I have certain differences in physical constitution. That's what I originally thought too. Li Tianming stood up. Different sequence abilities users have different physical qualities. So, their reactions to the same skill can be different. So right now I'm just guessing randomly. It's not a sure thing. I wonder if, when you registered at the Sequence Abilities User Administration Bureau, there was some sort of issue. Maybe you reported the wrong sequence. But that's just my opinion. Don't take it too seriously. Li Tianming's tone was easygoing, but it was full of implied threat. Qin Xiang narrowed his eyes, looking at this middle-aged man with a big belly and a colorful mask on his face.
His heart sank again.
Because of certain reasons, the United Government only carries out the sequence test at registration. For sequence abilities users, there won't be any form of follow-up testing after that. In a way, he's safe now. Because even though Li Tianming knows this, he still can't threaten him. But having his secret known by someone is still not safe in the end. Principal Li, if you insist on slandering me, you should know you'll pay a price for it. If Li Tianming really knows, obsessive and stubborn, Qin Xiang could only try to risk killing him. After all, this wasn't his first time for murder. At most, it was his first time killing a sequence ability user, but everything has a first time. It's not a big deal. Li Tianming shook his head. I'm not trying to spread rumors, nor am I trying to harm anyone. I've said from the very beginning, I need your help. Help me clear my name. As a token of gratitude, I'll fully support you too. Even people you can't handle, you want me to help you provoke them together? The more people, the greater the strength. The more people, the greater the strength. Principal Li, as an ability trainer, don't you think this statement is ridiculous? So you still refuse to agree. Qin Xiang no longer hid anything. He said coldly, if I agree, I don't know how much more trouble I'll gain. If I don't agree, I'll only have one problem. What do you think I'll choose? Li Tianming let out a mocking laugh. If I don't agree, only one problem remains. So you mean, if you kill me, all your problems are solved? Qin, it's not that I don't trust you, but killing me, isn't that easy? Killing you sure isn't easy, but helping you is even more troublesome. If you were me, what would you choose? Li Tianming pondered for a long time after hearing this. Finally, he sighed. You make a good point. After speaking, his multicolored mask began to merge into his face, restoring the image of that middle-aged man. At the same time, the restraints under Qin Xiang's feet disappeared. A deal where the rewards don't match the risks is doomed to failure. Let's do this a different way. Qin Xiang raised his eyebrows. What way? I'll first help you complete some tasks related to hunting deities, and do my best to support you with your school advancement, as much as possible. But if you still want me to clear your suspicion, then I'm afraid I can't help. No, that's too big of a request. You need to eat bite by bite. It's unrealistic to expect you to do it all at once. Just help me finish one thing first. What is it? Qin Xiang was already thinking. As long as it involved adding unknown enemies, he would refuse. Even though Li Tianming was a difficult person, that's still better than unknown enemies. Anyone Li Tianming can't handle would only be even more troublesome. Help me find someone with the fraudster sequence. Qin Xiang was stunned by Li Tianming's request. For what reason? The reason I got framed for murder last time was because someone was at the scene and saw a sequence ability user wearing a shaman mask. There was only one registered shaman sequence ability user nearby, and that was me. I happened to be alone that day and couldn't provide an alibi. There were strange traces of my aura at the scene, so I got blamed. Qin Xiang responded calmly, Principal Li, from what you described, it sounds like you're the culprit, doesn't it? It's not me. Go on. I think there must have been a shaman on site, or someone disguising themselves as a shaman sequence. The shaman sequence isn't like other sequences that can be easily faked, because once you use your skill, the shaman mask appears on your face. So, there's no way a shaman sequence user could hide their identity. So my guess is, there was a fraudster at the scene who imitated the way I looked and then pinned the crime on me. Fraudster, you should know, can imitate the appearance changes of other sequences when casting skills. So it's very easy for them to hide their identity. At least within the United Government, there are very few with the fraudster sequence. Qin Xiang thought for a moment, then asked, "So if I help you find a fraudster sequence ability user, how would that help you?" As far as I know, that kind of sequence that lurks in the shadows must have its own organization. If you help me find a fraudster, I can make my own inquiries for more information. Qin Xiang didn't comment. Fulfilling this request was effortless for him. The blonde policewoman, Roylina, is a fraudster sequence user, and Roylina already had a bad relationship with him. In fact, she was an enemy forced to conceal secrets together. Turning Roylina over to Li Tianming as payment for helping himself was a perfectly suitable deal. But he suppressed the urge to instantly agree. He continued to ask Principal Li, "Why don't you find one yourself?" Li Tianming smiled bitterly. "All my sequence ability user access has been revoked by the United Government because of that framed charge. You see me as the principal of Zhuan School, but I'm really no different from being banished. Because this school hasn't produced a single sequence ability user in 5 years. They threw me here, hoping I'd be left to rot. If my sequence level weren't high enough, I'd probably have been executed already. Except for you, I basically can't connect with any sequence ability users, establish contacts. Even if I did, they'd just take one look at my record and immediately cut ties." Everything Li Tianming says makes sense, but there's still something that doesn't add up. "Principal Li, if you were framed, I really sympathize with you, but I have a question. Why did they frame you?" Li Tianming didn't answer Qin Xiang's question, but raised a new one instead. "Qin, what's the story with your sequence?" Li Tianming didn't look at Qin Xiang as he asked, but stared out at the night, seemingly not expecting an answer. Qin Xiang thought for a moment, and immediately understood Li Tianming's point. The reason Li Tianming was framed was a secret he couldn't reveal. Just like his own sequence, exposure meant disaster. Smart people don't talk too bluntly. Li Tianming used a clever analogy, letting Qin Xiang get the picture. Since Li Tianming couldn't talk about the reason he was framed, then Li Tianming, after being framed, why he cut off contact with all sequence users was probably another secret he couldn't share. A grand sequence level 3 high ranker can only rely on Qin Xiang, a newly awakened sequence ability user. It's honestly absurd. But in that absurdity there's a kind of logic. Li Tianming had offended many people who could suppress him but couldn't kill him. He needed to rely on a totally unrelated new face to those people to help him. Qin Xiang knew his power was extremely limited. Li Tianming also knew Qin Xiang's power was extremely limited. But he still chose Qin Xiang for help. It sounds like pure wishful thinking. But Li Tianming isn't a fool. After a brief conversation, Qin Xiang believes that Li Tianming's scheming is no less than Qian's. He wondered why Li would still choose him, a newcomer, to do something as reckless as a moth to a flame. The only explanation is, Li Tianming still has a trump card. Once Qin Xiang helps him pry open a crack, he's confident he can turn the tables. This made Qin Xiang realize, in Li Tianming's eyes, he's not a savior who turns the tide, but a spark. A spark that could ignite the entire powder keg. While Li Tianming is the one who owns the powder keg, but doesn't have the spark. At this point, Qin Xiang has pieced together a rough outline. The way he looked at Li Tianming also became more respectful. As for Li Tianming, he seemed to sense the subtle change in Qin Xiang's gaze. There was a bit of surprise and suspicion on his face. Did this kid already figure it out so quickly? That can't be, right? Principal Li, I agree to what you proposed. As long as you help me with the god-hunting mission and help me get into college, I'll find you an ability user from the trickster sequence. But whether this person can actually help you or not, I can't make any promises. Alright, it's settled then. You help me find someone from the trickster sequence, and leave the rest to me. I'm 90% confident. A trickster who hasn't revealed their true sequence must have an organization backing them. So let's start discussing the god hunting mission first. Qin Xiang was already eager to earn god hunting points. He awakened his sequence power too late, and there's less than 6 months left before the ability user exam after the college entrance exam. Only less than 6 months left. Other students who awakened their abilities years earlier have probably been accumulating points for years. Wanting to stand out among them is no easy task. Sure, if his goal was just to get into a mid-tier ability user university, it wouldn't be that hard. But Qin Xiang's goal is the top few ability user universities. His God Eater sequence is undoubtedly the most powerful one. If he can't get into the best university, that would be a complete waste. From what he knows, the top universities have the latest sequence research results, as well as the best resources. It's the key for him to understand the apocalypse and to become stronger. Since his rebirth, Qin Xiang's life trajectory and personality from his previous life have completely diverged. In just a month's time, for various active and passive reasons, he's killed, set fires, and deceived the government. There's nothing he wouldn't dare to do. His ambition keeps expanding. He doesn't go around saying teenage slogans about standing at the top of the human race after the apocalypse, but he does have his own beliefs. He stays true to himself, does not waste his talent. Principal Li, I want to know how I should select a god hunting team. I looked into the United Government's regulations and found that if an orphan like me dies outside the safe zone, the compensation will go entirely to the god hunting team. I'm really worried that I'll end up with a crooked group and get killed by them. Li Tianming smiled slightly. Student Qin, you really are impressive. After just an hour or two, you've already spotted the key issue. That's right. For an orphan ability user like you, it's all too easy to be betrayed by your teammates. Choosing a god hunting team is actually a very difficult thing. So how do I screen out teams with a history of such behavior? Student Qin, teams that have done something like this are likely to do it again. But can you guarantee a team that's never done such a thing won't suddenly decide to betray you? Think about it. Let's say you're in danger and need your teammates to rescue you to survive. But if they save you, you still can't kill the god, which means the mission was pointless, and they could be risking their own lives. There's no law saying if a teammate dies, the others get punished. If they leave you to die, not only will they not get punished, they'll also receive a substantial compensation payout. If it were you, what would you choose? Qin Xiang's heart skipped a beat. Because Li Tianming made sense. Human nature is greedy. Never bet on human nature. And never bet your life on it either. Principal Li, what should I do in this situation? The best way is to form your own one-person team. Solo team. You alone are responsible for your own safety, which is the most reliable way. Yep, solo is the way to go.
Plus,
As a solo player, you can earn double points. Why not do it? Qin Xiang hesitated and said, sounds good in theory, but I've never hunted gods before, so I have no idea how to do it on my own. Relax, you've got me. I'll go with you outside the safe zone and help you hunt gods. But I'm supposed to be a solo team. If someone finds out I have help, won't I be punished? Solo hunting means double points. But if you get help from other ability users, pretend it's solo hunting and still collect double points. Isn't that just fraud? Deceiving the United Government for god hunting points? The United Government isn't stupid and definitely doesn't do losing deals. Qin Xiang didn't know how the United Government distinguishes this kind of points fraud, but he's sure there must be a way. If not, tons of people would have exploited this loophole by now, and no one would ever team up. You're exactly right. If a solo player gets help from other ability users, the Ability Users Bureau will definitely find out, and you'll get seriously punished. After a solo ability user's hunt ends, when you exit the safe zone, the Bureau will be there. The officer who checks the god's remains
will give you a lie detector test and a memory continuity test. And they'll upload your god hunting data to the solo hunter scoreboard at the god camp. The lie detector will only ask you one thing. Did you hunt these gods solo? To confirm that in your memory, you completed the hunt by yourself. The memory continuity test checks that your memories weren't faked. Anyone with sequences like Soul Reaper that can alter memories. If they tamper with the data and upload it to the forum, witnesses are encouraged to report it. Ability users who successfully provide evidence and report will receive a whistleblower reward. With these 3 careful safeguards, no one can cheat. I see. I get it now. So how exactly will you help me? I'll go out of the safe zone with you. And when we spot a god you can hunt, I'll tell you that god's features, habits, and attack methods. From here on out, you have to act on your own. If you're unable to successfully hunt down the deity, or run into any danger, I'll use a binding to restrain the deity, and then use the origin totem to boost your power, so you can escape quickly. I'll make sure you're safe. In other words, whether I'm in the safe zone, or at Junan school, I'm still playing the role of your mentor who has your back. Mentor, huh? For some reason, Qin Xiang found that word a bit funny. When he smirked, he saw that on Li Tianming's face. There was also a self-mocking smile. Principal Li, is that okay for you? I'm not helping you hunt the deity. So what's the problem? In the more developed parts of the safe zone, lots of privileged kids do this to complete solo deity hunting missions. And people like me even have a specific title called insurer. Basically, I'm the insurance for solo teams. So that's how it works. Then let me thank you in advance, Principal Li. It's fine, we're just helping each other out. But let's be clear about one thing. I can't always help you for free. As your insurer, the points go to you, but I take half of whatever money you earn. Double the points. So even if I only get half the money, it's still worth it as a reward for you. Take away half the money, huh? A level 3 shaman is going out of the safe zone with me, just to keep me safe. So taking half the money is actually pretty fair. Qin Xiang even thought it sounded a bit low. Alright, no problem. Also, I need to see your progress. I'm not helping you hunt the deity for the money. It's because you'll help me find the fraudster. You get that, right? If I make any progress, I'll let you know right away. Okay, so when are we starting the deity hunt? This weekend. You're an ability user in training now, so going to class really doesn't matter for you anymore. Let's start tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, come to the school, and we'll ride the bus together to exit 38,324 of the safe zone and start the deity hunt. Take the bus? Principal Li, I don't have that much money. Li Tianming got it. He could tell immediately that this sharp kid definitely had a way to get money, but was just playing dumb in front of him. But then again, an orphan who wanders the streets, even if he just awakened his sequence power, is still an orphan. If he suddenly came up with money, he'd still need to make up some excuse. And who knows what extra problems that'd attract. Forget it, I'll cover a few copper coins for the fare. You just make sure to come up with some reasonable way to start earning yourself. I can't pay your bus fare forever. We'll get money just by killing a deity outside the safe zone tomorrow. So what do I need an excuse for? You're pretty confident. If we're starting tomorrow, what should I prepare? Go to the Sequence Ability User Bureau to pick up your cold weather suit. Get a sequence dagger and your first sequence potion. Without waiting for school to end, Qin Xiang chatted briefly with Li Tianming again, and immediately went to the Sequence Ability User Bureau. As he was almost there, he sent a message to Qiang Wendao. Qiang Wendao replied quickly, "Just come straight to my office." Qin Xiang stepped into the bureau building. It wasn't his first time here, but he was still impressed by the understated luxury of the place. He hoped one day he could live like this too. He went to Qian Wendao's office in the corner of the second floor, and saw on Qian's desk a cold weather suit in orange and white, along with a deity hunting dagger and a sequence potion. Qian Wendao was busy typing away at his computer, looking very busy. "You're here, have a seat. I still have something to take care of, so just wait a bit." After a while, With a satisfying hit on the enter key, Qian Wendao let out a long sigh, and then looked over at Chen Xiang. You've decided to hunt deities this fast? I'm actually a bit late, so I need to hurry and rack up deity hunting points. Qian Wendao smiled. So urgent, because you want to go to one of the top universities, right? Otherwise you'd be selling yourself short. Qian Wendao nodded. Chen Xiang's answer matched his expectations for a person like Chen Xiang. A fallen noble wandering the world, of course wants to restore his family's honor and show up all those who once looked down on him. That's youth for you. If you could let everything go, would you still be young? Qian Wendao then asked with some concern. Have you found a deity hunting team yet? You really need to be careful who you pick for your team. Your orphan status makes you an easy target. I didn't join any teams. I made a solo team. A solo team? Qian Wendao looked surprised. Do you have any experience hunting deities? No. Then how could you go alone? Solo team doesn't mean going alone. Qian Wendao licked his dry lips immediately. You found an insurer, huh? Chen Xiang just smiled and asked, surprised? Not surprised, not surprised. Qian Wendao's face was emotionless, but inside he was absolutely shocked. He had heard of the insurer profession, which is usually held by high-level, very experienced sequence users who protect newbies doing solo hunts. But to hire an insurer, just having money isn't enough. A high-level sequence user isn't short on cash. You need huge benefits to get a powerful insurer on board. That's not something just anyone can arrange. Chen Xiang's about to make some moves. Should he try to get in with him before Chen Xiang really makes it big and take a gamble? This sudden crossroads made Qian Wendao both anxious and restless inside. He still couldn't figure Chen Xiang out and didn't know if betting on him was a smart choice or not. Would he rise along with him or get dragged down instead? Best to check out his and his insurer's skills first before deciding. If Chen Xiang really has a shot at getting into the top academy, then he'd soar like a phoenix after graduation, and getting in early would mean flying high together. That way he'd really take off. But if it's all just for show, then he might as well keep things this distant and lukewarm. Qian Wendao made up his mind, then asked, which safe zone exit will you and your insurer go to for the deity hunt? The biggest one nearby, exit 38,324 of the safe zone. Qian Wendao was startled again. 38,324. There have been records of major deity sightings there. You're going to such a tough place for your first time? No problem. Chen Xiang heard Qian Wendao's concern and tensed up just a little inside. He really didn't know. Exit of safe zone no. 38,324 is where large deities have appeared. Since the awakening of the sequence, there hasn't been a successful hunt of a large deity. He doesn't think that as a rookie sequence user, he could become the very first. This was Li Tianming's choice. Li Tianming is now closely tied to him. There's no reason to harm him, so he wasn't panicked. He simply nodded nonchalantly at Qian Wendao. Noticing Chen Xiang's calm composure, Qian Wendao felt reassured. He added, I heard at the bureau that recently sequence users at the exit of safe zone note 38,324 have increased quite a bit because a large number of weak minor deities have wandered nearby. If you encounter this group of minor deities, you should gain quite a lot. Minor deities. Can you be more specific? Upon hearing about intel outside the safe zone, Chen Xiang immediately showed interest. It's a large group of insect servants. The masters of these insect servants seem to have gotten lost deep beyond the safe zone, so they've lost their support and have been pushed into impoverished areas, which is basically the edge of our safe zone. They're probably searching for new masters now. Chen Xiang knows a bit about insect servants. They're some small, strange creatures, similar to parasites, living attached to the bodies of large insectoids, feeding on the leftover prey of the large insects. If we're talking about individual strength, insect servants are definitely the weakest of the weak. However, insect servants usually appear in large swarms, winning by sheer numbers, which makes them quite troublesome. But that's for others. For someone like Qin Xiang, who can strengthen himself by devouring deities, he doesn't have to worry about being worn down. The more servants there are, the happier he is. Xing Xiang quickly raised a new question. Insect servants typically cluster around sandworms. If they've gathered here, then doesn't that mean that's right? Outside the exit of safe zone No. 38324, the large deity that appeared was the sandworm. These insect servants have arrived here, also to find a new master. If they attach themselves to a sandworm, then all that fat prey will no longer be for us sequence users. Qin Xiang was moved by what he heard. Director Qian, you said, a lot of people have come to the exit of safe zone No. 38324, just to hunt insect servants. So even if I spot them, there's no way I can grab much loot. Qian Wendao gave a sly smile. This matter, Qin, you're definitely asking the right person. I actually have an idea. Chief Qian, I hope you'll give me some pointers. Just wait a moment. Qian Wendao stood up from his swivel chair. He walked over to the shelf behind him.
He took out a black glass bottle.
With this, you can be sure you'll be able to spot the traces of the insect minions before anyone else. Qin Xiang picked up the black glass bottle. He examined it for a moment, but couldn't figure anything out. Chief Tian, is this an insect scale? Insect scale. The insect scale carries the scent of the insect. If you take this bottle and open it somewhere no one's around, you're certain to attract a few insect minions. Where did you get this? It was a hunter who provided evidence of an insect's appearance. They found this insect treasure not far outside the safe zone. Picked up this special insect item. I bought it for 2 silver coins. Originally, I was going to give it to my nephew. But the kid's just not cut out for this. He gets bullied for no reason even within the team. Let alone if I gave him something that would make others jealous. It's worth 2 silver coins. The person who found this scale, why didn't they keep it for themselves? Those rookies just aren't strong enough. They can't handle a group of insect minions. But still, couldn't they ask someone for help? Ask someone? Qian Wendao smirked coldly. Qin, outside the safe zone, the thing that kills the most people isn't the gods, but other people out there. You can't even fully trust your own squad, let alone work with strangers. If you run into a tough deity, people will pull together and fight. But if what you find is a prime opportunity, the first reaction of most trained hunters usually isn't to figure out how to share. It's to get rid of you so they don't have to. That's the dark side of humanity. People can share hardship, but not prosperity. Even after becoming a sequence holder, gaining abilities, that dark side never really changes. As Qian Wen Dao said this, he glanced at Qin Xiang again. Qin, you're not one of those people, are you? Just kidding. Don't take it personally, Qin. Qin Xiang just smiled faintly. Chief Qian, have you ever seen anyone willing to risk their life hunting gods, just to scrape together money for a stranger's medical bill? Do you think I'm the kind of person you described? I think deep down you already know the answer. Qin Xiang picked up the black glass bottle. This thing's a real treasure. With this, my first god hunting mission will go a lot smoother. Chief Qian, I truly don't know how to thank you. This help is just as valuable as you registering my sequence for me before. Qin, you're making too big a deal out of it. It's just 2 silver coins. It's not a big deal. 2 silver coins is just what you paid. If I didn't know you, Chief Qian, I might not have gotten one for even 10 silver coins. I'll remember this favor. Chief Qian, I need to go prepare for the hunt. Hope to see you again. Qin Xiang said goodbye and put the cold weather suit, the god-hunting dagger, and the sequence potion into a cloth bag. Then he stuffed the black glass bottle in his pocket. Thanks again, Qian Wendao. He watched Qin Xiang leave. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Qin Xiang returned to Wang Defa's warehouse. He opened the bag, took out the hundreds of copper coins he'd gotten, after taking down those 3 vagrants. Now that his sequence identity is public, a few hundred copper coins at least makes sense to have now. He no longer needed to feel secretive about it. He took the coins to the only supermarket nearby. The outskirts of the safe zone are pretty much in poverty. Almost everyone cooks for themselves to save money. So there are only shops selling raw ingredients, and none selling ready-made food. But this supermarket actually has a bunch of ready-made meals. Because their customers aren't regular residents, but sequence holders who go to the No 14,514 safe zone exit to hunt gods. Qin Xiang himself had walked by here countless times, but never had the chance to go in. He entered the supermarket. Under the dim lighting, he saw on the shelves a not-so-wide variety of goods. By the checkout counter beside the shelves stood two big burly guys. Their hands were under the counter, probably gripping weapons. They eyed Qin Xiang warily. At first, Qin Xiang was confused, but after looking at his own clothes, he immediately realized he was dressed in tattered rags, so the staff probably thought he was there to rob them. He understood, though. Running a supermarket in this area, if you didn't keep enough stock, you'd have gotten robbed clean ages ago by vagrants. Qin Xiang looked at his own getup and shook his head helplessly. He figured he really needed to do something about his clothes. But now wasn't the time. He grabbed a large backpack with dozens of compartments. Then he bought a bunch of compressed, instant food to fill him up. How much? He placed his things on the counter and asked the two big guys. 200 copper coins. 200. About what Qin Xiang had figured. Though they asked for a few more coins, he didn't care. He reached into his pocket and took out the coins, counted out 200, and handed them over. Then he packed all the food neatly into his bag. Qin Xiang had just picked up his backpack to leave, when he suddenly heard a sharp click behind him. The sound of a handgun being cocked. Qin Xiang didn't hesitate. He instantly activated his brute force skill, vaulted over the counter, and gripped both men's throats in each hand. He frowned at the two men. What's the meaning of this? Paid for my goods and now you want to kill me? The two burly men turned red in the face, clawing at Qin Xiang's hands, trying to pry them off. But Qin Xiang's hands were like iron hooks, locked tight around their necks, not budging an inch. One man tried to speak hoarse, saying no, and pointed with his finger. Qin Xiang looked in that direction and saw a strangely shaped drawer slightly ajar. What do you mean? Are you saying it was the drawer? Yeah. Qin Xiang looked at the space beside them and saw there were no weapons nearby. Behind the counter was spotless, not a trace of dust. So he let go, turned to investigate the drawer. He pushed the drawer in, and sure enough, it made a sound almost identical to a handgun being cocked. Qin Xiang turned back again, looking at the two men gasping for air, eyes watering, noses running. He just snorted, "Don't try stupid tricks like that again." Yes. Qin Xiang grabbed a few more packs of compressed food. How about these? Take it as compensation for scaring me earlier. All right. Take whatever you want. It's fine. Just make sure your backer doesn't come looking for trouble with me. We wouldn't dare. Qin Xiang ignored them. He put on his backpack and left. After he left, the two strong men breathed a sigh of relief. The sound from that drawer was specifically designed for robbery and murder. Most of the store's customers are sequence users, but there are still plenty of regular shady folks. Whenever they see a customer who doesn't really seem like a sequence user, they'll move the drawer to make a noise like cocking a pistol. If the customer is a sequence user, their sharp hearing picks up something's off right away, and they'll assert their untouchable authority. With the undeniable presence of a sequence user, even if they annoy one, they can just say it was only the drawer making noise. Running a supermarket here, they've also got people backing them up. Usually a little compensation isn't enough to settle things. If the customer isn't a sequence user, then they'll reach into the drawer, grab the real handgun from the secret compartment, and kill the customer. Then they loot everything from the body. That's how they make a quick, dirty profit. Qin Xiang saw right through their tricks, which is why he took a few extra portions of food as compensation. One of the strong men complained. How were we supposed to know by how shabby he looked that he was a sequence user? I thought he was just a fugitive.
He nearly scared me to death.
The other big guy rubbed his neck and said, "Are you crazy?" He bought a sequence user's exclusive backpack for carrying the remains of gods. Walking around with something that obvious is basically painting "I'm a sequence user" on your forehead. If he's not a sequence user, what is he, just a regular person? And you're still messing with the drawer at that point. Have you got a death wish? But whoever saw a sequence user dressed that poorly? Obviously he just awakened recently. Can't you use your head for once? All muscle, no brains, huh? I only bothered because I thought he had a little money. Business hasn't been great lately anyway. Just wanted to make a quick buck and get a decent meal. You're really that desperate for a few hundred copper coins? Maybe you shouldn't be in this business with me. I'll call the boss later and have him transfer you out since you obviously haven't seen money before. Come on, bro. Just give me another chance. It's not easy keeping this job. I'm begging you, give me one more shot. Fine. Then the profits this month split 80 to 20. I take 80%. You get 20%. If you agree, I won't mention this to the boss. What, still not satisfied? No, I'm good. I'll go with whatever you say, bro. Qin Xiang returned to the warehouse. He put the black glass bottles and the God Hunter dagger into his backpack as well. He wondered how to deal with these 2 bottles of sequence potion. Staring at the bottles, he fell into deep thought. I can already boost my strength by eating gods. If I drink these sequence potions too, it would just be a waste. If I get a chance, I'll find someone to deal with them, maybe exchange them for some cash. Sleep, then take a cold shower at school in the morning. After that, head with the principal to safe exit No. 38,324. God Hunter Qin Xiang lay down on his mat and drifted off to sleep, dreaming about tomorrow. The next morning, he woke up early again. He put on his thermal suit in the warehouse and left with his large backpack. His outfit, no doubt, caught everyone's attention on the street. Every passerby looked at him with both respect, envy, and jealousy. Under all those gazes, Qin Xiang walked with even more confidence. When he swaggered into the school, everyone saw the expensive thermal suit and the oversized backpack, and they all knew he was going god hunting. He walked straight to the principal's office. "Principal Li, let's get going." Li Tianming looked at Qin Xiang dressed as a sequence user and was really surprised. "Why are you already in your thermal suit here?" "Doing that means everyone's going to focus on you and me and figure out right away that we're going out god hunting." Qin Xiang just spread his hands. "What, you think if I didn't wear a thermal suit, nobody noticed me?" "Principal Li, I'm prepared for this. It won't stay a secret for long anyway. Anybody watching you will catch on eventually. Instead of hiding it and making it seem like we're up to something, why not just tell everyone openly? Say you're just a normal teacher, and I'm your student, that you think highly of me. I want to help my future, so you're investing in me now. That's all there is to it." Li Tianming was convinced by Qin Xiang. "Honestly, you make a good point. All right, let's just do it this way for now." Li Tianming also changed into thermal gear and left the school together with Qin Xiang. Only now did the teachers and students realize that Principal Li Tianming was actually a sequence user. Miss Zhu and Wen Shu, who just learned about this, were shocked for quite a while. Never guessed little Li was hiding this deep. Miss Zhu shook her head and sighed in amazement. Wen Shu said, "Someone going with Qin Xiang to hunt gods is better than him going alone." "Going alone?" Miss Zhu was confused. "I thought they always form little teams of trainees for god hunts." Wen Shu just smiled. "I don't actually know. Just a guess on my part." After saying that, he went back to working on questions in his workbook. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming arrived at the bus stop. They caught a rather old bus. "Thank you, Principal Li." Li Tianming understood. He quickly pulled out some copper coins and paid the fare for both of them. After the apocalypse, most areas are occupied by gods, so energy is extremely scarce. Now, buses still run on gasoline or electricity, which are both high consumption. So rides are really expensive, which means no regular folks on the bus. All the passengers are sequence users trying to save travel time. Some of them just finished a hunt at safe zone 14,514, wrapping up god hunting operations, while others are on their way to different exits to start their hunts. The bus was really quiet. Everyone was either scrolling on their phones or resting with eyes closed. Qin Xiang looked at someone else's smartphone, then glanced at the old handset he had snatched. This sturdy, antique phone. He thought maybe he should update his equipment sometime. But that could wait. After more than an hour, the bus speakers announced, "We've arrived at safe zone exit 38,324. Time to get off." Xing Xiang and Li Tianming got off the bus. They walked toward the safe zone exit together.
Today,
There are quite a lot of people at exit 38,324 of the safe zone. Li Tianming observed the crowded exit of the safe zone. He couldn't help but comment. It's because there's been a group of masterless exterminator servants turning up recently. Qin Xiang explained. As soon as Li Tianming heard that, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. How did you find out? Of course, I found a way to get the information. Li Tianming nodded slightly and felt even more impressed with Qin Xiang. His mind is nothing like a typical teenager's. When it comes to my affairs, if he says it can be done, maybe it really is possible. The two walked out of the safe zone together. As the large sensor-driven metal door slowly opened, Qin Xiang faced the world outside the safe zone for the first time. The faint starlight shone down over Evernight Azure Star. He glanced over the world of ruins. Broken walls and devastated buildings everywhere. There were also wrecked large vehicles. You could just make out signs that civilization once existed here. But after 10 years, those traces of civilization have almost all been erased. Buried and forgotten for the most part. Give it a bit more time, and they'll probably vanish completely. Maybe one day in the future, some archaeologist will discover these ruins here and be absolutely thrilled. Or perhaps they'll just stay buried underground, never to be found again. During the interview, Qin Xiang gazed at the scene in front of him, his mind racing with thoughts. He couldn't help but sigh. Human civilization really is fragile. Let's go. Qin Xiang followed Li Tianming out of the safe zone. Just as they stepped out, Qin Xiang felt a strong gust of wind, making his thermal suit shudder non-stop. Li Tianming looked around, taking in the bustling god hunter squads. He thought for a moment. From my experience, we should head over there. Principal Li, come with me. As soon as Qin Xiang finished speaking, he picked a direction with the fewest people and moved forward. Li Tianming was briefly stunned, but didn't question it. He followed behind Qin Xiang. Since Qin Xiang found out about the exterminator servant news, he might also know their locations, right? Once the exterminator servants leave their master, they have no fixed place to stay, and no specific whereabouts. Without saying a word, Xing Xiang kept his head down and pressed on. They went deeper and deeper, with fewer and fewer people around them. Classmate Xing, where is the exterminator servant gathering point you know about? If we go any further, it'll get dangerous. If we run into a mid-tier god, I might not be able to protect you. After Li Tianming reminded him, he looked around again. There really weren't any people nearby anymore. The safe zone behind them had turned into faint glowing specks in the distance. They must have walked over 10 kilometers by now. That should be about right. He pulled a black glass bottle out of his backpack and unscrewed the cap. Qin, what's this? A single exterminator scale. What? Where did you get something like that? I got it from wherever I learned the news. Qin Xiang didn't want to say more. Xian Wenda and Li Tianming are his two aces in the hole. The two have never met each other, only knowing of each other's existence. That's the best situation for him right now. After waiting for more than half an hour, Qin Xiang suddenly heard a commotion. Get ready. Qin Xiang pulled out his god hunter dagger, silently watching the direction the noise came from. He held his breath, every muscle tense. He's killed people before, but never a god. Now that it's finally come to this, he couldn't help feeling nervous. Under his thermal suit, his back was already starting to sweat. Get ready. It'll be here in 10 seconds. With that warning, Li Tianming quietly backed off, putting some distance between himself and Qin Xiang. He didn't want others to see, and claimed that Qin Xiang was breaking the solo combat rule. As the chaotic sounds got closer, Qin Xiang's nerves were stretched even tighter. Suddenly, a shadow about half as tall as a person leaped up, lunging right at him. Qin Xiang couldn't make out exactly what the shadow looked like, but he could barely tell. It had a dozen or so huge crab-like legs, with a body shaped like a mutant cockroach. This god looked like a giant mutant cockroach, and moved incredibly fast. But Qin Xiang could still accurately track its position. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, deciding not to use his berserk skill. He wanted to handle this god with just his own reflexes. Even though the berserk skill doesn't mention a cooldown, and can seemingly be used endlessly, that skill boosts his strength, triples his agility and senses, so it must burn a ton of energy. No doubt about it. That energy is coming from overusing Qin Xiang's own body, which means it's physically draining. It can't be sustained for long. So he decided not to use berserk for now. As long as he can see clearly, it proves the enemy's agility isn't beyond what he can handle. As for strength, this god is only half his height, so it probably isn't stronger than him. Besides, there's only one god here right now, which is the perfect time for practice. Even though Qin Xiang is a total rookie, he's still convinced that magical combat reflexes are what he really needs. Watching that giant mutant cockroach swinging its claws, charging right at him, Qin Xiang timed his move, and just as that sickle-like claw was about to hit his chest, he pushed off with a kick, leaping high into the air. Now looking down on the god beneath him, the god's head was turned toward the ground, so it couldn't see what was coming from above. Beetle-like creatures have extremely limited vision, and apparently, this god has the same trait. Qin Xiang gripped his demon hunter dagger tight, and as he dropped down, drove the blade straight for the god's head. He believed this god's head couldn't be that tough. The demon hunter dagger should stab right through it. Qin Xiang had already pictured the god howling in pain, and foul-smelling liquid spraying everywhere. He was sure he'd nail it. The corners of his mouth twitched upward. There was a sharp snap. That cockroach-like god suddenly twisted its head a full 180 degrees. The two big round black eyes on its head locked right onto Qin Xiang as he came down from above. Qin Xiang even saw a bizarre smile on those two disgusting round eyes. How is that possible? Not far away, Li Tianming frowned deeply, ready at any moment to cast his earthen bind skill to prevent Qin Xiang from getting hurt. Qin is really unlucky today. He actually ran into the mechanized masquerade, one of the most troublesome types among exterminator servants. These things look a lot like common insect-type monsters with limited vision. But actually, its field of vision is 360 degrees. Many trained ability users have died in its field of vision traps. Li Tianming closely watched Qin Xiang's reaction. If his next move was off, he could be instantly exposed by Jibian Jialian. The chest and abdominal cavity. Even Li Tianming's hands couldn't help but sweat. He was afraid he wouldn't save him in time, letting Qin Xiang die here. And as Qin Xiang saw the divine being before him, as its head suddenly rotated, he immediately realized something was wrong. He gave up attacking, and instead stepped on Jibian Jialian's back armor. He leapt up again, and just as his foot left the back armor, in Jibian Jialian's two black round eyes, two black long scythes suddenly appeared, scraping past Qin Xiang's mask shield. Even with the protective suit on, Qin Xiang could feel the rush of wind in front of him. That was close. If he'd stubbornly kept attacking, he would have been slashed into pieces by those two suddenly appearing scythes. Damn it. He clearly looked up information on the insect servant god before coming here. So why hadn't he seen this divine being before? Wait, as Qin Xiang stared at Jibian Jialian's head, He suddenly thought of something. These scythes came out of the eyes, which means its vision is gone now. It became blind. Seeing those two scythes quickly retract, Qin Xiang was even more convinced of his theory. It seemed Jibian Jialian was desperate to regain vision, so after missing the attack, it tried to withdraw the scythes. Now's the time. Qin Xiang no longer hesitated, and targeted the center as he landed again, gripping his dagger and stabbing toward Jibian Jialian's head. Qin Xiang could feel with his fingertips. The dagger first pierced a layer of armored hide, then sank into a soft, moist spot. Even though Jialian twisted painfully right away, the scythes it was about to withdraw shot out again, aiming to sweep at Qin Xiang. Ready for mutual destruction? But Qin Xiang had already taken control, and wasn't going to miss this chance. He pressed down hard with both hands, and with a dagger, nailed Jibian Jialian's head into the ground. With the head completely deformed, the two long scythes that had jutted out from Jialian's eyes only extended a short distance before getting stuck. Seizing the moment, Qin Xiang gave a hard twist with both hands, yanking out a hole wide as a steel pipe, taking both head and dirt. A stream of dark green fluid splattered onto Qin Xiang's protective suit, making the body inside the suit feel an icy chill. Jibian Jialian's dozen or so legs twitched twice more, then stopped moving. Qin Xiang breathed a sigh of relief after solving the problem.
He quickly put the lid back on the insect scale glass jar.
He needed to take a break. If a few more Jibian Jialians showed up now, he really couldn't handle it. Qin Xiang sat on the back shell of the Jibian Jialian. He adjusted his breathing. Li Tianming also walked over from not far away. You did a good job, Qin. Thanks for protecting me, Principal Li. While Qin Xiang was resting, he didn't forget to thank Li Tianming. He knew that at that critical moment just now, Li Tianming must have been ready to protect him as well. Li Tianming smiled at Qin. You were able to take down a mech mutation in your first hunt for a deity. Jia Lian really surprised me. Just a little luck. Principal Li, what's this deity called? Even Jia Lian. Why is it that when I was at the Godslayer camp, looking up the insect servant data, I never saw anything about this deity? The forums are all free. The information there is limited too. Even Jia Lian is already a very high-level insect servant deity. It's not something you can kill easily, especially since his field of vision is actually 360 degrees. This has gotten a lot of ability users killed. The experience needed to kill him is built on the lives of many ability users. No one would make such precious info public. Nobody would share it openly. Then how do you know about it, Principal Li? Did you forget? I'm a vice dean at a certain university. Of course, I have much deeper knowledge about deities. Hunting deity info isn't public, huh? No wonder. Humans still can't leave the safe zone. Really a bunch of assholes. Li Tianming asked. Qin, are you planning to make the info about killing Jia Lian public? Qin Xiang laughed. I guess I'm even more of an asshole than they are. Alright, let's stop talking about this. Principal Li, where do I need to cut? To prove I hunted this deity? How do I prove it? There's no info on how to prove a hunt in the forums either. There isn't. Qin Xiang only found out from bits and pieces that it's about cutting off a part of the deity's body that proves its identity and bringing it back to the safe zone. The ability users at the safe zone gate, the bureau, and the verification staff will give rewards based on these proof parts. Even though he'd killed Jia Lian several times, he didn't know how to prove he did it. Luckily, Li Tianming was with him, so it shouldn't be a problem. Flip the mech mutation over. Qin Xiang did as he was told. Then Li Tianming pointed to the core area on its belly, at a round armor plate. See this round plate? Cut it out and bring it back. That's your proof of hunting a deity. Every deity has this kind of round plate on them. This is the evidence of your hunt. Qin Xiang used his Godslayer dagger to cut out the round plate, but he also removed a lot of flesh and blood with it. He was about to clean it off, but Li Tianming stopped him. Don't clean off this flesh and blood. The checkers at the safe zone entrance,
Judge if you've cheated based on the freshness of this meat. They'll check how fresh the flesh on the plate is, then clean it off themselves, and chuck it in the trash. Only the plate itself is kept. All you keep is the round plate. Xing Xiang realized something finally. He had been puzzled about why the trash cans outside the safe zone had so many bits of deity remains. So that's the reason. Xing Xiang then asked, how many hunting points is this plate worth? Li Tianming held up 6 fingers. 6 hunting points. That much? Xing Xiang was stunned. He thought killing an insect servant type deity was just worth 1 point. Yes, it really is a lot. So how are the points calculated then? Take a closer look at the plate. Li Tianming wiped the dark green liquid off the plate. He pointed at a circular groove on it. See? 1 circle means 5 points. Then pointed at a straight groove. This line means 1 point. So that's 6 total. Qin Xiang looked confused about the point system. So how are these point standards determined? They're of course verified in real fights. The Bureau found a deity with a circle on the plate is about 5 times as hard to kill as one with only a line groove. So the exchange standard was set like that. That makes sense. Qin Xiang opened his bag and put the precious plate inside. 6 points. He was solo, so that's double points. 12 points. He didn't know what that meant, but 12 points sounded like a lot. He had to keep it safe. Otherwise, someone might steal it. Li Tianming noticed how carefully he kept it and added, you don't need to worry about others stealing the plate. Your Godslayer dagger has your scent. The plate also has your scent. Even if someone else takes it, their scent can only cover yours. According to the Bureau's rules, the reward goes to whoever's scent was on the plate first. Alright, that's fair enough. Go ahead and keep going. Qin Xiang opened the insect scale jar lid and kept on waiting. But besides watching ahead, Qin Xiang started thinking about Jielan's corpse. Such a huge deity body. If I ate the whole thing, I could go to heaven. He was instantly tempted. Time to do it. First, he used the Godslayer dagger to cut off Jia Lian's crab-like legs. What are you doing, Qin? Just bored. Having some fun. Li Tianming honestly didn't know what Qin Xiang was up to. He didn't see any more insect servants for now, so he just let Qin be. Qin Xiang chopped off the leg at the joint and picked up the bit that remained. He scooped the meat out of it. It felt like it could be a straw. Qin Xiang stared at the hole in Jia Lian's belly, where he cut out the plate, with a lot of dark green juice leaking out. He glanced around the desolate surroundings to make sure no deities were near. Then he opened a slit in his insulated suit mask to make a gap. A blast of cold wind rushed in at once, making Qin Xiang shiver. It's really cold outside the safe zone. Even ability users find it hard to bear. After Qin Xiang got used to the chill, he thought he'd better hurry and get the straw ready. If not, the juice inside Jia Lan's body might freeze soon. He held that little leg, put it to his mouth, and sucked hard. He sucked all the meat right into his mouth. It tasted a little like crab meat. Qin Xiang had eaten raw drunken crab legs in his previous life. The meat was soft and sticky, similar to the one in this league. After swallowing, Qin Xiang felt a warm wave wash over his body, and a sense of comfort. Not bad. He immediately took the empty crab leg and stuck it into Jielan's body, wildly sucking out all the juice. As expected, this weather is too cold. It's already starting to freeze and turn into ice shards. But Qin Xiang doesn't mind. All for the sake of getting stronger. Getting stronger, no dust included. As the juice enters his body, it immediately transforms into energy for him. So no matter how much divine remnant he eats, he never feels too full. He sucked for about a minute straight. Only then did the juice run out. Qin Xiang glanced over. He noticed that most of GB and Jielan's body was juice. Only a small part left was meat. Most of the energy had been absorbed by him. Then he took the straw again and stuck it into GB and Jielan's corpse. He poured some sand and dirt inside. I'm probably the only one who would touch a god. Right? Qin Xiang burped with satisfaction. He wiped the juice from the corner of his mouth, then closed the protective suit's visor. Lazily leaned against GB and Jia Lian's back armor. Got even stronger again. At this moment, if only he could bask in the sun, he'd be even more satisfied. Although his sequence rank hadn't increased, he could clearly feel his strength had just grown. Not only had his power increased, even his eyesight improved a bit. The distant area he couldn't see before, he could now see very clearly. Li Tianming stood not far away, but had no clue what Qin Xiang was doing. He thought Qin Xiang was suddenly feeling childish, playing alone and having a good time by himself. Still can't tell if Qin Xiang is mature, or just childish. They rested for a bit. Suddenly Qin Xiang heard a rustling sound. Looks like more sandworm minions are coming. He immediately got up, returned to a combat-ready stance, calmly faced the incoming enemies ahead. Qin Xiang was confident. If another GB and Jia Lian showed up this time, he'd definitely take it down easily. With his vision improved, he could see the mysterious figure approaching from far away. It was a long-legged worm. Qin Xiang smirked. The easy prey he'd been waiting for had finally arrived. Let's hunt to the fullest. Put it this way, even if Jia Lian was a higher-ranking minion, the long-legged worm is the lowest-ranked minion. Like mud stuck to the sole of your shoe. No other creature is weaker than the long-legged worm. They lack any solid defenses. No fierce attack weapons, no fatal toxins, and no clever brains. All they've got is a mouth, and that mouth is about the size of a finger. If they bite an ability user, it's like a massage scrape. The long-legged worm is weak in power, and not very smart. When faced with danger, they don't even try to hide. Even among sequence ability users, the Bureau once seriously considered whether to reduce or even cancel the hunt points for long-legged worms. But they never went through with it. Because long-legged worms are so weak, they often latch onto stronger gods. Whenever a long-legged worm shows up, it means stronger enemies are coming. So hunting them carries a lot of risk. Besides, they're still gods. Regular people can't kill them. Only sequence ability users can slay them. Since they're gods, they should be respected. So the sequence ability users, the Bureau still gave the long-legged worms a hunt point as reward. The combat sequence users bravely hunt the gods, but the Bureau never thought someone shameless like Qin Xiang would show up, using a single bug scale to attract the sandworm minions. The long-legged worms came to pledge themselves to a new master. So they didn't team up with other strong gods. A huge cluster of them rushed toward the area with sandworm scent. Qin Xiang looked at the massive swarm of long-legged worms, grinning from ear to ear. Li Tianming not far away was stunned too. This kid's luck is insane. There had to be hundreds of long-legged worms here.
He's basically hitting the jackpot.
How come when I was god hunting, I never came across luck like this? Li Tianming even felt a bit jealous. If it wasn't for needing Qin Xiang's help, and the fact that many people saw us when we left, making it inconvenient to make a move, he would have wanted to kill Qin Xiang and handle all these worms himself. Hold it in, hold it in. Li Tianming, you've got more important things to do. Li Tianming took a deep breath, barely calming his raging emotions. Qin Xiang didn't wait around either.
He instantly charged forward with his god hunt dagger.
Most of the long-legged worms were only half a meter long, about 2 fingers wide with long thin legs, keeping them about 8 inches above the ground. But in Qin Xiang's eyes, they look no different than bedbugs. Qin Xiang swung his dagger, instantly slicing up 3 or 5 at once. This time, Qin Xiang had a sudden idea. He knew only ability users could kill gods, but it never said you had to use the god hunt dagger. Looking at the long-legged worms crawling across the ground, he became curious, wondering whether he could stomp these humble gods to death. He stepped down hard. The worm he flattened quickly, bounced back to its original shape, and kept crawling along, unfazed. Suddenly he realized something. Probably because he was wearing the cold-proof suit, completely wrapped up. Even if his body mutates,
and awakens the sequence. That mutated power can't transfer through the suit. To test his theory, he unzipped his cold-proof suit and stepped on a long-legged worm again. On the worm's body, red juice was immediately squeezed out, splattering onto Qin Xiang's foot. The worm twitched a couple of times, then stopped moving. Dead, Qin Xiang nodded. Just as expected. Sequence ability users' bodies are no longer the same as regular people. Some bizarre mutation has occurred. Even without using their sequence abilities, they can still kill gods. After understanding all this, Qin Xiang stopped insisting on using the dagger to kill gods. Swinging the dagger is too slow. With so many worms, stepping on them is much faster. Watching Qin Xiang from afar, Li Tiaming nodded in admiration. Qin Xiang first tried to stomp worms wearing the cold-proof suit, then took it off and stomped on the worms directly. Li Tiaming watched all this, seeing someone on the battlefield encounter simple enemies, not just focused on earning hunt points, but showing real curiosity and exploration. This kid's got great potential for research. If I were still at university, I'd definitely take him as a student. Who knows if I'll ever get another chance to leave the safe zone's edge. Li Tianming glanced at Qin Xiang's back again, afraid he'd die here someday. Living in peace, Juan. The school won't awaken another trainee-level ability user anyway. Student Qin, my future depends on you. Qin Xiang took off his anti-freeze suit and tossed it aside. Then he dashed into the army of long-legged worms. However, likely because of the cold, Qin Xiang hunched his back and lowered his head as he ran, hugging his body with both arms. He looked exactly like a refugee fleeing for his life. At least that's how it appeared to Li Tianming. However, the cold was only one reason for Qin Xiang's posture. On the other hand, it was because this allowed him to keep his head low. When his foot stepped on a long-legged worm, red liquid would be squeezed out and spray up, or rather a burst of pulp. With his head down, Qin Xiang was preparing to receive the gift of the gods. Through experience, he had discovered that, when his heel slid down the head of a long-legged worm, and stepped down at an angle, then twisted with his toes, that red liquid would be squeezed out from the tail of the worm's body, spraying right into his mouth. The taste was a bit strange, probably mixed with some random junk. Qin Xiang glanced at the long-legged worm's rear, feeling a bit uncomfortable. But his continuously strengthening body made him quickly cast that discomfort to the back of his mind. What's more satisfying than getting stronger? In the middle of the long-legged worm army, he galloped tirelessly and recklessly, with bright red juice on the corners of his mouth and a happy smile. Just as he was enjoying it, suddenly a strange sensation surged through his entire body. Qin Xiang felt his strength, agility, and perception had all taken a qualitative leap. At the same time, the sequence information in his brain changed as well. Sequence, God Eater. Leveling up by digesting gods makes you stronger. Current sequence level, level 3 Heroic Knight. Skill, Blood Drink. Description, eating gods raw, can also be digested. Skill, Violence. Description, within 10 minutes. Strength, agility, and physical toughness increase by 3 times. During this period, no pain will be felt. Skill, Dual Metal. Skill description, after killing a god, one's current total strength, excluding skills, is permanently increased by 100%. Skill cooldown, 1 year. Total strength increased by 100%. Qin Xiang was stunned. The joy on his face couldn't be suppressed, as if he had hit the lottery jackpot. This dual metal is way too overpowered. The only regret was the long cooldown time. 1 year. If it were shorter, he would choose to live outside the safe zone and never leave. He'd hide away until he was invincible before returning. But hiding away still wasn't feasible. He had thought about hunting gods outside the safe zone constantly, relying on Blood Shadow to improve himself. It seemed like a good method. But he immediately dismissed his own idea. His act of eating god remains could not be discovered. He had to hunt gods in deserted places, which meant deep outside the safe zone. That meant the danger would double, and the possibility of encountering unknown giant gods would skyrocket. He might die an accidental death. On the announcement board of the god-slaying camp, he had seen too many such cases, either chasing an injured god into the depths outside the safe zone, or wanting to explore unknown areas. These sequence ability users all ended up being killed by unknown gods without exception, and there were many incidents where entire god-hunting teams were wiped out. Qin Xiang believed that, although he was strong, his strength had its limits. He likely hadn't reached the level where he could freely come and go outside the safe zone. Compared to losing his life at any moment, it was safer to stay in the safe zone and deal with people's schemes. Qin Xiang looked at the dual medal again, unable to contain his joy. Strength doubled. Well, nothing is ever perfect, so I'll just make do with it for now. For a skill that boosts attributes, the sooner it's used, the sooner the cooldown starts. Qin Xiang decided to use it now. He studied the skill description again, and found it increases current total strength by double. A thought immediately occurred to him. Current total strength. If he used violence, his current strength would be 3 times his usual self. Then if he used the dual medal, could he increase it by 6 times all at once? 6 times. How strong would he be? Qin Xiang swallowed hard. He looked at the remaining few long-legged worms, thinking that today's harvest was enough after clearing out these crawling gods, and then he could pack up and return to the safe zone. In that case, there probably wouldn't be another chance to use violence. No need to worry about his stamina consumption. Let's try. He activated violence, and then turned on the dual medal. After spotting a long-legged worm, he stomped down. With the boost from the sequence level up and violence, this one stomped directly, crushed the ground half a palm deep. This long-legged worm didn't even have time to struggle, before dying without any pain. Then Qin Xiang felt a surge of powerful energy throughout his body, improving him in all aspects.
His ears?
Could capture the sounds of moving long-legged worms from all directions. His eyes could clearly see every single hair on a long-legged worm 10 paces away. His body felt light as a feather, making him feel like he could run faster than the wind. His fists were full of power, as if he could punch through a steel plate in one go. Qin Xiang immediately tested his strength. He stepped on another long-legged worm nearby. Half of his lower leg sank into the ground. Qin Xiang's heart was racing with excitement. Power! This is absolute power! Meanwhile, Li Tianming, not far from him, was frowning deeply. Did I just have a hallucination? Why did it feel like when student Qin lifted his foot, there was an afterimage? But my sequence level is 3. My perception and vision are exceptionally sharp. If even I can't track his movements, then he must be at least sequence level 4. No, sequence level 4 isn't enough. It would have to be sequence level 5. Li Tianming's frown deepened. Qin Xiang is sequence level 5? Impossible, absolutely impossible. If he were sequence level 5, why would he need me as an insurer? He could just come out and handle the gods alone. Besides, sequence level 5 requires hundreds of bottles of sequence potions. There's no way he could have gotten them. It's probably because I'm a bit tired, and my eyes are playing tricks on me. No, I need to snap out of it, lest he runs into danger later, and my reaction is too slow to save him. Thinking of this, Li Tianming opened his visor. Feeling the gusts of cold wind, Li Tianming shivered. He immediately felt his senses sharpen again. Then he closed his visor and looked back at Qin Xiang. He noticed his movements didn't seem any different from before. Turns out his eyes were just playing tricks on him. Qin Xiang felt a little disappointed, because he realized that after his berserk skill ended, his strength and agility had actually dropped once again. But it wasn't like before, where his strength and agility dropped by 2/3 right away. He did some quick calculations. It seemed like only about 1/3 was lost this time. In other words, after using the dual medallion, his current strength and agility were about 4 times what he had before. He did the math again. He basically figured out how this change worked. If his original strength was 1 unit, then activating Berserk took it to 3 units. With the dual medallion added, it became 6 units. But after Berserk ended, The previous bonus disappeared. He lost the 2 units boost from Berserk, so he was left with 4 units.
He thought he'd get 6 times stronger.
But in the end, it was only 4 times. Even so, Qin Xiang was quite satisfied. That's still way better than just doubling his strength. He adjusted his speed and power, so Li Tianming wouldn't notice anything strange. Then he finished off the remaining long-leg worms. After that, he immediately closed up the black glass bottle holding the insect-killing scales, ready to count his loot. There were remains everywhere, enough to keep him busy for a while. Qin Xiang put on his thermal suit, took out the God Hunter dagger, and started harvesting the original chitin. Because his backpack was limited, he was extra careful when cutting. He only kept a small amount of flesh, just enough for the bureau's inspectors to tell that they had died today. Li Tianming watched Qin Xiang's busy figure from the side, his eyes practically burning with jealousy. In his whole life, he had never seen so many long-leg worms gathering up like that, acting practically brainless. Usually, running into a dozen or so would already be super lucky. But somehow, Qin Xiang managed to encounter a whole swarm of long-leg worms. The army did a rough count. There are at least 500 long-legged worms. That's 500 God Hunter points. Qin Xiang fought solo, plus the double rewards. Over 1,000 God Hunter points. Among all the God Hunter squads at the exit of Safe Zone 38324, no one could possibly have a higher score than him. This times haul is more than enough to help him open the door to the top-tier ability user university. Qin Xiang's luck is simply unbelievable. He's practically the chosen one. Li Tianming has already made up his mind. Once Qin Xiang returns, he's definitely going to give him a good shakedown. Can't let this fat cat get away. Meanwhile, Qin Xiang naturally didn't notice Li Tianming's extremely ruined and battered face. Immersed as he was in the joy of his harvest, he sliced off the lost disc shell and stuffed it right into his bulging backpack. Luckily, the disc shells from the long-legged worms are much smaller than machine armor plates. Otherwise, his extra-large backpack couldn't hold them all. To make room, he carried the machine armor's original shell in his hands. As Qin Xiang hauled the heavy backpack on his shoulders on the way back, listening to the cold wind whipping past his mask, the corners of his mouth turned up. The wind is just roaring today. Please give me a good rating, friends. Support my daily income. I'm running out of material for this book. Thanks to Qin Xiang carrying the backpack and heading to the safe zone together with Li Tianming. Gradually, they ran into other God Hunter squads. Most of these squads looked dejected. Their harvest wasn't great today. Only scored 7 points. We have 5 people. That's barely just over 1 point per person. Yeah. Lately, there's been rumors that at the exit of our safe zone, there's a huge swarm of insect servants. A lot of people came hoping to join the excitement, but they couldn't even spot the shadow of an insect servant. They ended up hunting even fewer gods than before. No idea which bastard spread this false news. Isn't this just hurting people?
If it keeps up like this.
When will we ever earn enough to pay off the mortgage? Don't worry. Those who came to cut corners won't find any insect servants, so they will gradually leave. Everything will be back to normal then. Listening to the God Hunter squads around him moping, Qin Xiang tried hard to suppress his grin, so his joy wouldn't show.
Honestly.
He felt the God Hunt was already incredibly satisfying, and hearing others' misfortune just doubled his happiness. People's joys and sorrows aren't connected. Sometimes happiness is built on others' pain. Li Tianming looked at Qin Xiang, trying not to burst out laughing. He spoke in his teacher's voice. Qin, it's really not good to gloat like that. It's not good. You might head down the wrong path. The wrong path. Qin Xiang raised his brows. Principal Li, are you saying I still have a chance to be a good person? Li Tianming gave Qin Xiang a sideways glance, said nothing. Yeah, Qin Xiang still has a chance to be a good person. But good people don't last long in the safe zone. Li Tianming dropped his lecture mood and stayed silent, letting Qin Xiang be as happy as he wanted. No one really knows who started the rumor about tons of insect repellent tokens being here. I came all this way and didn't see a single one, not just our team. The other God Hunter teams that came here with us haven't seen any either. Maybe those insect servants already moved to another area.
Tomorrow.
Let's check out the exit of safe zone 54,320 next door. Maybe we'll get lucky. Alright, in another 5 or 6 days. If we still can't find the insect servants, let's just head back. The God Hunter squad's passing by Qinxiang. We're all sighing. Apparently no one got a satisfactory harvest. Xingxiang walked proudly, with Li Tianming, back inside the iron gates of the safe zone. Ability trainees lined up beside the safe zone exit, forming a long line. Seemed like they were waiting for their original shell rewards to be checked. The two still didn't speak. Li Tianming seemed deep in his own thoughts. Qinxiang used his sharp senses to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Captain John, we scored another 10 points today from original shell rewards. Not bad, right? Actually, it didn't seem that smooth at first. But after checking others' results, most squads didn't even get half as much as us. Captain, out of this round's 10 points, you get 4. With these 4 points, your total is 200 now, right? Yep, someone chimed in. 200 points. So you must be in the top 5 at the exit of safe zone 38324. That guy named John looked arrogantly at those envious faces and said calmly should be just 5th place. I heard the top 5 scorers at the safe zone exit get privileges. Is that true? Sorry, can't disclose anything about that. Sorry, the guy gave an embarrassed smile, then asked again. You're really something. 200 points should get you a ranking in the safe zone. Top 1 million, right? How high is your rank inside the safe zone? About 950,000th place. 950,000th place? I'm still outside the top million. Don't even have a rank. Day by day. It'll come eventually. Qinxiang saw that when John spoke those words, his chin lifted slightly. Sounded like encouragement to the questioner. But deep down he felt contempt. It was clear he was keeping his distance, as if he and the questioner were separated by an uncrossable divide. Others around looked enviously at John. John took off his helmet, straightened his collar inside, and acted completely out of reach, like a noble lord. Someone joked, "Little John, acting so proud, just like a rooster who just laid an egg. Did something good happen to you?" John heard this and instantly glared in anger. "Sun Zhuheng, I knew it. You're the same rude idiot as always." The guy laughed. The scar on his face twisted like an earthworm. "You're not even a proper person. So what, you're a big proper person. Just 40 points higher than me. What's so special about that? Being 40 points higher is still higher." At the exit of safe zone 38,324. On 4th. You're 5th. That's a fact that can't be changed. John's golden eyes showed a look of disgust. In less than a year, I'll surpass you. That's hilarious. You can't possibly think only your points grow this year, and mine stay the same. Sun Zhuheng turned his head and spoke to his teammates. Little John is 20 years younger than his dad, and tells his dad that 20 years later they'll be the same age. The captain is right. He's really ridiculous. Little John, is your father dead? If he's not, you'll never catch up to his age in your life. John turned pale with anger. He turned away, refusing to speak any further. Qinxiang watched as the ability trainees argued. She asked the principal, "What are these ability trainees doing trading Hunter God points?" Hunter God points are the personal power symbol for ability trainees. The higher your Hunter God points, the more respect you'll get. How is this just like school exams? People who get good grades receive more respect. You know, you're not wrong. Hunter God points are pretty much like exam scores. But any exam only represents a specific stage. Hunter God points stay with you for life. The United Government tracks Hunter God points and even ranks them. This is to encourage sequence users to hunt more deities. The higher your Hunter God points, the more privileges you have. If you and another sequence user eye the same house at the same time, and your points are higher, the house must be sold to you first. If you and another sequence user get sick at the same time and the sequence hospital only has one bed left, if your points are higher, that bed is yours. If you and another sequence user both want the same nightclub girl, that's basically how it works. Don't cough, principal. Go into detail about the nightclub girl. Qin Xiang waited in line for over 40 minutes, and it was finally her turn. The person standing in front of her glanced at the coin armor in Qin Xiang's hand, his eyes lighting up. Kid, you two getting 6 points. Really isn't easy. It's because so many people have been here lately. Every time people go out and come back, each person barely gets 1 point. A lot of people decided to take a break for now. Heard about it. You guys got the original piece of mechanized armor, right? Yeah, we got lucky. Not like us. We only got 3 dark blade spiders. Qin Xiang glanced at the 3 pieces of coin armor in his hand. Each had a circle on it. Adding up, it's about 15 points. He looked at the guy's smile again, and Qin Xiang understood. Thought he was about to complain, but turns out he just wanted to show off. Qin Xiang ignored him and looked away. Seeing that Qin Xiang wasn't interested in chatting, the guy didn't try to start again. Only 15 hunter god points. That's kind of pathetic. The guy kept talking in a low voice. Qin Xiang stayed quiet. But the person behind him wasn't happy. So what if it's 15 points? What's so special about that? Whatever, just let him feel good about himself. Today was a rare big haul for their team hunting deities. A rare harvest day. Those 3 dark blade spider pieces, he's been bragging about them all day. No wonder the guy shook. The 3 pieces of armor in his hand again. Do you guys even have those skills? You're just jealous. Yeah, you're so great. But let's see out of those 15 points. How many actually go to you? The guy seemed to get touchy about that, turned around, and stopped boasting. The people behind Qin Xiang still wouldn't let it go. People who are really good and take the biggest share never show off. Usually it's the ones just tagging along doing nothing that jump up the most. Exactly. If you ask me, those 15 points, he'd be lucky to get just 1. He immediately turned around and shouted, "Don't look down on people. I can get 1.2 points." Wow, amazing. He actually gets 1.2 points. Yeah, pretty much fits your 1.2 personality. The guy's face turned bright red from the teasing. While behind Qin Xiang there was cheerful laughter. After the original coin armor was verified, the guy in front of Qin Xiang left, embarrassed. Finally, it was Qin Xiang's turn. This was his first time having original coin armor as a sequence user. The staff doing the verification looked at the coin armor in Qin Xiang's hand. Name, Qin Xiang. Sequence user ID, 0009527. The staff checked and frowned. No team info under your name. So you were in a solo group. Hearing that Qin Xiang solo hunted, the people behind went crazy. Oh my god, he can get 12 points at once. He's solo teaming. No way. That old man was standing next to him the whole time. Is he cheating for points? The staff glanced sharply at Li Tianming. Li Tianming calmly said, "I'm the insurance provider. I didn't participate in the deity hunt." The staff nodded, then picked up a small scanning light, scanned the coin armor, and then scanned Qin Xiang. Hunter scent matches. Identity confirmed. Then he took out a palm-sized square device and pointed the screen at Qin Xiang's face. Qin Xiang saw his own face on the screen. This lie detector seemed to have a front camera. He didn't really know how it worked. By procedure, I have to give solo hunters a lie detector test. Please answer whether you hunted the deity solo. 5 seconds later, the device made a sound. It's the truth. The staff put away the lie detector. Then told Qin Xiang, "Now next, I'll test you for memory continuity. Please give me your hand." Okay. Qin Xiang placed his hand on the staff's hand. Suddenly, the staff's palm grew lots of tiny suckers, connecting with Qin Xiang's palm. The staff then closed his eyes for about 10 seconds, and then opened them. His eyes had become completely white. Qin Xiang knew this was the verifier's sequence ability. He could check other people's brain activity. If there was nothing abnormal in the brain, the verifier's eyes would turn white. If not, they'd be black. All brain regions working normally. No sign of other sequence users invading with their power. Memory continuity test passed. The staff's eyes returned to normal, and the suckers disappeared as well. You can go to the Sequence User Management Bureau for your reward. But I'll upload your data about the killed deity's remains to the Solo Hunter leaderboard at the Divine Camp. If there are valid reports about you, your rewards will be taken back and you'll be punished. Understood. The others, seeing Chen Xiang pass the test, were all totally shocked. 12 points in one go. He can redeem more than a bottle of sequence potion right away, and get 6,000 copper coins too. John glanced at Chen Xiang from the side, and said coldly, just a lucky kid. You can't get fat in one bite. Sun Jihong smiled and touched the corner of his mouth. He didn't say much, but his gaze was quite flirty. Someone always strikes it rich at the exit of the safe zone. People like Chen Xiang show up every year, but solo teams face more danger. Often they either die outside the safe zone or get seriously injured. There's rarely a good outcome. As for the insurance agent, there's no way he can protect him forever. Sooner or later, he still has to face the dangers outside the safe zone alone. Alright, the next inspector posted the forum information about Qin Xiang solo teaming and earning the reward. He told Qin Xiang to step aside. But Qin Xiang didn't move out of the way. The inspector looked at Qin Xiang's innocent face. Is there something else? Are you trying to say this original fragment wasn't obtained by you? No chance. I've already finished the inspection and posted the report. Even if you admit your mistake now, it's too late. Xing Xiang smiled. I'm not here to admit any mistake. It's just that you haven't finished the inspection yet. As he spoke, Xing Xiang took off his bulging backpack and tossed it in front of them. With a loud bang, the inspector felt the floor shake beside him. He had no idea how this young man carried so much stuff to hunt gods. Maybe it's because he was solo, so he's extra cautious, bringing all kinds of tools just in case. Everyone else was curious too. What on earth is inside Chen Xiang's backpack? Probably a rookie, dragging a heap of useless gear to hunt gods. That's right. My first time outside the safe zone was just like his. But when Chen Xiang unzipped the bag, everyone around widened their eyes and stopped breathing. Original fragments rushed out of the backpack and spilled all over the floor. Chen Xiang smiled and said, "Please continue the inspection." A strange silence fell around them. After a moment, someone finally reacted. The original fragments before their eyes were all obtained by Chen Xiang alone. John immediately said, "You're a little cheat. As sly as a black-footed fox, even more sinister than the gods hiding in the shadows. Where did you steal so many original fragments from?" Sun Jihong, who was just arguing with John, now stood with John. "What kind of trick did you use? How could you possibly get so many original fragments?" Xing Xiang ignored them and simply spoke to the stunned inspector from the bureau. "It's a large amount. Please help inspect these. Original fragments, all obtained solo." "Impossible," Sun Jihong interjected. "This many original fragments. Not just you. Even if you and your companion teamed up, you couldn't get that many. Even with your insurance agent at your side, you're clearly not skilled at hunting gods. So how could you get so many original fragments at once? Clearly, you use some method that violates the United Government's rules." Sun Jihong and John, who used to act superior, were now red in the face, stomping their feet non-stop, as if they wanted to tear Chen Xiang apart. Even the bureau's inspector widened his eyes, frowning and asking Chen Xiang about all these original fragments. "How did you get them?" "Of course, by hunting gods." "How did you hunt them?" The inspector's tone was cold and harsh, as if interrogating a criminal. Chen Xiang understood. After all, showing up with so many original fragments was bound to raise suspicion. Chen Xiang replied calmly, "May I ask, for a sequence ability user, does the bureau require you to describe exactly how you hunted the gods?" The inspector's brows lowered. "No, but your case is highly unusual, so I have to ask clearly. If there's no such requirement, then why are you asking? I need to make a reasonable judgment." Qin Xiang interrupted. "You have a scent detector right in your hand. a polygraph, and memory continuity testing skills, plus form reporting and reward posts. Each method for judgment. Isn't one of those right? The inspector's face turned decidedly unhappy, but Chen Xiang didn't mind. Hunting gods is the top priority within the safe zone, so the United Government has very detailed rules. Those rules exist to standardize behavior, and a survival law where rules exist is to always act according to those rules. As long as everything he does is within the rules, there's nothing to be afraid of. For anything covered by rules, he cooperates fully. For anything outside those rules,
He won't say a single extra word.
the inspector and Qin Xiang stared at each other for a long time. Qin Xiang stayed calm, with no intention to back down. The inspector could only follow protocol and proceed with the inspection. He first took out the scent detector and scanned each original fragment one by one.
He confirmed the scent came from the same god-hunting dagger.
794 original fragments. As he counted them, even he was amazed. Since becoming an inspector at this safe zone exit, he had never seen so many original fragments. Even he, as the inspector, was tempted by such an enormous fortune. But with so many people watching, he had no way to pocket any for himself using shady methods. His jealousy toward this young Qin Xiang grew even stronger. Why does he get to take so many original fragments? So he checked especially carefully. He scanned each fragment 4 or 5 times. Only after confirming no other scent did he reluctantly set it down and move to the next one. The entire process took more than 2 hours to finish. Then he scanned Qin Xiang to confirm Qin Xiang was the actual user of the god-hunting dagger. Then he ran the polygraph and memory continuity tests. Qin Xiang passed all of them. When posting the report, the inspector asked again about your 700+ original fragments. They all seem to come from the long-legged worm. The inspector deals with original fragments every day, so it's not surprising that he could tell. Before Qin Xiang could reply, the crowd exploded again. Long-legged worms. These are all long-legged worms. That's right. Look, these fragments are all the size of a copper coin, with only one groove on each, just like the long-legged worm. So, that swarm of sandworm minions were all long-legged worms, and this kid killed all of them. No wonder he got so many. Turns out they were all easy-to-kill long-legged worms. What's his sequence? How could he attract so many long-legged worms? Qin Xiang was about to say something, but shut his mouth upon hearing that. He looked at the inspectors with a cold expression. He knew that by saying this, he wanted those people to understand that most of the insect servant killers had been hunted by him. This means many hunter god squads came here for nothing. Their resentment would likely be directed at him. Xing Xiang noticed the angry looks from everyone. He secretly found it amusing. There was no real grudge or hatred, yet it felt like a deadly feud. It's just a bunch of shrimp and crabs, no big deal. The strongest person here is probably only sequence level 2. They might not even be as strong as Li Tianming beside him. Nothing impressive at all. If a life or death battle broke out outside the safe zone, Qin Xiang was confident he and Li Tianming could wipe them all out. He might not even need Li Tianming's help. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang couldn't help but let killing intent show in his eyes. The other ability trainers immediately realized Qin Xiang wasn't as inexperienced as he looked. Li Tianming gently patted Qin Xiang's hand. Tone it down, Qin. Xiang snapped back to himself. He forced himself to show a student-like smile again. I'm only 17. Why am I always thinking about fighting and killing? That's not good. Really not good. The inspectors announced Qin Xiang's Hunter God rewards. 794 1-point original film prizes, and 1 6-point original film prize. A total of 800 Hunter God points earned. Because he worked solo, the points were doubled. So he got 1,600 points. Other rewards remained unchanged. Each point equals 1,000 copper coins. That means a total of 800,000 copper coins. Each point is worth 1/10 of a bottle of sequence potion. So he'll receive 80 bottles of sequence potion. Because the reward is so large, I can't process it here. Please go to the local ability trainer administration to claim your reward. After hearing this, Qin Xiang's mouth almost broke into a crooked grin. 800,000 copper coins. That's more than 60 silver coins. He instantly became incredibly wealthy. Wei Qin Xiang suddenly glanced at Li Tianming, who was also smiling happily beside him. Looks like he'll have to give half to the bald fat guy. Qin Xiang made easy money, but Li Tianming made it even easier. Just followed Qin Xiang out of the safe zone for a stroll. With just one punch, I've got over 30 silver coins. Qin Xiang felt a bit of a sting, but he had no intention of pocketing all this money. Even though Li Tianming didn't contribute much physically, he had been looking out for his safety the whole time, staying in a state of high tension. In all fairness, the reward should be paid according to the price they agreed upon. Moreover, his cooperation with Li Tianming was long-term, not a one-time thing where they go their separate ways afterward. Over 30 silver coins. Just give it to him? Qin Xiang, suddenly wealthy, didn't want to wait a single moment. The nearby sequence ability user administration was just ahead. He asked for the location of the one for that specific area, the administration of Sector 14,121. Qin Xiang immediately decided to go to the administration to claim his reward. Just as he picked up his empty backpack and was about to turn and leave, someone suddenly called out for him to wait. Qin Xiang looked back and found it was John. What do you want? I'm inviting you to the battle arena. Qin Xiang frowned. The battle arena? What's that? A place to fight. We're going to the battle arena to settle things between us. Why should I settle things with you? Are you scared? Qin Xiang was a bit dazed, looking at the glaring blonde-haired John. Then he turned his head to glance at Li Tianming. Has this blonde guy been provoked into becoming an idiot? Li Tianming said, You probably heard it just now. He was originally accumulating points at this exit. The top 5 were supposed to have special privileges. Now your rank is higher than his, and you've taken his privilege. That's why he wants to challenge you in the battle arena. Wait a second, that's a lot of information. Qin Xiang sorted through Li Tianming's words, and first asked, What are the privileges? The management at every safe zone exit has performance targets. The more gods hunted at this safe exit, the greater the rewards for those in charge. So, to encourage powerful god hunting teams to depart from the safe zone exit they manage, the god hunting management will arrange rewards for the top 5. This method of rewarding is also recognized by the administration and the United Government. Qin Xiang looked at the inspection staff. What is the privilege for safe zone exit 38,324? The inspector's face was cold. Copper coins. An extra 10%. Then wouldn't I have 880,000 copper coins? Qin Xiang's eyes immediately widened. He pointed at the inspector and said, You son of a bitch. You actually tried to swallow my privilege reward. The inspector snorted. You only have the privilege after today. What happened before doesn't count. I'm sorry. I was just so scared of being poor before, so I spoke a bit too impulsively. Please forgive me. Qin Xiang immediately smiled again, offering his apologies to the inspector. Li Tianming, regarding Qin Xiang's mad dog-like mood swings, sighed helplessly. This is a bit embarrassing. So I took his privilege. Shouldn't he work harder at hunting gods to take it back? Why look for me for a battle arena? By the way, what is the battle arena? It's inevitable for trainee ability users to have friction. The battle arena is provided by the United Government as an official venue for trainee ability users to resolve disputes. The 2 parties sign a wager before entering the arena. After it's over, the winner takes the wager according to the outcome. That's right, John said. After Li Tianming finished explaining, he said to Qin Xiang, I want to bet the privilege of safe zone exit 38,324 against you. Are you crazy? Why would I bet with you? John gritted his teeth. I'll give you 1 silver coin. Forget it. I don't even care about that little money. If I lose, I'll give you a bottle of sequence potion. I have 80 bottles.
Do I look like I'm missing that one bottle of yours? I'll raise the stakes for you. I'm quite busy these 2 years. I don't have time to keep a dog. John was driven to distraction with rage. He had to reclaim his privilege, not just for the money, but for his status. At the safe zone exit, the most looked down upon person is the one who had a privilege but was pushed out by someone else. A sequence ability user, no less, pushed out by a kid who relied purely on luck and had no real strength. Qin Xiang, however, had no intention of entering the battle arena with him. No matter what he said, it was useless. After all, his sequence ability wasn't actually Shadow Assassin. If he showed any flaws on the arena, wouldn't the losses outweigh the gains? Just as he was about to leave, John blocked his path. He said emphatically, I just checked. You're from the Shadow Assassin sequence. If I lose, I'll give you a god-hunting tool, the Blind Blade. Before Qin Xiang could even refuse, he was pulled back by Li Tianming. Li Tianming whispered in his ear, this is a good thing. You can agree to his challenge. How good is it? So good that you can buy it even with money. What kind of thing can't be bought with money? Qin Xiang didn't quite believe Li Tianming's words. In his understanding, people with money have everything, except for worries. Li Tianming said, God-hunting tools are all crafted by sequence ability users who specialize in forging work. You should know, not all sequence ability users only care about money. If god-hunting tools are so powerful, how come I've never heard of them in the god-slaying camp? Li Tianming smiled. Trainee ability users qualified to own god-hunting tools most likely won't post information on a public forum like the god-slaying camp. This meant his scope was still far from enough. It seemed that forum wasn't of much use anymore. At least for the current Qin Xiang, it could no longer satisfy his needs. To have a broader horizon, one must go to a higher platform. Qin Xiang became even more eager for the trainee ability user university. While the god-hunting tool was good, he still couldn't accept it. He couldn't, for the sake of a weapon, expose the fact that his sequence was faked. Just as he was about to refuse, Li Tianming whispered again, don't worry. The battle arena has no spectators. Only the two of you are inside. Whatever happens, no one will know why it happened that way. Every sequence ability user has their own trump cards, and none are willing to let others know publicly. According to the requirements of the sequence ability users, the battle arena established by the United Government is completely private. Then how is the winner determined? When you enter, you wear a special surrender wristband. Tap it 3 times to signal surrender. After one side surrenders, the battle ends, and the winner can take the wager. Qin Xiang nodded, thinking this setup was very reasonable. If there were only 2 people, one might surrender in the arena, but refuse to honor the bet once outside. However, the surrender part wasn't what Qin Xiang was concerned about. He whispered again, what if I kill him? Will there be trouble? No, once on the battle arena, you're responsible for your own life and death. Qin Xiang's eyes lit up. So killing is fine? Now I'm getting excited. Seeing the gleam in Qin Xiang's eyes, Li Tianming already knew what this kid was plotting. He looked at John with a sympathetic gaze. Poor John probably just wanted to defeat Qin Xiang and reclaim his privileges at the safe zone exit. But Qin Xiang had his sights set on John's God Hunter artifact and intended to take his life while he was at it. Qin Xiang's sequence was strange, and Li Tianming was aware of it. Just his extraordinary strength and agility alone were enough to make people suspicious. Even if Qin Xiang was holding back all this time, the seasoned Li Tianming could still observe that his basic attributes far exceeded that of an ordinary level 1 sequence wielder. That left only 2 possibilities. Either Qin Xiang wasn't a level 1 sequence wielder, or he wasn't an ordinary sequence wielder. Either way, it meant that Qin Xiang was hiding a huge secret. And this secret, only Li Tianming, who shared a mutual dependency with him, could know. Anyone else who saw his sequence skills wouldn't keep it secret like he did. So once Qin Xiang's mind was set on stepping into the battle arena with John, there was only one outcome: death. See, Qin Xiang seemed unfazed by the ritual of killing. The only thing in his eyes was the thirst for the God Hunter artifact. Li Tianming found himself even more curious about him. This kid definitely wasn't killing for the first time. So who had he killed before? The outskirts of the safe zone were chaotic. People went missing every week. Some were murdered. Li Tianming didn't know the details. But it didn't matter. Li Tianming gave a self-deprecating laugh. Who here hasn't killed anyone? Jin Xiang knew. He could do whatever he wanted in the battle arena. And immediately stared at John like a starving wolf eyeing its prey. You really have a God Hunter artifact? I don't buy it. Unless you show it to me. John drew a short blade from his waist, about an inch longer than the God Hunter dagger, and handed it to Qin Xiang. As Qin Xiang gripped this blind blade, he immediately felt his own power connect with the blade itself. It was as if the blade was an extension of his own body. This is the blind blade. If you stick it into a god, in less than a minute, that god will be blinded. Qin Xiang licked his lips. Definitely a great item. How long does the god stay blind? That depends on the god's size. The smaller the god, the longer the blindness lasts. If it were the centipede you hunted before, it'd probably be blind for around 5 minutes. 5 minutes? That's a long time. Qin Xiang thought a weapon's special skill could only hold someone for 10 or so seconds. He didn't expect it to last 5 minutes. This is a true treasure among treasures. Qin Xiang's gaze seemed glued to the blind blade, unable to look away for a long time. Today, John is definitely doomed. Even if the United Government showed up, they couldn't save him. John saw the greed written all over Qin Xiang's face, and sneered inwardly. He knew Qin Xiang would certainly accept his challenge. And when the time came, he would use the battle arena to teach Qin Xiang a lesson, to show him what comes from being cocky and reckless. Fine, I agree. Let's go to the battle arena. Let's go now. Sure, but I have things to do. After the battle arena, I still have to go to the authority office to collect my reward. John thought Qin Xiang would ask for a break, since he had just hunted down over 700 gods. Even though they were centipedes, chasing down so many wasn't easy. It was hardly an easy task. But Qin Xiang didn't want a break, which suited John just fine. Alright, let's head to the battle arena. How are we getting there? Walking? Bus is fastest. Alright, let's go. Principal Li, pay my bus fare. Li Tianming snorted. I'm out of money. John's dragging you to the battlefield. Let him pay for you. Cheapskate. I gave you 30 plus silver coins, and you can't even pay for 10 copper coins worth of bus fare. John didn't want to waste more time on bus fare, so he said directly, I'll pay for you both. Let's go. Okay. Thanks, John. The others, who heard John and Qin Xiang were headed to the battle arena, were intrigued too, and followed along. Weren't we supposed to go out and hunt gods? Why bother, after this? That kid just killed over 700 centipedes by himself. How many gods can possibly be left out there? Might as well go watch the fun.
Exactly.
We can hunt gods any other day. The local battle arena only opens once a month at most. Get your priorities straight. Is watching a fight really that fun? You're talking nonsense. If it's not fun, then why call it entertainment? A horde of sequence wielders poured into the bus stop. When the bus driver drove up to No. 38324, the safe zone exit bus stop, he was stunned. Since the safe zone was built, he'd never seen the bus stop this crowded. So many people waiting to get on. For a second, he felt like he was back before the apocalypse, when office workers were cramming into city buses every day. But seeing everyone boarding in winter gear snapped him back to reality. All sequence wielders. Where are so many sequence wielders going? The bus was packed full of passengers. A few, not wanting to wait for the next bus, even climbed to the roof after paying their fares. One sequence wielder, whose ability was suction cups, just stuck himself under the bus, enjoying the exclusive spot beneath the vehicle. The driver left with a full load. The sequence wielders left at the stop, looked at those few under the bus, and sneered disdainfully.
It's just a 20-minute bus ride. What's the big deal about waiting a bit? Why rush to catch this one? As if the battle at the arena would end in 20 minutes. Ridiculous. Driver, we're all getting off at Battle Arena Station. Just take us straight there. Because the bus was overflowing, and no one got off midway. The driver didn't even stop at the other bus stations along the way. Not once. When they arrived at the Battle Arena Station, Roddy, everyone left at once. The driver looked at his empty bus and felt like he'd lived a lifetime. John and Qin Xiang led the way at the front of the crowd. Qin Xiang didn't know the route, so John guided him. But the battle arena was pretty hard to miss. It was only a 1-minute walk from the bus stop. John pointed at a pitch-black square building ahead and said, "This is the battle arena. Why is there not even a light on? Nobody comes here most of the time. So to save power, the lights are usually off." All right, John walked up and knocked on a small door on the dark building. "Who's here to settle things in the combat arena?" Waited for a response for about a minute. Suddenly, all the lights around came on. The place was brightly lit. Only then did Qin Xiang see clearly. It turned out the pitch-black building in front of him had a surface flowing with iridescent colors. But the iridescence was not pure. There was a touch of darkness within it, like a soap bubble at dusk. A person in a uniform walked out, holding an electronic tablet. The person yawned and said, "I'm the combat arena manager. Who's here to settle a dispute? Both of you, fill out this information here. Press your fingerprint. Leave your hunter dagger. Then write down your wager. And you can get on the arena." The manager didn't seem to want to talk more, so he simply stated all the requirements at once. After Qin Xiang and John finished filling it out, they handed the tablet back to the manager. The manager checked the info, then pulled a remote from his pocket. He pressed it, and the building in front of them suddenly opened a door. Then he took out 2 wristbands, putting them on the right wrists of Qin Xiang and John. "The arena is right there. According to United Government law, your match in the combat arena will be completely confidential. If either side admits defeat, they'll tap the wristband with their left index finger 3 times in a row. The match ends immediately. On the arena, life and death are your own responsibility. You both just signed the agreement on the tablet. You should know that when the door closes, you can start fighting. Go in now." Qin Xiang couldn't wait to enter the arena. John let out a cold snort and followed closely behind. Once both entered the door closed again. Looking at where the door had been, there wasn't the slightest gap, as if a door had never existed. At that moment, outside, Sun Jihong smiled. "That kid is doomed." "Why?" "John's in the Phantom Assassin sequence just like him. But John's sequence level is grade 2. Taking him out will be a piece of cake." "No wonder you said that." The long scar on Sun Jihong's face tightened, revealing a strange smile. And John went in with the blind blade. There's no rule in the combat arena against bringing weapons. Isn't blind blade a hunter artifact? Hunter artifacts are also useful for trained ability users. Of course, that's an easy thing to know. How come you didn't know that? Skills effective on people may not work on gods, but skills effective on gods work just as well on people. With the blind blade, Qin Xiang can't possibly win. Sun Jihong turned to Li Tianming and said, "Buddy, are you ready to take that kid to the hospital?" Li Tianming glanced at Sun Jihong's gloating face, but didn't say anything. Why bother with a hospital? A funeral would be enough. Wait, John isn't Wagwo native. They don't do funerals our way. Over there it's usually a priest and a memorial service. Seeing that Li Tianming ignored him, Sun Jihong stopped embarrassing himself. He snorted coldly and quietly waited for news of John's victory. After Qin Xiang and John entered the main door, they found only a square room inside. The interior was completely empty, with nothing in it. All 4 walls, the ceiling and the floor, were covered with a white, plastic-like material. No idea what it was. In the 4 corners of the ceiling, there were soft lights, making the whole room very bright. Suddenly, Qin Xiang understood. It seemed the whole room was the combat arena.
He realized he was already standing on the arena. This combat arena was a fully enclosed room. There were no visible boundaries. It really would only end when one side surrendered. There weren't even any referees, nor any surveillance cameras. Unless someone surrendered, how else could they decide a winner? Just then, the main door slowly closed. The moment the door shut, John instantly drew the blind blade from his waist, activated his life or death power-up skill, tripling his agility, and doubling his strength. He swung the blade at Qin Xiang's back. But Qin Xiang didn't seem to notice. Just standing there, you disgusting bug. You have to pay for your ignorance and recklessness. John had already decided how he would torture Qin. Siyang. But just when he thought this strike would land, Qin Xiang suddenly vanished before his eyes. No way. Just as he panicked, Qin Xiang had already appeared at his side. Qin Xiang was already stronger than average sequence users. Plus, his sequence level was 3. Even without using skills, he was on par with John. On top of that, he used the dual metal to quadruple his stats, and unleashed a triple strength power skill, stacking his strength and agility to 12 times normal. John was completely outmatched. John's body couldn't keep up with Qin Xiang's movements at all. Out the corner of his eye, he saw Qin Xiang's crazed smile. At that moment, he realized Qin Xiang wasn't a phantom assassin at all. And Qin Xiang's sequence level had to be higher than his own. Is he some kind of monster? Once this strike was over, he was going to surrender immediately. But Qin Xiang wasn't planning to give him that chance. Qin Xiang raised his fist high and quietly whispered thanks in John's ear. His fist came down, landing squarely on John's cheek. John didn't even have time to react. He just felt his vision get crushed in an instant, and then it suddenly vanished. But his mind was still thinking, why can't I see anything? Was I hit by my own blind blade? No, the blind blade still gripped in my hand. What I felt was a fist, landing hard on my face. What sequence is he? How can he possibly be this strong? After a brief moment, John stopped thinking. John was forced to stop thinking, because his head had been caved in by Qin Xiang's punch. His brain's original structure was completely destroyed. Maybe this was Qin Xiang's way of graciously thanking him for the hunter artifact. When Qin Xiang struck, John didn't even feel any pain. When his thoughts stopped, so did his life. His life ended too. Qin Xiang slowly walked over to John's corpse, picked up the blind blade, looked at it with great fondness. He wanted to test its sharpness on his hand, but suddenly realized the blade's blinding effect might work on humans too. It'd be bad if he blinded himself for a while. Better not waste any more time. He glanced at John, who had completely stopped breathing. He let out a sigh. He knew he had to clean up the scene again. In everyone's eyes, he was just a novice with sequence level 1. It should have been impossible for him to kill John instantly. Qin Xiang first stabbed him in the heart. The heart had just stopped beating. There was still blood pressure. The mortal wound looked incredibly realistic. Even Wen Shu would probably have praised it if he saw it. Qin Xiang gave a proud smile. Then he worked on John's head a bit more, until there was no sign left of that punch. Qin Xiang stroked his chin, thinking because I was at Zhuan school, I didn't get a good moral education. So I have a pretty irritable personality. Today, John provoked me in the battle arena. After I defeated him, seeing his disgusting face, I couldn't help but keep smashing his head with the hilt. That's why this happened. This excuse should be good enough. He checked the display on his wristband. Only 2 minutes had passed. Phantom Assassin's Sequence Level 1 skill, on the edge of life and death, doubles agility, for 5 minutes, then ends. 20 minutes, so basically, when I walk out later, Li Tianming will have to carry me onto the bus. I gave him more than 30 silver coins, so having him carry me is not too much to ask, right? The arena doors slowly opened once again. Everyone else looked a bit surprised. It had only been a few minutes. That was fast. Maybe John had already beaten the kid. He said he was going to torture that kid for a while. Why did it end in just 3 minutes? Maybe he felt just giving the kid a lesson was enough. No need to go overboard. If I'd known it would end so quickly, I wouldn't have come. How boring. Sun Jihong yawned. Feeling a bit bored, he was about to leave. Right then, someone stopped Sun Jihong as he was turning toward the station. Sun, something doesn't look right. What's not right? Look, Sun Jihong looked in the direction the other pointed. His eyes instantly widened in shock too. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Qin Xiang emerged from the doors covered head to toe in blood. But Qin Xiang's gaze was dull. Still clutching that blind blade in his hand, how could the one coming out be Qin Xiang? Where is John? John's teammates immediately rushed forward to grab Qin Xiang, demanding to know what happened. However, Qin Xiang seemed to have lost his soul. Offering no answer, he walked straight toward Li Tianming. Seeing this, John's teammates immediately rushed into the combat arena. While others were wondering what had transpired, those team members who ran into the arena came running back out, leaning against the wall and vomiting uncontrollably. The look they gave Qin Xiang was full of horror. Yet Qin Xiang seemed unaware. Suddenly, it was as if Qin Xiang's entire body lost its strength, and he collapsed onto Li Tianming. Li Tianming held up Qin Xiang, a look of helplessness appearing on his face. This kid is quite the veteran actor. Sun Jihong was a bit puzzled, and walked into the combat arena as well. After a while, Sun Jihong returned outside. But being well-traveled and experienced, he didn't vomit like the others. Only his body trembled slightly. After glancing at Qin Xiang, he averted his gaze. He had seen the gruesome state of John's death. In Sun Jihong's eyes, Qin Xiang was undoubtedly a madman, and a madman with unknown trump cards at that. Although Sun Jihong verbally looked down on John, he had to admit, at the exit of safe zone 38,324, John, whose Godslayer point ranking was second only to his own, was no pushover.
He was experienced in combat,
Possessed powerful suppression skills, and held a Godslayer tool. Under such circumstances, to actually be killed by Qin Xiang was definitely no simple character. And looking at that completely deformed head, it seemed to have been bludgeoned by Qin Xiang for a long time. From the moment the two entered the arena, to when Qin Xiang came out alone, it had only been a total of 3+ minutes. In other words, Qin Xiang likely defeated John within a single minute. How did he do it? The more Sun Jihong thought, the more uneasy he felt. This youth's strength was actually so terrifying. Seeing Sun Jihong struck dumb, the others were also filled with curiosity, and entered the combat arena one after another. However, most were just like John's teammates. They ran out after barely 10 seconds, leaning against the wall and vomiting violently. The administrator was also vomiting, while trying to block those who wanted to go in and see. Don't go in anymore. I still have to find someone to clean this area. All this vomiting is disgusting. Everyone who saw the state of John's death looked with some dread at the weak-looking Qin Xiang leaning on Li Tianming. Li Tianming knew that Qin Xiang must have done something inhumane in there, likely to prevent John's memories from being read by an undead sequence ability user. He had subjected the head to some sort of bloody treatment. Li Tianming didn't bother going in to see what happened. No matter how horrific, it was just the matter of killing a person. In Li Tianming's vast experience, the act of killing was not linked to horror at all. It was commonplace. Li Tianming leaned into Qin Xiang's ear and whispered, "Since you're faking a life and death struggle, make the act of being exhausted look a bit more convincing. Why does your hand still have the strength to grip that blade?" Qin Xiang responded in a low voice, "I want to wait for a chance to cut someone later, to see if this Godslayer tool's skill works on humans. You don't need to test it. I can tell you it works.
any skill effective against gods.
Is equally effective against humans. The reverse is not necessarily true. Then I'm relieved." Asterisk clang. Asterisk the blind blade slipped from Qin Xiang's hand, falling to the floor, striking the marble surface, with a crisp ringing sound. While supporting Qin Xiang,
Li Tianming bent down to pick up the blind blade and placed it in Qin Xiang's backpack. Then, Li Tianming spoke to the administrator who was still vomiting. In this fight, it should be Qin Xiang who won, right? So we'll be taking this blind blade with us. Leaning against the wall, the administrator didn't look up, but simply toward Li Tianming he waved his hand, gesturing for the two of them to leave quickly. Thanks. Li Tianming supported Qin Xiang with one arm and left the combat arena. Principal Li, why don't you carry me on your back? It looked like Qin Xiang was being supported by Li Tianming, but in reality he was being dragged along. His toes kept scraping against the ground, making him quite uncomfortable. Baby, in your dreams. Do you still want your silver coins? Don't try me. Principal Li, I am your student after all. I never taught you academics. And I certainly never taught you how to kill. There is no teacher-student relationship between us. Li Tianming wasn't buying Qin Xiang's act. But Qin Xiang had no choice. After all, Li Tianming knew his true nature through and through, and he had nothing to threaten Li Tianming with. He could only let himself be pulled like a log to the bus stop. The two waited at the bus stop for a while, preparing to take the bus back. However, taking the bus wasn't to go home. Next, they were going to the administration bureau to collect the reward. This was Li Tianming's requirement, and it was also Qin Xiang's intention. Dragging him onto the bus, Li paid his fare. Covered in blood, the two were very conspicuous on the bus. Even other training ability users, unconsciously, moved to positions further away from them. Qin Xiang's head rested on Li Tianming's shoulder, his expression blank, but his heart was full of the joy of obtaining a Godslayer tool. Near the combat arena, many people had not yet dispersed, all having gained a new understanding of Qin Xiang. The order at the exit of safe zone 38324 might change because of this. Just then, those who hadn't made it onto the first bus, the sequence ability users who were there for the spectacle, arrived. Seeing so many people still gathered outside the arena, they assumed the fight between Qin Xiang and John hadn't ended yet. They leisurely approached the arena, only to smell the stench of vomit. Looking around, there were nauseating messes everywhere. One person pinched their nose and asked, "What's going on? What are you all doing here? Did you all have a case of mass food poisoning?" However, no one paid him any mind. He asked again, "Where are Qin Xiang and John?" "The fight hasn't started yet?" A weak voice from the crowd replied, "It's already over." Over? Hearing the fight was over, these latecomers quickly asked for the result. "What? You're saying John lost?" "What? You're saying John lost even with the blind blade?" "What? John didn't just lose. He's dead?" The more they heard, the more absurd it seemed. They insisted on entering the combat arena to see the situation for themselves. The administrator tried to stop them, but was hauled away by two people who just wanted to see the chaos. These people rushed in all at once. Not long after, the group rushed back out just as quickly, looking for a clean spot. Started vomiting again. The staff were already feeling exhausted, seeing so many places that needed cleaning. They fainted out of frustration. As for Qin Xiang and Li Tianming, they naturally had no idea what happened afterward. The two were sitting on the bus, each calculating how to split the rewards from the bureau, how to divide it up. After a while, Li Tianming nudged Qin Xiang with his elbow. 20 minutes had passed. Should be able to move now. Qin Xiang pretended to have just recovered his strength, no longer leaning on Li Tianming. Sat up straight. Sequence ability user. Bureau stop arrived. The bus's speaker was announcing the stop. Qin Xiang and Li Tianming got off the bus, chatting and laughing, walking toward the bureau in sector 14,121. The bus driver glanced at their backs and sighed helplessly. When these two boarded, their frost suits were covered in blood. He was already a bit disgusted. But both were trained ability users. He himself was just an ordinary person, so he couldn't do anything about the blood-stained seats. He'd have to clean up after his shift. Damn trained ability users. The bus driver muttered, and then kept driving.
Qin Xiang asked Principal. Are you coming with me to get the reward? I'll stay out. Ensure doesn't qualify for reward collection. I'll wait for you outside the bureau. All right, here we are at the bureau again. In front of the 3-story building, the gray wall paint outside was still unchanged. The dim lighting outside was about the same as before. But Qin Xiang was a different person now. Qin Xiang realized, every time he came to the bureau, it meant he'd made new progress or gains. So among the top 10 at the bureau, he always felt good. No wonder the sequence ability users at the Divine Camp all loved the bureau. Now I get it. You know, every time I come here, I feel really relaxed. Li Tianming smiled, but didn't comment. Qin Xiang walked into the bureau, passed through the entrance, and saw the empty office area again. But this time, he was wearing a frost suit and was covered in blood. Really stood out. Once realizing Qin Xiang was a sequence ability user, a bureau staff member immediately got up and approached him. Sir, is there something you need at the bureau? I'm here to claim my reward for hunting gods. Claiming the reward? All right, please wait a moment. The staff member returned to their desk, picked up an electronic tablet, and walked back quickly. Sir, what's your sequence ability user number? 9527. That's Mr. Qin Xiang. Right? Yes. All right, let me check. You earned your points at exit 38,324 of the safe zone. Correct. Pending reward, 1,600 God Hunt points. The staff couldn't believe it, looking at the string of numbers after Qin Xiang's name, and exclaimed. That exclamation drew the attention of other bureau staff in the lobby. 1,600 points. Who is this young man in front of us? Of the nearby safe zone exits, the largest is 38,324. Here gathers 14,121. The strongest sequence ability users in the area. But at exit 38,324 of the safe zone, even Fran, the top scorer, only has just over 300 points. He actually has 1,600 points. Did he wipe out all the gods outside exit 38,324? Completely cleared them out. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Qin Xiang nodded. That's right, my God Hunt points have already been verified by bureau staff. I'm here to claim my reward. The staff member gulped. All right, please wait a moment. I'll go get your reward. Thanks. Qin Xiang wanted to find a chair to sit. But seeing the spotless bureau lobby and the blood on himself, decided against it. After a while, the staff member carried 2 cloth bags over and came up to him. Here's your reward, sir. First, 800,000 copper coins. We converted them at the exchange rate to 80 silver coins. Please check. Qin Xiang heard this, took the heavy bag, and immediately beamed. 800,000 copper coins is a lot. When the bureau gives a reward, they would definitely convert it to silver coins. He had thought the bureau would use the market rate, 12,000 copper coins for 1 silver coin, for his reward. Turns out they used the United Government's exchange rate. A flat 10,000 gave him 80 silver coins. That's 20% more than he expected. Qin Xiang was doubly happy. He took the silver coins and counted them twice. Then bid each one to check. Everything was fine, so happily accepted them. Next, 80 bottles of sequence potion, all in this bag. It's a bit heavy, please keep it safe. Qin Xiang took the bag of potions, found there were 4 little racks inside. Each rack held 20 bottles of sequence potion neatly. No problem. Thank you. All right, take care. Even though Qin Xiang looked so young, this bureau staff member had started calling him sir without realizing. 1,600 points. It's just terrifying. After Qin Xiang left, the staff on the first floor immediately started discussing his identity. Who is he? Why haven't we seen him before? I checked his info. He's a new sequence level 1 rookie. Somehow earned 1,600 points in one go. I just got a message from old Cheng. Today he was verifying at exit 38,324 of the safe zone. Said this guy soloed a team and killed over 700 long-legged worms. Chen Xiang walked out of the bureau, shook the money bag at Li Tianming. Principal, let's split the money. Li Tianming nodded at him. The two walked aside. Chen Xiang was overjoyed. Didn't expect to get 80 silver coins. Let's split it, 40 each. Feeling great, he counted 40 silver coins, put them in his backpack, then handed the rest of the silver coins, along with the money bag to Li Tianming. Li Tianming thought for a moment, and said, I don't need these silver coins. No way, Li Tianming didn't even finish, before Chen Xiang interrupted coldly. Chen Xiang's smile disappeared, staring coldly at Li Tianming. No trace of friendliness left. Li Tianming's expression grew cold too. For him, 40 silver coins was actually a considerable amount of money. But it can't change his situation. But it's different with sequence potions. He didn't expect Chen Xiang would get 80 bottles of sequence potion at once. If he could get half for himself, that could help him improve a lot. With a little more effort, reaching sequence level 4 wouldn't be a problem. So he decided not to take the silver coins, and instead asked for sequence potions. But his idea was seen through by Chen Xiang. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Xiang interrupted him, and placed the pouch with 40 silver coins in front of him. Li Tianming forced a smile. Chen, my friend, you were able to get so many rewards this time, thanks to me being your guarantor. That's why I'm giving you 40 silver coins. That's what we agreed on before. But the silver coins are useless to me now, and they're more helpful to you. Aren't they? Chen Xiang looked Li Tianming up and down. Principal Li, do you know what it means to do business? We already made a deal about how to split things when it was done. Now that it's over, you're going back on your word. I'm not backing out. I just really need sequence potions. Who doesn't need sequence potions? Did we risk hunting deities just for this little money? Principal Li, if we had agreed before that I'd give you half the sequence potions after it was done, I wouldn't say anything. But we clearly agreed to split the money, and you never said you wanted the potions? You can't just change your mind now because you see how many potions I got. That's not fair, right? Li Tianming's mouth twitched slightly. I really didn't expect you'd get so many sequence potions. 80 bottles in your hands are actually a hot potato. That's my business. Seeing Chen Xiang's firm attitude, not giving an inch, Li Tianming could only sigh helplessly. If dealing with Chen Xiang was a one-time thing, he'd definitely look for a chance to just snatch all those potions. But the problem is, he still needs Chen Xiang's help. Other than Chen Xiang, he has no way to even meet other sequence users. All the channels are blocked by those bastards. Chen Xiang showing up is his only lifeline. Not to mention how strong Chen Xiang is.
He's a rare ally.
Li Tianming can't fall out with Chen Xiang over just a few bottles of sequence potion. How about these 40 silver coins you gave me? I'll use them to buy sequence potions from you. Is that okay? Buy sequence potions? That suggestion, Chen Xiang actually could accept. 80 bottles of sequence potion, plus the 2 at home. He really doesn't need that many. He was planning to sell them for resources anyway. If Li Tianming wants to buy, that would save him a lot of trouble. How do you want to buy them? Market price is 5 silver coins per bottle. 40 silver coins. I buy 8 bottles from you. That sound fair? That market price seems a bit low. Chen Xiang had seen on the forum people buying up sequence potions, and the price was 7 silver coins just to buy one. That's just the buyback price. The selling price is probably even higher. The post didn't last long. It got deleted by the moderator in less than a minute. Because in the safe zone, sequence potions are banned from trading. Li Tianming replied, cheap? Are you trying to sell to me at black market price? Trading on the black market isn't as simple as you think. If you show up even once, you could get into big trouble. I'm using them myself, not selling them. So cut me a deal, so we both win. Li Tianming's words convinced Chen Xiang. He really didn't have any other channels to sell potions right now. So he might as well sell a few to Li Tianming at a low price first. After all, they're partners. No need to let the benefits go to outsiders. Alright. Qin Xiang counted out 8 bottles of sequence potion and gave them to Li Tianming. Then took back the pouch of 40 silver coins. Li Tianming put away the sequence potions, nodded, pleasure doing business. Pleasure doing business. Where are you heading next? I'm renting a place by the school. I'm still a vagrant, you know. Principal, did you forget? Honestly, I did forget. Who would think someone with 80 silver coins is homeless? I'm just suddenly rich, that's all. Just the two of us here. We both know what's up. No need to sugarcoat things. Qin Xiang chuckled awkwardly, laughed a couple of times, and said nothing more. But I suggest you be careful renting a place. It's best not to reveal your identity. Why? Because your info is still posted on the forum's reporting section. Everybody knows you have 80 bottles of sequence potion. Even though in the safe zone, ability users are forbidden from using their powers, but money is a huge temptation. Owning 80 bottles for training is a juicy target for those stuck at bottlenecks, with no income among the ability users. It's like meat in front of a starving man. Someone is definitely already planning to cause you trouble. My suggestion is, for now, you live in cheap housing that doesn't require ID registration, and change locations every day. Qin Xiang sighed. But I still have to go to school. With so many people watching me now, if I stop going, someone will surely report me, and I'll be forced to drop out. If that happens, I won't be able to take the sequence user assessment after the college entrance exam, and I won't get into college. Yeah, that's a problem. Li Tianming thought about it. How about you stay at the school? There are cameras everywhere on campus. No one would dare make trouble there. I thought you'd offer to let me stay at your place. No way. Why not? Because Tintin's there. Qin Xiang teased, smiling. He remembered seeing the messages and explicit videos Tintin sent last time in Li Tianming's office. Li Tianming wasn't shy about it either. Well, there is Tintin at my place. Sometimes just one, sometimes 3 to 5 girls, and they switch up every now and then. Qin Xiang joked, Principal Li, you're really living wild. I'm not like before anymore. I used to have even crazier times. He then looked at Qin Xiang with a hint of nostalgia. I really miss being your age. Those were the good old days, gone forever. Your look just now gave me chills. All right, enough nonsense. Let's head back to school. I need to bring some things back. You can stay in my office tonight. There's a folding bed in my office, and I'll have someone clean up for you tomorrow. Thank you, Principal Li. Xing Xiang and Li Tianming caught the bus again. You're so rich now. Why do you still need my help? Paying the bus fare? Xing Xiang scratched his head. I just tried to pay, but the driver said he didn't have change. You're something else. Jin Xiang and Li Tianming went back to school together. Since it was already nighttime, the school was completely empty. The school gate was also locked. But that didn't stop the two sequence awakened. They jumped a few times and just climbed over the gate into the campus. Principal Li, what if the teacher watching the security cameras tomorrow sees us and gets scared? I'm the principal. What could he say? But the way you're covered in blood is pretty scary. Qin Xiang looked at his insulated suit. All the bloodstains had dried. The dark green stain on the bottom was from Mechamutant joint. The red stain above that was from the Scolopendra bug. The dark red stain on top was from Unlucky John. Very distinct layers. An impressive variety of colors. Like a custom mixed camouflage suit. Qin Xiang asked, Principal, is there a place to shower in your office? Li Tianming scratched his neck. Principal, having a bed in the office is already a luxury. How could there be a shower? When I used your computer the other day, I saw a folder named Office. Just how much did you see? Not much. But I know, Principal, you're always neatly dressed. Clothes are spotless every day. You seem like a clean freak. So I figured your office must have a shower. All right, behind the bookcase in my office, I had a bathroom built in. Knew it. Thank you, Principal. You're really not shy. Clean up after yourself when you're done.
Qin Xiang and Li Tianming headed into the principal's office together. With Li Tianming's instructions, they entered the bathroom. He washed his clothes thoroughly and took a shower. Li Tianming reminded him a couple more times, then grabbed his folder and the bag with 8 bottles of potion and left. After his shower, Qin Xiang lay down on the folding bed. The soft mattress made him feel like he was back in his past life, since he was reborn. He hadn't slept on a bed this comfortable this whole time. Fatigue quickly washed over him like a tide. Lying in bed, he recalled everything that happened that day, and soon drifted off to sleep. When Qin Xiang woke up, it was a little after 6 in the morning. Maybe because he was sleeping in the principal's office, he felt a bit out of place. Even the comfy bed couldn't make him sleep longer. Qin Xiang got up and opened a brand new towel and toothbrush from the bathroom and freshened up. It was probably for some female teacher, but I might as well use it. At least I could buy her a new one cheaply. Training mode. Qin Xiang enjoyed himself in Li Tianming's private space with a clear conscience. Qin Xiang sat down in front of the computer again, researching information about training awakened, and only got up when it was almost time for the morning self-study. After the classroom became a place to train ability users, there's this thing now. It's not very free. No one cared if you skipped class before. That's not allowed anymore. The reason I didn't come to school yesterday was because I went outside the safe zone to hunt deities. The explanation was reasonable enough. No one could find a problem with it. But if today there's nothing going on, and I still don't go to class, I'll definitely be reported out of jealousy by my own classmates. The education department and the United Government place a lot of importance on students' thinking and behavior. They don't want ability users they've funded to develop antisocial or anti-human personalities. So, students who awaken their sequence abilities while still in school are given special attention. The United Government wants every student admitted to the Sequence Ability University to be both outstanding in academics and character so they can become pillars of humanity in the future. But in Qin Xiang's opinion, these efforts don't work all that well. Still, he doesn't want trouble. If cutting class has too much impact, the education department would probably contact the Sequence Ability User Administration. They'd have someone in the administration give me a talking to. He's very sure that it won't be long before someone from the administration comes looking for him to ask about what happened with John at the combat arena yesterday. Even if killing is technically legal, it's still not a minor thing. So he's prepared. He'll just say he never got moral education, and then blame the school's moral education director. He tore off a page from the office calendar. Blue Star Calendar, January 27, 2010. Western Calendar, Wednesday. Xia Lunar Calendar, Year of Jishu, December 13th. Lifted. Lifted what? Xing Xiang shook his head and walked toward the classroom. Xing Xiang entered the classroom and had just sat down when 2 people appeared in front of him. He looked up. It was Li Jingwen and Zhou Yang. Li Jingwen was holding Zhou Yang's arm and looked at Qin Xiang with clear fear in her eyes. Zhou Yang said, "Qin Xiang, you and my uncle are both sequence users. Could you please do me a favor and not hold a grudge against Jingwen over the stuff that happened before?" Qin Xiang sneered slightly and gave Li Jingwen a disdainful look. "So this is the helper you found?" Li Jingwen swallowed nervously. "Qin Xiang, I really know I was wrong." Qin Xiang then looked at Zhou Yang. "Zhou Yang, do you really know what kind of grudge there is between me and Li Jingwen?" Zhou Yang stiffened his neck. "Doesn't matter the grudge. We're all classmates. There's nothing that can't be resolved." Qin Xiang nodded. "Looks like she didn't tell you the truth." "Not surprising. How could she dare to tell you the truth about this?" "You act pretty fast." Li Jingwen, Qin Xiang. "What do you mean?" "I just made it public yesterday morning, and now you're already in bed with Zhou Yang, tying up this idiot." Zhou Yang's face immediately turned red. "Don't slander me like that. I'm a sequence user. My nose is very sensitive." Zhou Yang clenched his teeth and then said, "You're right. Jingwen and I have already decided to get married after the college entrance exam. So could you just give me some face and not make things difficult for her anymore. Qin Xiang gave a scornful laugh. I really don't know. Who gave you the guts to talk to me like that? Your useless uncle? What did you say? Qin Xiang pulled out his phone and tossed it to Zhou Yang. You should remember your uncle's phone number, right? Call him now. Otherwise, I'll erase you like I erased the dean. I always do what I say. Zhou Yang thought about the dean who's still lying in the hospital right now. A chill ran down his back. He dialed his uncle's number. Hello? Uncle, it's me. As soon as Qin Xiang heard the call go through, he grabbed the phone back. Hello? Director Zhou? This is Qin Xiang. On the other end, Zhou Sheng immediately sounded cheerful. Oh, it's Qin Xiang. Just in time. I wanted Zhou Yang to get in touch with you, to ask about how things have been at school lately. But you reached out to me first. What a coincidence. By the way, is there something you needed from me? I wanted to ask if you knew about what happened yesterday. Of course I know. You hunted down so many deities at once. You're the hero of Juan School. You're the role model of Area 14,121. Qin Xiang here, holding 80 vials of sequence potions. Has it in the bag? He's going to reach sequence level 3 for sure. And he awakened his abilities before the college entrance exam. So getting into a top university is not even an issue. You have unlimited potential in the future. You're on a whole other level, not something a grassroots education official at the edge of the safe zone could ever compare to. And now that Qin Xiang has awakened his sequence ability, he's only under the management of the Ability User Bureau. As a member of the education department, he has no control over Qin Xiang anymore. Zhou Sheng might officially be an official now, and Qin Xiang officially a student. But in reality, Zhou Sheng really wants to guide Qin Xiang well. Since you already know, that makes things easier for me. It's nothing. Your nephew Zhou Yang wants to stick up for someone I hate. What do you think about that? Zhou Sheng paused for a second and asked, someone you hate. Mortal enemies. Got it. Hand the phone back to Zhou Yang, please. Okay, Zhou Yang took the phone and glanced at Qin Xiang. Uncle, don't listen to his nonsense. We're just classmates. There's no such thing as some mortal enemy. A cold voice came through the phone. Cut all ties with that person and apologize to Qin Xiang. But uncle, if Qin Xiang doesn't forgive you, then your family is done with mine forever. Do you understand? When Zhou Yang heard the determined tone in his uncle Zhou Sheng's voice, his face instantly turned pale. His father had told him that his relationship with Zhou Sheng, his younger brother, was never especially close. One reason was that there's an 8-year age gap between the brothers, which made for a big generation gap. The other reason is, when they were little, Zhou Yang's father didn't do as well in school as Zhou Sheng. And because he was jealous of his younger brother, he tripped him up more than a few times. Even though they're blood brothers, they've never really gotten along. Zhou Yang's father was a mediocre student, took the college entrance exam before the apocalypse. But even then, with more universities and broader admissions, he still couldn't get in. After graduation, he was just a delivery driver. But Zhou Sheng, who got great grades, took the college exam after the apocalypse started, and actually got into an academy. After graduation, he became an education department official. This huge difference in status only pushed the two families further apart. If it weren't for their mother, who, on her deathbed, wished for her sons to get along, and wanted Zhou Sheng to support his older brother's family a little, Zhou Sheng probably wouldn't have anything to do with them now. Zhou Yang's father also realized his younger brother now had power and status, and was an important person on the edge of the safe zone, so he changed his attitude and started fawning over his brother instead of sneering or mocking him. Although Zhou Sheng doesn't like his older brother, out of respect for their mother's last wish, plus his brother repeatedly apologized and admitted his mistakes, he decided to help him out. So if Zhou Yang ever got into serious trouble, Zhou Sheng would have no problem cutting ties with their family. He could absolutely harden his heart and end their relationship. But Zhou Yang never imagined that the big trouble would come from Qin Xiang, someone he never even cared to look at before. All Zhou Yang could do was quietly agree. Uncle,
I understand. Please let Qin Xiang have the phone. Zhou Yang then handed the phone to Qin Xiang. His eyes, however, were filled with unwillingness and confusion. Qin Xiang took the phone. Hello? Thank you, Director Zhou. As soon as Zhou Yang heard Qin Xiang's voice, his enthusiasm returned immediately. Qin, whenever you have time, let's have a meal together. Qin Xiang asked bluntly. Is there something we need to discuss over dinner? Zhou Xing, as a director in the education department, wasn't really in a position to affect Qin Xiang. So Qin Xiang spoke frankly, not interested in getting too entangled with him. Here's the thing, the higher-ups sent down a special admission slot for Xinyuan University. I wanted to talk with you about it, see if you're interested. Xinyuan University. Qin Xiang knew very little about the university for sequence abilities users, hardly anything at all. He also wasn't familiar with the special admissions process. Zhou Xing threw out an olive branch. Qin Xiang was actually a bit interested. He thought it over, figured it wouldn't hurt to agree first, and ask Li Tianming about it later. If it turns out to be nothing special, he could always turn down dinner with Zhou Xing. Alright, since Director Zhou is interested in having dinner, I'd be happy to join. You pick the time and place. Great, thank you for agreeing, Qin. Oh, text you the restaurant and reservation time later. Works for me. Well then, Qin, see you, bye. Qin Xiang hung up the phone and shot Zhou Yang and Li Jingwen a glance. So, Zhou Yang, what are you going to do? Zhou Yang saw Qin Xiang and his uncle chatting happily, with his uncle almost going out of his way to impress Qin Xiang. He was absolutely shocked. He had never seen his uncle act like this before. Because Zhou Xing awakened a sequence ability, even the head of the education department had to treat him as an equal. Zhou Xing was now even faintly more influential. Yet Qin Xiang actually made Zhou Xing lower himself like this. Zhou Yang realized that Qin Xiang was really someone he couldn't afford to offend. Plus, the restriction for training ability users, not to kill normal people, only applied to students and public officials. As soon as he graduated high school and lost his status, if Qin Xiang wanted revenge, he could literally take Zhou Yang's life at any time. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on Zhou Yang's back. Compared to Li Jingwen by his side, his relationship with his uncle Zhou Xing mattered more. Zhou Yang bowed to Qin Xiang. I'm sorry, Qin. What happened before was my fault. About you and Li Jingwen, I won't get involved anymore. When Li Jingwen heard Zhou Yang say he wouldn't care about her, she immediately panicked and grabbed Zhou Yang's arm, trying to get him to stay. Zhou Yang, what did you say to me last night? Do you remember? You said you'd be with me forever. You said you'd shelter me from all the storms and take care of me for a lifetime. Zhou Yang knew he was feeling guilty too and didn't dare look at Li Jingwen again. You're the one who pissed off Qin. You heard what my uncle said to me. How am I supposed to help you? You'd better just apologize to Qin and see if you can resolve this grudge. Maybe he'll forgive you. You're so heartless. Now you're going back on your word. Funny how you never said that when we were in bed. Are you even a man? You're more like a woman yourself. Better a woman than a dead person. Zhou Yang shook off Li Jingwen's hand, threw out a line, and left the classroom. Qin Xiang nodded with interest. Congrats, Jingwen. You picked a smart one. Li Jingwen turned to look at Qin Xiang, who was smiling, and shivered in shock. Qin Xiang, about what happened before, I really know I was wrong. Can you please forgive me? I can give you anything, as long as you let me go. As she said this, Li Jingwen pushed out her slightly raised chest. Qin Xiang looked her over, shook his head and said, that's not nearly enough to make up for it. Why don't you just enjoy your last moments of peace? When Li Jingwen heard this, her face turned as pale as a wall. Not a bit of life left in it. Just then, the class bell rang. Go back to your seat. Don't bother me during class. Li Jingwen blankly walked back to her seat. Her spot was already completely empty. Now that she's got a grudge with Qin Xiang, this situation quickly spread across the school once Qin Xiang became an ability user. The news traveled fast. Almost no one knew what her conflict with him was. But aside from Zhou Yang, who had some backing, no one wanted to get involved with the trouble Li Jingwen brought. Even her desk mate chose to sit elsewhere. Her best friends, who used to crowd around her, now kept their distance. She sat alone in her chair, her face full of fear. It was all over. Whatever threat Chen Xiang posed, she had no way to resolve it anymore. Chen Xiang was an ability user, and an orphan, with no weaknesses at all. He had no weakness himself, but the people around him did. Chen
Yang.
seemed to have a good relationship with Julie, the librarian. And with Wenshu too. That must be it. Otherwise, why else would Chen Xiang keep coming to the library? At that thought, Li Jingwen's eyes lit up. If she could get these two, maybe she could put enough pressure on Chen Xiang. After class, Chen Xiang went to the library again. The library was the same as always, with just Miss Ju tidying up books, and Wen Shu studying nearby. Long time no see. Chen Xiang greeted Miss Ju and Wen Shu, then went to help tidy the books. Miss Ju smiled. What do you mean, long time? It's only been a day since we saw you. Really? Chen Xiang thought about it. It actually had only been a day. It's just so much happened yesterday. He'd hunted a god, killed John, then went to claim his reward. It all made it feel like a long time had passed. Guess I've just been so busy lately. All right, Wen Shu, how's Sha Wenlai doing lately? Wen Shu, working on homework, looked up and replied. He transferred to another school yesterday. Transferred? Chen Xiang chuckled. Guess he made a quick getaway. You beat up both the head of grades and your homeroom teacher. If he didn't transfer, he'd have to worry if he'd even make it to the college entrance exam in one piece. Makes sense, thank you. You're welcome, Teacher Ju. You don't have to do it, really. I'm a sequence user. Moving books is a piece of cake for me. Let me do it. It's exactly because you're a sequence user that I won't let you do it. You need to focus your energy on the post-Gaoka assessment, or on hunting gods and saving humanity. Teacher Ju, I'm just an average sequence user. It's rare here, but throw me into one of those developed regions. I'd just be run-of-the-mill. Where would I go to save humanity? I'd better save your old self first. As he said that, Chen Xiang snatched the book from Teacher Ju's hands. Teacher Ju stared blankly, hands suddenly empty, then smiled and sat down on a chair. After Chen Xiang finished sorting the books, he said to Teacher Ju, how much does the stomach treatment cost? Why are you bringing that up out of nowhere? Just asking, hey. I've been looking around. It's not important, really. How much is it? Teacher Ju glanced at Chen Xiang and said, I don't know, honestly. That's impossible. You must have at least checked the price before you decided not to get treatment. Teacher Ju already understood the meaning behind Chen Xiang's words. He tried to counsel the kid. Even though you're a training ability user, Teacher Ju knows that making money isn't easy. As a teacher in this life, I've lived well enough. You should keep your money for yourself. I'm just asking how much it is. Seeing that Chen Xiang wouldn't budge, Teacher Ju let out a sigh. About 1 silver coin, maybe a bit more. You scared me. I thought it would be dozens of silver coins. Dozens. That's enough to replace all your body parts. You really have no concept of money, huh? Chen Xiang took a money pouch from his waist and spilled out 80 silver coins from it. He took out 3 and pushed them toward Teacher Ju. Teacher Ju, use this money to treat your illness. Teacher Ju stared with wide eyes in shock. Where did you get so much money? I made it yesterday. Afraid you wouldn't believe me. I poured it out just to show you. So you won't think these 3 silver coins are all I have, and refuse to accept it. When Shu glanced at the silver coins on the table, and was slightly surprised too, but then went right back to being absorbed in practice problems. Teacher, please just take it. Earning money is actually pretty easy for me, at least much easier than you might think. Teacher Ju didn't say anything for a long while. It's not like he wants to die. Who would want to die if they could live? It's just that he didn't have the money.
Now Qin Xiang had put his life-saving money on the table. He really was tempted. But why should he take so much money from Qin Xiang? Teacher Zhu spent his life educating others, always holding himself to high standards. At this moment, his morals and desire to survive were waging a fierce battle in his heart. Qin Xiang saw Teacher Zhu's struggle. Teacher Zhu, you think it's a lot of money, but to me, you're the only elder I have left in this world. This money really doesn't mean that much to me. Even when Shu was born, Teacher Zhu, he's giving it to you. Just accept it. Look at him. It really doesn't look like it was hard for him to earn that money. Yeah, why make life harder than it needs to be? Teacher Zhu, I'm an orphan. You're the only one who've really looked after me. Use it, get better, and just take it as my way of repaying you. That way I'll feel better too. As he spoke, he pushed those 3 silver coins straight into Teacher Zhu's pocket. All right, just take the day off and go to the hospital for surgery. Whatever you do, don't end up dead, with the money still unspent. Let me handle closing the library. Don't worry, Principal Li will definitely approve your leave. Xiaoqing, that's more like it. I got it. Teacher Zhu nodded his head excitedly, but didn't say much more. He clenched the 3 silver coins in his pocket and looked gratefully at Qin Xiang. Then he picked up his bag and left the library. After Teacher Zhu left, only Qin Xiang and Wen Shu were left in the library. Qin Xiang tried asking again. According to Zhao Wen, you're applying to the 2 worst schools? What do you mean, the 2 worst schools? They're just the last 2 of the 8 academies. The way you say it, it's like I'm applying to some third-rate place. It's because of the dorm situation, right? You need to bring your grandma, so you need a single room. Only the last 2 academies offer single rooms for students. When Shu put her pen down, looked at Chen Xiang with interest. I have all this money, but it's not like I can use it all at once. How about I cover your rent at the academy? Think of it as a loan from me. 1% interest. After you graduate and join the United Government, pay it back when you start earning. How about it? When Shu smiled, shook her head and went back to her problems. Not agreeing doesn't mean I won't agree. It's just that I don't think you can afford it. Even if you could, I couldn't pay you back. Qin Xiang frowned. How much can it cost to rent a place? Just look it up. Qin Xiang gave Wen Shu a strange look, then headed to the principal's office. Qin Xiang tried to open the office door, but it was locked. He used the key Principal Li had given him to unlock it and entered, and was immediately met by 2 golden stares. Li Tianming was right there with another teacher, getting busy on a folding bed. Qin Xiang closed the door, then sat down in the principal's chair, and went straight to the Sequence Education Forum, then called to Principal Li. Miss Yang, you 2 carry on. I just need to look something up. Ms. Yu quickly got dressed in a panic and rushed out the door. Principal Li looked furious. Qin Xiang, what are you trying to do? I said I'm looking up info. Couldn't you have waited? Curiosity got the better of me. I couldn't wait. Li Tianming, pulling up his pants, walked up behind Qin Xiang. Housing near the academy. Single room prices. You're going to the Training Ability Users University, not one of the academies. Who are you looking this up for? Seeing Qin Xiang ignore him and keep searching, Li Tianming narrowed his eyes. You're looking this up for Wen Shu, aren't you? Damn, you're ruining my fun for a girl. Messing up my good time. Li Tianming was genuinely angry. Even his swearing came out. No sign of a principal's composure at all. Who's after girls? We're just classmates, that's all. Don't give me that crap. Just classmates. And you'd spend a few hundred silver coins renting a place for her. How much? Qin Xiang's eyes went wide. He stared at Li Tianming in disbelief. Renting a place costs a few hundred silver coins? I might not be familiar with money, but don't exaggerate like that. A few hundred silver coins? Why not just buy a house at that point? No way, buying a house isn't this expensive. Li Tianming sneered with disdain, then casually fastened his belt again. Kid, you're still too young. You really don't understand how things work in the safe zone. You think other places, are just like the edge of our rundown safe zone, where one silver coin is more than enough to rent a studio apartment. Let me tell you something. The gap between different areas of the safe zone is bigger than the gap between you and your classmates. To put it simply, we're in safe zone no, 14,121. Do you know where the areas of the 8 academies are? You don't know? They're all in the top 30 zones. The area numbers are the same as the exit numbers of safe zones. The smaller the number, the more powerful and influential people there are. Everyone living in the top 30 zones is either rich or powerful. If you just strike up a conversation with someone on the street over there, there's a good chance they're a director or a bureau chief. Even the head of the Department of Education has to keep a low profile there. So what do you think the housing prices are like in that kind of place? Maybe you're about to ask, why are all the academies built in the top 30 zones? Qin Xiang nodded. Honestly, I was just about to ask that. The 8 academies supposedly built for ordinary people. What's their real purpose? Have you ever thought about it? These so-called academies for ordinary people, are they really for ordinary people? You mean, if it was truly for people like Wenshu, why not just build 100 or 80 of them? But they only built 8. That's because these 8 academies are actually built for the children of the elite, who didn't awaken their sequence abilities. These people come from powerful families, and there's no way that just because they didn't awaken any sequence abilities, they'd be denied a decent education. So to keep things stable on the inside, the United Government came up with these 8 academies. You think the academies are for ordinary sequence ability users, and the universities are for those high and mighty ones with real abilities. But that's a huge misconception. Hundreds of universities are actually for ordinary people like you and me. The academies, on the other hand, were always designed for those privileged few at the top. And the reason why it's so hard to get into an academy is also because most of the spots are already pre-assigned. Setting aside those spots given out due to sponsoring the academy, or seats reserved for privileged kids through alumni recommendations, the slots left for students like Wenshu are only 1/5, meaning 4/5 of the people there are from the same social circle. Only 1/5 made it in through their own hard work. So do you think the location of the academies was chosen for that 1/5, or was it for that 4/5 crowd? Xing Xiang was truly shocked by what he heard. He never expected the so-called 8 academies to have so much going on beneath the surface. So, if you're thinking of chasing a girl and paying her housing costs, my advice, just save your money. 4 years to graduate from the academy, and judging by neighborhood prices, living alone would cost at least a few hundred. Silver coins are still hard to come by. I've heard that as the safe zone stabilizes, the housing prices in that area have skyrocketed again. The typical rent for a studio apartment has already risen to 1 gold coin. If it's in District 3, near the top-ranked Lianrong Academy, the surrounding area, the rent for a studio over 4 years will likely double. Even then, you'd have to book in advance just to snatch one up. Li Tianming put on his suit and poured himself a glass of hot water. A long time ago, Uncle Wen talked to me about the academies.
His choice
Of the lower-ranked Qiantong Academy and Rangsun Academy is something I support.
He wants to take his grandmother with him to study.
Only these 2 academies provide studio dormitories for top-performing students. He even did the math. If he took out a loan to rent a place and joined the United Government after graduation, he likely wouldn't pay it off in a lifetime. I supported his view because the rentals for these houses were never meant for students like him in the first place. The main tenants are children of the upper class for whom commuting is inconvenient. You understand, right? Li Tianming looked at the still-dazed Qin Xiang, and the frustration of having his business interrupted earlier vanished. Student Qin, I advise you to save your breath. The money from hunting gods might be for ordinary people, a massive fortune, but in the heart of the safe zone, it's really not enough to make a dent. I can understand why you like Wenshu. After all, she's a well-behaved and sensible girl, and she's beautiful too.
Hearing this, Qin Xiang looked toward Li Tianming. Li Tianming, that lecherous devil. Surely he's not eyeing his students. Li Tianming curled his lip. I wouldn't stoop so low as to go after a student. For Wen Shu, it's just an elder's concern. You'd better not get any wild ideas, kid. Ideally, an inexperienced student like her is not my type. Don't you worry. Inexperienced. Qin Xiang couldn't be bothered to argue. It seemed Wen Shu had hidden herself well in everyone's eyes. Li Tianming continued, Student Qin, I've been through this before, and I have a few words of advice for you. Picking up girls requires following the basic rules. You're not actually thinking of Wen Shu and really trying to earn hundreds of silver coins or even a few gold coins just to help her pay rent, are you? That much money, he likely wouldn't earn it in a lifetime at the United Government. If you really want to be with her, that money would be better saved as assets for your little home after you get married. It's much better than paying sky-high rent, right? Qin Xiang said impatiently. I told you, I'm not chasing her. Right, whatever you say. I'm just giving my opinion. I'm the principal. Now that I'm talking with you, listen to what I have to say first. Wait a bit before expressing any different opinions. Fine. As for me, I don't really like preaching. But I do truly appreciate you, so I'll say a few more words. I hope you take them to heart. I know Principal Li's words are for my own good. I'm not someone who doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. I knew you were a bright kid. I'll say something unpleasant. Never mind that you like her now. Even if the two of you get married and stay together, nothing is set in stone. Look at me. Back when I was a vice dean at the university, I was very harmonious with my wife. Then I got into some trouble, and she became my ex-wife. So you don't put all your heart into ethereal love. One must live for oneself. I have always agreed with that statement from Principal Li, and I don't plan on helping her, at the cost of making myself look pathetic. Li Tianming clapped his hands. That's exactly it. Love is unreliable. The bond between husband and wife is not even as tight as a partnership like ours. Doing 1,000 good deeds together is not as effective as doing one bad deed together. Li Tianming gave another long sigh. To be honest, few people could be closer than us, unless they've killed someone together and disposed of the body together. But a good girl like Wen Shu wouldn't do those things with you. At the end of the day, you have to stay grounded. Student Qin Xiang then asked, Principal Li, do you think a relationship forged by killing and body disposal is unbreakable? Basically, yes. In that situation, it's very hard for the relationship to sour. Even if it does, you can... As Li Tianming spoke, his expression suddenly became wary. He glanced at Qin Xiang and asked, Why would you ask that? Qin Xiang had only asked casually, originally worried that Li Tianming would notice something from his side, but he didn't expect Li Tianming's reaction to be even more intense. Qin Xiang smiled slightly. Principal Li, how many have you killed? What do you mean, how many? How could I have ever killed someone? Li Tianming snorted and stopped paying attention to Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang laughed and didn't mind. Killing? It's actually a fairly normal thing. When secrets one doesn't want others to know are discovered, or when one is being threatened, what else is there to do but kill? Wait for others to come and kill you. There's nothing to talk about. As for who Li Tianming killed, that had nothing to do with him. Whatever, his cooperation with Li Tianming was limited to hunting gods, schooling, and finding the deceiver sequence abilities. It's better not to meddle in each other's other affairs. This is the sense of boundary that partners must maintain. Just as Qin Xiang was about to continue the conversation, there was a knock on the principal's office door. Principal, people from the Sequence Ability User Administration are here. They say they have some questions for student Qin Xiang. I went to the classroom and the library, but couldn't find him. Someone said Qin Xiang might be here with you, so I brought them over. Li Tianming and Qin Xiang looked at each other and nodded slightly. It should be to ask about how John died yesterday. Let them in. Yes,
Please come in. The door was pushed open. The first to enter was a man of medium build, an official dressed in a formal suit. Chen Xiang focused his gaze and saw it was actually Qian Wendao, with one of their own coming to ask questions. Couldn't the story be smoothed over with just a few words? He had intended to give a relaxed greeting, but noticed that Qian Wendao's expression seemed quite solemn. Chen Xiang didn't know why, until he saw a person following behind Qian Wendao into the office together. This person had a head of white hair and was wearing a heavy overcoat. After entering the office, he sat down beside Qian Wendao. Allow me to introduce myself. District 14,121 Sequence Ability User. Administration Section Chief, Qian Wendao. District 14,121 Police Department Senior Inspector Orlov. Orlov gave Chen Xiang a scrutinizing look and smiled meaningfully. Student Chen has truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Not long ago, you were a homeless drifter, and now you've become our district's the most sought-after training expert. Star Olaf doesn't seem to be stingy with praise. He holds Chen Xiang in high regard. But Chen Xiang and Qian Wenda and Li Tianming, who spent time with him, all heard the underlying hostility in Olaf's words. Qian Wendao spoke up. Chen, I'm representing the Administration Bureau, here to ask you about the matter of you killing John in the battle arena yesterday. And Detective Olaf has some cases to consult you about. Upon hearing I was coming, he temporarily joined us and came along with me. Chen Xiang glanced at Qian Wendao. No wonder when he entered the office, he didn't look relaxed. Turns out there was suddenly someone tagging along. The police detective. Olaf nodded to Qian Wendao. Thank you for your guidance, Chief Qian. I do have some questions for Chen. But since you represent the Administration Bureau, you should ask first. Li Tianming glanced at the two. Do I need to step out? Qian Wendao shook his head. You're Chen Xiang's guarantor. I need you to testify to the questions I'll ask, so there's no need. As for Detective Olaf from the police department, I can't say what he'll do. Olaf smiled warmly. I just want to speak with Chen alone about a few things. So when I talk with Chen, it'd be best if the rest of you step out. No need to delay. Let's get started. Chen, around 6 o'clock last night, you killed John Stefan in the battle arena. Is that correct? Why did you kill him? Because he seemed intent on killing me. He said he wouldn't give me a chance to surrender. So I panicked and killed him. He was a level 2 Phantom Assassin Sequence user and possessed a God Hunter artifact. You're a level 1 Phantom Assassin Sequence user. I'm curious how you managed to kill him. Chen Xiang thought for a moment. The combat methods inside the battle arena. Aren't they supposed to be confidential? Yes, they're confidential. I'm just curious, that's all. Do I have the right not to answer? After all, those are my confidential techniques. I don't want others to know. Alright, Qian Wendao's words sounded like he was making things difficult for Chen Xiang. He can't let others know of his relationship with Chen Xiang. Actually, when he was asking, he deliberately prefaced it with, I'm just curious, to indicate the question was subjective, and indirectly reminded Chen Xiang that this wasn't a question the Administration Bureau had to ask. If Chen Xiang didn't pick up on it, there was nothing else to do. Luckily, Chen Xiang is quick-witted, realized Qian Wendao was dropping hints, turned down the question with a hint of displeasure. May I ask why you killed him? He said he wanted to kill me, so I got anxious and killed him. Then why did you smash his head? Because I was agitated. At this moment, Chen Xiang looked uneasy again, as if he really was getting agitated. Li Tianming interrupted. This matter has something to do with me as the principal. Go ahead, Principal Li. Chief Qian knows as well. At Juan School, we've never had any precedent of sequence awakener students. So my normal education policy is to focus on cultivating students who could get into the academy, and neglected other students a bit. The specific negligence was appointing an irresponsible teacher as Dean of Moral Education. Chen was an orphan from a young age. Introverted since childhood, he was bullied a lot at school. Reserved by nature, if the Dean of Moral Education had guided him carefully, his personality might have been more cheerful. But due to my negligence, the Dean didn't solve these problems in time, so these issues persisted in school.
making Chin's personality prone to anger. Before, at school, he even accidentally injured his homeroom and grade teacher. Everyone in the school knows about this. I believe it proves he's somewhat quick-tempered to make up for past mistakes. I chose to be his guarantor, protecting his safety outside the safe zone and guiding his studies and life inside the safe zone. Also replaced the former dean of moral education with an employee who has a good reputation and can teach by example. I believe under such influence, Chin will gradually overcome those issues. Chin Xiang was nearly impressed enough to cheer. No wonder he's the principal. He really is a slippery old fox. No wonder he's the principal. Impressive. Chin Xiang was still showing anger, breathing heavily, but he was very impressed by Li Tianming's rhetoric, explained the whole cause and effect, and even proposed improvements. Covered every single angle. Qian Wendao listened, pretended to think for a moment, then slowly nodded. Principal Li's statement is reasonable. I'll report this matter to the Administration Bureau as it is, and keep a record. Olaf stared at the smiling Li Tianming. For a while, said nothing more. Li Tianming said, "Thank you for your understanding, Chief Qian. Our school will keep striving. That's all I have to ask. I'm heading back to the Administration Bureau now." Detective Olaf, I won't wait for you. Qian Wendao was careful to keep his distance from Qin Xiang and showed limited concern, so Olaf wouldn't notice anything amiss. He's not like Li Tianming with no major cases, no chance for promotion, exiled to a remote area, stuck as a high school principal. Qian Wendao has always been cautious, and his sequence awakening is quite rare. If he works hard, director's position upon retirement is nearly guaranteed. If he gets entangled in trouble with Olaf, that's something he wants to avoid. Olaf nodded, looking forward to meeting Chief Qian again. All right, Qian Wendao stood up, then glanced at Li Tianming. Principal Li, Detective Olaf wants to speak privately with Qin. You should step out as well. Got it. Chief Qian. Li Tianming stood up, following behind Qian Wendao, leaving the principal's office, and closed the door. Only Qin Xiang and Olaf remained. Olaf gave a slight smile on his aged face. Time had carved deep lines. Qin Xiang, you're really impressive. You fooled me. Qin Xiang quietly watched Olaf, without answering. I've been with the police department for 40 years. I've only been fooled 5 times. You're the youngest of them all. Qin Xiang still stayed silent. Last time I saw you in the internet cafe warehouse, I really thought, you're a poor and pitiful kid, bullied by that damn relatively wealthy Wang Defa. I never expected a 17-year-old high schooler like you could actually influence a local boss like Wang Defa. Olaf sighed to himself. Qin Xiang remained silent as always. When Olaf learned, the moment he awakened as a sequence ability user, any explanation was pointless. So he had no interest in saying unnecessary things. He simply waited quietly for Olaf's questions. When Olaf said all that, he didn't actually ask any questions. He was just stating what he believed to be true. If Qin Xiang spoke now, he might end up revealing even more. Seeing how calm Qin Xiang was, Olaf became even more convinced the boy was unusual. So he asked his first question. The day before yesterday, when I was browsing in the sequence user's information hall, I came across your file. I was shocked. I checked over and over again, before I was sure it was you. So, I immediately went to the internet cafe to question Wang Defa about you. Guess what he said? Qin Xiang knew this was bait. Wang Defa, even though he's only the owner of an internet cafe near the border of the safe zone, has powerful connections. And he's also smart. That night in the warehouse, Wang Defa never confessed to anything.
He didn't say.
He ever did anything inappropriate to Qin Xiang. All of Olaf's assumptions were given to him by Qin Xiang through seemingly natural gestures and words. If Wang Defa insisted he was unrelated, everyone would be fine. But if he let something slip, he'd be facing endless trouble. Orphan Qin Xiang believed Olaf would get nothing out of interrogating Wang Defa. There was nothing for him to find out. Qin Xiang slowly began to speak. Detective Olaf, is this what you wanted to ask me today? I don't think any of this has anything to do with me. Olaf replied, you know, Wang Defa won't say anything. Right, Detective Olaf. I'm just a student.
Your questions are way above my head. I don't understand. What's your relationship with Wang Defa? Just regular friends. Regular friends, huh? That's not what you said last time. Really? I forgot. Olaf brushed his silvery hair aside. You really are a tough little brat. Maybe I should ask for an arrest warrant, so I could take you down to the police station and slowly question you. About this, I know, Detective Olaf. I'm a sequence ability user. Only the Sequence Abilities Bureau has the right to detain me. You don't really have that authority. Olaf's eyes grew brighter as he looked at Chen Xiang. You sure know a lot. Did you find all this out from Wang Defa's internet cafe? No, the internet cafe is too expensive. I can't afford it. I used Principal Li Tianming's computer in his office to look up the information. Chen Xiang didn't answer about using the internet cafe to look things up, because before he awakened his sequence ability, he was just an orphan. If he claimed to go to internet cafes regularly, it would be tricky to explain where he got the money. So he completely cut that off and used Li Tianming as a shield. The only ones who know you go online at the cafe, besides you and Wang Defa, are Liu Dazi. You killed Liu Dazi, and Wang Defa won't say anything either. There's really nothing we can do about you. Chen Xiang's face didn't change, but deep down he tensed up. He hadn't expected Olaf would actually connect Liu Daci's accidental death to him. And you even have a solid alibi. When I came to the school, I asked the security guard and checked the surveillance footage from the morning Liu Dazi died. You arrived at the school less than 10 minutes after Liu Dazi's death, so you had no time to commit the crime. You simply couldn't have done it. So that means I'm not the killer. A sneaky look flashed in Olaf's eyes. You should be asking me who Liu Dazi is. There was a brief silence. Chen Xiang shook his head. Since I know Wang Defa, how could I not know Liu Dazi? Detective Olaf, I'm also saddened by his accidental death, but blaming me for it is going too far. After all you just said, I had no time to commit the crime. Olaf clenched his fist a little. He squinted and stared at Chen Xiang. It had been a long time since he encountered such a tricky suspect. And it was actually a 17-year-old high schooler. You're very cautious, almost born to be a criminal. That was Olaf's conclusion about Chen Xiang. After the first round of questioning, like I said, you had no time to commit the crime, as long as you hadn't yet awakened your sequence ability at that time. Chen Xiang replied calmly, but I really did only awaken my sequence ability last weekend. No. You could just pretend you awakened it last weekend, but in reality, you were already using it long before. Chen Xiang shrugged. Detective Olaf, your theory is interesting, but how can you prove it? Olaf sighed. Just like I said, you're very careful. You burned Liu Daci's body. His brain was basically mush. Even Wang Zhao's undead sequence skill wouldn't work on him. So you're right, I really can't prove anything. Chen Xiang spoke seriously. Detective Olaf, everything you've said is just speculation, without any evidence. So please don't say I burned Liu Daci's body, because I really didn't do it. Fine, fine. Whatever you say. Olaf smiled indifferently and continued. You smashed John's skull. His brains were scattered all over the fighting arena, which also made us unable to access his memories from life. If you ask me, you're just born to kill. Calm and cold-blooded. This probably isn't your first time, is it? Chen Xiang said. Killing John was a momentary loss of control on my part, and I'm really sorry for that. As for the rest of what you're saying, Detective, I honestly don't know. Detective, I'm just a student, and I still need to study hard. If you have nothing else to ask me, then I'll be going now. There's one more thing. All right, go ahead. I hope it's not more of that nonsense from before. Olaf didn't hurry to ask this time, but pulled out a cigar and lit it himself. He took a puff of smoke, and instantly the space between them became hazy and blurred. You know, a few days before Liu Daci died, at a spot 2 bus stops from exit 54,320 of the safe zone, we discovered 3 charred bodies. When Xingxiang heard this,
His whole body involuntarily tensed up. He hadn't expected a love would connect these events together. Even though he tried his best to stay calm, his expression still betrayed a hint of unease. A love took a puff on his cigar, the corners of his mouth curling up. He continued in a relaxed tone. Those three people not only had their skulls smashed, but were burned after that. No doubt about it. The perpetrator was a sequence ability user. I thought it was strange at the time. Why would the killer do that? Later, I came to a hypothesis. The killer didn't know the skills of the undying sequence user, the limitation of Wang Zhao. Such basic theory, yet the killer, as a sequence ability user, wasn't aware of it. That made me suspect. This must be someone from a poor area. A sequence ability user who had just awakened? With no way to get that information. The killer just awakened their sequence ability, but had nowhere to get the knowledge. So they could only act based on their own guesses, first killing, then burning the bodies, to prevent other sequence users who can read the dead's memories from discovering their identity. Xingxiang really wanted to stay calm, but sweat still instinctively beaded on his forehead. He could only rely on silence to stay composed. Then, a love said the last thing he wanted to hear. That murder case happened in the dumpster at the exit of safe zone 54,320, right after the mysterious disappearance of the divine relic. Xingxiang, do you think there's any connection between the two? Qinxiang closed his eyes. A love still figured it out. Even though he'd never seen him commit a crime, he pieced everything together. At this moment, he remembered that night talking with Roylina, and Roylina's advice before leaving. Never fall into Olov's hands. Now he finally understood the meaning of those words. He finally knew why Roylina was so wary of Olov. Olov claimed he was born a criminal, but Olov was born a detective to catch criminals. The cat-and-mouse game was playing out between them. Qinxiang slowly spoke, making sure his voice didn't tremble. But you don't have any evidence, Detective Olov. Everything you said is just your own speculation. You're right. I lack evidence. But do you think I'm interested in those people themselves? Olov shook his head, smiled and said John's life, Liu Dezi's life, even those three anonymous corpses' lives. I don't care about any of them. How they died, what they went through before death. None of it matters to me. From beginning to end, I've only been interested in one thing. Who exactly is the one who stole the divine relic? You stole the remnants of the divine. Where did you hide them? What did you do? That's what I'm most interested in. Qin, can you answer this question for me? Olov finally revealed his hand. He finally explained his true purpose. He went around in circles, just to do it right in front of Qinxiang, sorting things out step by step, then telling Qinxiang that he has already discovered his secret. I'm sorry. I still don't understand what you're saying, Detective Olov. Qinxiang is no longer panicking. His hands grip the armrests of the chair. He smiles. But he already has murderous intent. This man is terrifying.
He is able to guess everything.
Keeping him could bring unimaginable trouble. Only by killing Olov can everything be resolved. Olov said, Qinxiang, have you ever thought about it? You can't escape. You went to so much trouble just to hide that you awakened. Your sequence ability? I am 90% sure. Your sequence definitely isn't Phantom Assassin. I don't know how you forged your sequence. If I want to expose you, I only need to take you to the administration and test your sequence ability again.
Hearing this,
Qinxiang was stunned for a moment and looked at Olov in disbelief. Qiang Wenda had told him before. Once a sequence user's sequence is tested by the administration, it won't be checked again. Unless the sequence user has already been convicted. The United Government had many times checked the sequence abilities of sequence users and their sequence levels, giving them absolutely no privacy, which caused protests among sequence users in the safe zone. Since then, the United Government in all safe zones has basically turned a blind eye. No matter what sequence you have, or what level, as long as you hunt gods, and don't cause trouble in the safe zone,
Your status is considered legitimate, but you can't go too far. If you blatantly help forge sequences, the United Government will still hold you accountable. That's why Qian Wendao dares to take money to help forge sequences. If the United Government strictly banned sequence forgery, getting caught would mean a death sentence. Qian Wendao would never get involved. In short, sequence abilities aren't tested repeatedly. Almost every sequence user knows this. The Sequence User Administration, the place that issues sequence certificates, would never agree for a love to retest Qin Xiang's abilities. Train abilities. What surprised Qin Xiang was, a love didn't know this. This inconsistency made Qin Xiang feel like a mouse smelling cheese. He stroked the armrest of his seat and started to ponder quietly. Qin Xiang's sudden silence and thoughtfulness made Olaf's white eyebrows arch slightly. He quietly observed Qin while chewing his cigar. He had no clue what the boy was thinking. Qin Xiang glanced at him, then got up silently and sat in front of the computer.
He checked again.
Indeed, the United Government's rule about sequence users not being subject to retesting is well known throughout the safe zone. Only after conviction will a sequence user be retested. But by then, the crime is already confirmed. And the test is just for identity verification, not for collecting evidence of a sequence user's crime. In other words, once you've forged your sequence, as long as you don't commit a crime or aren't definitively marked as a criminal, your sequence will always be safe. Olaf's ignorance of this matter was strange. Qin Xiang, sitting at the computer, pondered carefully. What caused this sense of discord? In the Godslayer camp, he opened Olaf's info panel again. Before the apocalypse, Olav Salis was an outstanding police officer. He was the police chief of U country. After the apocalypse, he remained disciplined and responsible. Served as chief of police in Safe Zone 45, director of the police department in Safe Zone 18, and 6 months ago was transferred to Area 14,121 as detective. Seeing Olaf's career history made Qin even more suspicious. He originally worked in double-digit numbered zones as a high-ranking police officer, but was transferred to the fringe of the safe zone and became a local detective. Very strange, Olav. The information gaps and career disconnect made Qin Xiang feel that this white-haired old man wasn't exactly a model citizen either. Qin Xiang, I don't think our conversation is finished yet. Leaving directly to do something else isn't very appropriate. Qin Xiang heard Olaf's urging. He could only try to draw a quick conclusion based on the facts at hand. He attempted to reason fast, though he found it quite absurd. Detective Olav, I just thought of a question I'd like to verify with you. You said Blue Star has several large safe zones, but these safe zones seem to be isolated from each other. You call it the United Government, but actually, each safe zone is basically self-governing and only shares important information on occasion. Even the network we use day to day is only an intranet within the zone. Right, Olav? Olav didn't know why Qin Xiang asked this, but nodded. You're correct. There are countless giant gods roaming between the safe zones. Humans can get through and can't establish network connections. So all networks are intranets within the safe zones. Information between safe zones can only be released by the United Government. As for how the United Government communicates between safe zones, I'm just an old police officer, I wouldn't know. Qin Xiang nodded. He confirmed the information from Olav. This made him even more confident in his conclusion. If he guessed right, Olav is hiding secrets as dark as his own. Detective Olav, let me ask you another question. Qin Xiang suddenly became much more talkative and very proactive. Olav thought his words were working. Looks like he's not far from knowing everything. Go ahead, Olav stubbed out his cigar, folded his hands across his belly, leaning back on the couch. He smiled kindly at Qin Xiang. Detective Olav, where are you from? Upon hearing Qin Xiang's question, Olav's smile stayed on his face, but the kindness in his eyes faded a little. Qin Xiang, what do you mean? Detective Olav, let me be more direct. Which safe zone are you from? Or maybe some unknown place. Anyway, you aren't from this safe zone, right? Oh, I guess I shouldn't call you Detective Olaf, because the real Detective Olaf has never left our safe zone. Olaf's smile disappeared from his face. Chin, the stories you tell are a bit exaggerated. Is that so? Then I just happen to have another story. I need to share it with Detective Olaf. I'm all ears. 3 years ago, in this safe zone, there was a protest by sequence users. Of course, that protest did not involve the area we're in now, no, 14,121. After all, there aren't many sequence users here. Back then, the protest was mainly focused on the first 100-odd areas. Oh, by the way, at that time, Detective Olaf was working in that area. So he must have known about it, right? Olaf's mouth turned down slightly. He didn't answer. Qin Xiang smiled slightly and continued speaking. The reason for the protest was the United Government conducting overly frequent tests on sequence users in the safe zone. The frequency of tests was too high. Every sequence level and skill had to be tested one by one. This made the sequence users feel extremely uneasy. So, under the organization of certain people, a large-scale protest began. Since then, the United Government stipulated that within the safe zone, sequence users would only be tested for their abilities once. Unless someone is convicted, then a second test happens. After hearing this, Olaf furrowed his brow deeply. He also became more alert. Detective Olaf, you might ask, if there haven't been multiple tests, how does the level information of those sequence users at the God Camp get modified? It's simple, they updated themselves. Although the United Government doesn't do multiple tests, you can choose to get tested voluntarily to update your sequence information, making yourself a more sought-after hunter team member and get more resources. But that's unrelated to what I'm talking about. I just think it might be the sequence users at the God Camp constantly updating their info that led to your misunderstanding, making you think our safe zone still does multiple tests for sequence users. Qin Xiang looked at Olaf's increasingly serious expression and couldn't help laughing. Back to my earlier question. Detective Olaf, you're an old-timer from the safe zone, and you took part in that protest. So why wouldn't you know about the United Government's policy change? Qin Xiang tapped his fingers gently on the desk, resting his chin on one hand. Detective, I'm curious. Where exactly did you come from? And also, where is the real Detective Olaf buried now? Olaf took a deep breath. Qin Xiang, you should know. I didn't immediately report you, but came to talk to you instead. I mean, no harm. Detective Olaf, you should know. I didn't post your matter directly on the forum, but stayed here to keep talking with you. Also with no bad intentions. Olaf shook his head. Actually, I've never killed anyone. Coincidentally, me neither. Except for John. Olaf realized Qin Xiang was back in control and seemed extremely resistant to him. He understood well. When it comes to unknown people or things, it's always best to be skeptical. Olaf decided to come clean. Student Qin Xiang, I think your training might be the hope for mankind to counter the gods. So I hope you'll cooperate. Cooperate with what? Cooperate with human experiments, or with biological dissections. Qin Xiang sneered. Don't talk about humanity's hope. When I had no hope in my own life, no one from humanity ever saved me. Olaf sighed. Sometimes everything in life feels meaningless. In the end, you realize nothing is left behind. You're so young. Maybe you don't understand. Qin Xiang was even more disdainful. I've lived 2 lifetimes. You aren't qualified to teach me how to live. Since Detective Olaf is so selfless, why not tell me about the tales of running freely outside the safe zone? I believe your stories would be interesting to everyone in the safe zone. Olaf shook his head. It's not that I don't want to talk. It's that I can't. Me neither. Qin Xiang's attitude was resolute, like an indestructible mountain. This made Olaf feel powerless. Since you won't trust me, there's nothing more for me to say. Of course, I won't force my thoughts or will upon you. Some things you'll understand later on. After speaking, Olaf wrapped his scarf, an extra loop around his neck, got up from the couch. I enjoyed our conversation today. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me. I really don't want to have too much entanglement with Detective Olaf, because it'll make others think I'm a student with bad behavior. If there's nothing else, it's better that we don't meet again. Olaf shrugged, but still said, it might not go as you wish. See you again someday. Or maybe never again. After sending Olaf off, Xingxiang let out a long breath. Since his rebirth, this was the most dangerous moment he's faced. He almost got dissected by that old man. Fortunately, Olaf's secrets, Xingxiang didn't want to dig into. It's obvious if his guess is right. Then Olaf is the first person to cross the safe zone boundary. This kind of thing would never be done by the common labor sequence. It's just impossible. Or maybe there's a powerful organization behind him, involving many things. Whatever the case, it's way more complicated than Qin Xiang's situation.
His only secret is his sequence.
Li Tianming walked in and asked how it went chatting with Detective Olaf. Qin Xiang shook his head. Not very well. That old man is ridiculously sharp. He basically knows about all the trouble I've gotten into before. The key thing is, I didn't leave any decisive evidence behind, yet he still traced it back to me. Li Tianming patted Qin Xiang's shoulder. Just let it go. If he really had any decisive evidence, he wouldn't be questioning you in my office, but in the bureau's interrogation room. Right, that makes sense. But Olaf really is a bit odd. Odd is an understatement. Principal Li, you know him too? Of course. When I was vice dean at the university, the school once had a serious murder case involving sequence users. At that time, our district's police and bureau staff were all powerless. So we had to report it to the United Government. They sent Chief Olaf from the police station to lead the investigation. He is really skilled. Cases that no one could figure out for a month. With his help, he would catch the killer in just 3 to 5 days. Qin Xiang thought about his own experience. Orlov was able to root him out based on just a few clues. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a master detective. He felt that the fact it took Orlov 3 to 5 days to catch the killer could even be considered a poor performance. So what was the weird part? It was his resume, of course. He clearly hadn't made any mistakes. Yet he was directly transferred from being a hopeful mid-level official in the police department of the United Government to this godforsaken place. And he wasn't even the chief of police. He was just an inspector. This shift in official status could be described as a falling star. So you should stay away from him. Li Tianming gave Qin Xiang a timely piece of advice. I know, right? I can see you're thinking about testing your wits against him. So my point is, don't provoke him, and don't get close to him. The further away, the better. He provoked me. It's not like I can't provoke him back. It's the trouble behind him that you can't afford to provoke. How much trouble? Li Tianming sat on the sofa, pulled out a cigarette, and Qin Xiang said impatiently, he just finished one, and now you're starting another. Can you stop making me breathe secondhand smoke all the time? But this is my office. Fine. Li Tianming blew a smoke ring and continued, look at my resume. It's explicitly stated why I was demoted to be the principal of this crappy school. What does that show? It shows that the people I offended still had some scruples. They needed to frame me and give me a dignified charge to make my demotion seem legitimate. But Orlov's resume is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. It simply lists his positions. It doesn't explain this irrational transfer at all. This shows that the trouble behind him doesn't even bother to put on an act. I have a hunch that the mess he's in is much bigger than mine. Qin Xiang nodded slowly after hearing this. Student Qin, I know you have a background and some influence. Qin Xiang was slightly stunned when he heard this. He had almost forgotten that in Li Tianming's eyes, he was also someone with a significant background. If it weren't for the reminder, he really might have slipped up. There's nothing much to say. Li Tianming said, your orphan certificate is flawless. I can't even find out. When you were left at the edge of the safe zone, the power and trouble behind you are probably through the roof as well. Qin Xiang glanced at Li Tianming with some displeasure.
seemingly unhappy about Li Tianming checking into his identity. Don't look at me like that. I have to understand you a bit before deciding whether to cooperate with you, right? Besides, I'm just giving you some advice. The central area of the safe zone has complex power dynamics. Your background might be high, but his background might break the ceiling. Don't think you can mess with anyone. The boring idea of being number one in the world. I believe you don't have that, Student Chin. Of course not. If I did, our cooperation would have collapsed long ago. I could have just kept your 40 silver coins, and you'd have nothing to say. That would be unreasonable of you. If I were number one in the world, why would I bother being reasonable with you? Fine, you're right. I'm just reminding you not to mess with Orlov. Qin Xiang curled his lip. Do you think I'm addicted to being mistreated? Li Tianming took off his tie, removed his formal jacket, and threw it on the sofa. No more nonsense. If you have nothing else, go back to class. Don't stop me from doing my business. Business? Please. You're starting to undress before I've even left. Is it you who can't wait? Or is it Teacher Yang who can't wait? None of your business. Don't leave just yet. I actually do have something to ask you. Speak fast. Zhou Xing, that division chief from the education department, told me there's a special recruitment spot for newcomer university and wants to talk to me. Special recruitment for newcomer university? Li Tianming thought Qin Xiang was just making small talk, but he didn't expect him to bring up a question that actually interested him. Yeah, I wanted to ask you, is this legit? Li Tianming sat up straight, frowning in serious thought. This Zhou Xing is no ordinary person. To actually have the ability to nominate for special recruitment. Why, generally speaking, for a sequence ability user like you, students after the college entrance exam get a score after their assessment, and then they use that score and their resume to apply to universities. But there's an exception. Universities will actively send you an invitation without you needing to apply yourself. This is called special recruitment. Special recruitment is basically giving outstanding sequence ability students a guaranteed spot in a university. These special recruitment opportunities are usually allocated by the Bureau of Sequence Ability Management. As you know, as long as you are a sequence ability user, you are managed by the Bureau. So 80% of the special recruitment spots released by universities each year are handled by the Bureau of Sequence Ability Management. What about the remaining 20%? The remaining 20% are nominated by united government officials. Generally, the lower the area number, the more officials there are with nomination qualifications. In a place like our area 14,121, which is the edge of the edge, I even thought no official had nomination qualifications. If Zhou Xing can get this special recruitment spot, he really does have some influence. Qin Xiang nodded after hearing this. He really didn't expect that Zhou Xing with his useless software sequence could have so much power. Principal Li, what's the point of special recruitment? You don't have to take the sequence ability assessment after the college entrance exam, but you need to take a special recruitment exam. Isn't that still an exam? There's no difference. It's different. The content of the special recruitment exam is different from the normal post-exam assessment. The special recruitment exam only looks at one thing. Which thing? God Hunter points. The higher your God Hunter points, the higher your special recruitment ranking, and the better the university you can get into. Qin Xiang was confused. But Principal Li, you told me before that even in a normal assessment, you can use God Hunter points to replace the assessment score, and then apply for university. Right? So there seems to be no difference between special recruitment and normal application? It's different. The requirements for special recruitment are much stricter. If you are in a support type sequence, like my shaman sequence, only points earned in a God Hunter squad of 3 or fewer people can count toward the score. If you're in a combat type sequence, like your so-called Phantom Assassin, then only solo God Hunter points are counted. With such harsh conditions, of course it's called special recruitment. Then what about other sequences?
like the mosquito coil man who can neither fight nor support. This type of sequence can't get a special admission offer. You have to participate in the regular assessment. Special admission exists specifically to find talents capable of hunting deities like Mao Yu Shield. For example, someone like Mosquito Coil Man, whose abilities only work within the safe zone. Their priority naturally drops. So when do you submit special admission scores? On the same day as the college entrance exam. After submitting your special admission scores, the ranking results will be available to all universities the next day. In the following week, each university will proactively contact the students they've selected to negotiate special admission terms. Students can actually negotiate with schools? Qin Xiang listened with wide eyes. It was as if he'd just heard something straight out of a fairy tale. Of course! Who would go if there were no terms? Are students supposed to grovel? Special admits are always the best among the best. If a school doesn't offer you great benefits, would you go? Then you might as well go through the regular assessment after the main entrance exam and use your scores to get into a top university. That actually makes sense. Plus, the United Government assesses the quality of students each university brings in every year. It's a key factor in the university ranking system. The higher a school's ranking, the more government funding they can receive. Every university goes all out to recruit top students during special admission, trying to bring in the best students. I've even heard of an admissions director who lost their job because the special admission results were poor and ended up being demoted to a janitor and ended up working as the school's janitor. Qin Xiang was left in utter shock. All right. Every university's special admits have their own privileges. Special admits have a higher status than others in college. So if you get special admission, that would be the most ideal outcome for you. But Zhou Xing said his special admission spot was given by Newcomer University. Does that mean I have to go to Newcomer University? What's Newcomer University's ranking? Hey, you don't need to worry about all that. Who gave you the special admission spot doesn't affect which school actually recruits you in the end. If Newcomer University doesn't recommend anyone for special admission, they'll have one fewer special admit this year. Schools never do business at a loss. At most, you'll be doing Newcomer University a small favor. When they offer their special admission conditions, you can lower your requirements a bit, or give them priority if the terms are the same. So how is Newcomer University? In terms of university rankings, they're about on par with our area here, so about the level of the safe zone. So basically, they're at the bottom, right? Pretty much. That's why a school like Newcomer University, USUALLY, can't attract any top students through special admission. When they throw out special admission spots, it's just taking a shot in the dark. Pure luck. So if you get one, so you don't need to feel too much pressure about getting this spot. If you can go to a good school, just go to a good school. I see. But for you, the special admission spot is really important. Unfortunately, I didn't qualify for the special admission spot. Neither the former section chief nor Olaf qualified either. Here in our place, the bureau has never issued any special admission spots. Zhou Xing is probably your only chance. So have dinner with Director Zhou. Talk seriously about the special admission spot. Qin Xiang licked his lips. He recalled how he acted on the phone with Zhou Xing this morning, feeling that his tone may have been a bit too arrogant. He even took out his dissatisfaction with Zhou Yang on Zhou Xing. He didn't show any respect or deference that a good student should show to an education department official. When he meets Zhou Xing for dinner, He'll need to make an effort to behave properly. While Chen Xiang was chatting with Li Tianming, he received a text from Zhou Shin. 5 p.m. No, 38,324. Bus stop, 500 meters south of the safe zone exit. Hongyang Restaurant. Chen Xiang glanced at the clock on the wall. It's already past 3 p.m. Li Tianming looked up at Chen Xiang. Why did Zhou Shin text you? I'm just sitting here for a bit, then I'll leave. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Li Tianming couldn't wait to see him out. Chen Xiang thought for a second. He really should head out early. To show his humble and respectful attitude as a student. Oh Li, can you spare some copper coins? Chen Xiang changed how he addressed him. Since always calling him Principal Li felt a bit too formal, making it awkward to ask for money. He didn't have money for the bus. Li Tianming slammed his fist on the table in frustration. You want bus fare and silver coins from me? The bus doesn't even take silver coins. Li Tianming just wanted to get rid of Chen Xiang as fast as possible. He took 5 copper coins from the drawer. Get out of here, this is just enough for your one-way fare. But I still have to come back. Annoyed, Li Tianming counted out 5 more copper coins. Go, thanks, old Li. Chen Xiang left the office happily. Li Tianming watched Chen Xiang walk away. He took several deep breaths to calm his anger. That kid really got on his nerves. Gotta call Zhao Yang over. Shuping was feeling annoyed, muttering to herself. Li Tianming opened QQ. Chen Xiang stopped by the library to tell Uncle Wen that he had to leave early for something and asked him to help lock up after school. Uncle Wen said no problem. On the way to the bus stop, Chen Xiang kept imagining how he'd greet Zhou Xing when they met. According to what Li Tianming said, the special admission spot is extremely important and very rare. You really have to get on Zhou Xing's good side. When it comes to sucking up, Chen Xiang's an expert. After all, in his previous life, he sucked up to Li Jingwen all the time. He was very experienced. Hey, old Zhou. No, that's too casual. Hello, Director Zhou. But that's a bit too formal. Hello, Uncle Zhou. That sounds just right. When he got on the bus, Chen Xiang picked an empty seat and sat down. He quietly waited for his stop. Everyone on the bus was wearing winter suits, probably heading for the No. 38,324 safe zone exit to hunt gods. At that moment, a trainee ability user saw Chen Xiang and was stunned for a second. Are you Chen Xiang? Chen Xiang looked the person over. Didn't recognize him. That's me. What's wrong? The person hurriedly shook his head. Nothing. The other trainee ability users on the bus heard Chen Xiang's name and glanced at him with a bit of fear. Then, at the next stop, all the passengers on the bus rushed to get off. Only Chen Xiang was left. Chen Xiang scratched his nose.
He said disdainfully, "Looks like they're all scared of me."
Is it really that serious? The sequence ability users who got off breathed a sigh of relief. I heard that kid isn't all there mentally. When he fought with John, he nearly smashed his head flat. No way, I'm riding the same bus as him. What if he suddenly loses it?
Exactly.
He gives me the creeps. Plus, he has an insurance person. His background is special? Better not mess with him. Nearly an hour later, Chen Xiang finally reached his stop. Then he got a text from Qian Wendao. How did the talk go? Qian Wendao was probably checking on his solo meeting with Olaf, as allies with common interests. Of course, Qian Wendao didn't want anything bad to happen to Chen Xiang. But if anything did, Qian Wendao would definitely wash his hands of it without hesitation. He really figured out my sequence registration. But I managed to deal with the problem for now. Chen Xiang didn't hide anything, and explained the problem he faced, and the information he could reveal. That way Qian Wendao would be more alert to Olaf, and also see his own ability to handle things. That was a well-considered response. He hoped that back and forth could build more trust in their partnership. A short while later, Qian Wendao replied, "No need to worry about the bureau on this end." Following Zhou Xing's directions, Qin Xiang found Hongyan restaurant. Since it wasn't 5 p.m. yet, the restaurant was nearly empty, with just a few customers. But all the ceiling lights were on, making Hongyan restaurant stand out as the only bright spot in a pitch-black area. That's a serious waste of expensive electrical power. Looks like the restaurant owner has some connections. He quickly spotted at a corner table a refined-looking middle-aged man, wearing black-framed glasses, with neatly slicked-back hair, a dark tie, and a white dress shirt, giving off a very steady vibe. There was a navy blue business suit draped over the chair next to him. Qin Xiang glanced around for a moment and noticed this man looked quite similar to Zhou Yang. It's Zhou Xing, he actually got here earlier than me. Qin Xiang tried walking over and said, "Excuse me, are you Uncle Zhou?" The middle-aged man looked up. When he saw the teenage-looking Qin Xiang, he immediately gave a kind smile. "That's me. You must be student Zhao Qin. Please, have a seat. Boss, get us a menu." Qin Xiang pulled out a chair and sat down. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Uncle Zhou." "Not at all, not at all. I just got here a bit early." "You're here quite quickly today, student Qin. Did school end early this afternoon?" Qin Xiang shook his head. "Because after I killed John, the bureau and the police both questioned me all day, so I wasn't in the mood for class. And then I got a message from you, Uncle Zhou, so I just came straight over." Zhou Xing smiled. "It's been a long time since Zone 14,121 has had a sequence ability user die in the fighting ring. So it's normal for you to be questioned. Don't take it to heart." "I understand." At that moment, a big-bellied man, a scruffy man in his 40s, walked over. He smiled politely but with dignity. "Director Zhou, would you like to order? Do you have a menu?" This student is here for the first time, so he doesn't know which dishes are good. "Please wait a moment," Qin Xiang said to Uncle Zhou. "You can order." "I don't know which dishes are good either. Who invites someone for a meal and only orders for themselves?" "It's fine, don't worry. The food here is really good. No matter what you order, it won't be bad." The owner walked over with the menu. "Director Zhou, the way you say that puts a lot of pressure on me. If the stir-fry isn't good later, won't you criticize me in the Bureau of Education?" Zhou Xing laughed. "How could I dare criticize you? At most, I'd tell Director, do you overcharge your old friends? My brother's temper. If he knew I didn't put in my best effort cooking for you, he'd scold me to death. In that case, I'd rather be officially criticized. Student, take a look. Just order whatever you like. I'll make sure to put in 120% effort for you. I guarantee Director Zhou won't get a chance to talk behind my back." Qin Xiang listened to their conversation nearby. He thought, as expected, this owner also has some background. Qin Xiang took the menu. Looking at the signature dishes, he was instantly stunned. Braised pig trotters with red fermented bean curd. "Friends, please give me a 5-star review. The more views, the more income this book gets, so it can keep going. Thanks." Qin Xiang stared at the words braised pig trotters with red fermented bean curd. His eyes were about to pop out. It's this dish. This braised pig trotters with red fermented bean curd is actually made with real trotters? Qin Xiang pointed at the dish name and looked up to ask. The owner smiled. "Good taste, young man. This dish is my specialty, but it takes a while to prepare. As for whether it's actually pig trotters, that's right, it's pig trotters. From the kind of pigs with 4 legs, with pinkish skin, big floppy ears, and a pig's snout. You're a fun student." "Yes, it's exactly the kind of pig you're thinking of." Qin Xiang swallowed. "Weren't pigs already extinct?" "Extinct? Who said that? If they're not extinct, why do we usually eat mutated creatures like redwater jellyfish and such?" The owner's mouth twitched. He rubbed his round belly. He laughed. "Young man, pigs aren't extinct. The reason you only eat mutated creatures is very simple. Pork is too expensive. Normal people can't afford it." The owner reached out with his thick finger and tapped the menu. "Just look at the price for this dish." Qin Xiang glanced at the price next to the dish name.
1,299 copper coins. Isn't that basically robbery? He was about to question it when Zhou Xing said, "Since Mr. Chen wants to try this dish, boss do, please cook it yourself. Just add 2 more dishes as you see fit." "Alright, no, Uncle Joe, that's way too expensive. I'll just have the fried stone-horned octopus." "Boss do, add an order of fried stone-horned octopus." "Okay," Chen Xiang paused. "Uncle Joe, that's not what I meant. We don't have to get the pig's trotters." Zhou Xing adjusted his black glasses and said with a smile, "If I'm treating you, it can't be too shabby. After all, our Qin here will be an important figure in the safe zone one day." Chen Xiang realized Zhou Xing's words meant the real topic was about to start, so he stopped focusing on the food. "Uncle Joe, please don't say that. Who knows about the future? I don't even know which university I'll get into after the test. That's exactly why I'm here to support you. Are you familiar with the special admission quota? Principal Li told me about it. Your sponsor, Principal Li, should know. So what are your thoughts?" "Of course I really want to get a special admission spot, but in our area, as you know, it's tough." "Right, you're totally correct." Zhou Xing picked up the teapot and poured each of them a cup of tea. He already had a plan. Chen Xiang didn't even know about various extinctions in the apocalypse, so he's probably not worldly. He should be easy to handle. Zhou Xing folded his hands on the table and said very seriously, "Getting this special spot isn't easy. It takes connections and background, and relationships. In our district, only the director of the administration bureau has a special slot, and I heard it was just traded away recently. I'm classmates with the admissions director at Newcomers University. To get this special spot, I've been running around working hard, put in a lot of effort." Zhou Xing talked about how hard it was to get this special spot. It seemed like he thought of Chen Xiang as an inexperienced high schooler. So he spoke without holding back, worried he might not understand. Chen Xiang nodded. "I understand. Whoever can get Uncle Joe's special spot definitely owes you a huge favor, and has to repay you in the future. Saying that kind of thing doesn't mean much. That favor should be repaid immediately. For example, if Uncle Joe needs sequence potions or something, he has to help as much as he can. What do you think, Uncle Joe?" Zhou Xing's teacup shook slightly. Clearly, he didn't expect Chen Xiang to say something like that. He had never interacted directly with Chen Xiang. He only guessed Chen Xiang had some background, because he had a sponsor. In Zhou Xing's eyes, Chen Xiang was just an average kid. Even during their phone call this morning, he'd shown the arrogance unique to inexperienced teenagers. But after meeting him, he sensed this kid wasn't simple, especially since he directly pointed out his intentions just now, which really surprised Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing set down his teacup, leaned back against his chair, and smiled, reassessing the 17-year-old before him. "Chin, did Principal Li tell you to say that?" Chen Xiang shook his head. "Principal Li is just my sponsor, not my babysitter. Everything I just said came from the heart." Zhou Xing nodded slightly. "I have to admit, what you said just now really hit home for me. Getting this special spot wasn't easy, and I do expect something in return. I just don't know if I can meet your requirements, Uncle Joe. You know, I'm just a wandering orphan. All I have are a handful of silver coins and a few dozen bottles of sequence potion. That's all. If you need something beyond what I can do, I might not be able to help." Zhou Xing smiled faintly. "That's right. I do know your situation, Qin. That's why I brought you here today. I just want to borrow some sequence potions from you." "Uncle Joe, that's not really the right way to put it. Why get so worked up over it? If you need it, I don't mind giving you some. How many do you need?" Xing Xiang stopped beating around the bush. Since Zhou Xing is here for sequence potions, he decided to directly ask Zhou Xing about the price. Zhou Xing raised 5 fingers. 5 bottles. 50 bottles. Xing Xiang's smile froze. He managed to suppress his anger for a moment. Slowly said, "Uncle Joe, to ask for so many, it's putting me in a difficult spot. There's absolutely no way I'm agreeing to 50 bottles. Li Tianming,
even as my personal guarantee only got 8 bottles. If he ever finds out that a special admission spot was traded for 50 sequence potions, he'd be furious and would want to blood hunt me right away. Zhou Xing said, Qin, you have so many sequence potions on hand. You can make even more in the future. You can't even sell them where you're at. So why not give them to Uncle Joe? Right? Qin Xiang shook his head. Since we're talking business, let's be upfront about it. Uncle Joe, I'm a good student. I would never do anything illegal. But a lot of people have contacted me, offering 8 silver coins per bottle to buy my sequence potions in bulk. Uncle Joe, you're asking for something worth 400 silver coins all at once. I really can't agree to that. Hearing this, Zhou Xing's face grew cold. He initially thought Qin Xiang didn't know the price of sequence potions and wanted to trick this rookie. Now his plan fell through. 30 bottles. Qin Xiang still shook his head. Uncle Joe, if you want to help me with the special admissions, then let's negotiate properly. You're asking for way too much. How am I supposed to explain that to others? Zhou Xing chuckled lightly. You said you're an orphan, so who are you reporting to? Qin Xiang replied. The teen had a bright smile. Uncle Joe, have you ever seen an orphan on the edge of a safe zone, awakening a sequence before? Zhou Xing caught Qin Xiang's implication. He showed his background, and Zhou Xing already felt that Qin Xiang's sequence awakening was pretty unusual. He had always considered it a low probability event. But after a few words spoken face-to-face with Qin Xiang, he realized the quagmire behind Qin Xiang was unfathomably deep. So, Qin, how did you awaken your sequence? Qin Xiang smiled slightly. It's not really convenient for me to share that with Uncle Joe. Let's stay focused instead on how many sequence potions you want me to give you, and discuss the details. After hearing that, Zhou Xing fell silent. He also realized Qin Xiang's attitude.
His background is very strong. His backer?
It's better not to pry. The two are just purely transacting. There won't be any other ties. Zhou Xing was originally curious about Qin Xiang and wanted to probe deeper to see if further cooperation was possible. But Qin Xiang's words closed off that possibility. This was also the conclusion Qin Xiang drew, based on their brief conversation. Zhou Xing is greedy and has little background. If Li Tianming were sitting across from him, he'd definitely try to build a relationship. If it were Qiang Wendao, he'd certainly show goodwill, suggesting regular visits. But Zhou Xing doesn't. Maybe that's because Zhou Xing has always been an academic type, studying in the safe zone, working in the education department. After awakening a useless soft sequence, he didn't have the chance to hunt gods outside the safe zone, always circling among people, used to the political games of flattery and snubbing, and so doesn't value Qin Xiang too highly. Even as he says, Qin Xiang is the star of this area, and its future. Deep down, he doesn't agree. In his eyes, Qin Xiang is simply someone who happened to awaken a sequence, and was lucky enough to earn a lot of points. It's the subtle influence of the environment and his narrow view that limits his thinking. If Zhou Xing had ever hunted gods, he'd know Qin Xiang's first trip outside the safe zone earned 1,600 points solo, an utterly shocking feat. If Zhou Xing had ever fought, he'd know that Qin Xiang, as a sequence level 1, killed a sequence level 2, who was armed with sequence weapons John, an absolutely terrifying act. Too bad he has no idea. Or maybe he knows but can't understand it. A person can only get information within their field of vision, and can't ever earn beyond their own understanding. When Zhou Xing asked for 50 sequence potions, Qin Xiang quickly realized he and Zhou Xing were not the same kind of people. Zhou Xing isn't stupid, but he's not someone suitable for Qin Xiang. In other words, making friends with him would likely lead to more losses than gains. Qin Xiang would never agree to that. You give me a special admission spot, I give you sequence potions, and we're even. Zhou Xing couldn't grasp Qin Xiang's abilities, but he understood Qin Xiang's undertone. Since Qin Xiang rejected his other ideas and only wanted to talk business, then let's discuss the price seriously. Zhou Xing stopped smiling and regained his dignified authority. Behind his black-rimmed glasses is a director of the education department, looking at an ordinary high school student. Chin, 20 sequence potions. I'll give you a special admission spot. That's already my bottom line. Uncle Joe, let me be clear. It's impossible. Looks like Chin doesn't want this special admission spot. It's not that Uncle Joe is asking an outrageous price. You just don't know how much a special admission spot is worth. You don't know the price of sequence potions. Sequence potions are expensive, hard to get. 8 coins is the price I sell to middlemen. If you buy privately, you'll never get it below 10 silver coins. Why is it so expensive? Because earning 1 sequence potion is extremely difficult for most sequence users. But you have 80 bottles. Because I'm not like most sequence users. Qin Xiang went on. I don't know how sequence users who work in government departments get their sequence potions. But I'm sure, in the United Government, with its strong encouragement to hunt gods, while you sit in your office, it's even harder to get sequence potions. 5 sequence potions are enough for a newly awakened user to raise their sequence level. 20 bottles. I can boost 4 people's sequence level. Do you realize what that means? Even at the biggest safe zone exit in area 38324, sequence level 2 users, number fewer than 20. For sequence potions, they'll do anything. Qin Xiang's gaze suddenly grew icy. If I offer 5 sequence potions, I could have them kill you. They'd also fight tooth and nail for it. After hearing that, Zhou Xing gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Xiang. Still, he didn't respond. Qin Xiang flashed a brilliant smile again. He looked just like a sunny young guy. Of course, I'd never let anyone kill Uncle Joe. There's really no need. All for a single special admission spot. Spending 5 bottles of sequence potion to kill someone. Honestly, it's unnecessary. Qin Xiang's words made Zhou Xing's heart sink once more. He won't kill me. Not because he's afraid, but because he doesn't have to. That made Zhou Xing wonder. How many people has Qin Xiang killed before? John probably wasn't the first victim. Considering his mysterious background, maybe he really wasn't bluffing just now. Qin Xiang said, in my opinion, the price Uncle Joe first offered with 5 fingers was very reasonable. What do you think? Zhou Xing's initial goal was 50 bottles of sequence potion. But Qin Xiang made it clear he was only willing to give 5. If you ask for more, then that would be a bit much. In Qin Xiang's eyes, Zhou Xing's life isn't worth even 5 bottles of sequence potion. He's confident that 3 bottles of sequence potion would be enough to get someone to kill Zhou Xing, but he'd just face some unnecessary trouble afterwards. Zhou Xing unconsciously clenched his fists. Looking at Qin Xiang, he couldn't tell if it was fear or disgust. The exploding Stonehorn octopus is coming. Just as things were getting tense between the two, the boss came up carrying a dish. Eat this while it's hot. It won't stay crispy for long. I've already started stewing the pig's feet. I'll go make you 2 some cold dishes. Boss, don't bring out the pig's feet. My relationship with Qin here isn't that deep. But I've already tossed them in the pot. Qin Xiang smiled. Uncle Joe agreed to help me. He requested it, Zhou Xing replied coldly. We'll get things done after eating. Qin Xiang's smile grew even wider. Since Uncle Joe is willing to help me, then I'll treat you to this meal. Boss, keep stewing the pig's feet. I want to try them. You're paying? The boss looked at him a bit skeptically. No student around here can afford my signature dish. Zhou Xing said in a calm tone. Don't worry. He's got money. All right. Just a moment, you two. When the owner brought out the braised pork trotters with preserved bean curd, the aroma instantly wafted into Qin Xiang's nose. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. It was the familiar flavor from the restaurant in his memory. Enjoy your meal. Qin Xiang swallowed. Help yourself, Uncle Joe. Zhou Xing didn't seem interested. He just shook his head, then continued eating the small plate of cold appetizers in front of him. The special admission opportunity he thought would make him a fortune ended up bringing in only 1/10 of the initial value he quoted, all thanks to Qin Xiang's tough bargaining. Even though that 1/10 was still worth 5 vials of sequence potion, which was a considerable fortune, judging by his current position, and the daily allowance from the United Government, it would take him at least 5 years to obtain that much. Still, he wasn't very satisfied. But Qin Xiang's firm attitude kept him from negotiating further. After settling the deal with Zhou Xing, Qin Xiang felt extremely happy. Seeing the pork trotters, a nostalgic dish, made him even hungrier. His appetite was stimulated. He picked up a pork trotter and started chomping on it. With one bite, his mouth was filled with soft, sticky, and fragrant goodness. The taste of the pork, the scent of the spices blended with the bean aroma of the fermented tofu, all combined to create a thick, layered taste. Qin Xiang closed his eyes, enjoying every chew. Grease and a satisfied smile hung on the corners of his mouth. Now this is what real food is for people. Qin Xiang sighed sincerely from the bottom of his heart. Because they ordered a lot of dishes, the two of them couldn't finish everything. Qin Xiang decided to get the leftovers packed. That'll be a total of 2,532 copper coins, classmate. I'll just charge you 2,500 copper coins. Qin Xiang took out a silver coin. Could you give me the change, please? Here's your change. I can't break 10,000 copper coins. Hey, classmate, do you have an e-wallet? We also accept bank transfers. Qin Xiang shook his head. No, this was given to me by the Administration Bureau. The Administration Bureau didn't give me an e-wallet account, so I only have cash. The restaurant owner looked a bit aggrieved, then turned to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing sounded impatient and said, "Open an account. I'll transfer you 12,000 copper coins. Then you can pay the bill. I'll just take that silver coin." How do I open an account? Log into the Godslayer Camp forum on your phone, and there's a Sunbank link at the bottom of the forum. With your Sequence Ability user account, you can quickly set up an account. Alright, got it. Qin Xiang pulled out his phone, followed Zhou Xing's instructions, and registered for an account at Sunbank. Zhou Xing took his silver coin, then transferred him 12,000 copper coins as promised. Qin Xiang then sent 2,500 out of it to the restaurant owner. Great, I've got the money. Take care, both of you. Come again next time. Goodbye, boss. Qin Xiang and Zhou Xing walked out of the Hongyun restaurant. Uncle Zhou, where to next? Come to the Education Bureau with me first. I'll recommend you for special admission right in front of you, so you won't worry. Then I'll go to your school tomorrow, and you'll give me the sequence potion. Then our deal is done. Okay. Qin Xiang followed Zhou Xing and took the bus to the Education Bureau. The lights outside the Education Bureau were blazing. Qin Xiang stood in front of the building and could clearly see the outline of his shadow underfoot. Looking up, the streetlight not far away was shining as bright as the sun, making it hard for him to look directly at it. The Education Bureau looked a lot like a police station. Both buildings appeared rather imposing. Aside from being very square, its exterior walls were made of granite, creating a rustic feeling. It wasn't as mysterious as the Ability User Administration Bureau. Perhaps it was meant to be clear to everyone that the Education Bureau was related to education. There was a huge book displayed by the entrance, a white stone sculpture, surrounded by an artificial pond bubbling away. Qin Xiang followed behind Zhou Xing and entered the main gates of the Education Bureau. The interior was brightly lit by ceiling lamps. The interior decor was tasteful, but it didn't have the same overwhelming effect as the Administration Bureau. He followed Zhou Xing up the spiral staircase in the lobby to the second floor and entered an office. The office was not very spacious, but considering it's inside the Education Bureau, having a private workspace like this meant you weren't a low-level staff member. Zhou Xing sat at the computer and opened up the Special Admissions Recommendation website. He entered his own credentials and the source of his special admission quota, then came to the page to recommend candidates. Now, I need to input your information. Qin Xiang stood behind him and watched Zhou Xing enter his details. Sequence Ability User ID 0009527. Address: Wandering.
You don't have a place to live? Uncle Joe asked for my special admission. I wouldn't lie to you about that. Qin Xiang was a bit impatient with Zhou Xing's questions. Since this is business, it's all about fair exchange. Why so many questions? Zhou Xing didn't ask any more, and filled out and submitted the rest of Qin Xiang's details. Recommendation approved. Classmate Qin Xiang, you've been granted 2010 University Special Admission Qualification. Alright, I've submitted your recommendation. You can log in to the Godslayer Cam platform to check your account. A special admission icon will show up, which means you have this year's special admission status. Qin Xiang opened the forum, and sure enough, in his profile, there was a new green special admission icon. Thanks, Uncle Joe. Just be ready with the sequence potion tomorrow. All right, Uncle Joe, can you lend me 5 copper coins for the bus? You're out of money? You only have 10 copper coins left? I was planning to go home, but then came to the Education Bureau with you, so I really don't have any left. Zhou Xing opened his drawer and counted out 5 copper coins for him. Thanks a lot, Uncle Joe. See you tomorrow. Not long after Qin Xiang left, the phone in Zhou Xing's office rang. Hello, this is Zhou Xing. What's up? My brother is here to see me. Alright, got it. Let him head up.
Thanks.
A little while later, a middle-aged man with a weather-beaten face knocked on the door of Zhou Xing's office. Xing-o. Sorry to bother you at work. Zhou Xing didn't feel much affection for his brother, Zhou Ji, especially after being frustrated by Qin Xiang just now. He wasn't in the best mood. So, what's going on? Here's the thing. Zhou Yang, that little bastard, came home and told me about what happened in the classroom this morning. I got so angry I gave him a beating. Now I'm here, bringing him to apologize to you. You little brat, get in here and apologize to your uncle. When Zhou Yang walked in, his cheek was already swollen from the beating, and his eyes were red from crying. Uncle, I'm sorry. As for Qin Xiang, Zhou Xing doesn't dare to mess with them. When it comes to his colleagues, Zhou Xing gets along well with everyone. As for his superiors, Zhou Xing tries every possible way to please them. But his cautiousness is only reserved for those with status. That refined and polite Zhou Xing isn't his true nature. He just has to act that way. So when he faces the father and son, Zhou Ji and Zhou Yang, who only seek to please him, he lets go without any reservations, releasing all his suppressed emotions. Even if he screams at them harshly, they can only nod and agree. Close the door. All right. Zhou Ji quickly turned around, gently closed the door, then kept hunched over, smiling at Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing rotated his neck, then said to Zhou Yang, "Didn't I tell you not to use being my nephew as an excuse to do whatever you want at school?" I didn't bang. Suddenly, Zhou Xing slapped the table heavily. And you claim you didn't? If that's the case, how could Qin Xiang have called me? Zhou Ji quickly smacked Zhou Yang's head again. Listen to whatever your uncle says. How dare you talk back? Zhou Yang felt wronged, but had no choice but to hold back. Let me tell you, you're lucky today. Qin Xiang had to give me face, so nothing big happened to you. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill you, I wouldn't even be able to get justice for you. Do you understand? Zhou Yang was stunned, looking at Zhou Xing in disbelief. Zhou Xing simply snorted, looking furious. After hearing this, Zhou Ji tried to ask, Xing, isn't Qin Xiang just a student too? How could he possibly kill anyone? Zhou Yang's disobedience is all because you spoiled him. Zhou Xing coldly pointed at Zhou Ji. Even though you're my big brother, when it comes to matters about sequence ability users, if you don't know, don't speak up randomly. Otherwise, you'll die without even knowing how. I've already warned both of you. Qin Xiang is not someone you can provoke. He said today that he had a deadly feud with that girl, and that girl won't live much longer. If you keep causing trouble, if you lose your life, don't expect me to help you. Alright, Xing, it's my fault. You have to save my mom. Blood is thicker than water. She's your mother. Before we left, she even said, stop wasting words. Zhou Yang, if anyone asks you about Qin Xiang in the future, there's only one answer. You don't know. Uncle, but Qin Xiang is my classmate. If I say I don't know, people won't believe me. Are you stupid? Just say you don't remember. You don't know, not sure. Who could do anything to you? Who cares if they believe you? Staying alive is the most important thing. After Zhou Ji and Zhou Yang left, all the way, he sternly reminded him to listen to his uncle. Never provoke Qin Xiang again. Do you understand? I got it. You're old enough now. You should start understanding things. Your mom is hospitalized with stomach cancer now. She needs connections to arrange doctors and needs money for surgery. All this depends on your uncle. If it weren't for him, your mom could only wait to die. Do you understand? The reason I hit you today isn't because you did something wrong. It's because you didn't listen to your uncle. Dad, I know I was wrong. All right, go home and get yourself something to eat. I'm going to look after your mom at the hospital. I heard someone paid extra for surgery, so the hospital scheduled that person for surgery first. I need to find out what's going on. Your mom has been waiting almost half a year. Finally, it's her turn for surgery. How could anyone cut in line? Zhou Yang got anxious when he heard this. Dad, let me go with you. We've been waiting in line for so long. Also used uncle's connections. Why should someone jump the queue? Just go home. I'll take a few friends, that's enough. If that lousy hospital dares to operate on others first, I'll make sure they can't keep running. Son, making your parents worry less is more important than anything. This beating today hit your face, but hurts my heart. Hope you learned your lesson. I know. Zhou Yang walked home with his head down. He didn't actually believe Zhou Xing. He always felt his uncle exaggerated everything. Qin Xiang is in the class next door.
He's known him for almost 3 years.
Just an ordinary, timid 17-year-old boy. Recently awakened his sequence ability, then suddenly turned things around, like rising from nothing to something special. What's so great about it? He's just a bit luckier. If he could awaken sequence abilities, he promises he'd be even stronger than Qin Xiang. But reality taught him quickly. What Zhou Xing said was not just talk. The next day at school, there were 2 police cars parked at the school gate. When Zhou Yan saw the police cars, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart, like losing 2 beats out of nowhere. He walked closer and saw Li Tianming at the gate, talking to a detective wearing a scarf and chewing on a cigar. It seemed they were discussing a case. But as he passed them, he heard 6 words that instantly froze every drop of blood in his body. Li Jingwen went missing for a moment. Zhou Yang's soul seemed to leave his body, like a deity drifting in the night sky, wandering aimlessly. He didn't even know how he got to the classroom. His mind kept replaying the word Qin Xiang used yesterday to describe his relationship with Li Jingyun. Mortal enemy Qin Xiang really killed Li Jingwen. Zhou Yang's hair stood on end, and his body started trembling uncontrollably. Even Olaf at the classroom door called his name 3 times, but he didn't hear a thing. Olaf walked up. Zhou Yang, are you alright? Zhou Yang stared blankly at Olaf and shook his head. It's like this. We want to ask about Li Jingwen. Heard you 2 were dating. I don't know. I know nothing. Zhou Yang quickly shook his head. Please don't ask. I don't remember anything. Olaf frowned. Clearly, Zhou Yang's behavior showed he knew something. Li Jingwen is Qin Xiang's classmate, and his instinct told him, this matter is definitely tied to Qin Xiang. You don't need to worry. Where were you between 7 and 7:30 last night? I was talking with my uncle Zhou Xing at the Education Bureau. I have a solid alibi. I don't know anything else. You were at the Education Bureau? All right. Then do you know where Li Jingwen might have gone? No, I don't know anything. My uncle is the director of education. You can't bring me in for questioning. I don't know anything. Zhou Yang refuses to cooperate, which gives Olaf a bit of a headache. Zhou Yang isn't wrong. His uncle really does have some connections. It's not appropriate for me to just arrest people for questioning. Forget it. Might as well go ask Qin Xiang directly. Qin Xiang, who was sleeping in the principal's office, was woken up by a knock on the door.
He couldn't be bothered to attend morning classes anymore. Getting ready for the first period, he figured during class, he'd just go to the classroom and wing it. Chen Xiang sleepily got out of bed and opened the door. He expected it to be Li Tianming waiting outside. But to his surprise, it was an old man with white hair. He looked closely. Olaf. Chen Xiang frowned. Detective Olaf, we meet again, huh? Are you treating our school like your police office? Here every day. Olaf ignored Chen Xiang's lack of hospitality and stepped into the principal's office, sitting down on the sofa to the side. I'm here today to ask you about some other things. Chen Xiang looked annoyed. So, what is it this time? Li Jingyun went missing last night. Did you know that? Li Jingwen is missing. Chen Xiang's eyebrows furrowed at this. At first, Chen Xiang wondered who did it. But then he thought again. Wait a second. It's only been a little over 10 hours since she went missing last night. Why did Olaf show up in such a hurry? Detective Olaf, I thought police only file missing person cases after 48 hours. Isn't that the rule at the police station? That's why I'm just here to ask a few questions for now. Chen Xiang snorted. Seems like the cops are bored these days. Li Jingwen has only been missing for about 10 hours. And you're already here to question me. Who knows, maybe while you're talking with me here, Li Jingwen will show up again. Chen Xiang sat in the principal's chair. Detective Olaf, you can't give someone special treatment. Just because Li Jingwen is my classmate. Taking things so seriously. It makes me wonder if you're abusing your power. I know the police station's regulations better than you, so you don't have to worry about that, Chen Xiang. I just want to ask, where were you between 7 o'clock and 7:30 last night? I was on the bus. Why did you answer so quickly? Obviously, I left the Education Bureau around 7 o'clock. Where else could I be between 7 o'clock and 7:30 besides the bus? Where else could I be? You went to the Education Bureau? Director Zhou Xing of the Education Department admires me. He insisted on giving me a special admission spot. We had dinner together at Hongyon Restaurant, then went to the Education Bureau. He recommended me for the special admission right in front of me. Olaf frowned deeply upon hearing this. Zhou Xing again. Things are not developing as I expected. Olaf visited Chen Xiang's classroom and learned from classmates that Li Jingwen and Chen Xiang have a terrible relationship, which confirmed his suspicions. Li Jingwen has already been killed by Chen Xiang. But Chen Xiang seems to have a solid alibi. Chen Xiang noticed Olaf scrutinizing him suspiciously and snapped back. Detective Olaf, there are more than a dozen bus stops between the Education Bureau and school. How could Li Jingwen's disappearance have anything to do with me? Do you think I can clone myself or something? Clone sequence. Is there even such a sequence? Did you really go see Zhou Xing? You can ask Zhou Xing. Maybe Director Zhou mistook me for someone else. Can I ask the Education Bureau? Chen Xiang replied even more harshly, sure. Why not? Have someone at the Education Bureau check last night's security footage to see if I actually went there. Maybe someone disguised themselves as you in the footage. Detective Olaf, now you're just being ridiculous. I have witnesses. Are you saying they're lying for me? I have physical evidence, and you say it's not me. I'm honestly confused. Why do you insist on connecting Li Jingwen's disappearance to me? Do you know how we found out Li Jingwen was missing? I don't know, and I don't want to know, because at Li Jingwen's house, there was a fire at 7:30 last night. Her whole family perished. Her body was the only one missing from the fire scene. We searched everywhere, but couldn't find any trace of Li Jingwen. But someone saw her near the school at 7 p.m. last night, so we pinned down the time frame when Li Jingwen disappeared to between 7 o'clock and 7:30. Chen Xiang was instantly stunned. The whole family burned to death. Li Jingwen missing. Why does this sound so familiar? After Olaf finished speaking, he stared intently at Chen Xiang's reaction. From his expression, it really seemed like he didn't know about Li Jingyuan's entire family being murdered. But Olaf already knew Chen Xiang's background. He doesn't see Chen Xiang as an ordinary student. So even if Chen Xiang's reaction was flawless, Olaf was still convinced he was the killer. Murder and burning the bodies. Doesn't this method sound a bit familiar? Chen Xiang nodded. It did seem familiar. Just like the two cases you told me about yesterday, Detective Olaf. There's a definite similarity. That's right, exactly. In my opinion, these 3 cases were all committed by the same person. Qin Xiang nodded in agreement. That's what I think too. You did the first 2 cases. We both know it. So how did you kill Li Jingwen's family this time? And make her disappear? Detective Olaf, you misunderstood me. What I'm saying is, it's impossible for me to have had the time to kill Li Jingwen's whole family. I have a solid alibi for this case. Li Jingwen's family being killed and her disappearance have nothing to do with me. All 3 cases were committed by one person, so the other 2 cases don't involve me either. I'm innocent. Qin, it's no use talking like this. I came to you on my own because I wanted to help you. Detective Olaf, I really appreciate it. But I'm fine. I don't need your help. If you have the energy, why not help the orphans wandering near the safe zone? You're an orphan too. If you insist on saying so, there's nothing I can do. By the way, let me ask, was Li Jingwen's family burned alive? Or were they killed first and then burned? We can't disclose details of the case. Qin Xiang shrugged. All right then, good luck solving the case. Olaf didn't get any useful information from Qin Xiang. The main reason is that he couldn't explain it. Why was Qin Xiang able to kill someone from such a distance? All signs indicate Qin Xiang and Li Jingwen's disappearance are definitely connected. A love is stuck in a deadlock. He's already started thinking about Qin Xiang's sequence and whether it's related to timed killings or cloning. After a love left, Li Tianming went back into the office. A love still won't take his eyes off you. Qin Xiang closed his eyes, leaning back on the chair, clutching a ballpoint pen in his hand. Clearly bothered. That old man insists on thinking I had something to do with Li Jingwen's disappearance, even though I have a solid alibi and both witnesses and evidence. That's just how everyone at their police station works. They've all read too many detective novels. They just love making trouble where there isn't any. The less suspicious you seem, the more they think you're guilty. There was even a blonde female officer who insisted on suspecting me of inappropriate relationships with several married women. It's completely slanderous. I actually think that part could be true. Nonsense. Do I look like that kind of person? Qin Xiang shot Li Tianming a look to figure it out himself, then continued resting with his eyes closed. The only person with a grudge against Li Jingwen is me. After all, he once sent his uncle Kun Chenglong to kill me. That's a grudge that can't be resolved until one of us is dead. Other than me, who else would kill his entire family? Suddenly, in Qin Xiang's mind, flashed the image of a pretty young woman with long hair and big eyes. Her sweet smile sent chills down Qin Xiang's spine. He jolted like he was electrocuted, suddenly jumping up from the chair. Qin Xiang's eyes widened, staring at Li Tianming in disbelief. Li Tianming was creeped out by his look. What do you want? Don't tell me one of those married women is your relative. Qin Xiang ignored Li Tianming and continued thinking over the possibility. Wenshu killing someone. Li Jingwen has already been pushed to the wall by him. There's nothing else she could do to me. Maybe she'd try to threaten me by targeting Wenshu. Qin Xiang recalled the last time when he killed Li Jingwen's uncle in the abandoned yard, along with Kun Chenglong and his gangster friends. Wenshu acted unusually calm and was skilled at getting rid of sense. No matter how you look at it, she wasn't simple. But he never thought Wenshu could be that capable. Just an ordinary girl, actually able to kill Li Jingwen's whole family. That's hard to believe. How did she even do it? I should go ask her to make sure. If she didn't kill Li Jingwen's family, then things get much more complicated. Qin Xiang got up and walked half a kilometer away, planning to clear things up. Li Tianming asked, "Where are you going?" "Isn't Mr. Zhu on leave today?" He handed the library over to me. "I'm going to take care of you." He really is a nice guy. Qin Xiang went to the library and saw Wenshu still quietly working on her assignments alone. When Wenshu saw Qin Xiang coming, he looked up and smiled slightly. Qin Xiang walked up to him, pulled out a chair and sat down. "I want to ask you something." "I did it," Wenshu answered directly, looking calmly at Qin Xiang.
looking at Wenshu, so calm as if nothing had happened. Qin Xiang was a little shocked. So calm after killing someone? Are you wondering how I can be so calm after killing someone? Well, he tried to hurt me. So I killed him. Is there a problem with that? Actually, not really. His whole family kept causing me trouble one after another. So is there something wrong with killing his whole family? No problem there, either. See, that's what I'm saying. Why shouldn't I be calm about it? After a quick chat with Qin Xiang, Wenshu buried his head back in his work. Qin Xiang was still pretty curious. He had no idea how Wenshu managed to do it. Li Jingwen's family had at least 5 or 6 people, yet he killed them all. And he didn't even look hurt. That shocked Qin Xiang even more. He was about to ask, but then he remembered. Wenshu had never pried into Qin Xiang's own secrets before. So why should he ask so many questions? Even though they've killed people together before, and were supposed to be super close, according to Li Tiaming, they still kept a proper distance. Because Qin Xiang had his own secrets to keep, Qin Xiang wouldn't embarrass himself by being nosy. He got up and began tidying up the messy books in the library. Wenshu glanced up at Qin Xiang's back. He gave a gentle smile. Just as Qin Xiang was about to head to class, he suddenly heard someone crying. He turned around and saw a round-faced little girl standing at the library entrance, crying softly, while asking, "Excuse me, who's Qin Xiang's big brother?" Qin Xiang walked over, squatted down, and got eye level with the little girl who barely reached his knees. "I'm Qin Xiang. What do you need?" "I'm the Qianchen. My grandma is Julie. She was beaten up in the hospital, and her money got stolen. She told me to take the bus here and find you." Qin Xiang's face turned cold. He picked up the Qianchen with one arm, letting her sit on his shoulders. Then he turned to Wenshu and said, "I need to go check on Miss Ju, so I'm sorry, but you'll have to close up the library today. Want me to go with you?" "No need, I'm a trained abilitist. If I can't handle Miss Ju's trouble, you wouldn't be any help. Besides, don't you have to go home and care for your own grandma?" After saying that, Qin Xiang dashed out the side door with the Qianchen in his arms. "Is Miss Ju okay now?" "I don't know, both my parents are at work. Can't reach them. Grandma gave me money for the bus, told me to come find Qin Xiang at school." "Big brother, you're at school now?" "Not yet. I go to kindergarten next door." Qin Xiang looked at the Qianchen with her tiny palm-sized head, suddenly thinking, he used to be this small too. But that was all a blurry memory now. "Don't worry. Miss Ju will be fine. Besides, I'll definitely help you handle it." Class time had already started. You're not supposed to leave or enter school at will. When Qin Xiang left the school gate, the security guard recognized him and didn't dare to stop him. Instead, he pretended not to notice. At the bus stop, Qin Xiang realized he hadn't brought any coins. But going back for coins would be too much hassle. When the bus arrived, he got on first and spotted someone in a thermal suit, an abilitist. "Hey, do you have any cash? I forgot my money. Could you lend me 10 coins? I'll wire you the money from my e-account."
Thanks.
That abilitist sized up Qin Xiang with clear annoyance. "Why are you on the bus without money?" But before he could finish, Qin Xiang shot him a cold glare. With one hand, he'd already squeezed the metal bus rail flat. That person swallowed hard and said, "You could have just asked. I'll give you 10 coins right now. No need to wire anything." He stammered as he took out his wallet, counted out 10 coins and handed them to Qin Xiang.
Thanks.
Qin Xiang paid the fare with the coins, then went to sit down in the back with the Qianchen. That abilitist's heart was still pounding. Man, that guy is really strong. And it looks like he has a nasty temper too. Not worth getting beat up over 10 coins. So just let him have them. Not a big deal. The Qianchen whispered to Qin Xiang, "Big brother Qin Xiang, I have money. Grandma gave me some coins. If you don't have fare, you can just tell me." Qin Xiang was a little stunned. "Why didn't you say anything earlier?" "I saw you get right on the bus and ask someone, so I thought, I just ride with you and don't need a ticket."
Alright, the hospital is a long way off. It's still 5 stops from exit 38,324 of the safe zone. The ride will take more than 2 hours. The Qianshan looked so tired, and soon fell asleep leaning against Qin Xiang's arm. Qin Xiang stared out the window at the scenery flashing by, thinking through what he'd do at the hospital. In this area, no ordinary folks can even afford medical care. Even though it's just a regular hospital, except for the hospital director, none of the staff are abilitists. But odds are whoever's inside probably has connections with an abilitist. Family or friends of abilitists everywhere. The ones troubling Miss Ju must have some kind of connections too. If their background is too much hassle, I'll just let it go. Miss Ju's health comes first. If they're like Zhou Yang's bunch, then they can't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Xiang brought the Qianshan to the hospital. The smell of disinfectant hit them instantly. And it didn't seem any different from how he remembered hospitals. But the biggest change from his last life was, this hospital wasn't crowded anymore. An empty front desk, empty hallways. Even the occasional doctor or patient's family walked in perfect order. Turns out, when medical costs skyrocket, it's not a place ordinary people can go anymore. The hospital starts feeling all fancy and exclusive. But Qin Xiang didn't like it. He still preferred the noisy hospitals from his previous life, full of life and spirit. Do you remember where your grandma's room is? I remember it well. Then take me there. The Qianshan grabbed Qin Xiang's hand as they rushed through the hospital. Maybe the smell of disinfectant was getting to her, bringing up some bad memories. The Qianshan was no longer oblivious. Her little legs raced quickly, her chubby face anxious. Qin Xiang stayed by her side and kept reassuring her there was nothing to worry about. Your grandma's going to be okay. Finally, after they rounded a corner, the Qianshan, out of breath, pointed ahead. That's my grandma. Where's my grandma? Qin Xiang looked up and saw a group of doctors and nurses gathered there, with several burly, plainly dressed men off to the side. He picked up the Qianshan again, letting her sit on his shoulders to rest. Then he walked forward and said, I'm family of Julie. Excuse me, can you let me through? The doctors looked worried. Even though they didn't know Qin Xiang, they recognized the little girl on his shoulder. So they stepped aside. Qin Xiang glanced over and immediately covered the Qianshan's eyes. Qin Xiang, brother, why are you covering my eyes? Qin Xiang looked at Teacher Ju, who was covered in blood, gritted his teeth and didn't answer the Qianshan. Qin Xiang handed the Qianshan to a nurse next to him. Please take her over there. Don't let her see what's happening here. The nurse was still a bit hesitant. Seeing Qin Xiang looked just like a student, afraid she might end up like the old lady lying there and get beaten half to death by that group of burly men nearby. She kindly asked, You're still young. Don't be too impulsive. While speaking, the nurse even gave Qin Xiang a meaningful look. The big guys nearby weren't easy to deal with. Qin Xiang nodded to the nurse. Thank you. Don't worry. I'm fine. The nurse felt Qin Xiang spoke with some composure, not like a typical high schooler. So she curiously asked, Who are you? Qin Xiang looked over at those reckless-looking thugs. I'm someone who can kill them and not be punished. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Someone who can kill without consequences. Only one kind trained ability user. When the nurse heard this, she realized she couldn't get involved in this and didn't want to be dragged in. So she hurriedly ran off with the Qianshan. I want to see Grandma. I want to see Grandma. The nurse ignored the Qianshan's cries and ran all the way to the end of the hallway until she disappeared. The group of burly men next to them looked at each other in terror, not daring to make a move. A doctor nearby saw this and wanted to leave too, but was stopped by Qin Xiang. Doctors, please don't go yet. A bespectacled doctor drooped his mouth. Friend, we came to check the injuries. It's not related to your family getting hurt. Another doctor agreed. That's right. We haven't even eaten because we stayed here to check on your grandma. We've been here the whole time. Please don't blame good people unjustly. Qin Xiang's face darkened. He calmly said, It's fine. I have no intention of blaming you. I just want to ask, is he still savable? The doctors exchanged glances.
and then sighed and sighed. He can be saved. But the old lady is getting on in years. Even if she survives, she'd probably be bedridden. Plus, she was here for stomach cancer surgery. With this new injury, surgery would be impossible. No idea when it could be rescheduled. She might pass away from the cancer. While recovering from the injury, just be prepared for that. Qin Xiang nodded. So if she wasn't injured, she could have recovered well after surgery? Pretty much, yes. The old lady came to the hospital yesterday. All her checkup results looked good. If the cancerous part of her stomach was removed, recovery wouldn't be hard. Just then, one of the big guys pointed at the doctor and shouted angrily, "You're talking nonsense. You just said that the old lady couldn't be saved, whether she was injured or not." The doctor looked nervously at the big guy. "You told me to say that earlier." "I never said that myself." It's not that the doctor wanted to offend these men, but he was even more afraid of the ability user to avoid getting into trouble. He decided to just tell the truth. The thug widened his eyes and said, "You're full of it. Looking for a fight?" He raised his fist and seemed about to hit the doctor. Suddenly, a blur appeared in front of the goon, and he flew out like a cannonball, crashing into a row of shelves in the hallway. Xing Xiang withdrew his fist, glanced down at the man lying on the floor, and continued watching the barely breathing teacher Ju. Everyone else looked at the thug in shock. His thick left pectoral muscle looked as if it had deflated, totally sunken in. His entire left chest had a deep, cup-shaped dent. Most likely his heart was smashed with one punch. The man's mouth trembled, then suddenly opened wide, like he could swallow a fist. His body jerked uncontrollably and twisted into a strange angle, never moving again. Suddenly he spasmed one more time, and bright red blood gushed from his mouth, spilling all over the floor. This boy really was an ability user, and didn't hesitate to kill. Everyone was stunned, too afraid to move, or even speak. Qin Xiang didn't pay them any attention. Looking at Teacher Ju's bloodied face, he slowly clenched his fists. He said to the doctors nearby, "Please go save him right away. Money is not an issue. I'll pay." The doctors heard this and acted as if they'd been pardoned. Quickly agreed, Okay. We'll go now." With that, the 5 doctors, in a half-comical fashion, pushed a not-so-wide hospital bed together and left the hallway. As they were leaving, one doctor even tripped over the thug's corpse, getting blood all over his white coat. But even then, he didn't stop at all. He looked back nervously at Qin Xiang, smiling, nodded several times, and hurried after the others. Qin Xiang rolled his neck, listening to his joints crack, sounding like funeral bells. He glanced at the pale-faced thugs, and finally his gaze settled on a slightly shorter middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was scared too, but still dared to meet Qin Xiang's eyes, as if he had something backing him up. "You're different from the rest. You seem the least threatening, so you must be the leader." The middle-aged man straightened up and braced himself, saying, "Yeah, so what? Don't think you're the only ability user. The safety zone is huge. There are plenty of hidden experts. You can't just do whatever you want." Qin Xiang nodded. "You're right, I agree with that. That's why I haven't done anything to you guys yet. But you injured him this badly. Given the situation, just bluffing isn't going to cut it. Tell me who's backing you." As he spoke, Qin Xiang took out his phone and deftly opened the Godslayer Camp app. "Whether you live or die depends on the name you give me, if it's impressive enough." Qin Xiang held his phone and looked at the middle-aged man coldly. The man felt a sudden panic for no apparent reason. A sense of dread crept over him. "You can't kill me. If you do, you'll be punished too." Qin Xiang simply stated the name calmly. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to speak, Qin Xiang's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it. It was a call from Zhou Xing. Qin Xiang answered the phone, his tone far from friendly. "Hello, Director Zhou. Is there something you need?" On the other end of the line, Zhou Xing's voice carried a hint of anger. "Student Qin, didn't we agree to meet at school today? Now that you've got the special admission spot, you're turning your back on me? You've even changed how you address me." Only then did Qin Xiang remember that he had promised Zhou Xing yesterday to give him the sequence potion today. However, over the phone,
Not speaking explicitly about classified matters was a universally accepted rule to prevent eavesdropping. Therefore, Zhou Xing did not explicitly mention wanting the sequence potion. Sorry, Uncle Joe, I'm currently at the hospital handling some matters. I'll give it to you tomorrow. Is that all right? You're at the hospital? What happened? Did you get hurt while hunting the gods? A relative was beaten at the hospital. I'm here to check on the situation. Hearing this, Zhou Xing found it somewhat amusing. Beating your relative? They must really have a death wish. Fine, then tomorrow Brother, save me. Just then, the middle-aged man in front of Qin Xiang panicked and shouted into the phone, Brother, save me, it's me. I was at the hospital getting treatment for your sister-in-law and accidentally hurt someone. Please come save me quickly. This middle-aged man was none other than Zhou Xing's brother, Zhou Ji. He had originally thought that using Zhou Xing's name would intimidate the young man before him, but he hadn't expected Zhou Xing to call on his own initiative. The voice on the other end of the line, Zhou Ji heard it loud and clear. It was indeed his brother Zhou Xing, the director of education. Suddenly, Zhou Ji's body went limp, knowing that this matter likely wouldn't end well. This youth not only knew Zhou Xing, but also seemed to be on equal footing with him. Zhou Ji hurriedly pleaded for help from his brother over the phone. Zhou Xing fell silent on the other end for a moment, then said, Student Qin, please give the phone to that man. Qin Xiang said, Director Zhou, this matter won't be as easy to handle as last time. Keep that in mind. I know. Qin Xiang handed the phone to Zhou Ji, his gaze remaining cold. Zhou Ji looked at Qin Xiang with a fawning face, taking the phone with both hands. Hello? Brother, it's me. I just said yesterday not to provoke Qin Xiang. What do you mean by this? Are you trying to make my life difficult on purpose? Did you not listen at all when I scolded Zhou Yang? Is that so? I didn't know. That old woman is Qin Xiang's relative. Didn't they say she was an orphan? How could I have guessed this? Regardless of whether she is or not, since she's appeared, that means she is. You. Did you have nothing better to do than to go and hit an old lady? No, brother. You know, to get your sister-in-law's surgery done. I've been on the waiting list for nearly half a year. Suddenly, someone paid a huge sum to cut the line. Of course, I couldn't be happy about it. With the little money you have, getting on that list at all was only because of my connections. And yet you're being picky and blocking them? The hospital makes money. Who gave you the nerve? The hospital director? Is someone even the regional head wouldn't dare offend? I know I was wrong. Don't give me that nonsense. How is the old lady? She's just a bit seriously injured. Qin Xiang snatched the phone back. The old lady would have recovered after the surgery. Now she's dying. Zhou Xing fell into silence once again. Student Qin, he is my brother. And he's the father of your classmate, Zhou Yang. I wonder if you could. What does Zhou Yang's father have to do with me? Do you actually think Zhou Yang and I are on good terms? All right. If I want to save my brother's life, what are your terms? 5. I'll let you set the terms. I'm not joking with you. Qin Xiang cautiously only mentioned the number, without saying sequence potion. But Zhou Xing understood exactly what he meant. 5. Uncle Zhou, I believe if the price is too low, it won't be enough to make you realize the extent of my anger. Just now, I've already made a move, and killed one of your brother's men. What? Hearing that Qin Xiang had actually killed someone, Zhou Xing realized that he wasn't just making threats. He wasn't someone who just bluffed. Qin Xiang's asking price was something Zhou Xing couldn't possibly agree to. 5 bottles of sequence potion were his best chance at increasing his sequence level, and also his best chance for a promotion. He couldn't give that up. Qin Xiang was dead set on taking his brother's life. But after all, Zhou Ji was still his brother. He couldn't let Qin Xiang slaughter him like a duck. Uncle Zhou, I'll give you another price. As long as you stay out of Zhou Ji's business, I will give you one more bottle of sequence potion. This time, Zhou Xing hesitated. He tried asking again. He is my brother after all. My own flesh and blood. Brother,
Can you? I won't add any more. Just one. Take it or leave it. Although Joji didn't know what deal they were discussing, he could tell his younger brother was bargaining with his life. Joji immediately cried out again, "Brother! Have you forgotten what Mom said before she passed? She told you to take care of me. You can't do this." Zhou Sheng had long been tired of his elder brother's family. They were like tumors clinging to his body. But he had always honored his mother's last wish and hadn't kicked Joji's family away. Now, this father and son were causing him trouble one after another. If he didn't cut them off now, it was likely they would act like cancer cells and spread throughout his entire body. He had studied hard and worked diligently to finally climb to his current position. It wasn't to go down with his useless brother's family. Thinking of this, Zhou Sheng no longer hesitated. Handle it yourself. Tomorrow, the administration and the police station might come to question you. Let's make it the day after tomorrow. I'll see you then. Hello, goodbye. Qin Xiang hung up the phone and looked at Zhou Ji, whose face was as white as a shroud. It seems your brother isn't much help here. Do you have any other backers besides Zhou Sheng? If you do, speak up quickly. Zhou Ji was stunned for a moment, then fell to his knees with a thud, desperately kowtowing to Qin Xiang. Please spare me. I really didn't know that old lady was your relative. The first time he killed, Qin Xiang felt like he was at a gluttonous feast, nervous and excited. The second time he killed, Qin Xiang felt like he was having a grand meal, nervous and slightly excited. By the countless time he killed, Qin Xiang looks like he's eating bread. Only calmness remains. His fists are dripping with blood. The blood on his fists isn't his own. It's from several other people. Lying scattered in the hospital corridor are lifeless bodies with no breath. Qin Xiang took a deep breath. Finally, the frustration in his heart eased a bit. He first took all the money from their pockets. There were 3 silver coins and several hundred copper coins. These 3 silver coins should be the ones he gave to Mr. Zhu, which they had stolen. Qin Xiang clenched the 3 silver coins. A mix of emotions filled his heart. After entering high school at Juan School, Mr. Zhu had always worked as a librarian. The work-study job at the library. Mr. Zhu always saved for him. Mr. Zhu's care for him, he always remembered it. So when he heard Mr. Zhu needed money for treatment,
He made up his mind.
to gather the surgery fee by hunting the deities. But he didn't expect.
He managed to gather the fee.
But Mr. Zhu then faced more misfortune. He still didn't know if the 3 silver coins he gave Mr. Zhu were a lifesaver or a death sentence. Qin Xiang sighed and walked to the bathroom nearby to wash the blood off his hands. He glanced at the mirror again. There was blood on his face and body too. He cleaned the blood off his face, but the stains on his clothes had to stay for now. Qin Xiang pulled out a few tissues to wipe his hands and face clean. He quietly praised himself. I'm getting more and more composed. He took out his phone and called the Bureau of Sequence Ability Users. Hello? Here's the situation. I just killed a few people. I want to turn myself in. It's because they hurt my mentor. I lost control for a moment and killed them. Yes, they were all ordinary people. No other sequence users were involved. I'm at the hospital in area 14121. Okay. I'll wait here for your agents to arrive. After hanging up the phone, Qin Xiang returned to the hallway and quietly waited for the bureau personnel to convict him. He had carefully read over the punishment for sequence users killing ordinary people. For killing one ordinary person within 6 months, you have to earn 2 deity hunting points to atone. Since atonement comes from hunting deities, these 2 deity hunting points won't come with any cash reward, but the earned points and sequence potion won't be deducted either. For sequence ability users, the most important thing in hunting deities are points and sequence potions. Money is just a bonus. So this punishment is barely even a slap on the wrist. And even if there was no punishment, he'd continue hunting deities anyway, to improve his ranking, and try to get recruited by a top university. Atonement is just something he'd do along the way. That's why, when he killed Zhou Ji and the others, he didn't hesitate at all. Not long after, hurried footsteps echoed outside the hallway.